Immemorial Dragon Elephant Art Chapter 1743 to Chapter 1824. All of you came here to take him in as a disciple? The artifact spirit of the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra asked. Reporting to the immortal. That's right. The group of ancestor-level experts replied. You can talk to him. As for who he wants to take as his master, that's up to him. The artifact spirit of the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra said. Then, the group of ancestor-level experts looked at Lin Feng like a big bad wolf looking at a little white rabbit. Various thoughts flashed through the minds of these ancestor-level experts. They were all thinking about what kind of attractive conditions they should offer to attract Lin Feng to take them as his master. Lin Feng was not in a hurry. He smiled and waited for these ancestor-level experts to speak. But at this moment, a black fog covered the sky and surged into the celestial palace. He. Everyone. This brat should come with this old man. You don't have to waste your efforts on him. A gloomy voice came from the black fog. The next moment, the black fog wrapped around Lin Feng. Then, it tore through the void and disappeared. Old turtle. Don't even think about snatching him. The group of ancestor-level experts was furious. They quickly chased after him. There was a flash of light. Lin Feng found himself in a forest. Plop. He was thrown to the ground. Then, a small old man looked at Lin Feng with a smile and said, Brat, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and take him as your master. Lin Feng rubbed his butt and got up from the ground. Then, he looked at the old man. What surprised him was, the old man was carrying a turtle shell. Turtle man? Lin Feng could not help but exclaim. Lin Feng was no stranger to the turtle man race. This was a race of the sea. When he heard Lin Feng call him, the old man slapped Lin Feng on the head. There was a thump. Lin Feng sat on the ground from the slap. Brat. Are you blind? I am a black tortoise. A sacred beast, black tortoise. The old man squinted his eyes and shouted discontentedly. Azure dragon. White tiger. Vermilion bird. Xianxia. Brilliant serpent, they were the 5 elements sacred beasts. It was rumored that there were 5 holy emperors in the heaven realm, and they controlled the Tao of the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The 5 directional divine emperors. They were the Eastern Azure Dragon Saint Emperor, the White Tiger Sage of the West, the Holy Emperor of the Southern Vermilion Bird, Northern Black Tortoise Holy Emperor, Central Plains Brilliant Snake Holy Emperor. The 5 directional divine emperors were from the Azure Dragon tribe, the White Tiger tribe, the Vermilion Bird tribe, the Black Tortoise tribe, and the Brilliant Snake tribe. Therefore, these 5 races were the most powerful races in the fleeting heaven realm. There were also the 5 sacred beast clans in the 3,000 great worlds. However, it was rare to see the 5 sacred beast clans with pure bloodlines. Most of them were descendants of impure bloodlines. It was difficult to see how powerful the 5 sacred beast clans were. This young master has never seen a black tortoise before. How would I know if you are a black tortoise or a tortoise? Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. Of course, he didn't dare to say these words in front of the old man. This was Lin Feng's first time seeing an expert from a black tortoise sacred beast clan. The old man's strength was extremely terrifying. Lin Feng could sense how powerful he was. However, although he was strong, he was a little narrow-minded. He smiled obsequiously and said, This junior is ignorant and mistook senior's race. I'm truly sorry, haha. Senior, you are a great person, so please don't be angry at this junior. When the old man saw Lin Feng smiling and apologizing, his expression improved slightly. He said, It's your fortune to be able to accept me as your master. Hurry up and accept me as your master. Then, prepare a gift for me. Lin Feng was stunned. He had wanted to ask Lord Tortoise what benefits he would get if he accepted him as his master. Then, he would ask Lord Tortoise if he could bestow the 10 fairies to him. But now that Lord Tortoise had spoken, Lin Feng felt like he had been dealt a heavy blow. This old man had already blocked off all the ways for him to ask for benefits, not to mention bestowing the 4 fairies to him as bed-warming maids. If he dared to make such a request, would he be beaten up by this old man, not only did he not receive a gift for accepting a master, but he also didn't receive a gift. He even had to prepare a gift for the old man. Lin Feng wanted to cry but had no tears. Accepting a master in an immortal sect. Weren't masters supposed to bestow all kinds of treasures, cultivation manuals, and cultivation resources to their disciples? Why was it Lord Tortoise's turn? Why was it that his disciple had to give away his treasures? Cough, cough. I still have something to do. Can I accept you as my master next time? Lin Feng coughed dryly and said embarrassedly. He wanted to sneak away. However, Lord Tortoise laughed strangely and said, "Kid. You want to sneak away, don't you? Let me tell you, that's impossible. I'll give you two options. First, kneel down and kowtow to me, and hand over the gift you gave me. Second, you can choose to run away, and I'll capture you myself. Then, I'll force you to kneel down and kowtow to me. Then, I'll take all the treasures you have and keep them for you." What the? Lin Feng couldn't help but be speechless. This old man was too shameless. He was too shameless. He actually dared to threaten him like this. Accept this old man as his master. Little Fairy was gone. The treasures, abilities, and cultivation resources that his future master had rewarded him were gone. This was too much of a scam. But now, he had no other choice. No matter how unwilling he was, he had to obediently accept Lord Tortoise as his master. Fortunately, this old man is an expert. Lin Feng could only comfort himself like this. Disciple greets master. He knelt 3 times and kowtowed 9 times to Lord Tortoise. After that, Lin Feng took out more than 100 different kinds of spiritual herbs and a jar of monkey wine. He gave all these things to Lord Tortoise. Haha, good disciple, you're still a little filial. Lord Tortoise smiled and put away the gifts. Whoosh, 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 at this moment, figures shuttled out of the void one after another. More than 20 ancestor-level experts appeared. They looked at Lord Tortoise and shouted angrily. Old Turtle. We won't stop you from accepting anyone as your disciple, but this kid absolutely can't accept you as his master. Why? Lin Feng felt that something was wrong, so he asked. One of the ancestors said, this old turtle will let his disciple cultivate the 8-9 arcane art. The 8-9 arcane art reverses the meridians and the flow of magic power. In the past, he took in a few disciples, which one of them wasn't a genius? Even if they cultivated the old turtle's 8-9 arcane art, they couldn't control the magic power in their bodies and exploded. Hearing this ancestor's words, Lin Feng wanted to kill himself. He had been scammed by Lord Tortoise. Lord Tortoise smiled and said, "You're too late. This kid has already acknowledged me as his master. Old Turtle, you're too much. We'll go find the sect leader now. The sect leader will definitely not let this kid acknowledge you as his master." The old ancestors shouted angrily. Go ahead, don't bother me again. Lord Tortoise curled his lips, looking as if he didn't care. He grabbed Lin Feng and flew off into the distance. Very quickly, they disappeared. Let's go. The group of ancestors left angrily. Lord Tortoise brought Lin Feng to a barren mountain in the northwest corner of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. The mountain was barren, and there were a few dilapidated palaces at its peak. A few crows were cawing on a withered tree. Master. Don't tell me this is the immortal mountain of our lineage? Lin Feng asked with a long face. The immortal mountains in the Reincarnation Immortal sect towered into the clouds. They were majestic and filled with an immortal's aura. But in that place, there were only a few dilapidated mountains. There were only a few dilapidated palaces, which made Lin Feng wonder if those palaces were going to collapse or not. That's right. This is our immortal mountain. Aren't you surprised? Lord Tortoise said with a grin. Lin Feng was not surprised, but depressed. He sat on a rock and said, Master, you're not really going to let me cultivate that 8-9 arcane art, right? That cultivation technique killed a few of my senior brothers. I don't want to die. Don't listen to their nonsense. The 8-9 arcane art. It's an extremely heaven-defying cultivation technique. Lord Tortoise said. Oh? What's so heaven-defying about it? Lin Feng asked. Lord Tortoise did not answer Lin Feng's question. Instead, he asked with a smile, "Do you know of any cultivation techniques or divine abilities that allow one's meridians to flow in reverse?" Lin Feng was slightly taken aback, but he quickly nodded. Such a divine ability was recorded in the Archean dragonesque elephant art. Meridians flow in reverse. A battle to the death, this was a cultivation technique that would only be used as a last resort. Once one's meridians flowed in reverse, one would gain great strength, but one's body would suffer a severe backlash. For example, one's cultivation level would drop, one's body would weaken, and one's meridians would break. Lin Feng said, "There should be many cultivation techniques that allow one's meridians to flow in reverse. This is a method used in a battle of life and death. Once used, one would suffer great losses. Moreover, the backlash is too severe. The most terrifying backlash is not a drop in cultivation level or weakening one's body, but permanent damage to one's meridians. Even immortal medicines and divine pills can't repair damaged meridians." That's right. The damage done to the body's meridians was permanent. When a cultivator's magic power revolved, it was closely related to the meridians of the body. If the meridians were damaged, they would not be able to withstand the powerful circulation of magic power, and their cultivation would never be able to break through again. However, the 8-9 arcane art is different. How is it different? Reversing one's meridians and causing one's magic power to flow in reverse is even more damaging to the body than many techniques and divine abilities that use meridian reversal techniques, whispered Lin Feng. Master Turtle smiled and said, "The 8-9 mysterious attack reverses the meridians. Reverse meridians flow in reverse. It won't cause any harm to the body, and it can increase a cultivator's battle prowess crazily." Lin Feng really wanted to kick this unscrupulous master of his into outer space. Did this old man think that he was as gullible as a 3-year-old? If the 8-9 arcane art didn't cause any harm to the body, would his senior brothers have self-destructed because they cultivated it? Lin Feng said, "Master, please don't try to trick your disciple, okay?" When the ancestors mentioned the 8-9 arcane art, their expressions changed. There must be a huge problem with the 8-9 arcane art. If you don't explain the 8-9 arcane art to me, I won't cultivate it even if you beat me to death. Master Turtle said, "Good disciple. Since you're so stubborn, fine. Master will explain the 8-9 arcane art to you in detail. I discovered the 8-9 arcane art on a wordless heavenly steel when I was young." Lin Feng's interest was piqued. He asked, "What's a wordless heavenly steel? Have you heard of the mystic tortoise steel?" Master Turtle asked. Lin Feng shook his head. This was the first time he'd heard of the mystic tortoise steel. Since ancient times, there's a legend of an undying and indestructible mystic tortoise with a wordless heavenly steel on its back. Many secrets of the world are recorded on the wordless heavenly steel. It also records some heaven-defying secret techniques. Master Turtle said. "Since you obtained it from the wordless heavenly steel, why didn't you cultivate it?" Lin Feng asked. Master Turtle almost choked when he heard Lin Feng's question. He said angrily, "You unfilial disciple. How dare you interrupt Master? Do you believe that Master won't cut you?" Lin Feng quickly shut his mouth. This cheap master of his was really petty. He was definitely capable of taking revenge. Master Turtle continued, "Back then, I was young, so I didn't know that it was the legendary mystic tortoise steel. Back then, many words appeared on the wordless heavenly steel, but unfortunately, I only managed to remember a small part of it, which was the cultivation method of the 8-9 arcane art. After that, the words quickly disappeared, and the steel became a wordless heavenly steel again. The mystic tortoise steel also disappeared very quickly." Master, does that mean that the 8-9 arcane art you obtained from the wordless heavenly steel is actually incomplete? Lin Feng asked. After being exposed by Lin Feng, Master Turtle scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "After countless years of improvement, it's already very complete. If it weren't for the fact that you're a moldable talent and have the qualifications to inherit Master Turtle's legacy, do you think Master Turtle would have accepted you as a disciple?" "Master, please expel me from your tutelage." Lin Feng bowed. He didn't want to become Master Turtle's lab rat. Master Turtle patted Lin Feng's shoulder and said earnestly, "Good disciple. Since you've already acknowledged me as your master, you'll be Master Turtle's disciple when you're alive. Even if you're dead and become a ghost, you'll still be Master Turtle's disciple." Of course, once you're dead, as your master, I'll burn a few more incense sticks for you. Lin Feng was speechless. Having such a shameless master, he felt rather helpless. Master Turtle said, "Good disciple, don't worry. Now that the 8-9 arcane art is close to perfection, you don't have to worry about cultivating it. Once you succeed, you'll be able to reverse your meridians. Reverse your magic power. Your cultivation will increase by 33 times. Lin Feng's eyes widened. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. My battle prowess will increase by 33 times? Master, you're not trying to trick me, are you? Cough, cough. Master only has one precious disciple. Why would I use such words to trick you? Lord Tortoise said in a serious tone. But my senior brothers are all dead. I feel like you've said the same thing to them. Lin Feng muttered. Master Turtle said, "You actually don't believe Master? You're really making Master sad. In order to prove my innocence, Master will use my integrity to guarantee that I'm not lying to you. Do you believe me now? Do you have any integrity?" Lin Feng couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Even he admired Lord Tortoise's shamelessness to the point of prostrating himself on the ground. Lin Feng didn't really believe Lord Tortoise's words. Even if Lord Tortoise used his integrity as a guarantee, Lin Feng still felt that the 8-9 arcane art was a trap. However, Lin Feng didn't dare to voice his thoughts out loud. Lord Tortoise was a petty person. If Lin Feng doubted Lord Tortoise's integrity, Lord Tortoise would definitely retaliate. Lin Feng was currently praying that the old ancestors would be able to invite the sect master to save him from Lord Tortoise's evil clutches. Brat, are you waiting for those old fellows to invite the sect master over? Are you waiting for the sect master to show up and rescue you? Lin Feng muttered inwardly. As expected of an old fox, Lord Tortoise had already guessed his thoughts. However, Lin Feng definitely wouldn't admit it. If he did, who knew how Lord Tortoise would deal with him? He smiled awkwardly and said, "Master, you've really misunderstood your disciple. Master, you're so wise and powerful. How could your disciple bear to leave you?" Master Turtle suddenly laughed and said, "You brat, you speak like a human. Although I don't believe your words, it still makes me feel very comfortable. Today, I will make it clear to you that sect master is not in the sect, but has gone to a very dangerous place. In that place, sect master can't get the message from those old fogies, and those old fogies can't do anything to me, so they can only suffer in silence. They won't be coming back for a short time, so if you have any thoughts in your heart, you should put them out as soon as possible. Don't try to play tricks in front of your master, or I'll let you know what it means to be ruthless in the immortal world. F***ck. This old man is too shameless. He actually dares to threaten this young master? Does he think that this young master will be scared?" Lin Feng couldn't help but think viciously in his heart. Although he was cursing in his heart, however, Lin Feng didn't dare to go against Lord Tortoise. Otherwise, he would be the unlucky one. He hurriedly said, "Master, don't worry. I won't play any tricks. I'll definitely cultivate by your side. I definitely won't let down Master's good intentions." Master Tortoise narrowed his eyes and said, "Haha, good disciple, that's more like it. Don't worry, Master will definitely nurture you well and make you a peerless expert." Then, Master Turtle took out a jade tube and handed it to Lin Feng and said, "Good disciple, the 8-9 mysterious arts cultivation formula is inside. Take it and familiarize yourself with it. First, follow the method recorded in the formula and revolve 36 big circles. Tomorrow, I will check whether you can independently revolve the 8-9 mysterious art. If you can't complete it, I will be angry and will punish you according to the sect rules." Lin Feng held in grief. This cheap master of his was the devil. He helplessly accepted the jade tube and asked, "Master, where do I live?" "The immortal palace in the middle is where Master cultivates. As for the other immortal palaces, you can choose any one of them," Master Tortoise said with a smile. Lin Feng couldn't help but give Master Tortoise the middle finger in his heart. These broken palaces were about to collapse, and this old man actually had the nerve to call them immortal palaces. Could he be any more shameless? A shameless person was invincible under the heavens. Lin Feng had always felt that his skin was thick enough. Only now did he realize that compared to this cheap master of his, the difference was like heaven and earth. Lin Feng casually found a palace and tidied it up. Then, he began to study the 8-9 mysterious art. The 8-9 mysterious art's circulation route was very strange, but when he thought about how strange it was, Lin Feng didn't find it unacceptable. He tried hundreds of times and finally succeeded in revolving a big circle. Next, Lin Feng began to revolve the 8-9 mysterious art one big circle after another. When the 8-9 mysterious art revolved, the magic power in his body began to flow in reverse. Lin Feng was originally worried that the reverse flow of his magic power would cause his body to explode. However, after a few revolutions, he found that although the magic power in his body was flowing in reverse, it was still relatively calm. There weren't any dangerous situations, so he relaxed. After 36 revolutions, he opened his eyes and found that it was pitch black outside. It was late at night. Lin Feng carefully walked outside, not daring to make the slightest sound. He planned to take advantage of the night. While Master Tortoise was sleeping, he would escape. At that moment, Master Tortoise's voice came from the middle palace. "My good disciple, where are you planning to go in the middle of the night?" Lin Feng felt helpless. He was still discovered by the old man. He rolled his eyes and said, "I'm planning to prepare some supper for you, Master." "My good disciple, you are really considerate. Master is very gratified." Master Tortoise walked out from the middle palace and smiled at Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt that Master Tortoise's gaze was different from usual, and it shocked him. "Being filial to Master is a disciple's duty," Lin Feng said. "Haha, not bad. Not bad. I didn't expect you to be so respectful to your master. It seems that the heavens have treated me well this time, allowing me to take in a good disciple like you." Master Tortoise grinned and asked, "Have you mastered the 8-9 mysterious art?" Lin Feng nodded. "Yes, Master. Disciple can already revolve the 8-9 mysterious art freely." "Revolve it once and let Master take a look," Master Tortoise said. "Yes." Lin Feng nodded and sat down cross-legged, beginning to revolve the 8-9 mysterious art. After one big cycle of the 8-9 mysterious art, Lin Feng suddenly felt a sharp pain in his dantian. Cold sweat immediately drenched his clothes. "What's going on? My dantian? Why does it feel like it's about to split open?" Lin Feng's face paled as he looked at Master Tortoise. "There must be a problem with the 8-9 mysterious art." Master Tortoise smiled. "This is normal. This happens when you first start cultivating the 8-9 mysterious art." Lin Feng gritted his teeth. "Master, you are not being kind. You said that the 8-9 mysterious art was close to perfection, and that there wouldn't be any problems with my body after cultivating it. You even used your own personality to guarantee that my body would be fine. I just started cultivating the 8-9 mysterious art, and there's already a problem with my body. Master, you can't trick your own disciple like this." Master Tortoise smiled. "My foolish disciple, your master is a sacred beast, the black tortoise, not a human. Since your master isn't a human, where did my personality come from?" After hearing Master Tortoise's explanation, Lin Feng wanted nothing more than to pounce on the old man and fight him to the death. This old man was simply too shameless. He had set a trap for him. This time, he had been tricked miserably by this old man. P.S. Today, old man woke up at 7 a.m. and planned to write an update. But when he turned on the computer screen went black. Following that, he went to repair the computer without eating breakfast and only returned home at 11 a.m. Old Mantu is really depressed. He only has one computer at home. If he wanted to use it, he would have two. This is the first update. Old Mantu needs to work hard at writing and save up for a few months before buying another computer. Master, now that I've been tricked by you, can you tell me how much damage the 8-9 arcane art will do to my body? Lin Feng asked. Lord Tortoise said, "Don't be so dejected. The 8-9 arcane art isn't as scary as you think it is. In fact, the 8-9 arcane art is a heaven-defying technique." Lin Feng said, "Master, I don't want to know how heaven-defying the 8-9 arcane art is. I just want to know how much damage it will do to me." Lord Tortoise said, "The damage isn't that serious." Really? Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Lord Tortoise nodded and said, "Of course. Why would I lie to my obedient disciple?" Lin Feng almost cried when he heard Lord Tortoise's words. "You've been lying to me from the very beginning." Okay, this old man actually had the nerve to say that he wouldn't lie to his disciple. Could it be that this old man had selectively forgotten all the lies he had told him? Lin Feng asked. "Even if it won't cause too much damage, it will still cause some damage, right? Master, tell me, what kind of damage will the 8-9 arcane art cause?" Lord Tortoise said, "The 8-9 arcane art. If you can't cultivate it, the damage it causes will be enough to kill you." Lin Feng's mouth twitched violently. It was as if he had received 10,000 critical hits. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. "Master, didn't you say that the 8-9 arcane art won't cause too much damage? It's not that serious. The 8-9 arcane art won't harm your body, so your body won't be harmed. It's just that the 8-9 arcane art will take your life," Lord Tortoise said seriously. Heavens! Earth! This cheap master. He's too shameless. He even tricked his own disciple. Why am I so unlucky? I was actually taken in as a disciple by this old man. Lin Feng wailed inwardly. At this point, he knew that no matter how much he regretted it, it was already too late. He was powerless to change what had happened. He could only face it head-on. He had to find a solution. He looked at Lord Tortoise and said, "Master, I won't die like my senior brothers, right?" Lord Tortoise patted Lin Feng's shoulder and said, "Your senior brothers were much stronger than you were when they cultivated the 8-9 arcane art, and they eventually died as well, so there's a high probability that you'll die." F***ck. Lin Feng really wanted to punch his unscrupulous teacher so hard that he would be paralyzed on one side. But I'm no match for this old man. I'll just have to endure it for now. Of course, Lord Tortoise, of course, nothing. Anything can happen. Your talent is pretty good, much better than your senior brothers. Maybe you'll have a better chance of survival," said Lin Feng angrily. "The 8-9 mysteries is harmful to the body, but does it damage the dantian? It's not that simple." Lord Tortoise grinned and said, "The 8-9 arcane art is divided into 5 levels, and you've only just started using it." There was still a long way to go before he could reach the first level of cultivation. The ultimate yin and yang cultivation method was indeed powerful, but it also had some shortcomings. For example, if the ultimate yin and yang cultivation method couldn't reach the first level within 3 years, the ultimate yin and yang cultivation method would automatically activate. At that time, the meridians would be in chaos, and the Dharma power would flow backward. The cultivator would then explode and die," said Lin Feng, smiling wryly. "So, in 3 years, I have to practice the 8-9 mysteries to the first level?" Lord Tortoise nodded. That's right. I won't die after reaching the first level, right?" Lin Feng asked. Lord Tortoise shook his head. "Of course not. After reaching the first level, you'll have 10 years to reach the second level. If you can't reach the second level in 10 years, you'll still die. After reaching the second level, you'll have 20 years to reach the third level. If you can't reach the third level in 20 years, you'll still die. After reaching the third level, you'll have 30 years to reach the fourth level. If you can't reach the fourth level in 30 years, you'll still die. After reaching the fourth level, you'll have 40 years to reach the fifth level. If you can't reach the fifth level in 40 years, you won't be able to escape death," Lin Feng said helplessly. Cultivators can spend thousands, tens of thousands, or even tens of thousands of years in seclusion. The 8-9 arcane art is a heaven-defying technique, and reaching the fifth level is already as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Moreover, I have to reach the fifth level within 100 years. Isn't that a bit too much? Lord Tortoise smiled. If it was easy, then you wouldn't have died. Then your senior martial brothers wouldn't have died. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. What if I reach the fifth level? Will I still die? Lord Tortoise said, "My good disciple, don't be so discouraged. You won't die after reaching the fifth level." Lin Feng felt better after hearing Lord Tortoise's words. He continued asking, "Then, reaching the fifth level? Can it really increase one's battle prowess by 33 times? Lord Tortoise nodded. It's true. You're finally telling me the truth. Lin Feng sighed. However, there's a price to pay for increasing one's battle prowess by 33 times. Lord Tortoise said. If one wanted to use such a heaven-defying technique, they naturally had to pay a certain price. Lin Feng didn't find this strange. He asked, "What's the price?" Lord Tortoise smiled. Once you use it, your battle prowess will increase by 33 times, but there are also restrictions. The first restriction is that if your lifespan is less than 10 million years, you'll die immediately after using the 8-9 arcane art. Lin Feng sighed and said, "Fortunately, I'm close to 20 million years old now." Lord Tortoise continued, "After using it, no matter how much lifespan you have, whether it's 20 million years or 30 million years, when the 8-9 mysterious art ends, you'll only have 10 years left." After hearing Lord Tortoise's last sentence, Lin Feng almost fell to the ground. This cultivation technique, it was too deceptive, it was a suicidal cultivation technique. Moreover, after successfully cultivating it, one still couldn't use such a technique. Otherwise, one would only have 10 years left. If one couldn't break through to a new realm in 10 years, they would definitely die. However, how could it be so easy to break through to the deity realm? Thus, once one's battle prowess increased by 33 times, it would mean that one's life was coming to an end. "My good disciple, don't be so agitated." Lord Tortoise smiled. Lin Feng said with a sad face, "How can I not be agitated? This cultivation technique is a suicidal one." "Master, you're killing your disciple." Lord Tortoise said, "Why would I harm you? This cultivation technique is almost perfected. Once it's perfected, it might not have such side effects anymore." "When will it be perfected?" Lin Feng asked. "I've already studied it for 7 million years. However, I'm still unable to perfect it." Lord Tortoise sighed. Lin Feng silently walked back to his palace. He didn't want to see Lord Tortoise right now because he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to resist fighting him. In the next few days, Lin Feng realized that those patriarch-level experts didn't come to Master Turtle's place. It seemed like what Master Turtle said was true. Those patriarchs couldn't contact the sect master. The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra's artifact spirit wouldn't care about the sect's affairs. Therefore, those patriarchs couldn't count on the artifact spirit to help them. They didn't attack Master Turtle because they were afraid of his strength. Although Master Turtle was a scammer, Master Turtle's cultivation was indeed very powerful. Firstly, Master Turtle was a black tortoise sacred beast. The bloodline of the 5 sacred beasts surpassed the bloodline of the divine beasts. Master Turtle wasn't a beast cultivator who only had a small portion of the sacred beast bloodline. The sacred beast bloodline in his body was very powerful. Secondly, Master Turtle had a long lifespan. The black tortoise was also a kind of turtle. There was a saying in the mortal world that even a 3-year-old child knew. A 1,000-year-old tortoise and a 10,000-year-old turtle. This meant that the lifespan of a turtle was extremely long. Master Turtle had lived for countless years. In addition, he had the bloodline of a sacred beast. His cultivation was unfathomable. Lastly, Master Turtle had been in the Reincarnation Immortal sect for so many years. He must have learned many heaven-defying mystic skills. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't know what level Master Turtle was at now. He asked Master Turtle. However, Master Turtle didn't tell him. Master Turtle asked Lin Feng to cultivate the 8-9 arcane art first. He would circulate it 36 times a day to familiarize himself with it. Lin Feng cultivated in the dilapidated hall in the barren mountain every day. Besides circulating the 8-9 arcane art, Lin Feng also began to refine the 3 strands of immortal qi he obtained from the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra. These 3 strands of immortal qi were very precious. He used one to temper his body, one to temper his soul, and the last to temper his dharmic powers and increase his cultivation level. After half a month of cultivation, all 3 strands of immortal qi were refined. Lin Feng's cultivation level had broken through to the 4th level of the divine fire realm. Lin Feng was very satisfied that 1 strand of immortal qi could increase his cultivation level by 3 levels. His soul power level had broken through from the 6th level of the divine fire realm to the 3rd level of the true God realm. Immortal Qi had the most obvious effect on soul power. As for Lin Feng, his physical body had reached the peak of the heavenly god realm after being refined by the immortal Qi. On this day, Lord Turtle left the reincarnation immortal sect with Lin Feng. "Master, where are we going?" Lin Feng asked. "Of course I'm going to the place where you can practice the 8-9 mysteries," Lord Tortoise said with a grin. 3 days later, Lord Tortoise brought Lin Feng to a thunderstorm valley. This thunderstorm valley contained the destructive power of the law of order. It was a famous place of death. No one dared to enter the thunderstorm valley. Once they entered, it would be a dead end. I know you have many methods to protect yourself from the destructive energies in the thunderstorm valley, but today, I brought you here to tell you that you can't use your qi to protect yourself. You can only use your 8-9 mysteries," Lord Tortoise said. "Are you serious, Master? Although my physical body is strong, it's still made of flesh and blood. The law of order in this thunderstorm valley is enough to kill me," Lin Feng said helplessly. "If you want to practice the 8-9 mysteries successfully, you have to endure unbearable pain." Lord Tortoise squinted at Lin Feng and said, "So, you have to face it. You can't avoid it either. There are no shortcuts to practicing the 8-9 mysteries. You can either survive in a desperate situation or wait for death to come." Lin Feng sighed helplessly. Did he have a choice? He didn't have a choice at all. "How do I break through the 8-9 mysteries?" Lin Feng asked. Lord Tortoise said, "When you practice the 8-9 mysteries, your body will automatically absorb all kinds of energy. Then, all of the energy will gather in your dantian and form a nebula diagram. The various destructive energies will turn into destructive stars and revolve in your dantian. When the nebula diagram is formed, it'll be the sign that the 8-9 mysteries has broken through to the first layer." Lin Feng nodded and continued, "Master, can I ask you a question?" "Speak," Lord Tortoise said indifferently. "You want someone to practice the 8-9 mysteries? It's definitely not just to perfect this incomplete cultivation technique. There must be some secret behind it, right? Or rather, you want someone who successfully practices the 8-9 mysteries to do something for you?" Lin Feng said slowly. He looked into Lord Tortoise's eyes without blinking. The eyes were the window to the soul. Lin Feng believed that no matter how cunning his master was, he would never lie. Even if he was lying, his eyes would betray him. This time, Lord Tortoise didn't hide anything from Lin Feng, nor did he lie to him. Lord Tortoise said, "That's right. I want you to practice the 8-9 mysteries. Of course, there's a reason, but as for why, I'll only tell you after you reach the 5th layer of the 8-9 mysteries. Right now, you don't even have the right to know. F***ck. Don't be so blunt, okay? Can you leave me some face?" Lin Feng shouted unhappily. "If you're dead, what face do you still want?" Lord Tortoise raised his foot and kicked Lin Feng away. Lin Feng landed in Thunderstorm Valley. A powerful lightning law swept over his body. In an instant, Lin Feng's body exploded into a bloody mess. The lightning law wanted to completely destroy his body. However, Lin Feng couldn't use any means to block it, nor could he use his immortal divine body to repair his body. In order to survive, he had no choice but to endure this pain. He hurriedly followed Lord Tortoise's instructions and circulated the 8-9 mysteries to absorb the lightning law. In the 2 years that followed, Xianxia's death was inevitable. Lin Feng followed Lord Tortoise to the Endless Devil Prison, the Great Canyon of Destruction, the Death Devil Cave, and many other terrifying places to cultivate. During these 2 years, Lin Feng didn't know how much pain and torture he had endured. If his willpower had been slightly weaker, he would have been driven mad long ago. However, Lin Feng persevered. He couldn't forget the scene in the depths of the Baleful Devil Lake where his body was almost cut in half by an evil spirit. He also couldn't forget the torture of being eaten by millions of evil spirits in the Endless Devil Prison. He also couldn't forget the terrifying scene of being drowned by millions of death demonic ants in the Death Devil Cave and almost being eaten alive. During these 2 years, Lin Feng couldn't remember how many dangers he had experienced. However, he had crawled back from the brink of death time and time again. In the end, he had survived. In his dantian, a nebula had condensed. In the nebula, stars formed by destructive energy were revolving, and they were exactly the same as the stars in the starry sky outside. It never stopped. After cultivating the 8-9 arcane art to the first level, Lin Feng could finally rest. Even without my supervision. You have to cultivate diligently. Don't slack off. Otherwise, you know what the consequences will be. Master Tortoise warned. Yes, I will remember. Lin Feng said. I can show you the way, but it's up to you to cultivate. You can only rely on yourself in the future. After cultivating diligently for 2 years, you can move freely. Master Tortoise said. Lin Feng smiled and said, Master, do you have a way to give me the top 10 beauties to warm my bed? Master Tortoise rolled his eyes and said, I'm still single. When Lin Feng heard what his cheap teacher said, he quickly ran away. I can't introduce women to an old man like you. You're already so old. I can't hurt you. Within the Reincarnation Immortal sect, there were mountains. Spirit beasts and cranes could be seen everywhere. There were more than 10 million disciples in the Reincarnation Immortal sect, but very few of them were cultivating. Less than 10% of them were cultivating. This was because it was difficult to improve one's cultivation through pure cultivation. At this time, one had to enter the world. Many people would leave the sect to experience the customs of the mortal world, or to train in the dangerous places of the Great Swamp. Many people even boarded the merchant ships of the 9 States Alliance to travel to the Tianwu continent. Some of the disciples even had the ancient map of the extraterrestrial starry sky. Then, a group of people would travel to the extraterrestrial starry sky from the Tianwu continent. Cultivators were supposed to be free and unfettered. This was especially true for a large sect like the Reincarnation Immortal sect. They would not restrict their disciples' cultivation. A group of cranes flew over. When the leading crane saw Lin Feng, it flapped its huge wings and a gust of wind blew Lin Feng away. Then, the leading crane let out a loud cry, as if it was mocking Lin Feng. These cranes have become spirits. How dare they tease me? Do they really think that I'm a pushover? Lin Feng muttered to himself. Then, he pounced towards the red-crowned crane. The group of cranes scattered and flew into the distance. Lin Feng locked onto the red-crowned crane that was teasing him. Then, he quickly chased after it and rode on the red-crowned crane. Senior brother, spare me. I was wrong. Please spare me. The red-crowned crane could actually speak human language. From his voice, he sounded like a 4 or 5-year-old child. The celestial cranes reared by the Reincarnation Immortal sect were not ordinary. They were huge in size and the wingspan of a young celestial crane was more than 10 meters. If it was an adult red-crowned crane, it would have a wingspan of 40 to 50 meters. This immortal crane had ancient divine blood flowing through its veins because of the jade-white crown on its head. As such, this type of crane was known as the White Jade King crane and was the royal family of the crane race. Lin Feng had heard that the peak master of the red-crowned crane peak of the Reincarnation Immortal sect was a White Jade King crane that had been blessed. His cultivation was unfathomable. Therefore, these red-crowned cranes had a backer in the sect. Therefore, he would often tease some disciples. The disciples who were teased often chose to keep the peace. After all, these red-crowned cranes had a backer. What's your name? Lin Feng asked. I'm the red-crowned crane child. I offended you just now, but I hope that you can forgive me and spare me this time. The red-crowned crane child said pitifully. Lin Feng said, I'll spare you this time since you're still young. The red-crowned crane child immediately became happy and said, Thank you, senior brother. After Lin Feng arrived at the Reincarnation Immortal sect, he had been taken away by Lord Turtle. Therefore, he did not know much about the Reincarnation Immortal sect. The Reincarnation Immortal sect stretched for more than 100 miles and had immortal mountains that reached into the clouds. Lin Feng was not familiar with these immortal mountains either. He said, Red-crowned crane child, bring me around the Reincarnation Immortal sect. The red-crowned crane child nodded. With a flap of its wings, it soared into the sky and flew quickly between the mountains. Where are the disciples of the sect? Why haven't I seen any of them in such a long time? Lin Feng muttered. Reporting to senior brother. Most of the disciples in the sect have gone out to train, so there are very few people cultivating in the sect. Even if there are disciples cultivating in the sect, most of them would choose to cultivate in seclusion. The reincarnation immortal sect is too big, and the disciples who are active in the outside world are scattered. That's why it feels like there are very few people in the sect. The red-crowned crane child said. Didn't you say that there are tens of millions of slaves in the reincarnation immortal sect? Lin Feng asked. The red-crowned crane child said, these slaves are scattered around the various immortal mountains where the disciples live. They can't wander around the reincarnation immortal sect as they wish. Unless we land on one of the immortal mountains, we won't be able to see them. I see. Lin Feng nodded. Senior brother, are you a new disciple who just joined the sect? Why don't you know about these things? The red-crowned crane child asked. Lin Feng nodded. I haven't been in the sect for long. By the way, where did the disciples who joined the sect live 2 years ago? Every year, many batches of disciples join the sect. May I know which batch senior brother is referring to? The red-crowned crane child asked. The batch who managed to ascend the saintly ancestor mountain. Lin Feng said. Senior brother, are you talking about this batch? They went out to train, and they haven't returned yet. The red-crowned crane child said. Lin Feng had planned to look for Fatso, but since they had gone out to train, it seemed like he would have to wait for Fatso to return. Crane Boy continued, that senior brother who cleared the trial is truly heaven-defying. I even went to see him that day, wanting to admire that senior brother's glory. However, by the time I arrived, that senior brother had already left. Later on, that senior brother never appeared again. Many people are saying that he followed a group of old ancestors to the Holy Land to cultivate. I wonder if that is true. Lin Feng wailed inwardly, it's fake. It's fake. It's all a rumor. How could this young master be so lucky as to cultivate in the Holy Land with a group of ancestors? Now, I've been captured by a heartless old man to cultivate the 8-9 arcane art. I'm living in an abyss of suffering now. Lin Feng could only taste his own tears. He couldn't say anything to the red-crowned crane child. The red-crowned crane child brought Lin Feng around the outer regions of the sect. He didn't go to the central and inner regions. The central region is where the core disciples and elders cultivate. Ordinary disciples can't enter without permission. The inner regions are where the grand elders, holy sons, saintesses, vice headmasters, and other important people cultivate. You can't go there either. If you're caught trespassing, you'll be severely punished. Lin Feng nodded. The red-crowned crane child said, Senior brother. This sect isn't fun at all. Why don't I bring you to the ancient forest outside the sect to play? The red-crowned crane child wasn't old, so he was very playful. All right. Let's take a look at the forest outside. Lin Feng said. The crane boy couldn't help but cheer. He spread his wings and soared to the sky, rushing outside. Between the mountains, powerful ferocious beasts roamed everywhere. Hence, the crane boy did not dare to enter the forest. He only dared to circle in the sky and swoop down when he was sure there was no danger. Senior brother. There are rivers, abysses, lakes, swamps, and many other terrains in the Reincarnation Ancient Forest. Look at the river in front, it's called the Reincarnation River. It's the main river with many branches. The red-crowned crane boy said. Lin Feng gazed into the distance and as expected, he saw a gigantic river which was flowing unceasingly. The river was probably 10 to 20,000 meters wide. Fish could be seen jumping out of the water from time to time. The cranes that flew out of the Reincarnation Immortal sect hovered above the river, looking for prey. These cranes loved to hunt at the Reincarnation River. Suddenly, a crane swooped down from the sky towards the Reincarnation River. It was as fast as a white steed. A white light flashed across the sky. The crane had already reached the surface of the Reincarnation River and clawed at it with its sharp claws. Crack! A 20-meter-long python was pulled out. The crane's claws broke the python's spine. The python died instantly. The cranes of the Reincarnation Immortal sect had powerful bloodlines and were extremely fast. They were all experts at hunting. The red-crowned crane carried Lin Feng over the surface of the river and then flew away at full speed. Finally, they landed in a place surrounded by immortal fog. There was a waterfall here. Below the waterfall, there was a pool. There were beasts everywhere. Hence, no one would appear here. Senior brother. This is the Emerald Ripple Pool. There's an abandoned ancient cultivator's cave abode below. Although the treasures in the ancient cultivator's cave abode have been plundered, the formation in the cave abode was not destroyed. Every once in a while, I will enter the cave abode deep in the Emerald Ripple Pool to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The crane boy said. The crane boy was much stronger than other cranes of the same age. It turned out that this little guy had his own opportunity. The cave abode under the Emerald Ripple Pool was the little guy's opportunity. Lin Feng looked at the Jade Ripple Pond. He discovered that the Jade Ripple Pool was surrounded by shattered power of laws. In some places, there were still traces of sword intent that had yet to dissipate. There should have been a great battle here in the past. It was very likely that the owner of the cave abode had engaged in a fierce battle with other cultivators or ferocious beasts. If one did not understand the formation and rashly walked into the pool, only death would await them. The great formation here isn't simple. Lin Feng raised his brows slightly and said aloud. Yes, the great formation here is very powerful. Back then, I was chased by an extremely powerful vicious beast and accidentally entered this place. That vicious beast wanted to break through the great formation and was directly killed by it. The crane boy said. Lin Feng nodded and entered the great formation with the crane boy. When they arrived in front of the pool, he reached out to test the temperature of the water and found that it was about 36 or 37 degrees Celsius. This made Lin Feng very surprised. This was the most suitable temperature for hot spring water. This huge pool was actually a hot spring. There was probably underground magma under the cave abode that flowed through the ground and formed hot spring water. And because the spirit gathering formation in the cave abode was not destroyed. Therefore, the spirit chi of heaven and earth flowed in continuously. Most of the spirit chi of heaven and earth gathered in the cave abode, and a portion of it fused into the pool. Therefore, this pool was not only a hot spring, but also a spirit pool. Soaking in this place was definitely beneficial to one's body. Lin Feng was about to take off his clothes and take a good bath to fully enjoy this rare leisure time. At this moment, giggles suddenly came from the depths of the pool. Women? Lin Feng was shocked. At this moment, 3 beautiful figures swam out from the depths of the pool. Snow-white skin, black and beautiful hair, slender and charming figures. 3 pairs of long legs swayed in the water. Just like the tails of mermaids, they were filled with beauty. The 3 women clearly did not notice Lin Feng and the crane boy. As they swam towards the shore, they were still fooling around. Before long, they would be able to step on the cobblestone bottom of the pool. Then, the 3 fairies walked towards the shore step by step. Their hair was already wet and stuck tightly to their bodies. As they walked towards the shore, Lin Feng had a panoramic view of the boundless spring scenery. At this moment, Lin Feng also caught sight of the 3 women's faces. The 3 women were all peerlessly beautiful. They were just like fairies that had descended from the heavens into the mortal world. The fairy on the left had a graceful figure and perfect golden ratio. She was practically a masterpiece of the heavens. On the other hand, the fairy on the right was a woman with a hot figure. The fairy in the middle had an otherworldly aura. Lin Feng had never seen a real fairy before. He did not know what sort of aura those fairies in the legends had. But he could feel it. Even the aura of those fairies in the legends could not compare to this woman's. The 3 fairies belonged to 3 different types of beauties. But all of them were peerless beauties. It was truly a dazzling sight. Happiness came too quickly. Lin Feng even felt that it was not real. Until he heard screams. Only then did he wake up. Obviously, the 3 fairies saw Lin Feng standing on the shore. They did not expect that a man would actually appear here. The 3 fairies hurriedly protected their bodies with their hands and squatted in the water. Don't be afraid, fairies. I'll help you keep a lookout. There definitely won't be any rascals disturbing the 3 fairies bathing. Lin Feng said righteously. The 3 fairies gritted their teeth and looked at Lin Feng. You pervert. Fortunately, you said that you would help us keep a lookout for rascals. You deserve to die for peeping at us bathing. The 3 fairies screamed. One by one, they took out their magic treasures and attacked Lin Feng. "Hurry up and run!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. The crane boy and Lin Feng left the deployment spell. The three fairies' magic treasures were all blocked by the formation. "It's over. We're done for. Senior brother. We're dead for sure this time." The red-crowned crane boy carried Lin Feng away into the distance. He was shaking from head to toe. "What are you afraid of? Who are those three girls?" Lin Feng asked. "Those three all have great backgrounds. The girl on the left is called Bayusin, the girl on the right is called Nangong Qiming, and the girl in the middle is called Xia Shiyun. They're all people we can't afford to offend." The red-crowned crane boy cried out in horror. "So it's them. They're all peerless beauties among the 10 fairies. Only today did I realize how beautiful they are." Lin Feng clicked his tongue. "Senior brother, this is not the time for you to worry about their looks. I'm afraid we're in deep trouble." The red-crowned crane boy sighed worriedly. Lin Feng said. "What are you afraid of? You're just a red-crowned crane. There are so many red-crowned cranes in the sect. How would they know which one you are?" The red-crowned crane boy nodded happily and said, "That's right. I'm just a little crane. The 3 senior sisters won't blame me. Moreover, senior brother is standing in front of them. If the 3 senior sisters want to cause trouble, they'll cause trouble for senior brother first. Instead of looking for trouble with me." Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. That guy was trying to get rid of him so quickly. What a traitor, senior brother. "I'm tired. Let's go back," the red-crowned crane boy said. "Let's go back then." Lin Feng nodded. The red-crowned crane boy increased his speed and flew toward the reincarnation immortal sect. As the sun set, the sky gradually darkened. Hence, the roars of beasts could be heard continuously in the forest. There were countless ferocious beasts living in such a dense ancient forest. Many ferocious beasts were nocturnal. During the day, they would hide in caves and rest. They would only appear at night. Hence, the night in the reincarnation ancient forest was very dangerous. If one's cultivation was not high enough, he would be courting death. When they passed by a mountain range, Lin Feng suddenly saw a ball of black gas in the distance. The ball of black gas landed in the depths of the mountain range. A demonic cultivator. Lin Feng was shocked. It was not unreasonable for him to be so shocked. This was the reincarnation immortal sect. The reincarnation immortal sect had the heavenly mountain river mirror. The entire reincarnation ancient forest was a place where the heavenly mountain river mirror could observe. If a demonic cultivator snuck in, the heavenly mountain river mirror would be able to detect it immediately. Hence, no demonic cultivator dared to barge into the immortal sect. But now, there was actually a demonic cultivator who could avoid the detection of the heavenly mountain river mirror. It was unbelievable. Of course, it could also be because he was strong enough to deceive everyone. It was also possible that he had used some powerful magic treasure to avoid the detection of all the heavenly mountains and river mirrors. Senior brother. This demonic cultivator must be very powerful. Should we go back and report this to the immortal sect? The crane boy asked. Lin Feng said, "Do you think it's easy for a demon Dao master to infiltrate the reincarnation immortal sect? You've just reported this to the higher-ups, and you might be killed silently in the next moment." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the crane boy shuddered in fear. "Go back by yourself. Be careful on the road. Don't tell anyone about what you saw today, lest you get killed." Lin Feng said. "Yes. I'll remember it," the red-crowned crane boy hurriedly said. Then, it asked, "Senior brother, what about you? Aren't you going to return to the sect with me?" Lin Feng said. "There must be a reason why a demonic cultivator has infiltrated the reincarnation immortal sect. I'll go check it out and see why he's here." Crane boy said, "It's too dangerous. Senior brother, don't go. It's better if you come back with me." Lin Feng said. "It's fine. You don't have to worry about me." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng flew into the distance and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Crane boy knew that he would be a burden to Lin Feng if he followed him, so he flew in the direction of the reincarnation immortal sect. Lin Feng hid in the forest. He concealed his aura so that even the demonic cultivator did not notice him. That devil Dao expert was wearing a black robe with a hood that covered his face, so it was impossible to see what he looked like. He stood in the middle of a valley, motionless as if he was a statue. Whoosh! When night fell, a golden ray of light suddenly flew over from afar. A young man walked out of the golden ray of light. Young Master Yellow Springs. Why are you in the ancient forest of reincarnation? If you're discovered by the river mirrors, you'll be captured. Even your father, the Yellow Springs Emperor, won't be able to save you. The young man in the golden robe said in a low voice. Jean Luiyue, aren't you a little too cowardly? You're just worried that I'll expose you if I'm captured, right? Young Master Yellow Springs laughed coldly. I'm just thinking about our safety. Jean Luiyue said in a low voice. Young Master Yellow Springs sneered. If you're afraid, then you're afraid. There's no need to be so secretive. Jean Luiyue said in a low voice. I can't be bothered to argue with you on this topic. Hurry up and tell me why you're here today. Don't waste my time. When is Shui Linglong going to leave the reincarnation immortal sect? I can't wait to press her down and make her my slave. I want to trample on her dignity. Young Master Yellow Springs said coldly. Shui Linglong? Fairy Linglong? Lin Feng was shocked. This Shui Linglong could be said to be a heaven-sent genius. She was the leader of the 10 fairies in the reincarnation immortal sect. She had only cultivated for 100 years. However, she had a meteoric rise. It was said. The 4 young masters were not the strongest in the reincarnation immortal sect. Shui Linglong was the strongest. Shui Linglong had joined the reincarnation immortal sect without participating in the entrance test because of her great talent. Moreover, she became a core disciple immediately after joining the reincarnation immortal sect. Furthermore, in the core disciple competition, he had risen to prominence, defeating all his opponents with thunderous methods. She won first place. However, Shui Linglong kept a low profile. She rarely showed up in the immortal sect. Therefore, even the disciples of the reincarnation immortal sect were not familiar with Shui Linglong. However, Shui Linglong's beautiful appearance and great strength made many people fall for her. She was worthy of being ranked first on the 10 fairies list. Jean Luiyue said. I want to deal with her too. But I need to wait. When Shui Linglong comes out of seclusion, I'll inform you. I hope I won't have to wait too long for that day. Young Master Yellow Springs said in a low voice. Don't worry. I can't wait too long. The disciple I planted in Linglong's celestial palace told me that Shui Linglong will come out of seclusion soon. Jean Luiyue said. He. That's great. Young Master Yellow Springs laughed sinisterly. Then he turned into a cloud of black fog and flew away quickly. Jean Luiyue did not stay and left quickly. Jean Luiyue is the grandson of the Grand Elder of the Jade Dragon Peak. He is the successor of the Immortal Path. He colluded with the demonic path cultivators to kill his fellow disciples. What grudge does this guy have with Shui Linglong? Lin Feng couldn't help but scratch his chin and think. He did not stop and flew toward the immortal sect quickly. Lin Feng planned to ask the red-crowned crane boy if he knew about the grudge between Fairy Linglong and Jean Luiyue. Seeing that Lin Feng had returned to the reincarnation immortal sect, the red-crowned crane boy immediately flew over. Brother, you're finally back. I'm relieved to see that you're fine. Lin Feng patted the red-crowned crane's head. This little guy was quite kind. He even knew how to worry about him. This is for you. Take it and eat it. Lin Feng took out 100,000-year-old peach of immortality and gave it to the red-crowned crane boy. The red-crowned crane boy almost drooled when he saw the peach. Is this really for me? He looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. The red-crowned crane boy had heard of immortality peaches before. He had also seen them from afar. But he had never eaten one. When the reincarnation immortal sect received important guests, they would use immortality peaches. The red-crowned crane boy was just a beast cultivator. To put it bluntly, he was just a spiritual beast raised by the reincarnation immortal sect. His status was much lower than that of ordinary disciples. If it weren't for the protection of a red-crowned crane who practiced Tao, the red-crowned cranes would have been much lower. The status of the red-crowned cranes would have been even lower. They might have even become mounts. Therefore, the red-crowned crane boy had only eaten immortality peaches in his dreams. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Of course it's for you. Brother, you're too good to me," the red-crowned crane boy said excitedly. Then, he put the peach away. Lin Feng said, "Red-crowned crane boy, do you know about the enmity between Jin Luiwei and Fairy Ling Long?" The red-crowned crane boy said, "I vaguely heard from other red-crowned cranes that Jin Luiwei came from a noble family. She was extremely talented. 60 years ago, there was a competition among the core disciples. The winner would be promoted to Holy Prince or Holy Maiden. Brother, you should know that Holy Princes and Holy Maidens have a high status in the sect. They're even more important than the Great Elder. The cultivation resources they receive are also incomparable to the other disciples. They can even read the reincarnation immortal scripture. Back then, Jin Luyu had the highest chance of winning. Her grandfather gave her a terrifying forbidden weapon to help her stand out during the great competition," said Lin Feng. Jin Luiyue suppressed all her opponents in the grand competition. Many people thought that Jin Luiyue would be the champion of the grand competition. But who would have thought that senior sister Shui Linglong would become the biggest dark horse? She entered the finals when no one was optimistic about her chances. In the end, she defeated Jin Luiyue in the finals. Senior sister Shui Linglong became famous and became the new Holy Maiden. However, from then on, Jin Luiyue hated senior Shui Linglong and went against her in every way. I didn't expect there to be such a story behind it. Jin Luiyue is such a narrow-minded person, Lin Feng said. The crane boy nodded and said, "That's right. Jin Luiyue is famous for his narrow-mindedness. He's not very popular in the sect, but he has a strong background, so very few people dare to offend him." Lin Feng said, "All right. You can go back. I'm going back too. Senior brother, if I want to find you, where can I find you?" the crane boy asked. "The barren mountain in the northwest," Lin Feng said. The crane boy was so scared that his whole body trembled. "Isn't that where Lord Tortoise lives? That's a forbidden area. Without Lord Tortoise's permission, nobody can go there. Otherwise, they'll die a horrible death. I don't dare go there, but if I want to find you, I'll send you a message using my divine sense. Senior brother, I'm leaving. I'm going back to sleep." The crane boy said goodbye to Lin Feng and flew towards the crane peak. Lin Feng returned to the barren mountain. "Kid, where did you die today? I'm hungry. Hurry up and cook some meat for me. And that monkey wine too. Do you have more? Don't hide it. Take it out and give it to me." As soon as he returned, he heard Lord Tortoise's voice. Lin Feng said helplessly, "Master, I only have a dozen or so jars of monkey wine left. I was planning to slowly savor them. You took them all 2 years ago. Who knows if you still have some secret goods?" Lord Tortoise pursed his lips. Lin Feng shouted inwardly, "Don't tell me I don't have any left. Even if I did, I wouldn't give it to you. You'll be greedy to death." He didn't dare to slander Lord Tortoise out loud. Instead, he smiled and said, "Disciple wouldn't dare to hide anything from master. Kid, you better not. If I find out that you have more, I'll teach you a lesson." Lord Tortoise pursed his lips. "Old Tortoise. You only know how to exploit your disciple," Lin Feng thought viciously. However, he didn't stop what he was doing. He quickly prepared the ingredients to cook some meat for his cheap master. 2 hours later, the delicious barbecued meat that was exuding an alluring aroma was ready. The master and disciple pair ate the barbecued meat while drinking wine. Lin Feng asked, "Master, does our sect have an alchemist?" "Why are you asking this?" Lord Tortoise asked. "Disciple, I'm planning to refine some special items," Lin Feng said. Lord Tortoise said, "We do have an alchemist, but he has a strange temper. It's hard to say if he'll help you." Lin Feng said, "That senior should give face to master, right?" Lord Tortoise said, "Of course. Master's face. Who would dare to not give face to the reincarnation immortal sect? don't worry and go find that old man. If anyone tries to stop you, just say that you're my disciple. Let's see if anyone dares to stop you." Seeing how confident Lord Tortoise was, Lin Feng felt that something was wrong. However, he couldn't tell what was wrong. "Where should I go to find that senior?" Lin Feng asked. "Go to the Reincarnation Valley," Lord Tortoise said. "Where is the Reincarnation Valley?" Lin Feng asked. "Head southeast. When you feel the air getting hotter, you'll reach the Reincarnation Valley," Lord Tortoise said. Lin Feng asked doubtfully, "The air is getting hotter? Is it because of the Reincarnation Valley? Is the Reincarnation Valley connected to the underground world of fire?" Lord Tortoise pursed his lips. "What's the underground world of fire?" "The Reincarnation Valley seals the 17th ranked heavenly flame, the Reincarnation Everlasting Fire." "What? The Reincarnation Valley seals the Reincarnation Everlasting Fire?" Lin Feng jumped up from the ground, his face filled with shock. The 17th ranked heavenly flame, it was even more powerful than the hellfire he had refined. If he could refine the Reincarnation Everlasting Fire, then, what kind of terrifying level would his cultivation be raised to? Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel excited. Lord Tortoise said indifferently, "The Reincarnation Everlasting Fire guards the 5 elemental fire veins of the sect. Countless experts have coveted the Reincarnation Everlasting Fire, snatching it openly and secretly, but all of them were killed by the sect's experts. No one can take the Reincarnation Everlasting Fire away. It's very important to the Reincarnation Everlasting Fire." Lord Tortoise seemed to know what Lin Feng was thinking. Lord Tortoise was clearly warning Lin Feng to behave himself and not have any ideas about the Reincarnation Everlasting Fire. "Master, don't worry. Why would I have any ideas about the heavenly flame? I'm an honest person." Lin Feng grinned. Mr. Turtle glanced at Lin Feng indifferently and didn't say anything. The master and disciple drank until they were dead drunk. On the second day, Lin Feng's head was still hurting. "This cheap master can drink too much. Even someone like me can't hold my liquor." Lin Feng rubbed his head. He got up and packed up before heading to the Reincarnation Valley. Lin Feng left the barren mountain and entered the outer region of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. He noticed that there were more disciples in the mountains. There were still many people flying in from outside the mountain gate and entering the various celestial mountains. "Wow. Senior brother. Where are you going?" The crane boy and a group of cranes flew in the sky. When he saw Lin Feng, he was very happy and shouted loudly. Lin Feng said, "I'm going to the Reincarnation Valley." "That's the place where the heavenly flame is sealed," the crane boy said. "I'm going to the Reincarnation Valley to look for Senior Mo," Lin Feng said. "Senior brother, are you going to refine something special?" the crane boy asked. Lin Feng nodded. "That's right. I'm going to refine a batch of Heavenly God elixir." Lin Feng had the Heavenly God source energy, and he had been keeping it. He was waiting for an alchemist to refine the Heavenly God elixir. The Heavenly God elixir was very important to Lin Feng because it could activate Imperial weapons. With the Heavenly God elixir, he would not need to burn his lifespan to activate Imperial weapons. This way, his body would not be damaged by burning his lifespan. The crane boy said, "I know that place. I'll bring Senior brother there." "All right." Lin Feng nodded. "You guys go play. I'm bringing Senior brother to the Reincarnation Valley," the crane boy said to the group of cranes. The group of cranes spread their wings and flew into the distance. Lin Feng sat on the crane boy's back. The red-crowned crane boy flew in the direction of Reincarnation Valley. "Looks like you've already eaten the peach of immortality. His cultivation seems to have improved a lot," Lin Feng said. The red-crowned crane boy immediately said happily, "That's right, Senior apprentice brother. After eating the peach, I've become much more powerful than before." It was much more difficult for beast cultivators to break through compared to human cultivators. Firstly, beast cultivators preferred to cultivate their physical bodies. If their physical bodies were too strong, it would restrict their breakthroughs. Secondly, beast cultivators' ability to comprehend was much weaker than human cultivators. Naturally, their advancement would be much slower. In fact, it wasn't just the beast cultivators. Many other races couldn't compare to the human race in terms of comprehension ability. Even if it was the god race. Demons. In terms of comprehension ability, they were much inferior to the human race. The main reason for this situation was because of natural selection. The cruel natural law of survival of the fittest forced the human race to change. The human race had a weak physical body. Unlike the other races, they had strong physical bodies. Therefore, after the creation of the world and the appearance of all living things, in order to survive, the human race had to think of all kinds of methods. They fought against the heavens, the earth, and the beasts. Therefore, humans were the first race to develop their brains. Humans were also the smartest race. They were also the race that could adapt to the environment. No matter how bad the environment was, humans could rely on their intelligence to survive. Therefore, many of the most powerful experts in history were human cultivators. The more one cultivated, the more one would cultivate. The higher the requirement for comprehension ability, the advantages of the human race would gradually become apparent. The red-crowned crane boy carried Lin Feng and quickly flew in the direction of Reincarnation Valley. Lin Feng said, "Why do I see so many disciples coming back from the outside?" "It's because senior apprentice sister Li Yingyu and senior apprentice sister Lu Xinran are about to leave the sect. It's said that they are going to travel to the outer realm." "Everyone is coming back," the crane boy said. Li Yingyu and Lu Xinran were both peerless beauties of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. They were goddesses in the hearts of countless people. This time, they would leave the sect and travel to the outer realm. It might be an eternal farewell. Therefore, many people returned to the sect, wanting to see their goddesses for the last time. I was wondering why so many people looked sad. So it's because their goddesses are leaving and they're sad. Lin Feng muttered. He knew the dangers of traveling to the outer realm. One careless move. There was a chance that he would die and his Tao would disappear. Therefore, after the two fairies entered the outer realm, their futures were also uncertain. They might even die in the outer realm. Roar, an earth-shaking roar suddenly came from the distance. Then, one after another, strange beasts charged over from afar, crushing the heavens. The strange beast in the lead had the body of a lion, the head of a dragon, and huge wings. It was a winged dragon lion, a fierce beast with an extremely powerful bloodline. A female cultivator sat on the winged dragon lion. The female cultivator had an arrogant look on her face. The rest of the people were also riding on various strange beasts. They were all powerful and should be core disciples of the sect. These core disciples were at least in the divine fire realm and had an extremely high status in the sect. It's senior sister Suing. These people are extraordinary, they're all famous people. Seeing the woman in the lead, the immortal crane boy whispered and quickly stopped in midair, waiting for these people to leave. In the sect, when ordinary disciples saw the core disciples, they had to wait for the core disciples to leave before they could leave. The hierarchy in the sect was strict. The difference in status between different disciples was huge. This could also stimulate the enthusiasm of the sect's disciples. In order to get better treatment and become a person above others, all the disciples cultivated desperately. When passing by Lin Feng and the immortal crane boy, the woman who was called Suing by the immortal crane boy suddenly stopped. The rest of the people stopped as well. Isn't this the immortal crane boy? Did your sister come back? Suing asked with a smile. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. This immortal crane boy had a sister? It seemed that he had cultivated to a certain level. His status was at least at the level of a core disciple. No wonder so many immortal cranes listened to the immortal crane boy. Firstly, it was because the immortal crane boy's strength was outstanding. Secondly, he had a backer. The immortal crane boy hurriedly said, reporting to senior sister Sue, "My sister hasn't come back yet." At this time, Suing took out a demon lashing whip and viciously lashed it at the immortal crane boy. Smack, the whip landed on the immortal crane boy's body, causing him to cry out in pain. Senior sister Sue, why did you hit me? The immortal crane boy was trembling in fear. Your sister, that bitch, stole my opportunity. So I'll hit you. I'll beat you half to death. When that bitch comes back, tell her to come find me. Suing raised the demon lashing whip and lashed it at the immortal crane boy again. The immortal crane boy screamed again and again, begging loudly, "Senior Sister Sue, I beg you, don't hit me, please spare me." Suing sneered, completely ignoring the immortal crane boy's pleas. This powerful whip once again viciously lashed at the immortal crane boy. Crack! Just as the whip was about to strike the red-crowned crane boy again, the red-crowned crane boy's body was about to be struck. Suddenly, Lin Feng reached out his hand and grabbed the demon lashing whip that Su Ying was about to hit him. Su Ying's expression suddenly darkened. She looked coldly at Lin Feng and shouted coldly, "Who do you think you are? How dare you stop me from teaching this beast a lesson?" Lin Feng said with an indifferent expression, "There is no lack of people in this world who look like dogs, but have the heart of a snake and scorpion, people who are worse than beasts." When Su Ying heard Lin Feng's words, she immediately flew into a rage. Because Lin Feng's words were simply mocking her for being worse than a beast. "You're courting death." Su Ying's eyes flashed with a cold light. She needed to pull back the demon lashing whip. But Su Ying realized, the demon lashing whip was grabbed by Lin Feng, and she was actually unable to pull it out. "Senior brother. We can't afford to offend these people. Forget it, let's hurry up and leave," the immortal crane boy said softly. TSK. Mixing with a lowly spirit beast, looks like you should be a disciple who has just joined the sect, right? Do you know who I am? Su Ying was also an extremely smart person. From the immortal crane boy's words and expression, she was able to deduce Lin Feng's identity. Now, she looked at Lin Feng with a condescending expression. She naturally looked down on Lin Feng, a disciple who had just joined the sect for a few years. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Of course I know who you are." Hearing that Lin Feng knew her, Su Ying's expression became even more arrogant. She was thinking of how to humiliate Lin Feng in order to vent the hatred in her heart. But at this moment, Lin Feng spoke again. "Isn't she just a little slut?" "What? You dare to call me a little slut?" Su Ying's originally arrogant expression immediately turned sinister after hearing Lin Feng's words. Pairs of eyes looked at Lin Feng viciously. "You're just a cultivator who joined the sect a few years ago. How dare he be so disrespectful to a core disciple of the sect?" "You're courting death," Su Ying said through gritted teeth. "So what if you just joined the sect a few years ago? Who said that those who have joined the sect for a short time have to be bullied?" Lin Feng pursed his lips. "If I wanted your dog life, even if you had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough. You offended a core disciple, I have countless ways to make you die without a grave." Su Ying's voice was sinister. From the fact that this woman involved a mortal crane boy and even whipped a mortal crane boy due to her personal grudge with him, one could tell how vicious Su Ying was. "Kneel on the floor. Kowtow and apologize to me." Then, he would cripple his own arm. "I'll spare your life." Pa! As soon as Su Ying finished speaking, Lin Feng snatched the demon lashing whip from her hand. Then, a whip lashed Su Ying's body. "Ah!" Su Ying immediately screamed miserably. The power of the demon lashing whip was extremely strong, causing serious damage to the body. This was a punishment tool used by the sect to deal with serious criminals. "You dare to hit me? You actually dare to hit me?" Su Ying screamed in disbelief. An ordinary sect disciple actually dared to use the demon lashing whip to whip her, a core disciple. This was simply unimaginable. Lin Feng's whip had violated countless immortal rules. "So what if I hit you? Don't you like to use the demon lashing whip to whip people? Today, I'll let you have a taste of the demon lashing whip." Lin Feng sneered. Pa! Another 3 whips landed on Su Ying's body. Su Ying couldn't bear it and fell from the dual-winged dragon lion. "Hurry and save Su Ying!" Someone immediately shouted and quickly rushed out to catch Su Ying. Roar! Su Ying's mount, the dual-winged dragon lion, became ferocious. Its roar shook the sky. Then, it leaped up and pounced towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he lashed out with the demon lashing whip in his hand. Pa! Another 3 whips were lashed out. The dual-winged dragon lion couldn't bear the whipping of the demon lashing whip. Its huge body directly fell down. With a plop, it fell heavily into the forest. You actually dare to openly violate the sect's immortal rules. Are you trying to betray the sect? Everyone. As core disciples, we need to protect the dignity of the sect. Today, we will clean up the sect. Suing shouted fiercely. When she looked at Lin Feng, she couldn't wait to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. Brat. Since you're courting death, today, we'll fulfill your wish. The cultivators beside Suing shouted coldly. A total of more than 20 people rushed towards Lin Feng. Looking at these people, there were 80% chance that many of them were Su Ying's pursuers and wanted to show off in front of her. Although this Suing had a vicious heart, she was still quite beautiful. It was no wonder that there were so many male cultivators from various sects surrounding her. Senior brother. Let's run. Seeing so many people rushing over, the immortal crane boy was so scared that his entire body was trembling. He couldn't help but whisper. Run? Why should we run? A bunch of self-righteous fellows. In the sect, it's all about fists. Whoever's fist is harder will have a higher status. What ordinary disciples, core disciples, holy sons, and holy daughters, they're all empty. As long as you're strong enough, even if you're just a servant disciple, the sect will also immediately take it seriously. Lin Feng said indifferently. He took a step forward and arrived in the middle of the crowd. The demon lashing whip in his hand directly lashed out. Pa 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 pa, Lin Feng's speed was too fast. It was so fast that the group of core disciples couldn't react in time. Whip after whip lashed out at these people. Mournful screams could be heard endlessly. One by one, the core disciples were whipped until their flesh was lacerated and they fell into the forest. Isn't that Suing and the others? Who is that kid? He actually beat Su Ying's group up to such a state. Too savage. Too savage. One person against so many core disciples. A group of core disciples can't even resist. Since when did such a powerful disciple appear in the sect? Hee, there are crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the sect. Many people just keep a low profile and don't usually show their strength. If you provoke such a person, you can only wait to be unlucky. I think that kid is very likely such a person. Suing relied on her brother's prestige to be arrogant and despotic. Today, she kicked an iron plate. Serves her right. Many people began to discuss spiritedly. Clap, clap, clap. While the surrounding disciples were discussing, Lin Feng didn't stop. He lashed out with the demon lashing whip again and again. Miserable screams could be heard continuously. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 disciples were injured by Lin Feng's demon lashing whip. Their bodies fell into the forest, wailing in pain. The rest of the people were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They hurriedly fled into the distance, looking at Lin Feng in horror. Su Ying's expression was also extremely ugly. She didn't expect Lin Feng to be so powerful. Don't let me see you again. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson every time I see you. Lin Feng threw the demon lashing whip on the ground. Then, he arrogantly left behind a sentence and left with the crane boy. Many of the surrounding disciples smiled bitterly. Originally, they thought that Lin Feng was the kind of person who didn't show his strength and kept a low profile but was very powerful. But now, it seemed that this guy wasn't the kind of person who kept a low profile. Instead, he seemed to be extremely arrogant. Could it be that this person is also a core disciple? But there are tens of thousands of core disciples in the sect, and many of them don't appear in the sect. I wonder which core disciple he is. Who knows? But I'm afraid this matter won't end so easily. Suing isn't the type to swallow a loss. Let's wait and see. I'm guessing she'll ask her brother, Su Zicheng, for help. Lin Feng and the crane boy had already left, but the people around them were still discussing the matter. Those core disciples who had fallen into the mountain forest, after a period of painful torture, crawled up one after another. One by one, they flew into the air and sat back on their mounts. Junior sister Su. We've lost a lot of face today, but that kid's methods are extraordinary. We're not his match. Even if we want to take revenge, we don't have the ability. Someone said viciously. Let's go. Follow me to find my brother. Suing said through clenched teeth. Roar. The dual-winged dragon lion roared and soared into the sky from the forest. Suing sat on the dual-winged dragon lion's back. Then, the group quickly left. The surrounding disciples who had gathered to watch also began to disperse. The crane boy continued flying in the direction of the reincarnation valley. Lin Feng asked, "Does your body still hurt?" The crane boy said, "It doesn't hurt anymore." "Thank you for your concern, senior brother." The crane boy said excitedly, "I didn't expect senior brother to be so powerful. Even so many core disciples weren't your match. Now, senior brother can go to the core disciple peak and be certified as a core disciple. Once you become a core disciple, you'll be a high and mighty figure in the sect." In the world of the immortal Tao, there was a strict hierarchy. Especially in the crane boy's opinion. The reincarnation immortal sect was even more so. Hence, the crane boy reminded Lin Feng to go and be certified as a core disciple. If Lin Feng was also a core disciple today, Suing and the others wouldn't dare to make a move openly. Lin Feng nodded and said, "I will find some time to go to the core disciples' peak." The red-crowned crane boy suddenly said worriedly, "Senior brother, that Su Ying's brother is called Suzy Cheng. He's a powerful existence ranked 9th among the core disciples. His cultivation is simply unfathomable. Suing is a vengeful person. She will definitely find Suzy Cheng to avenge her. Even if the Holy Sun is here, he might not even be a match for me, let alone a mere core disciple." Lin Feng said indifferently. "Wow. Senior brother, why are you so powerful?" The red-crowned crane boy immediately exclaimed. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Sooner or later, you'll have a cultivation like mine." The red-crowned crane boy said, "I must cultivate properly. Once I become powerful, those people won't dare to hit me anymore." Whoosh. The crane boy increased his speed. An hour later, the red-crowned crane boy brought Lin Feng to the reincarnation valley. The temperature around the reincarnation valley was scorching hot, and the vegetation that grew here was also fiery red. For example, the trees that grew in the dense, fiery red forest were called redwood trees. These redwood trees contained powerful fire attribute energy, and were simply the best material to forge fire attribute magic treasures. "Senior brother, look at that valley in the depths. That's the reincarnation valley. In the depths of the reincarnation valley is the place where the heavenly flame is sealed. However, this place is considered a forbidden area, and ordinary people can't enter without permission. There are also some guards outside," the crane boy said. Lin Feng looked inside and indeed saw the guards guarding the surroundings. He said, "Let's stop here. You don't have to wait for me. You can go back by yourself. I'm going to see Senior Mo. That Senior Mo is called Old Monster Mo. He has a very strange temper. Senior brother, you must be careful," the crane boy reminded him. "Don't worry. Nothing will happen," Lin Feng said. The crane boy immediately soared into the sky and quickly flew into the distance. Lin Feng flew towards the reincarnation valley. The reincarnation valley is an important place. Halt. Seeing Lin Feng's arrival, the dozen or so sect experts guarding the reincarnation valley stopped Lin Feng. "Is Senior Mo here? Help me inform him that Lord Tortoise's disciple, Lin Feng, requests an audience," Lin Feng said. When the group of guards heard that Lin Feng was Lord Tortoise's disciple, their eyes became strange. The guard commander said, "When did Lord Tortoise take in a disciple?" Lin Feng said, 2 years ago. Then, the group of people looked at Lin Feng with pity. They had probably heard that Lord Tortoise's previous disciples had all ended up in extremely miserable states. "Wait outside for a while. I'll send someone to inform Elder Mo," the guard commander said. Lin Feng nodded. The guard commander sent someone to report the matter. Lin Feng stood outside and waited. Whoosh. A woman flew over from afar. She was wearing a fiery red dress that wrapped around her enchanting body. There was a slight slit at the bottom of her dress, revealing her slender and straight legs. This woman had an exquisite face that was so beautiful that it could take one's breath away. Coupled with that fiery body, she was simply a stunner. Dancing flame fairy. Although they had met once before, this woman was too beautiful. Even if they had only met once, Moreover, they had met more than 2 years ago. It was still unforgettable. Haha, what wind blew Dancing Flame Fairy here? The guard commander said with a smile. I'm here to find Elder Imo to refine something. Dancing Flame Fairy said with a smile. At this time, Dancing Flame Fairy also noticed Lin Feng. When she saw Lin Feng's appearance, her red lips opened slightly. Her expression was full of shock. It's you. Dancing Flame Fairy's eyes moved as she stared at Lin Feng. She naturally had a deep impression of Lin Feng. More than 2 years ago. He appeared out of nowhere. He stepped onto the path to heaven and passed through 3 stages. He ascended the sacred ancestor mountain. The most important thing was that Lin Feng had actually caused the blowing of the great law conch. Ring the longevity bell. Such a phenomenon occurred. This was the sign of becoming an immortal. However, ever since that day, Dancing Flame Fairy had never seen Lin Feng again. She had never thought that she would actually see Lin Feng outside the Reincarnation Valley. Fairy still remembers me. Could it be that you miss me every night? Unforgettable? Lin Feng said with a smile. Damn. This kid actually dares to tease Dancing Flame Fairy. When the group of guards heard Lin Feng's words, they almost fell to the ground. Dancing Flame Fairy looked very approachable. However, if one thought that he could tease her, then it would be a big mistake. There was once a male disciple who verbally teased Dancing Flame Fairy. He was directly beaten half to death by Dancing Flame Fairy. From then on, no one dared to use foul language in front of Dancing Flame Fairy. The group of guards looked at Lin Feng with pity. He even dared to tease Dancing Flame Fairy. This kid was definitely going to be unlucky. However, to everyone's surprise, the fairy did not get angry. Instead, she started giggling. She was laughing so hard that her body trembled. Fairy Dancing Flame smiled and said, Junior brother, if you want to know whether I have been thinking about you every night for the past 2 years, then come to the Myriad Immortals Peak to find me tonight. The Myriad Immortal Peak was filled with many exotic flowers and herbs, as well as many rockeries and strange rocks. Many disciples liked to take a stroll on the Myriad Immortal Peak to relax. After saying that, Dancing Flame Fairy moved her long and slender legs and walked towards the Reincarnation Valley. Obviously, she would not be stopped from entering the Reincarnation Valley. After Dancing Fire Fairy left, the group of guards looked at Lin Feng with jealousy and hatred. Junior brother Lin, could it be that you have some sort of relationship with Fairy Dancing Fire? Lin Feng sighed and said, sometimes, being too charming can be quite annoying. These fairies are all throwing themselves at me like moths to a flame. I don't have the heart to reject them. The guards wished they could slap Lin Feng, who was showing off, and send him flying. At that moment, the disciple who had gone in to report came out. The disciple said, Elder Mo asked Junior brother Lin to go in. Haha, everyone, I'll go in and take a look. Lin Feng waved his hand and entered the Reincarnation Valley. The further in he went, the higher the temperature became. This was because he was getting closer to the heavenly flames. Although the heavenly flames had been sealed, there was still a trace of them escaping, which was why the temperature outside was so high. Lin Feng completely hid the 4 heavenly flames in his body. No one would be able to discover the secret of the heavenly flames in his body. In the depths of the Reincarnation Valley was a huge cavern. Lin Feng entered the cavern and followed the passage downwards. Then, he saw a distorted spatial gate. It seems like there's another world here. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Kid. The gate outside is the entrance to the reincarnation space. Come in. At that moment, a gloomy voice came from within the spatial gate. Lin Feng guessed that the owner of the voice was Elder Mo. He raised his guard slightly. This senior Mo was known as Old Eccentric Mo. He had an extremely eccentric temperament, so he had to be on guard against him. However, he didn't stop and directly entered the void gate. Whoosh! With a flash of light, Lin Feng found himself in a mysterious space. In this space, there was a 7-story pagoda. The 7-floored pagoda was locked down by chains. The pagoda's body and chains were engraved with emperor runes. There were a total of 79 emperor runes. Each of the emperor runes emitted powerful energy waves. What a big deal. It seems like a great emperor sealed the undying fire of samsara back then. Which great emperor was it? Could it be the Samsara emperor? Lin Feng couldn't help but think. Lin Feng only knew a small part of the history of the reincarnation celestial sect. As for the great emperor from the reincarnation immortal sect, he only knew of one person. That was Samsara emperor. Lin Feng withdrew his consciousness and landed outside the 7th-floored pagoda. Seeing this sealed 7th-floored pagoda, Lin Feng couldn't help but think of the demonic pagoda in the Snow Clan space. It wasn't without reason that ancient experts liked to forge treasures into pagoda-shaped treasures. It was said that pagoda-shaped treasures were compatible with the heavenly Tao. Together with cauldron-type treasures, they were called supreme treasures. Therefore, in ancient times, many cultivators liked to forge treasures into cauldron-type treasures or pagoda-type treasures. However, forging cauldron-type and pagoda-type treasures was the most difficult. There were many aspects to consider. However, once successfully forged, cauldron-type and pagoda-type treasures were far more powerful than other treasures of the same level. Treasures could also challenge cultivators of a higher level. Cauldron-type and pagoda-type treasures were treasures that could challenge cultivators of a higher level. There were many famous pagoda-type treasures in history, such as the 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda, the True Dragon Heaven-Suppressing Pagoda, the 8 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, the Relic Golden Pagoda, the Exquisite Pagoda, and so on. They were all supreme treasures of legend with great power. Wait outside for a moment. Old Monster Mo's voice came from the pagoda. Lin Feng answered and stood outside to wait. Not long after, Dancing Flame Fairy walked out. The more he looked at this woman, the more beautiful she was. The more he looked at her, the better her figure was. She was especially seductive. When she passed by Lin Feng, Dancing Flame Fairy said with a smile, "Junior brother, don't forget. I will wait for you to come. Senior sister, don't worry. Even if a knife is on my neck, I will still keep my appointment." Lin Feng immediately said. He couldn't help but think in his heart. Dancing Flame Fairy asked him to meet her. Could it be that she had taken a fancy to him? She wanted to enter the small forest with him? Create a new life, just thinking about it made him feel excited. Dancing Flame Fairy giggled. Then, she swayed her slim waist and walked outside. She's already gone, what are you still looking at? If you want to woo her, there are plenty of opportunities. Hurry up and come in. Elder Mo's voice came out. Lin Feng wiped the sweat off his forehead. Was this something a former expert should say? He's simply old and frivolous. This Elder Mo, could it be that he's also a very strange existence? Lin Feng entered the first floor of the pagoda and saw that there were countless things piled up on the first floor. There were all kinds of materials, bottles, and jars. In the middle, there were more than a dozen cauldrons, which seemed to be used to refine various substances. This place was dirty and messy. It really looked like a garbage collection plant. An old man wearing a dark green robe narrowed his eyes as he looked at Lin Feng. His eyes flickered with a sinister gaze, causing Lin Feng to shudder. Junior Lin Feng. Greetings, Senior. Lin Feng bowed. He. Looks like your master asked you to repay his debt. Old Monster Mo laughed strangely. Lin Feng said doubtfully. Repay debt? What debt? I've never heard of debt repayment. You're not here to repay your debt. What are you doing here? Old Monster Mo laughed strangely. Lin Feng said, Junior is here to ask Senior to help me refine a batch of heavenly god elixir. I see. Looks like the old turtle tricked you here. This is very much in line with the old turtle's style of doing things. Who asked you to be his disciple? Refining the heavenly god elixir isn't a problem, but before that, you have to repay your master's debt. Old Monster Mo said sinisterly. What does Master owe Senior? Origin crystals? Precious materials? Junior is a person who respects his teacher and will definitely help him repay his debt. Lin Feng said righteously. He. Old Monster Mo laughed strangely. What are these things? They're not even worth mentioning. Every 100 years, your master will enter 9 hells purgatory to do something for me. This time, you'll be entering 9 hells purgatory on behalf of your master. 9 hells purgatory. Rumor had it that Nine Hells Purgatory was a terrifying world that was infinitely close to the netherworld. A cultivator's body could not enter Nine Hells Purgatory, only their soul. Once a soul entered Nine Hells Purgatory, it would be a fate worse than death. The most terrifying thing was that once one got lost in Nine Hells Purgatory, they would never be reincarnated. Enter Nine Hells Purgatory to repay his debt? How could Lin Feng agree to something like that? If he entered Nine Hells Purgatory and survived, he would probably be half dead by the time he returned. If he got lost in Nine Hells Purgatory, wouldn't he die without a burial place? He hurriedly said, why am I here? Maybe I've come to the wrong place. Senior, I'm sorry to disturb you. I'll leave now and won't disturb your cultivation. Kid, are you trying to play dumb? Didn't you just say that you wanted to repay your master's debt? Old Monster Mo sneered. Lin Feng hurriedly said, Senior, you must have misheard. Junior doesn't have a **** tea master. Achoo. Lord Tortoise, who was resting with his legs crossed in a dilapidated hall, suddenly sneezed. He quickly sat up and cursed loudly, which bastard is cursing me behind my back? Brat. It's too late to act shamelessly now. Since you've come to me, you have to do this even if you have to. You have to do it even if you don't want to. Old Monster Mo said sinisterly. Lin Feng said, I'd rather destroy 10 temples. I'd rather destroy a marriage. Tonight, I have an appointment with Fairy Dancing Flame at the Myriad Immortals Peak. I'm sure you don't want to destroy our marriage, right? Old Monster Mo said. A man doesn't have to worry about not having a wife. What the? Lin Feng really wanted to curse Old Monster Mo. He wanted to curse Lord Tortoise as well. This old bastard kept tricking his disciple again and again. How could there be such a master? How could he have a master like Lord Tortoise? He was just unlucky. Lin Feng said helplessly, my cultivation is limited. My soul has entered Nine Hells Purgatory. I'm afraid that only death awaits me. Old Monster Mo said, your soul has given birth to 3 primordial spirits. Looks like you've had quite a fortuitous encounter. Moreover, I can sense an extremely noble energy from your soul. You must have cultivated an extremely heaven-defying soul secret technique. Am I right? Damn, you can even guess that? Lin Feng looked at Old Monster Mo warily. Old Monster Mo had even discovered that he had cultivated Luya's stargazing chart. Although Old Monster Mo might not know what Lin Feng had cultivated, Old Monster Mo was certain that he had cultivated a secret technique. If Old Monster Mo wanted to know, it shouldn't be too difficult. Old Monster Mo continued, don't worry. Everyone has their own secrets. I respect the secrets of others, so I won't try to find out what kind of powerful soul secret technique you've cultivated. Lin Feng exhaled deeply and said solemnly, presumably. I'm entering Nine Hells Purgatory to help you with something, right? Old Monster Mo chuckled and said, that's right. You're here to help me with something. There's a true dragon skeleton in Nine Hells Purgatory. Enter and find it. Follow the path I've given you. You'll need to find a true dragon skeleton in Nine Hells Purgatory for a year. True dragon skeleton. Lin Feng was shocked. The true dragon race was one of the most terrifying races. Since the creation of the world, only 9 true dragon emperors had appeared. Even great emperors were no match for the true dragon emperor. Some people said that the true dragon great emperor was equivalent to an immortal level expert. Some said that the true dragon emperor was only one step away from becoming an immortal. But who knew what cultivation level the true dragon great emperor was at? You can't be thinking of retrieving the true dragon skeleton from Nine Hells Purgatory, right? Lin Feng said. What? Is there anything impossible about it? Old Monster Mo asked with a sinister smile. Lin Feng said. Only souls can enter and exit Nine Hells Purgatory. Nothing else can enter or exit. Things inside Nine Hells Purgatory can't be retrieved. Eccentric Mo said, countless years ago, cultivators of the Nine Hells Purgatory were able to enter and exit it. However, at some point in time an extremely powerful seal was placed on the Nine Hells Purgatory, so only souls could enter it. However, nothing is absolute in this world. I have my own sky-stealing sun-swapping technique. One day, I'll take out the true dragon skeleton and study it properly. You're really crazy, Lin Feng wailed. Kid. This jade tube contains all the information you need. Memorize it carefully. Old Monster Mo took out a jade tube and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's divine sense entered the jade tube. He memorized all the information recorded in the tube. He memorized everything. Then, he looked at Old Monster Mo and said, I've memorized everything. Find a place to sit. I'll open the passage to 9 Hell's Purgatory. After that, your soul will leave your body and enter the passage. A year later, I'll open the passage again. At that time, you'll sense it and quickly rush out. This passage can only last for 2 hours. If you don't come out, you'll be trapped in 9 Hell's Purgatory forever. Also, after you enter 9 Hell's Purgatory, you must not run around. Follow the map I gave you and head to the true dragon skeleton. If you run around, you'll easily get lost in 9 Hell's Purgatory. If you get lost, TSK, even a great emperor won't be able to save you. Old Monster Mo reminded. Lin Feng nodded with a gloomy expression. He had no other choice. Whether he was willing or not, he had to enter 9 Hell's Purgatory. Don't be so depressed. Do you know why the old turtle is so powerful? In fact, it was related to the fact that he had entered the 9 Hell's Purgatory many times. However, as long as you can endure it, your soul will undergo a great transformation. Old Monster Mo said. Really? Lin Feng looked at Old Monster Mo doubtfully. Old Monster Mo laughed strangely and said, Of course it's true. Do you think I'm that cheap master of yours who doesn't speak human language all day? Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Lord Tortoise was a scammer. Old Monster Mo did not say anything else. Instead, he set up an altar. Then, he began the ritual. It seemed that opening the passage to 9 Hell's Purgatory was not an easy task. Lin Feng had heard of 9 Hell's Purgatory a long time ago. Sometimes, when cultivators fought and one side was ruthless, they would say things like I'll throw your soul into 9 Hell's Purgatory and let you experience endless torture, never to be reincarnated. However, in reality, it was impossible for these people to open the passage to 9 Hell's Purgatory. Not to mention throwing someone's soul into 9 Hell's Purgatory. Old Monster Mo was the first cultivator Lin Feng had seen who could open the passage to 9 Hell's Purgatory. The sacrificial ceremony went on for about an hour. Suddenly, a rumbling sound could be heard. Then, a distorted black hole appeared on top of the altar. Astral projection. After seeing the distorted black hole, Lin Feng's soul quickly flew out and disappeared into the passage. Then, Lin Feng felt himself falling continuously. Not long after, there were flames everywhere, burning his soul. There was no heavenly fire to protect him now. Lin Feng's soul was burned by the flames, so he would also be injured. However, he did not make any sound of pain. His willpower was strong. What kind of pain had he not endured? So what if the raging flames burned his soul? In the end, Lin Feng's soul fell into a world of endless darkness. The void here was distorted, filled with hellfire, and terrifying netherworld ghost winds blew everywhere. Rumble. Just as he descended into this world, he heard an earth-shaking sound in the distance. The earth was shaking violently. P.S. The true dragon skeleton in 9 Hell's Purgatory. Very important. It's also a huge trap. Later, this true dragon skeleton will appear. Its identity is very special, please vote. The deafening sound reverberated in all directions. Lin Feng was shocked. Where did this sound come from? How could it be so powerful? At this moment, dust billowed in the distance. Roar, an earth-shattering roar resounded through the clouds. Then, a dense swarm of giant beasts charged over. They were bone beasts. All that was left of them were bones. On top of each bone beast sat a cultivator wearing armor and holding a war spear in his hand. However, upon closer inspection, those cultivators had no aura of life at all. They seemed to be dead. Behind the Night Legion was a dense group of infantrymen. These infantrymen were also wearing armor and holding long spears in their hands. They lined up in an orderly manner and flew across the sky at high speed. Hellsing soldiers. Lin Feng was shocked. The underworld was divided into 2 types of soldiers. The first type was the Nether soldiers, and the second type was the Een soldiers. The Een soldiers were the soldiers of the underworld, Hell. Hell was a part of the underworld. If the underworld was a country, then Hell would be the imperial city. The Een soldiers were the imperial guards of the imperial city. Their status was much higher than the ordinary Nether soldiers, and they were also much stronger. So many Een soldiers have appeared in the 9 Hells Purgatory. Where are these Een soldiers going? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Rumble. At this moment, the ground in the distance shook violently. Another large army charged over. This army seemed to blot out the sky and cover the earth. There was no telling how many of them there were. At the front was a group of knights as well. They rode on nightmarish beasts shrouded in darkness. These knights wore black robes. The black robes covered their faces, and only pairs of tragic eyes could be seen. Behind the black-robed knights were ordinary soldiers in black robes as well. Boom, the two armies clashed together like two torrents crashing into each other. There was no sound in this battle. Everything was done in silence. When Lin Feng saw the two armies fighting against each other, he was astonished. The Een soldiers of Hell were actually fighting another army. Where did that mysterious army in black robes come from? Why was there such an intense battle between the two legions? This was something that made Lin Feng puzzled. The 9 Hells Purgatory was about to be pierced through. This battle was too intense. Lin Feng didn't dare to stay any longer. He quickly flew into the distance, so as to avoid being implicated. After leaving the battlefield, Lin Feng followed the method that old monster Mo had taught him. First, he determined the north, south, east, and west directions of the 9 Hells Purgatory. Then, he followed the map and headed towards the location of the true dragon skeleton. Huff, 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 hellfire burned fiercely. The nether ghost wind swept across the world. Chi. Chi, Lin Feng's soul was ignited. Puff. 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 Puff, then, the netherworld ghost wind tore his soul apart. Damage to the soul was thousands of times more painful than damage to the body. This place was too dangerous. Lin Feng didn't dare to use Luya's stargazing chart to protect his soul. That would consume too much of his soul energy. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to deal with any danger. In the 9 Hells Purgatory, one's soul would be constantly injured. Therefore, Lin Feng would only use Luya's stargazing chart to repair his soul when he was seriously injured. Ah! A shrill cry came from ahead. Lin Feng quickly rushed over and saw a ball of fire burning fiercely. No! I won't accept this. A furious roar came from the flames. The flames wrapped around the soul of a cultivator. At that moment, that cultivator's soul had already been ignited. Is this a soul that was sent to the 9 Hells Purgatory? Lin Feng muttered to himself. The 9 Hells Purgatory was equivalent to a huge prison. This prison. It imprisoned the cultivator's soul. The soul in the 9 Hells Purgatory had to endure the burning of hellfire day and night. It had to endure the destruction of the netherworld ghost wind. The netherworld ghost wind was like a blade. Being hit by the netherworld ghost wind was no different from being cut to pieces. This place was filled with hellfire and netherworld ghost wind. The cultivator had to endure all kinds of pain continuously. There was no time to rest. Perhaps this was the most terrifying part. The cultivator's soul was finally burned to ashes by the hellfire. Along the way, Lin Feng didn't know how many souls had been sent to the 9 Hells Purgatory to be punished. Many of the souls had lifeless eyes and were like walking corpses. There was no hope of escaping here. Roar! Suddenly, the roar of a beast came from afar. A pitch-black beast was shrouded in black mist, constantly devouring the souls that were drifting between heaven and earth. Run! Seeing the beast, many souls screamed in fear and fled in all directions. What's that? Lin Feng shouted. A soul-devouring beast. It specializes in devouring souls. It's the most terrifying creature in the 9 Hells Purgatory. Someone reminded him. Lin Feng and the others also fled into the distance. Suddenly, the soul-devouring beast opened its bloody mouth and inhaled. Huff, a powerful suction force surged out. That terrifying suction force enveloped all the souls. No soul could escape. They were all devoured. Lin Feng was about to be devoured. At this moment, he used Luya's star map and formed a huge star map to suppress the soul-devouring beast. Bam! Luya's star-gazing chart slammed into the soul-devouring beast and sent it flying. Roar roar roar, the soul-devouring beast roared in anger and charged at Lin Feng again. Seeing how powerful the star map was, Lin Feng's worries dissipated. He continued to control the star map to attack the soul-devouring beast. Bam bam bam, both sides clashed continuously. They clashed more than 10 times. Finally, the soul-devouring beast was no match and was suppressed by Luya's star map. Submit. Or die. Lin Feng walked toward the soul-devouring beast. I'm willing to submit. The soul-devouring beast greets the master. The soul-devouring beast lay on the ground. Open your soul. Lin Feng said coldly. The soul-devouring beast did not dare to disobey. It opened its soul. Lin Feng set a soul brand in the soul-devouring beast's soul. The soul-devouring beast immediately became his mount. Lin Feng jumped onto the soul-devouring beast and asked, "Do you know where the true dragon's skeleton is?" The soul-devouring beast said, "This lowly one knows. It's the skeleton of the second-generation ancestor dragon." What? The skeleton of the second-generation ancestor dragon? Hearing the soul-devouring beast's words, Lin Feng's face turned pale with shock. The ancestor dragon was the ancestor of all dragons. The ancestor dragon was also a connate lifeform born from heaven and earth. It was said that in this world, there had been 3 generations of ancestor dragons. The true dragon was the descendant of the ancestor dragon. The legend of the ancestor dragon had a long history. Lin Feng had once thought that it was just a legend. But now, the legend had become reality. There really was an ancestor dragon in this world. Lin Feng was shocked by the progenitor dragon's bones. However, Lin Feng was someone who had seen the world. He quickly calmed down. The soul-devouring beast ran as fast as it could while Lin Feng continued to inquire about the progenitor dragon's bones. How did this progenitor dragon's bones appear in 9 Hells Purgatory? Could it have been moved here before 9 Hells Purgatory was sealed? Lin Feng asked. No. I heard that the second-generation progenitor dragon was killed in 9 Hells Purgatory. Then, the person who killed the progenitor dragon sealed 9 Hells Purgatory, apparently worried that the progenitor dragon's bones would escape. It said that the progenitor dragon can reverse the cycle of reincarnation. Even if it dies, it can return one day and live another life. The soul-devouring beast explained. Lin Feng was shocked. The progenitor dragon's abilities were truly heaven-defying. However, what shocked him even more was the person who killed the progenitor dragon. The second-generation progenitor dragon was also a Xianxia life-form. It was widely rumored that Xianxia life-forms were immortals. This rumor wasn't groundless. Different eras meant different names. Perhaps Xianxia life-forms were immortals. But such a powerful existence, was it actually killed by someone? How inconceivable. Moreover, the progenitor dragon was a member of the dragon race. The dragon clan was one of the strongest clans among all the clans. Even among the Xianxia lifeforms. The progenitor dragon. It should be one of the strongest existences, right? But that existence had actually killed the progenitor dragon. Just how powerful was it to be able to do so? What killed the progenitor dragon? Lin Feng asked. There's no way to find out. The soul-devouring beast said. On the way, Lin Feng and the soul-devouring beast talked about many things regarding the progenitor dragon. However, the soul-devouring beast didn't know much about the progenitor dragon. Thus, Lin Feng didn't have much useful information. 10 days later, the soul-devouring beast brought Lin Feng to the progenitor dragon's location. From afar, a mountain-like dragon skeleton rested on the ground. It had been dead for who knew how many years. However, it still exuded an incomparably terrifying dragon might. 40 to 50 kilometers away, the soul-devouring beast could not walk any further. Thump, the soul-devouring beast immediately knelt on the ground and trembled when it felt the pressure from the ancestral dragon bone. Master! I can't get any closer to the ancestral dragon bone. The soul-devouring beast said in a trembling voice. Stay far behind the progenitor dragon bone. Don't leave. Lin Feng said. Yes, master. the soul-devouring beast replied. Lin Feng, on the other hand, walked towards the progenitor dragon bone. Under the pressure of the primogenitor dragon bone, Lin Feng found it difficult to walk. When he was still 30 miles away from the ancestral dragon bone, he found it difficult to move forward. Junior's mission. It was pulling the dragon bones forward. One day, Senior's corpse will definitely see the light of day again. Lin Feng muttered to himself. The ancestral dragon bone seemed to still have spirituality. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the powerful pressure that enveloped Lin Feng's body disappeared. In an instant, it disappeared into thin air. I want to return to the world. Suddenly, an ancient voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. The ancestral dragon bone still had spirituality? Could it be that the remnant soul had not been destroyed? Senior's soul still exists? Lin Feng asked. However, he did not get a response from the ancestral dragon bone. This made him very puzzled. Could it be that the remnant soul had not been destroyed? Was it actually the ancestral dragon's obsession before it died? I want to return to the world. The ancestral dragon's voice once again resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Senior, don't worry. This junior will definitely help Senior return to the world and do his best. Lin Feng replied. He quickly walked towards the ancestral dragon bone. Now, Lin Feng suddenly felt some admiration for old monster Mo. This old fellow had probably been planning for who knew how many years. He wanted to get this skeleton out. Previously, old monster Mo had said that this was the skeleton of a true dragon, but he had obviously not told the truth. Lin Feng guessed that old monster Mo wanted him to understand the ancestral dragon bone. Then, he would do his best to help the ancestral dragon bone return to the world. Now, Lin Feng was a little suspicious. His cheap master and old monster Mo might not have been paying a debt. Instead, these two old fellows were working together to get the ancestral dragon bone out of the 9 hells purgatory. As for the excuse of repaying the debt, it was just an excuse to fool him. These two old monsters had used such a method to trick him into entering the 9 hells purgatory through threats and promises. Therefore, no matter what the relationship between his cheap master and old monster Mo was, or what tricks there were. However, there was one indisputable fact. He had been tricked by his cheap master, Lord Tortoise. In any case, this cheap master would feel uncomfortable if he did not trick his disciple. Lin Feng arrived in front of the ancestral dragon bone. Looking at this huge skeleton at a close distance, he was even more shocked. On the skeleton, there were densely packed immortal patterns. Perhaps it was because of these immortal patterns. Therefore, that was why the ancestral dragon bone had been preserved. Looking at those immortal patterns, Lin Feng's eyes widened. These immortal patterns recorded the inheritance of the ancestral dragon. All sorts of powerful immortal techniques. They should be recorded in them. If he could comprehend a few of them, wouldn't that be heaven-defying? At the thought of this, Lin Feng could not help but grin. He went to look at the immortal patterns, hoping to gain something. Ah! But right after, Lin Feng let out a scream. His cultivation was not enough and he could not comprehend the contents recorded in the immortal patterns. Just as he wanted to comprehend the contents of the immortal patterns, his soul was almost shattered. Huff, 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 Lin Feng was panting heavily. He couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Those damn immortal marks are so powerful. I'm in front of a mountain of treasures now, but I can't get anything from it. How depressing. I want to return to the world. At this moment, the voice of the ancestral dragon rang out in Lin Feng's mind once more. Lin Feng had the feeling that he was powerless. The immortal patterns probably recorded immortal techniques. But there was nothing he could do. He could not comprehend it. He retracted his gaze from the immortal patterns with difficulty, then walked towards the direction of the ancestral dragon's head. When he arrived at the ancestral dragon's head, he realized that there was a huge chain wrapped around the dragon bone. That cheap master of his must have grabbed this chain to pull the ancestral dragon's bones, right? Lin Feng grabbed the chain and put it on his shoulder. Then he put some strength into it. A loud rumbling sound rang out. The ancestral dragon's bones trembled violently. Return to the world between heaven and earth. the voice of the ancestral dragon reverberated. Lin Feng walked forward step by step. Rumble, rumble, it was accompanied by an earth-shattering sound. The huge skeleton of the ancestral dragon began to move forward. Lin Feng felt like he was dragging a gigantic mountain with him. The place where the hellfire burned was a sinful place where souls were tortured. The place where the nether ghost wind blew was a place of death where lives were destroyed. The burning hellfire would never be extinguished, and the nether ghost wind whistled through the world. Countless souls floated in 9 hells purgatory, suffering pain and torment. Perhaps only death was the day they died. Only then could they escape this pain. The earth trembled as the mountain-like skeleton was pulled forward by the seemingly thin and weak body. Countless souls and fierce beasts stood in 9 hells purgatory and watched from afar, pulling the dragon bone forward. This was a very shocking scene. The souls in 9 hells purgatory were being tortured by the hellfire and nether ghost wind. It was not easy to survive. It was simply too difficult to pull a dragon bone that was as large as a mountain. Time slowly passed. Lin Feng moved forward step by step. The hellfire burned his soul, and the nether ghost wind tore his soul apart. But Lin Feng did not give up. No matter how serious the pain and damage he suffered, he did not stop. Luya's star chart was very magical. It could heal soul injuries. Therefore, Lin Feng persisted. His soul was being destroyed and reborn. He pulled the dragon bone and walked into the unknown. Now. This was his mission. Time quietly passed. 1 year seemed short. But in 9 hells purgatory, every day felt like a year. Because here, he had to endure too much pain and torture. In the end, Lin Feng was completely numb. He did not know what pain was. His goal was to keep moving forward. To rebuild the sun for the progenitor dragon bone. To do his part. During that 1 year, Lin Feng hadn't gained anything. In the cycle of soul destruction and rebirth, his soul's grade was increasing very quickly. Originally, Lin Feng's soul rank was at the 3rd heaven of True God realm. But under the torture of 9 hells purgatory, his soul went through metamorphosis again and again. In the end, he reached the peak of True God realm and rose 7 levels. It had only been a year. His soul had actually risen by a total of 7 grades. Naturally, Lin Feng was very happy. This could be considered an unexpected surprise after a year of hard work pulling the dragon bone forward. Whoosh 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 whoosh. On this day, endless darkness shrouded the earth. A cold aura filled the sky. In the depths of the darkness, a terrifying voice that sounded like an ancient devil's voice sounded. Those who have died should have fallen into eternal oblivion. Those who tried to go against the cycle of reincarnation were just daydreaming in the end. They should be punished in the cruelest way, said Lin Feng. When the voice sounded, Lin Feng, who was pulling the dragon bone, he stopped. In the depths of the black fog world, it seemed that something was about to appear. And this thing was targeting ancestor dragon progenitor. A battle across billions of years. The blood in my heart will never die. I am willing to sacrifice my body. Willing. Suddenly. Progenitor dragon bone. Progenitor dragon. Calm, crack, crack. Sounds of friction could be heard. Progenitor dragon's bones moved. Sounds of bones rubbing against each other could be heard. Roar, the high-pitched dragon roar resounded through the clouds. Next. Progenitor dragon bone actually stood up. This body was really too huge. It was 30 to 40,000 meters long. That streamlined and huge body was filled with a shocking sense of beauty. The aura coming from the depths was getting more and more terrifying. That unknown creature was rushing over at high speed. It was targeting Ancestor Dragon. Lin Feng was very shocked. Was that creature related to the existence that killed Ancestor Dragon back then? At this time, Lin Feng did not dare to continue standing. He jumped onto Ancestor Dragon Progenitor Dragon and grabbed the dragon bone. Roar. Very soon. A terrifying creature appeared. This was also an incomparably huge creature. Its 9 hideous heads were extremely ugly. Looking carefully at the 9 heads, The 9 heads were very similar to the heads of crocodiles. However, the eyes were the eyes of spiders. They were very evil and flashed with resentment. The nose was the nose of Yazi beast. It had a pair of huge fangs. That pair of fangs seemed to be able to easily pierce through heaven and earth. It was Lin Feng's first time seeing such an ugly creature. He had never even heard of it before. He did not know what kind of terrifying existence it was. That terrifying creature waved its huge claws and slapped towards Ancestor Dragon. Bang! Ancestor Dragon also made its move. It also waved its huge dragon claws and slapped towards that terrifying creature. The two huge bodies collided fiercely. The firmament collapsed. The earth caved in. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. This kind of battle was too shocking. Lin Feng's divine soul was shattered by the energy aftermath of the battle. He used Luya's star observation chart in time to protect himself. That was why he did not turn into ashes. In this battle, it was obvious that Ancestor Dragon was at a disadvantage. Hence, Ancestor Dragon could not protect him at all. He turned into a star chart. Before the two terrifying creatures collided, he quickly rushed far away. Far away from the battlefield. "Master, are you all right?" The soul-devouring beast flew over and asked. Lin Feng shook his head. Although his divine soul was shattered, it was not life-threatening. Moreover, with Luya's star observation chart, his divine soul was quickly recovering. He sat on the soul-devouring beast and looked into the distance. When he saw that terrifying creature, he could not help but frown slightly. He asked, "Do you know what kind of creature is fighting against the Ancestor Dragon?" "I'm not sure, but that creature has always wanted to destroy the Ancestor Dragon's bone. It only appears once every 100 years. It said that the Ancestor Dragon's bone was originally able to suppress it, but as time passed, the Ancestor Dragon's bone's strength continued to weaken. If the Ancestor Dragon's bone is unable to leave 9 Hell's Purgatory, it's only a matter of time before it is destroyed." Lin Feng nodded. Suddenly at this moment, a divine thought entered Lin Feng's mind. "Quickly return to 9 Hell's Purgatory. The passage will open in 10 days. Lin Feng was shocked when he heard this. He urged the soul-devouring beast to quickly rush into the distance. He took one last look at the Ancestor Dragon's bone. The Ancestor Dragon's bone and that terrifying creature. Once again, they fiercely collided. And this time, the collision. The Ancestor Dragon's bone was sent flying. This battle was simply too shocking. It made one's heart tremble. Lin Feng could not help the Ancestor Dragon's bone. He could only pray that the Ancestor Dragon's bone would be able to persevere and not be destroyed by that terrifying creature. The soul-devouring beast was very fast. It only took 8 days to reach the place where Lin Feng had first entered 9 Hell's Purgatory. The soul-devouring beast said, "Master, bring me out. I want to go to the outside world. The creatures of 9 Hell's Purgatory cannot leave." Lin Feng said, "In order to leave 9 Hell's Purgatory, I am willing to fight. Even if I die, I have no regrets." The soul-devouring beast said with a resolute expression. "All right, I'll see if I can bring you out when the time comes," Lin Feng said. Rumble, 2 days later. The passage to the outside world opened again. Lin Feng rode the soul-devouring beast and rushed into the passage. At this moment, waves of destructive power surged towards the soul-devouring beast. Crack, crack. The soul-devouring beast's body began to crumble. The laws of heaven and earth of 9 Hell's Purgatory did not allow the soul-devouring beast to leave and wanted to destroy it. Luya's star chart. Lin Feng's expression suddenly darkened. He condensed a huge star chart to protect him and the soul-devouring beast. Luya's star chart was indeed worthy of being a supreme sacred art created by Taoist Luya. It actually blocked the power of the laws of order of 9 Hell's Purgatory. The soul-devouring beast roared and increased its speed. It carried Lin Feng and rushed into the space-time passage that led to the outside world. Soon after, the space-time passage closed. Lin Feng and the soul-devouring beast left 9 Hell's Purgatory. Whoosh, with a flash of light, Lin Feng rode the soul-devouring beast back to the real world. Then, his soul returned to his body. He opened his eyes and took a deep breath. He had left the damned 9 hells purgatory. He had returned to the real world. This feeling was simply too good. Damn. Why did you bring a soul-devouring beast with you? Old Monster Mo's voice rang out. This is my new mount. What do you think? Not bad, right? Lin Feng smiled. Old Monster Mo rolled his eyes and said, be careful that it doesn't devour your soul one day. Roar. The soul-devouring beast roared at Old Monster Mo and said fiercely, I will never betray my master. You dare to be so fierce to me? Are you tired of living? If I hadn't sent your master to 9 hells purgatory, would you have been able to escape? Do you believe that I won't send you back? Old Monster Mo said coldly. These words were too powerful. The soul-devouring beast was so frightened that it lay on the ground, not daring to speak anymore. Lin Feng said, if I can bring the soul-devouring beast out, then you and that cheap master of mine should be able to bring the ancestral dragon bone out as well. Why waste so much effort and enter 9 hells purgatory every 100 years to bring the ancestral dragon bone to that place you spoke of? Old Freak Mo rolled his eyes and said, you're dreaming too much. You were able to bring the soul-devouring beast out because it's only a spiritual body. Even though it'll be destroyed by the laws of 9 hells purgatory, your methods are extraordinary. You were able to withstand the attacks of the laws of 9 hells purgatory, so you were able to successfully bring the soul-devouring beast out. However, the ancestral dragon bone is different. The ancestral dragon bone's body is too large, and it's not a spiritual body. It's just a skeleton. The laws of 9 hells purgatory can't compare to the laws of 9 hells purgatory when a spiritual body enters or exits 9 hells purgatory. Of course. That's not even the most important thing. The most important thing is that you've already seen it. Lin Feng was shocked. Are you talking about that terrifying creature? Old Monster Mo nodded. That's right. It was that terrifying creature. With it here, it'll be too difficult to get the progenitor dragon bone out of 9 hells purgatory. Lin Feng's heart moved, and he couldn't help but ask, but you've thought of a way? Once every 100 years, if you follow a certain path and pull the progenitor dragon bone forward, when you reach the final destination, you might be able to let the progenitor dragon bone see the light of day again? I wonder how you'll be able to fight against that terrifying creature when the time comes. How are we going to let the primogenitor's bones see the light of day again? Old eccentric Mo laughed strangely and said, what? You want to know? You might be able to join us. That cheap master of yours, that old turtle, must be eager for you to participate in this matter. Lin Feng said, forget it. My strength is limited. I want to, but I can't. Where's my heaven god elixir? Old Monster Mo tossed a spatial porcelain bottle to Lin Feng and said, it's all in here. It should be enough for you to use for a while. Let's go. I'll come find you the next time I need to refine deity elixir. Lin Feng waved his hand and left on the soul-devouring beast. Old Monster Mo laughed strangely. There's no turning back once you've started. That old turtle has a good eye. He took in a disciple like you. The progenitor dragon bone will see the light of day again, and I'll need your help in the future. You won't be able to refuse this matter even if you want to. Lin Feng left the reincarnation valley on the soul-devouring beast and took a deep breath. The air outside was fresh. How refreshing. He thought back to a year ago when Dancing Fire Fairy had asked him to meet at the Myriad Immortal Peak, but old Monster Mo had ruined his plans. Lin Feng felt depressed. He didn't know if the Dancing Fire Fairy was angry with him. The next time he met Dancing Fire Fairy, he would talk to her about this matter. The soul-devouring beast galloped around the sect, attracting the attention of many people. A core disciple flew over and said coldly, Kid. Our reincarnation immortal sect is an immortal sect, the leader of the righteous path. How can you ride such a demonic beast as your mount? None of your business. Lin Feng pursed his lips. Impudent. An ordinary disciple dares to be so rude to a core disciple? Do you believe? The core disciple said coldly, but before he could finish, he was pulled away by his companion. The core disciple asked, What are you doing? Why are you stopping me from teaching that kid a lesson? That guy is the one who used the demon lashing whip to beat Suing and the others a year ago. His cultivation is extremely high. He might be an ordinary disciple, but the sect follows the law of survival. He's not someone we can afford to offend. The core disciple's companion said. The core disciple's face turned pale when he heard his companion's words, and he left with his tail between his legs. Eh? Why does that guy look like the guy who climbed the sacred ancestor mountain 3 years ago? A disciple looked at Lin Feng with a puzzled expression. That can't be, right? Didn't the guy who climbed the sacred ancestor mountain follow the ancestors to the sacred ground to cultivate? The sacred ground is very far from here. It would take 5 to 6 years for a round trip. How can that guy appear in the sect now? The disciple's companion asked doubtfully. That's true. It's been a long time, and I only saw him climb the sacred ancestor mountain from afar. Then, he disappeared. The immortal reincarnation scripture must have brought him to the celestial palace. He should be cultivating in the sacred ground now. Maybe I mistook him for someone else, said the disciple. At that moment, Lin Feng was riding on the soul-devouring beast, swaggering into the distance. He had just returned to the barren mountain. Master Tortoise walked out of the dilapidated palace and said with a grin, "Good disciple. You're back. You've gained quite a lot. You even got a soul-devouring beast." Lin Feng was speechless. "Master, I like tricking people, but you have to choose your targets first. It's fine if you're tricking outsiders, but you can't trick your own people. I was really tricked by you this time. I almost died in 9 Hell's Purgatory." Lord Tortoise said. "You didn't die, did you? Not only did you not die, but your soul force also broke through to the peak of the true God realm. You even brought out such a powerful mount. Then should I thank you for throwing me into 9 Hell's Purgatory?" Lin Feng said unhappily. "You don't have to thank me. It's what I should do. I'm hungry now, so hurry up and cook some meat for me." Lord Tortoise said. "A tortoise should eat a fish," Lin Feng said. Lord Tortoise kicked Lin Feng away and said fiercely, "I'm the Xuanwu sacred beast. Not a tortoise. How many times do you have to say it before you remember it clearly?" Late at night. In a side palace on a desolate mountain. Lin Feng sat cross-legged and took out his mountain river ring. His divine sense connected with the ring. Whoosh. With a flash, Lin Feng disappeared. He entered the mountain river ring. This was the first time Lin Feng had entered the mountain river ring space. "Yeah. Yeah." As soon as Lin Feng entered, Bibi sensed him and quickly flew over, jumping into his arms. The dragon rabbit also flew over and jumped into Lin Feng's arms. "Where's the 4 sacred birds?" Lin Feng asked. "Yeah. Yeah." Bebe danced and waved his little paws in the air. "Are you saying that they're in the orchard?" Lin Feng asked. Bibi nodded repeatedly. The mountain river ring contained all sorts of precious fruit trees, such as the heavenly peach tree that Lin Feng had transplanted. He, Bibi, and the dragon rabbit arrived at the orchard and found the 4 sacred birds. The bird was 3 times fatter than before. It was obvious that it had been eating a lot of spirit fruits. At this moment, the 4 holy birds were resting in a temporary nest that had been built. Lin Feng, Bibi, and the dragon rabbit arrived, but the 4 sacred birds were still asleep. Lin Feng kicked the 4 sacred birds. The 4 sacred birds immediately jumped up and shouted, "Who dares to kick me? Are you tired of living?" When the 4 sacred birds saw that it was Lin Feng, they immediately bowed and said, "So it's you, young master. I've been blind." Lin Feng rolled his eyes and said, "How many spirit fruits have you wasted? How did you get so fat?" The 4 sacred birds hurriedly said, "No, young master. I didn't eat the spirit fruits. I slept." The 4 sacred birds' voice grew softer and softer. It was obvious that it was too embarrassed to continue lying. Of course, Lin Feng wouldn't blame the 4 sacred birds. Since he had obtained all sorts of natural treasures, they were meant to be used up. Lin Feng's principle was that he wouldn't feel any heartache no matter how many treasures he used up. The scariest thing in the world wasn't spending one's wealth extravagantly. What was truly frightening was that they would run out of money. As long as there was a way to earn more wealth, no matter how much he spent, he didn't have to worry. Because there was always a way to obtain more. Lin Feng then went to the lake where the little mermaid lived. He saw the little mermaid in the lake from afar. At this time, the little mermaid seemed to have seen Lin Feng. She was so scared that she dived into the lake and disappeared. The little mermaid was a little timid. Perhaps she was worried that Lin Feng was a bad guy who would hurt her, so she didn't dare to show her face around Lin Feng. Lin Feng patted Bibi's head and said, "Little fellow, go and tell the little mermaid that I won't hurt her. I want to have a good chat with her." Now Bibi and the little mermaid had become good friends. So he asked Bibi to pass the message. It could eliminate the fear in the little mermaid's heart. Bibi squeaked twice and then flew towards the lake. The seven-colored immortal light enveloped his tiny body. Then, Bibi dived into the lake. Not long after, the little fellow flew out. The little mermaid also floated to the surface. Her beautiful blue eyes stared unblinkingly at Lin Feng. Although the little mermaid had just reached adulthood, her body had already developed to perfection. She could be called a top-grade beauty. Lin Feng didn't get close to the little mermaid so as not to scare her. He said, "My name is Lin Feng." "What's your name?" "My name is Xianxia." The little mermaid replied. Her voice was extremely pleasant and soft. Hearing it made one's bones feel like they were going to melt. She had a beautiful face and a pleasant voice. She was indeed a top-grade beauty. Lin Feng continued to ask, "How were you captured?" The little mermaid said, "Some cultivators entered the deep sea where I lived. They seemed to be looking for something. They saw me and then captured me." When she spoke of this matter, Xianxia's face was still filled with fear. Obviously, when she was captured by those cultivators, Xianxia must have been extremely frightened and helpless. "Do you have any other clansmen?" Lin Feng asked. Xianxia shook her head and said, "I used to live in the deep sea with my aunt, but she passed away when I was very young. After that, I lived alone." A mermaid who lost contact with her clan? Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. Ocean world. It was boundless. In addition, most of the mermaids were distributed in the Netherworld Sea World. And even in the Netherworld Sea World, there were only a few thousand mermaids left. This was a race that was about to go extinct. Perhaps in the outside world. There were also some mermaids like Xianxia who had lost their way. In the vast sea, it was difficult for them to find their clansmen. Moreover, many cultivators from different clans wanted to capture the mermaids. So, these mermaids didn't dare to wander around. They only dared to hide in the deep sea where they usually lived. They didn't even dare to go out, let alone find their clansmen. If Xianxia hadn't been accidentally discovered by the cultivators who had entered the depths of the sea and caught by them, perhaps, Xianxia would always live alone in the deep sea. Lin Feng said, "Xianxia, don't worry, I will definitely help you find your clansmen in the future. Do you still remember the angel I mentioned to you before? She is your clansman and also my friend. You will definitely be able to reunite with your clansmen." Really? Big Brother can really help Xianxia find her clansmen? Xianxia was still very naive. Hearing that Lin Feng could help her find her clansmen, her good impression of Lin Feng immediately increased. "Of course it's true. During this period of time, you can rest here for the time being. I'll come back to see you in a few days," Lin Feng said with a smile. Right now, Xianxia's wariness towards Lin Feng had been lowered by a lot. However, it was unrealistic to completely remove her wariness towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng himself was very clear on this point, so he needed to do it step by step. He waved at Xianxia and left. As for Xianxia, she blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at the departing Lin Feng, revealing an expression of contemplation. Flying out of the mountain river ring, Lin Feng was in a good mood. Finally, he was able to establish a preliminary trust with Xianxia. After resting for a night, Lin Feng rode on the soul-devouring beast and flew towards the core disciples' mountain the next day. In the Immortal Tao sect, there were many disciples who rode on all kinds of spirit beasts. But Lin Feng was riding a ferocious beast in such a brazen manner. In the entire Immortal Tao sect, he was the only one. Many people pointed at him, but Lin Feng didn't care about the gazes of the people around him. Soon, he rode on the soul-devouring beast and arrived at the core disciples' mountain. This was the place where the core disciples were verified. This place had always been a sacred place. Lin Feng asked the soul-devouring beast to wait for him in the plaza while he walked towards the main hall. "Senior brother, is there anything I can help you with?" As soon as he entered the main hall, a beautiful female disciple walked over. This female disciple was wearing a purple celestial feathered dress that the Reincarnation Immortal sect tailor-made for female disciples. This purple celestial feathered dress was impervious to water and fire. It was also a powerful magic treasure. On the chest of this female disciple's dress was a drawing of a celestial mountain. This female disciple was a servant disciple. Disciples of the Reincarnation Immortal sect wore uniforms. Those with a picture of a celestial mountain on their chests were servant disciples. Those with a picture of a star on their chests were outer disciples. Those with a picture of a crescent moon on their chests were inner disciples. Those with a picture of a full moon on their chests were core disciples. Those with a picture of a sun on their chests were holy sons and holy daughters. There was a strict hierarchy. This female disciple wore a purple dress with a picture of a celestial mountain on her chest. This indicated that she was a servant disciple. Within the Reincarnation Immortal sect, there was a strict hierarchy of disciples. The disciples of the sect were divided into ordinary disciples, core disciples, holy sons, and holy daughters. The ordinary disciples were further divided into servant disciples, outer disciples, and inner disciples. Servant disciples were usually talented, but they could not meet the requirements of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. It would be a waste to give up on them. Therefore, the Reincarnation Immortal sect would recruit servant disciples every year. These servant disciples would enter the Reincarnation Immortal sect and be distributed among the mountains. They had to complete the tasks assigned by the sect. In their free time, they could cultivate. The Reincarnation Immortal sect would give these servant disciples 100 years. Within these 100 years, they could participate in the test at any time. If they could pass the test before the end of the test, they would be promoted to outer disciples. If they could not pass the test, they would have to leave the sect. These servant disciples were disciples of the Immortal sect. To put it bluntly, they were like slaves. They were ordered around by others. They even had to do things like weeding the spiritual fields, killing insects, and cleaning the feces of the spiritual beasts. The disciples of the big factions would never do such things. Therefore, these servant disciples were mostly from small families, small factions, or independent cultivators. These people were not afraid of hard work and were willing to do manual labor. The female disciple who served Lin Feng was extremely beautiful. Lin Feng was a little taken aback. He could not help but think to himself. This was indeed an immortal sect. Even the servant disciples were so beautiful. "I am here to participate in the core disciple test," Lin Feng said. "Senior brother, please follow me." The female disciple said respectfully and led the way. Lin Feng followed behind her. After that, the female disciple brought Lin Feng to a big palace. There were about 2,000 disciples in that palace. They were all chatting in groups of 2s and 3s. As soon as he entered the main hall, two people walked over from not far away. A man and a woman. This male disciple was a core disciple. The female disciple was a servant disciple. "Ha ha ha ha, isn't this junior sister Cindy?" The female disciple said with a smile. "Hello, senior martial sister Wu." After seeing this female disciple, Su Cindy bowed. This female disciple was called Wu Shuaman. It was said that she had hooked up with a core disciple, so she could be said to be flushed with success during this period. This female disciple was wearing a dazzling array of magic treasures. For example, the hairpin on her head was called the Vermilion Bird Immortal Phoenix hairpin. It was a semi-divine magic treasure. On her wrist was the white jade blue Luan bracelet, which was a divine magic treasure. This female disciple had a total of 16 or 17 magic treasures. It was as if she was afraid that others didn't know she had so many treasures. Wu Shuaman deliberately showed off her treasures to Su Cindy, as if she was showing off her treasures. She said proudly, "Junior sister, look at these treasures. Do you like any of them? If you do, I'll give you one." "Senior sister, thank you for your kindness," Su Cindy said with a smile. She didn't want to accept it. How could Su Cindy not see that Wu Shuaman was deliberately showing off her treasures? She didn't really want to give them to her. If she really said yes, she would only be humiliating herself. Wu Shuiman smiled and said, "Ah, I was so busy chatting with you that I forgot to introduce the senior brother next to me. This is senior brother Zhao Ziping. Senior brother Zhao is a core disciple of the sect. Today is the day of the core disciple examination. Senior brother Zhao will lead all the seniors to the examination hall." "Hello, senior brother Zhao." Susani bowed to Zhao Ziping. After Zhao Ziping saw Susani, his eyes didn't move away. He smiled and nodded, "Junior sister, you don't have to be so polite." As he spoke, he reached out to help Susani, who was bowing to him. But Susani quickly dodged. TSK, this Zhao Ziping's eyes are full of naked desire. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Susani could be called a first-class beauty, but she was just a servant disciple. Her status was low. It was no wonder that someone like Zhao Ziping would have ideas about her. "Haha, I have a lot of things to do today, so I won't be able to get close to you. I'll invite you to hang out some other day. We should get closer to each other and talk about cultivation. It'll be very beneficial for your cultivation," said Lin Feng. Zhao Ziping said with a fake smile. Lin Feng noticed that when Zhao Ziping said this, Wu Shuiman's expression suddenly froze. Originally, she looked at Susani with a high and mighty look. But now, she looked gloomy and cold. Lin Feng muttered in his heart. This Wu Shuiman had probably already hooked up with this Zhao Ziping, right? She originally wanted to show off in front of Susani. Who would have thought that her lover would actually take a fancy to Susani? Susani pursed her lips and did not answer. Obviously, Susani did not intend to have too much contact with Zhao Ziping. Zhao Ziping naturally saw that Susani did not intend to have any further contact with him, but Zhao Ziping did not care about Susani's attitude towards him. How could the woman he fancied run away from his five-finger mountain? Zhao Ziping was very confident that he could get Susani, this top-quality beauty, into his bed. He thought that he would soon be able to enjoy Susani, this top-quality beauty. Zhao Ziping was in a very good mood, and his pace was much lighter. He came to the middle of the hall and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, follow me. I will now take you to the testing hall. Several elders are already waiting for you." "Yes." Many people answered. Then, the disciples who were participating in the test all followed behind Zhao Ziping. The testing hall and the main hall were not in the same place. The toilet hall was in a side hall. As soon as they entered the side hall, waves of heat swept across the place. The inside of the hall was actually a separate space. At that moment, there was a valley in front of them. Further in, there was a continuous chain of mountains. An elder was standing in front of the valley and said, "The core disciple test is divided into 5 parts. The first part is the test of godly flames. When you break through to the godly fire layer, the quality of your godly flames will be different. Some flames are strong, some flames are weak. The stronger the godly flame, the greater your potential will be in the future. Even though you have already broken through to the godly fire layer, only true geniuses are qualified to become core disciples. Therefore, many of you will definitely be eliminated. The first part is to test the strength of your godly flames. In a while, you will enter the valley with your godly flames. If your godly flames are not enough to resist the godly flames in the valley, you will be disqualified. After passing the second part, you will arrive in a sea of illusions. You will have to endure endless illusions. Only by walking out of the illusions will you be considered to have passed. The third part is a sea of inner demons. Inner demons are a test of willpower. The fourth part is a test of your fighting abilities. The fifth part is also the most difficult part. It's called the Sea of Formations. Not only are there extremely strong ferocious beasts, but there are also great deployment spells. There are also illusions, inner demons, and so on. The previous parts of the test were scattered and simple. This part will test your abilities. Only by passing through the Sea of Formations will you be considered to have passed. Alright. Now, let's begin. As soon as the elder finished speaking, more than 2,000 disciples took out their divine fires one after another and entered the fire valley to begin the first round of the assessment. To Lin Feng, that part of the test was too easy. He used his celestial flames to protect his body and quickly passed through the valley. Then, he arrived in front of the second part of the test. Each part of the test was guarded by an elder, so in front of the second part of the test, there was also an elder waiting for the other disciples. Lin Feng ignored the elder and entered the Sea of Illusions. The Sea of Illusions was very easy for Lin Feng. The inner demons were the same. He easily broke through all of them. The fourth part of the test was a test of fighting abilities. It appeared in an ancient forest. One had to pass through the forest. There were extremely strong ferocious beasts in the forest. This part of the test wasn't difficult for Lin Feng. He easily passed through the forest and arrived at the fifth part of the test, the Sea of Formations. In the Sea of Formations, there were all kinds of formations intertwined. Lin Feng passed through the formations. When he passed by a mountain, he sensed something different. The formations around this mountain were much stronger than the others. He used the formation splitting technique to break through the formations. He arrived in front of the mountain and split it open. At the bottom of the mountain, there was a palm-sized jade talisman. Huh? What's this? Emperor Rune. Lin Feng looked at the rune on the jade talisman in shock. There was an Emperor Rune on it, but it was dormant now and did not release too much power. He quickly used his divine will to enter the jade talisman. Then, a deep voice sounded in his mind. Reincarnation Emperor. Dominating the world. When the voice sounded, Lin Feng felt as if he had come to a mysterious world. A man stood above the 9 heavens like a heavenly emperor. Reincarnation Emperor. Lin Feng was shocked. This was the great emperor of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. He had led the Reincarnation Immortal sect to glory and was even on equal footing with the Supreme Immortal sect. If not for the Reincarnation Emperor's sudden departure, the Reincarnation Immortal sect might have developed even more, and the power that dominated the 9 states might not be the Supreme Immortal sect but the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Of course, what had happened and nothing could be changed. So in this world, there were no ifs. Boom. Suddenly, the Reincarnation Emperor's hands moved. It was like a butterfly weaving through flowers. A dense array of runes condensed. And those runes, they merged into one. They became Immortal Emperor runes. Then, Lin Feng's divine will retreated from the mysterious world. He was pleasantly surprised. In the Jade Talisman, it recorded the Emperor runes that the Reincarnation Emperor cultivated. The Emperor runes were mysterious and powerful. Every great emperor was able to create their own Emperor runes. The Reincarnation Emperor runes were created by the Reincarnation Emperor. The inheritance of the Celestial Master sect also had the inheritance of the Emperor runes. However, the part of the inheritance that Lin Feng obtained did not have the inheritance of the Emperor runes. Therefore, Lin Feng guessed that the inheritance of the Celestial Master sect's Emperor runes was probably recorded in the stone scripture. It was difficult to obtain the inheritance of the Celestial Master sect's Emperor runes. It was difficult to obtain the stone scripture of the Celestial Master sect. It was a pleasant surprise for Lin Feng to be able to obtain the inheritance of the Emperor's mark from the Samsara Emperor. This is not the place to comprehend the imperial marks. I'll go back and comprehend the Reincarnation Imperial marks. Lin Feng smiled and put away the Jade Talisman. Then, he continued to walk forward. Within the Sea of Formations, the great formations intertwined. Destructive formation runes swept towards Lin Feng. Then, all sorts of illusory arrays and mental demon arrays enveloped him. Many of the ferocious beasts hidden in the array also pounced towards Lin Feng. These methods might be enough to make the other disciples flustered and badly battered, but against Lin Feng, it was really not enough. Lin Feng easily broke through the various great formations, killed the fierce beasts that pounced towards him, and then passed through the Sea of Formations. At the end of the array ocean, there were more than 10 elders waiting for the disciples to arrive. Even the core disciple Grand Elder Shen Gongming was here. In the end, only 17 of the 2,365 people who participated in the test passed and became core disciples. Then, it was time to register the disciples' name, the mountain they were at, who their master was, and other basic information. When it was Lin Feng's turn to register, when Lin Feng said that his master was Master Turtle, the group of elders looked at each other in dismay. Grand Elder Shen Gongming patted Lin Feng's shoulder. Then, he sighed. It was as if he was regretting. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. It was no wonder that these people had such expressions. Master Turtle's previous disciples had all ended up in miserable states. Therefore, Shen Gongming and the others felt that Lin Feng might end up in the same situation. They couldn't help but feel sorry for Lin Feng. After entering Lin Feng's basic information into the core disciple token, then, the core disciple sect benefits were distributed. There were origin crystals, core disciple robes, 3 divine ability manuals, pills, and so on. Lin Feng didn't look at it carefully. Everyone, congratulations on becoming a core disciple of the sect. The hall has prepared a celebration banquet for you. Let's go to the banquet. Shen Gongming said with a smile. The group of core disciples who had just been promoted were extremely excited. Only Lin Feng didn't feel anything special. He didn't care about status. This time, he only came to the Reincarnation Immortal sect to read the immortal techniques recorded in the Reincarnation Immortal Manual, the Great Reincarnation Technique, and the secret method to become an immortal. But since Shen Gongming held a celebration banquet, he still had to give face. No matter what, Shen Gongming was still the Grand Elder of the Core Disciple Hall. He was already considered a high-level figure in the sect. At the celebration banquet, beautiful female disciples shuttled through the hall to pour wine for everyone. Susani was also among them. She knelt in front of Lin Feng's table and poured wine for Lin Feng. Then, she whispered, "Congratulations, senior brother, on becoming a core disciple." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Thank you, junior sister." Susani bowed slightly and then stood up to pour wine for the other core disciples. Halfway through the banquet, Lin Feng left and rode the soul-devouring beast back to the barren mountain. When he left, a group of disciples passing by saw him. "Isn't that the kid from more than a year ago?" A cultivator gritted his teeth and said. The others also saw Lin Feng. Thinking about the humiliation they had suffered more than a year ago, their expressions darkened. Their gazes were fierce. These people were the cultivators who had been with Suing more than a year ago. At that time, they had been whipped a few times by Lin Feng with the demon lashing whip. Later, they had followed Suing to find her brother, Su Zicheng, to take revenge. However, Lin Feng had disappeared without a trace. They had searched for a long time but couldn't find him. They thought that Lin Feng had run away in fear. Now that they saw Lin Feng, they were extremely excited. "Let's go and find junior sister Su." The group of people naturally didn't dare to find trouble with Lin Feng. They quickly left to find Suing. If they wanted to deal with Lin Feng, they would have to ask Suing to invite Su Zicheng. Lin Feng didn't know that he had been targeted. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Among the younger generation of the sect, the only people who could truly make him wary were the top few experts among the holy sons and holy daughters. He wasn't a match for an expert like young Master Mingyue. If it was an ordinary saint or saintess, it wouldn't be easy for them to defeat him. After returning to his residence, Lin Feng took out the jade talisman. He began to comprehend the reincarnation emperor pattern recorded in the jade talisman. The emperor pattern could be used to attack, defend, seal, suppress, and so on. If he could master the reincarnation emperor pattern, Lin Feng's combat strength would definitely increase greatly. For the next half a month, Lin Feng almost never left his residence. He studied the reincarnation emperor pattern day and night. Half a month later, Lin Feng finally mastered the reincarnation emperor pattern passed down by the reincarnation emperor. This was also the first emperor pattern that Lin Feng had mastered. Ever since Liang Yu and Lu Xinran left the sect and entered the outer realm, the sect had been bustling with activity. The disciples of the immortal sects began to select 2 new fairies from the many waiting lists, and sent them into the top 10 fairies. After more than a year of observation and voting, the results were about to be announced. There were countless beautiful female disciples in the sect. Naturally, all of them had their eyes on the 2 empty spots. For a woman, this was a great honor. Finally, on this day, the results of the selection of the top 10 fairies were about to be revealed. Many disciples rushed to the mission peak. The results would be announced on the plaza of the mission peak. There are so many beauties here. Who will stand out? Lin Feng muttered as he rode the soul-devouring beast to the mission peak. Like Lin Feng, many cultivators were heading to the mission peak out of curiosity. Eh? Isn't that Fatso? Is he back from his training? On the way, Lin Feng saw Fatso riding Little Donkey. Little Donkey was panting under the weight of more than 100 kilograms. Lin Feng urged the soul-devouring beast to speed up and catch up to Fatso. Fatso, you're back! Lin Feng shouted. Fatso was surprised to see Lin Feng. He asked, "Brother, why are you here?" Lin Feng replied, "If I'm not here, where should I be?" Fatso said, "I heard that you went to the sacred ground to cultivate with the patriarchs. Shouldn't you be cultivating in seclusion in the sacred ground?" Lin Feng was looking forward to the reincarnation immortal sect's sacred ground. It was said that he could control the flow of time there. If Lord Tortoise had not interfered, he could have been cultivating in the sacred ground. But now, he could only follow Lord Tortoise and be tricked by his unscrupulous master again and again. Lin Feng said, "Don't talk about it. I'm so unlucky. I've been accepted as Lord Tortoise's disciple. Have you heard of Lord Tortoise?" "Damn, of course I've heard of it. Rumor has it that Lord Tortoise was a rogue cultivator when he was young. He was hunted down by the Supreme Immortal Sect because he flirted with the saintess of the Supreme Immortal Sect. In the end, he escaped to the Reincarnation Immortal Sect to seek protection," Fatso said. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. He didn't expect his cheap master to be such a romantic person when he was young. "I've been screwed over by this cheap master of mine." Then, Lin Feng and Fatso chatted as they headed to Mission Peak. After spitting out all the bitterness along the way, he felt much better. When they arrived at the Mission Peak, they found that it was already crowded with people. In the square, there were many beautiful female disciples standing there. It was truly a mesmerizing scene. TSK, the little fairies of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect are so pretty. I want to take a few of them as my wives. Looking at those beautiful fairies, Fatty's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Lin Feng also looked at the beautiful female disciples who were scattered all over the place. The Reincarnation Immortal Sect was indeed a large immortal sect. There were many female disciples who were beautiful, talented, and had a high cultivation base. It was estimated that if he built a large harem and kept all of them in the palace, it would take many years for him to have a top-grade female disciple serve him. Lin Feng and Fatso jumped down from their mounts and walked towards the square. They squeezed into the crowd and waited for the results to be announced. Move, don't you see that junior sister Isu is coming? Hurry up and move away." A group of disciples rushed over arrogantly and chased away the surrounding disciples. The group of disciples was surrounding a woman. The woman was tall and slender, her skin was snow-white and delicate, and her small face was the size of a palm. She was extremely beautiful. "Didn't you two hear? I told you to get out of my way." A cultivator in purple looked coldly at Lin Feng and Fatso. The surrounding people did not dare to offend this group of core disciples and hurriedly moved away. Only Lin Feng and Fatso stood in place. Fatso pursed his lips. "We came first. Why should we move away? This place is so big. You can stand wherever you want, but us brothers will definitely not move." The purple-robed disciple's expression darkened, and he said coldly, "Fatso, an outer disciple like you dares to disobey my orders? Are you tired of living?" Fatso's figure flickered, and he arrived in front of the purple-robed disciple and grabbed his shoulder. Then, he viciously smashed his fat head into the purple-robed disciple's face. Clang, the purple-robed disciple's nose was broken, and blood flowed out uncontrollably. After the fatty broke the nose of the purple-clothed disciple, he sent him flying with a kick. "Damn it. You can call me Fatso, but don't add the word die in front of it. I hate hearing the words Fatso the most." Fatso cursed fiercely. The surrounding disciples looked at each other in dismay. Since when were outer disciples so ferocious? They had actually beaten a core disciple half to death. It was simply too inconceivable. A mere outer disciple actually dares to injure a core disciple and disregard the immortal rules. "Are you tired of living? Take him down." The female disciple, who was surrounded by the crowd, said coldly. The group of disciples was about to attack. At that moment, a dozen disciples flew over from afar. One of them said, "Junior sister Li Yishu, the list of nominees is about to be announced. Don't cause trouble here." "Yes, senior brother Wang Chen." The female disciple called Li Yishu waved her hand, and the rest of the disciples withdrew their magic power. Fatso and Lin Feng could not be bothered with these people and looked towards the stage. That guy standing next to Fatso, he looks very familiar." At that moment, a cultivator looked at Lin Feng, who was standing next to Fatso, and revealed a puzzled expression. "Isn't that guy the new disciple who had a conflict with Suing over a year ago?" "That's right, it's him. He's also a ferocious person. At that time, he dealt with a group of core disciples alone. No wonder Fatso is so powerful. Birds of a feather flock together. That brat is so awesome, and Fatso seems to be his friend. Naturally, he's not a simple character. That brat seems to have changed into the core disciple's dark moon robe. It seems like he's already been certified as a core disciple. However, his strength is astonishing, so being certified as a core disciple isn't a big deal." Many people pointed at Lin Feng and whispered. Over a year ago, Suing and a group of more than 20 core disciples had besieged a new disciple. In the end, they had been unable to fight back in front of that new disciple. This incident had caused quite a stir. Now that the main character was here, everyone was naturally incomparably shocked. Dong, dong, dong. Suddenly, the sound of gongs and drums could be heard. More than 10 core disciples flew over from afar and landed on the central stage. Everyone's spirits were lifted. The 2 new female disciples who had entered the top 10 fairies were about to be revealed. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the ring, including those beautiful female disciples. They stared unblinkingly at the dozen or so people on the ring. The young man holding the name list on the stage was called Xiao. He was one of the holy sons of the sect. He was invited to announce the final result. It could be seen that the disciples of the sect attached great importance to the selection of the top 10 fairies. The top 10 fairies were the goddesses of countless disciples in the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Once they left the Reincarnation Immortal sect, they represented the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Beautiful women were always the topic of conversation before and after tea. It was the same in both the mortal world and the world of cultivators. In the last selection of the top 10 fairies, junior sister Ishu was ranked 11th. She was only one place away from becoming one of the top 10 fairies. This time, after Li Yingyu and Lu Xinran left, there will be 2 female disciples who will be selected as one of the top 10 fairies. Junior sister Ishu, you will definitely be one of them. Yes, with junior sister Ishu's talent and appearance, you are not inferior to the current fairies. Junior sister Ishu will be selected as one of the top 10 fairies. This is something that everyone hopes for. The group of disciples around Li Yishu laughed and said. These people were not flattering Li Yishu. At least, Lin Feng did not think that they were flattering Li Yishu. This Li Yishu, no matter if it was her figure, face, or temperament, could be said to be the best. It was just that this woman's haughty expression made people feel a little disgusted. Li Yishu laughed and said, "Senior brothers, thank you for your praise. Ishu really does not deserve it. Haha, we are speaking from the bottom of our hearts. Junior sister Ishu is a fairy from the heavens." The group of people said. This group of male disciples were obviously Li Yishu's pursuers. They were so attentive. They all wanted to get close to her one day. At this time, Mo Zixiao started to read the name list of the top 20 female disciples. Lu Xiaoxi, Wang Yuyan, Shui Lianyu, Li Yishu, Tang Yimiao, Xia Hanlin, Hua Lingxi, Li Shuishuan, Sun Ruijia, Dongfang Yaojing, Lin Mu Er, Zhao Lin, Mulian Er, Kong Manwen, Morong Yingzhen, Nailan Yuxian, Chu Mingxin, Wang Xinyu, Sun Shangxiang, Qiao Wan. The 20 female disciples who had entered the finals all revealed confident smiles. These female disciples were all stunning beauties with exceptional talent. Naturally, each of them was incomparably confident in themselves. On the other hand, the expressions of the female disciples who had failed to be selected were not very good. Many of the female disciples who had failed did not think that they were any worse than the female disciples who had been selected. However, what was done could not be undone. No matter how unwilling they were, they had already been eliminated from the list of 20. As expected, Li Yisu made it into the list of 20. It's not strange for her to stand out. Lin Feng could not help but mutter in his heart. After the list of 20 finalists was announced, everyone could not help but feel nervous. In the end, only 2 out of the 20 were able to stand out and enter the ranks of the 10 fairies. Everyone had their own supporters. Therefore, everyone was extremely curious. Who would emerge victorious? Everyone. After more than a year of selection, the 2 junior sisters who replaced junior sister Li Yingyu and junior sister Lu Xinran were junior sister Shui Lianyue and junior sister Hua Lingxi. Mo Zixiao did not make everyone wait for too long. Soon, he announced the names of the 2 female disciples who had emerged victorious. I actually failed to be selected. Li Yisu's beautiful face suddenly became incomparably ugly. It was as if she could not accept the results of the selection. The group of male disciples around Li Yisu opened their mouths at this moment. They did not know what to say either. Previously, they had vowed that Li Yisu would definitely be selected. Now, reality had given them a slap in the face. Could it be because of her bad character? Lin Feng thought maliciously. Although Li Yisu was beautiful, there were so many people gathered around her. She was arrogant and despotic. It could be seen that usually in the sect, she would definitely have such a high and mighty attitude. This kind of personality would naturally offend many people. She had failed to be selected. It did not seem to be a big deal. At this moment, the 2 female disciples who had made it into the 10 fairies, Shui Lianyue and Hua Lingxi, flew onto the stage. These 2 female disciples were also peerless beauties. They were so beautiful that it was suffocating. However, their temperaments were completely different. Shui Lianyue's temperament had a kind of delicate beauty. With just a glance, people would have the urge to hold her in their arms and dote on her. As for Hua Lingxi, she was like a flower fairy. She was full of spirit, and her eyes were very pure. She really was like a fairy born from a bush of flowers. She was not contaminated by the aura of immortal world. Seeing these 2 women's temperaments, Lin Feng finally understood why the others had failed to be selected. Compared to these 2, the others' temperaments were much worse. Shui Lianyue and Hua Lingxi thanked everyone for their support. Then, they each gave a speech about being selected as one of the 10 fairies. Then, the 2 of them left with Mo Zixiao and the others. The surrounding disciples also dispersed one after another. Many of them were discussing Shui Lianyue and Hua Lingxi, these 2 fairies. Fatso smacked his lips and said, Shui Lianyue and Hua Lingxi's temperaments are really outstanding. Now, I've made my decision. I'm going to carry them home and make them my wives. This was Fatso's dream. He wanted to carry a fairy home and make her his wife. Of course, it would be even better if he could carry a few more fairies. It was just that, dreams were beautiful, but reality was cruel. These fairies were all clean and honest. It was not an easy task to carry a fairy away and make her his wife. Just as Lin Feng and Fatso were about to leave, the 2 of them were surrounded by Li Yishu and the others. Lin Feng said indifferently, "What? Do you really want to make a move? This damn Fatso hurt our people. Today, we will only take care of him. It has nothing to do with you, so you better not meddle in other people's business." A disciple said coldly. This person saw that Lin Feng was a core disciple. Therefore, he did not want to offend Lin Feng to the death. Heh. Bullying my brother, you actually want me to not interfere? Do you think that's possible? Seeing that we are all disciples of the same sect, hurry up and leave, lest you suffer physical pain. If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame us for being ruthless. Lin Feng said indifferently. The faces of the group of core disciples immediately became extremely gloomy. There were more than 30 people on their side, and there were many experts. There were only 2 people on Lin Feng's side. Such a great disparity in strength. Lin Feng actually dared to threaten them. Wasn't this not putting them in his eyes? The group of people immediately became angry. Attack, beat this brat and this damn fatso half to death. A cultivator shouted coldly. Immediately, a group of people rushed towards Lin Feng and Fatso. A bunch of grandsons. Trash like you dare to fight against us brothers? Lord Fatty can kill you with just a flick of his finger. Fatso shouted arrogantly. This guy was a wolf in sheep's clothing. although he usually didn't show it. But in reality, Fatso's methods were quite powerful. There's a conflict here, they're about to fight. Many people saw the conflict and surrounded the area. Bang, 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 soon, the two sides collided. These core disciples were at least at the divine fire realm. They were powerful and there were many of them. But in front of Lin Feng and Fatso, it was simply not enough. Everybody could see that Lin Feng and the fat guy were in the middle of the crowd, they were simply crushing them. One core disciple after another was sent flying by their punches. As the saying goes, don't expose a person's shortcomings when scolding, and don't hit a person's face when hitting. But Lin Feng and Fatso weren't like that. The two of them specialized in slapping faces. One moment, left hook, right hook. One punch after another landed on the faces of the disciples. Anyone who was hit by such a powerful punch couldn't withstand it at all and was sent flying. A mouthful of teeth were smashed out as they continuously spat out blood. They fell to the ground and screamed miserably. Not long after, a group of people were lying on the ground. There were 7 or 8 cultivators who were scared out of their wits and hurriedly retreated. They looked at Lin Feng and Fatso in fear. Too savage. They actually took care of a group of core disciples as easily as killing chickens. There's no resistance at all. They're not on the same level at all. Isn't that the brat who taught Suing and the others a lesson a year ago? F***ck. No wonder he's so awesome. Many people in the surroundings were pointing and discussing. Fatso continued to shout arrogantly, a bunch of trash. If you have the ability, don't hide. Continue to exchange a few blows with Lord Fatty. This damn Fatso is simply pretending to be a pig in sheep's clothing. Many people rolled their eyes. He was wearing the uniform of an outer sect disciple. But he could crush core disciples. Offending such a person was the worst thing that could happen. The remaining cultivators had gloomy expressions on their faces, but none of them dared to step forward. Just you wait. This isn't over yet. Li Yishu looked coldly at Lin Feng and Fatso. She left behind a ruthless sentence and then left with the group. What a pity. If this was a place with no one around, we would have just robbed this group of people, Lin Feng muttered. Hearing Lin Feng's mutterings, many people couldn't help but be speechless. Wasn't this guy too shameless, even robbing the sect? Lin Feng and Fatso walked towards their mounts. At this moment, more than a dozen people came from afar and surrounded Lin Feng and Fatso. Look. It's Suing. Su Zicheng is here too. This is going to be a good show. Suing and the others have been looking for that brat for more than a year, and now they've finally stopped him. Even Su Zicheng has been invited out, that brat is probably going to be in trouble this time. Seeing Suing, Su Zicheng and a group of people rushed over and surrounded Lin Feng. Many people started to discuss excitedly. The disciples who did not know the reason asked the people around them about the conflict between the two sides. Then, many cultivators who knew the details told the people around them about the conflict that happened more than a year ago. Su Zicheng was ranked 9th out of the 70 to 80,000 core disciples. From this, it could be seen how powerful Su Zicheng's cultivation was. In the future, Su Zicheng had a high chance of becoming the Holy Sun. Now that everyone saw Su Zicheng arrive, they naturally felt that Lin Feng was definitely going to be in trouble this time. Brat. You've been hiding for more than a year, why aren't you hiding now? Today, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. Lin Feng curled his lips and said, when have I ever hidden from you guys? What? Are you here to look for trouble again? Are you all masochists? Pfft. Many people burst out laughing. Unless one was crazy, who would be a masochist? Su Ying's expression suddenly darkened, and she said coldly, brat. Don't be arrogant. Today, you will kneel on the ground and kowtow to me for mercy. It was very common for disciples to clash with each other. Therefore, it was common to see disciples fighting each other. However, the sect had rules. Disciples were not allowed to kill each other. Suing wanted nothing more than to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. However, due to the sect's rules, she could not do so, so she thought about how to humiliate Lin Feng and trample on Lin Feng's dignity. Lin Feng said indifferently, you bunch of trash want to deal with me? That's right. A bunch of trash. You're not even fit to carry my brother's shoes. Fatso shouted from the side. These two guys were too arrogant, many people began to mutter. Although the two new disciples had extraordinary cultivation, the sect was full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons, and there were many experts. However, Lin Feng and Fatso did not know how to restrain themselves. Each one was more arrogant than the other. Many people felt that these two fellows would suffer a great loss sooner or later. Among the new disciples, there are people as arrogant as you. This is the first time I've seen it. Su Zicheng's voice suddenly sounded out, incomparably cold. The temperature of the air seemed to have dropped below zero. Su Zicheng cultivated the 9 transformations frost technique, and with him as the center, the world seemed to be frozen. Arrogant? I don't think so. The principle I follow is that if people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I'll return it tenfold. So, scram as far as you can, and don't jump around in front of this young master. Lin Feng curled his lips and said. This guy shouldn't know Su Zicheng, right? If he knew Su Zicheng, he definitely wouldn't dare to say such words. Many people whispered. Asking Su Zicheng to scram, how many disciples in the sect dared to say such words? It was simply audacious. Acting recklessly. Brat. You dare to be so disrespectful to senior brother Su? Do you know that senior brother Su is ranked 9th among the core disciples? A disciple next to Suing immediately shouted coldly. He directly revealed Su Zicheng's identity. Originally, everyone thought that Lin Feng would have a terrified expression after knowing Su Zicheng's identity. However, Lin Feng still had an indifferent expression. So you're ranked 9th among the core disciples. But so what? In my eyes, you're still a piece of trash. Lin Feng said indifferently. Everybody was dumbstruck. They were staring at Lin Feng with their mouths wide open. Wasn't this brat too arrogant? After knowing Su Zicheng's identity, he still dared to call Su Zicheng a piece of trash. Su Zicheng had broken through to the true divinity realm a long time ago. His cultivation was unfathomable. Unfathomable. How could Su Zicheng let you off after offending him like this? Su Zicheng was so angry that his entire body trembled. Even if he indulged the Holy Son, the Holy Daughter wouldn't dare to humiliate him like this. Su Zicheng's voice was as cold as ice. Brat. What kind of genius have I, Su Zicheng, not seen before? This is the first time I've seen someone as arrogant as you. I'd like to see what kind of ability you have to be so arrogant in front of me. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Zicheng walked step by step towards Lin Feng. An icy aura filled the air, as if it wanted to freeze the entire world. Hurry up and back off, many people cried out in horror. They couldn't withstand the cold aura emanating from Su Zicheng's body. Su Zicheng was indeed very powerful, but he still couldn't enter Lin Feng's eyes. But others didn't think so. Su Zicheng was ranked 9th among the core disciples. I, Su Zicheng, started cultivating at the age of 6. I entered the Void God realm at the age of 32, the Divine Fire realm at the age of 64, and the True God realm at the age of 321. Although I can't be considered a heaven-defying talent, there are only a handful of people in the sect who can surpass me in terms of talent. Who do you think you are? How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Su Zicheng's voice was cold as he looked at Lin Feng. With every step he took, the aura in his body grew stronger. Su Zicheng's strength. Everyone was shocked. Many people sighed with emotion. He was indeed a super expert ranked 9th among the core disciples. His strength was really too strong. Lin Feng said indifferently. What? Are you showing off your glorious history to me? I just want to tell you. The dignity of an expert. No blasphemy. Today, since we are from the same sect, I can spare you. However, you have to kneel on the ground and kowtow to me in apology. Then, you have to say I was wrong 10 times. Su Zicheng looked down at Lin Feng condescendingly. His expression was arrogant. He seemed to be the master who controlled everything, including Lin Feng's fate. It was also in Su Zicheng's hands. Many people felt their blood boil. Su Zicheng's every word was filled with a domineering aura. In everyone's eyes, Lin Feng was far inferior to Su Zicheng. Su Ying and the others were incomparably excited, because they felt that their anger had been vented. If they could see Lin Feng kneel on the ground and kowtow to apologize, saying I was wrong 10 times, this would be even more satisfying than them humiliating Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced indifferently at Su Zicheng and said, "Do you know that a person like you doesn't even have the right to be my opponent? But since you don't know what's good for you, you dare to provoke me. I don't mind stepping on you and letting you know that there's always someone better than you. You can't afford to offend just anyone. This guy is not just arrogant, he's too arrogant." From the beginning to the end, Su Zicheng was nothing in his eyes. Yes. However, his strength is indeed outstanding. But compared to Su Zicheng, he seems to be quite a bit weaker. He's young and impetuous. After suffering at Su Zicheng's hands, he's learned his lesson. In the future, he'll know how to behave. Many people were discussing in low voices. It was obvious that they were not optimistic about the battle between Lin Feng and Su Zicheng. Su Zicheng's strength was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. This concept was deeply ingrained in many people's minds. It was precisely because of this. Only then did everyone feel that Lin Feng was no match for Su Zicheng. Su Zicheng's expression was indifferent as he walked towards Lin Feng. His voice was bone-chilling. "Brat. I gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it. Since that's the case, then today I'll let you know how stupid you are." Su Zicheng raised his right hand and slapped towards Lin Feng. In Su Zicheng's palm, endless cold air lingered around it. Waves of gloomy and cold aura. It filled the air. It enveloped the body. Crack. Crack, even the void was beginning to freeze. Everyone saw. Even Lin Feng was frozen. Seeing this scene, many people could not help but gasp. Su Zicheng's strength was terrifying. The battle had just begun, but Lin Feng was already frozen. Did this mean that this battle, was it going to end soon? Su Zicheng's face was filled with an incomparably proud expression. This palm was about to hit Lin Feng's body. Bang! At that moment, the ice which sealed Lin Feng's body exploded. "Don't show off such insignificant skills in front of me," Lin Feng sneered. He raised his right hand. A palm struck towards Su Zicheng. Su Zicheng's expression darkened slightly as cold air continued to surge out from his palm. That tyrannical palm brazenly struck down. Bang, in an instant. The two sides fiercely collided. Su Zicheng's body, like a kite with a broken string, he flew backwards. How is this possible? Everyone had an expression of disbelief. Countless disciples. They roared. Everyone had an expression as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. This was really too inconceivable. Su Zicheng, such a powerful figure. In Lin Feng's hands. He actually couldn't even take a single move. How strong is that guy's cultivation? One by one, they looked at Lin Feng in shock. "Kneel." At this moment, Lin Feng coldly shouted, stepped forward, raised his right hand, and pressed towards Su Zicheng. "Brat. Impudent. I'll see if you dare." Suddenly, a threatening cold shout came from afar. Following that, a man in a long golden robe stepped forward. "It's Senior Jin Luiyue." Many people exclaimed in shock. Jin Luiyue, he was ranked first among the core disciples of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. His strength was comparable to the saints and saintesses. It was said that Jin Luiyue was about to be promoted to saint. After seeing this person, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Wasn't this guy the one who colluded with young Master Huang Quan to plot against Fairy Ling Long? Lin Feng didn't expect this person to appear at this moment. "What? You want to meddle in my business?" Lin Feng said indifferently. "I'm going to meddle in this matter today." Jin Luiyue looked at Lin Feng arrogantly. His words were filled with an unquestionable tone. It seemed that as long as Lin Feng dared to go against his words, in the next moment, he would suffer a thunderous blow. Lin Feng sneered at Jin Luiyue. "When have I, Lin Feng, ever been threatened by others?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng slammed his palm down. Bang, a gust of wind came from the palm. It fiercely suppressed Su Zicheng's body. There was a thump, Suzy Cheng's legs went soft, and he knelt on the ground. Ah! How dare you make me kneel? Suzy Cheng's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. He was a genius ranked ninth among the core disciples. He had always been a high and mighty figure. When had he ever been humiliated like this, but today, he was actually kneeling on the ground. This kind of humiliation. It was hard for Suzy Cheng to accept. He wanted nothing more than to cut Lin Feng into pieces. Since we're from the same sect, I won't kill you. I'll punish you by making you kneel here for 3 days and 3 nights. I'll let you reflect on your mistakes. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Then, he raised his right hand. He formed a rune that directly suppressed Suzy Cheng. This rune contained the power of an emperor rune. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to break it. Brat! You're courting death. Jean Luiyue saw that Lin Feng dared to disobey his words. His expression immediately turned cold. Jean Luiyue had always been a vengeful person. At this moment, he was filled with murderous intent towards Lin Feng. He leaped into the air, and a divine mountain circled around his hand. Jean Luiyue flipped his right hand. The divine mountain flew out and instantly became 10,000 meters tall. It was like an ancient divine mountain. It was descending from the sky and moving towards Lin Feng. Jean Luiyue is making a move. Jean Luiyue's strength should be on par with the saints now, right? Can that brat still withstand Jean Luiyue's attack? Don't underestimate that brat. His strength is terrifying. It won't be easy for Jean Luiyue to defeat him. Seeing Jean Luiyue make a move, the surrounding disciples began to discuss. The immemorial sacred mountain was about to crush Lin Feng. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the depths of the mission hall. The mission peak is not a place for you to fight. Leave now, or don't blame me for beating you until you're paralyzed. Along with this cold shout, a voice rang out. Jean Luiyue's attack was instantly shattered. Hearing this voice, many people were so frightened that their faces turned pale. The mission hall's grand elder was called Xianxia. He was just like his name. Xianxia had been a warmonger since he was young. His personality was extremely fiery. Even after becoming the mission hall's grand elder, his personality had never changed. Whoever angered this ancestor would be beaten to a pulp. If they didn't get beaten half to death, they could count themselves lucky. Many disciples had been taught a lesson by Xianxia. In many people's eyes, Xianxia was like a demon. It's Xianxia, let's go. Fatso pulled Lin Feng and shouted. The disciples in the plaza dispersed. Lin Feng and Fatso rode their soul-devouring beasts and left with Little Donkey. Little Donkey said, Brat. I haven't seen you for a while, and your cultivation has improved. However, compared to the wise and powerful brother Donkey, you're still far behind. Lin Feng smiled and said, Yes, I can't be compared to brother Donkey. I haven't seen you for a while, and you've become even more extraordinary. Little Donkey enjoyed Lin Feng's flattery and said with a smile, Brother Donkey's brilliance can't be hidden no matter where I go. Sometimes, being too outstanding is a burden. Little Donkey was also a master of disguising himself as a pig to eat a tiger. Just like his master, Fatso, they were both very strong, but they usually didn't show their strength. Of course, they liked to boast about themselves the most. Brother, let's go to Drunken Immortal Peak for a drink. Fatso said. Drunken Immortal Peak? Where is that? Lin Feng asked. Hey! A place for romance. Fatso said. Lin Feng sighed. N. Where? Fatty replied, as long as there are men, there will be places like this. Compared to the outside world, it was more restrained. Therefore, they only sold their skills and not their bodies. No. Lin Feng and the fat guy chose a private room and ordered a group of singers. They drank and chatted. At the same time, he was admiring the beautiful dancers' graceful and moving dance. Late at night, they left. In the following period of time, the sect was very peaceful. Many of the cultivators who had returned to the sect left the sect to go out and train. During this time, Lin Feng was cultivating the archaic dragonesque elephant art. Now, he felt that the archaic dragonesque elephant art was about to break through to the third stage. Once the archaic dragonesque elephant art broke through to the third stage, Lin Feng would be able to summon the heroic spirit of the archaic dragonesque elephant. At that time, his battle strength would increase by leaps and bounds. However, breaking through to the archaic dragonesque elephant art wasn't so easy. Lin Feng tried many times, but he didn't succeed. Of course. He also knew that breaking through required luck. When the conditions were right, success would come naturally. He couldn't rush it. On this day, the crane boy arrived outside the barren mountain. Because it was Lord Tortoise's residence, the crane boy didn't dare to enter. Thus, he transmitted his voice to Lin Feng. Lin Feng went out and saw the crane boy. He smiled and said, "I haven't seen you for more than a year. Your cultivation has improved a lot." The crane boy said happily, "Senior brother, I'm very powerful now. I can already transform." The crane boy's body flickered. In the next moment, he turned into a 5 or 6-year-old child. He looked like he was carved from jade and was extremely cute. After transforming into his human form, the crane boy jumped around. Obviously, he liked his current body. The White Jade Crane clan's bloodline was powerful, so they took a long time to transform. Now, the crane boy had cultivated to the 10th stage of the Void God realm before he successfully transformed. From this, it could be seen that the cultivators of this clan would have great achievements in the future. Lin Feng asked, "Why are you looking for me today?" The crane boy said, "My sister wants to thank senior brother for saving me back then." Clearly, the crane boy was talking about the incident that happened more than a year ago. At that time, Suing had used the demon lashing whip to whip the crane boy. If not for Lin Feng, the crane boy would have been beaten half to death by Suing. Lin Feng nodded and went to see his sister with the crane boy. The crane boy's sister was known as Fairy He. She wore a snow-white dress and had an elegant appearance. Although she couldn't be considered extremely beautiful, she was still a rare beauty. Said he Xianxia, thanking Lin Feng. Lin Feng said that he and the crane boy were fated to be together. That was why he asked Fairy He not to be so polite. After leaving the immortal crane peak, in the distance, Lin Feng saw 9 fire godly birds pulling a bronze carriage towards him. "It's Fairy Dancing Flame." Many people cried out in surprise. "I heard that Fairy Dancing Flame has been searching for a secret trove. She left the sect for more than a year. Now that she's back, could it be that she has found clues to the secret trove?" A few disciples whispered to each other. At that moment, the bronze carriage stopped in midair. Fairy Dancing Flame's voice came from the carriage. "Junior brother Lin. Long time no see. How have you been?" Lin Feng said with a smile. "Not good. I haven't seen you for more than a year. I've missed you so much that I can't eat or drink. My spirit is dispirited. Damn, who's this kid? How dare he tease Fairy Dancing Flame? It's Lin Feng. That's Lord Tortoise's disciple. The guy who defeated Su Zicheng in one move a few days ago. So it's him. But this kid is too daring. Even a holy son would become a target for everyone if he dared to tease Fairy Dancing Flame. Moreover, this kid isn't even a holy son." Many cultivators were glaring at Lin Feng furiously. Fairy Dancing Flame was a goddess in many people's hearts. Lin Feng dared flirt with Dancing Fire Celestial Maiden, how could they tolerate that? He, junior brother, you really know how to make people happy," Fairy Dancing Flame said with a smile. After pausing for a moment, she continued, "The agreement from more than a year ago is still valid. Let's meet today. Be there or be square." Lin Feng smiled. "Alright, I'll be there on time. I still have some urgent matters to attend to. Let's meet again tonight," Fairy Dancing Flame said. 9 flaming divine birds then pulled the bronze carriage away. Many people looked at each other in dismay. Had Fairy Dancing Flame invited Lin Feng just now? Could it be that there was something going on between Lin Feng and Dancing Fire? When they thought of this, many people looked at Lin Feng with envy and jealousy. Said Lin Feng helplessly when he sensed that everybody wanted to kill him. "Everybody, don't look at me like that. Celestial Huowu took the initiative to pursue me. I couldn't do anything about it. I'm so handsome. Everybody loves me. Flowers bloom when they see me. Are you showing off to us?" Would Dancing Fire Fairy take a fancy to you? You really know how to flatter yourself. Beat him until half his body is paralyzed. Let's see if he can still keep the appointment. Many people shouted, and a dense crowd of disciples pounced on Lin Feng. When he saw the dense crowd of disciples, Lin Feng was so scared that his hands trembled. Today, he finally knew the status of the 10 fairies among the disciples. Lin Feng estimated that anyone who dared to covet the 10 fairies would become the public enemy of all the male disciples. He didn't dare to stay, so he turned around and fled. The myriad immortal peak towered into the sky. There were all kinds of exotic flowers and herbs growing here. It was like spring all year round. Fragrances assailed his nostrils. Many disciples liked to come here to enjoy the flowers in their free time. Of course, there were also some couples who liked to come here for a rendezvous. The moonlight was bright. Lin Feng was walking on top of the myriad immortal peak. Not long after, Dancing Flame Fairy arrived. She was as beautiful as ever. This woman, she had a peerless appearance. Every time Lin Feng saw Hu Wu, he was stunned by her peerless beauty. It's Dancing Flame Fairy. Many people cried out in surprise. No matter where Dancing Flame Fairy went, she would become the center of attention. Who is that kid? He's actually waiting for Dancing Flame Fairy? Dancing Flame Fairy and that kid are having a rendezvous at the myriad immortal peak? Many male disciples were spitting fire from their eyes. Dancing Flame Fairy. Dancing Flame Fairy. I'm still standing here. Do you only have eyes for Dancing Flame Fairy? We're done here. The female disciples glared at their male companions angrily. Many male disciples hurriedly apologized, but the female disciples ignored them. They turned around and left. Of course, Lin Feng didn't pay attention to the quarreling couples. His attention was on Dancing Flame Fairy. The moonlight, the fragrance of flowers, and the peerless beauty of Dancing Flame Fairy. Lin Feng couldn't help but praise, there are beauties in the immortal sect, peerless and independent. A single glance could topple a city, and a second glance could topple a country. Would you rather topple a city or a country? It's hard to find another beauty. Dancing Flame Fairy giggled and said, Junior brother, I don't know how many girls you've deceived with these words. Lin Feng smiled, Senior sister, you've misunderstood me. I'm speaking the truth. I'm not deceiving you at all. Dancing Flame Fairy said, Thank you for your praise, Junior brother. She paused for a moment, then continued, The outside world has heard that you followed a few ancestors to the Holy Land to cultivate. Why are you still in the immortal sect? You've even been accepted as a disciple by Lord Tortoise? Those ancestors shouldn't have agreed to let you take Lord Tortoise as your master, right? Lord Tortoise's reputation in the immortal sect was notorious. Of course, there was a reason for this. When Lord Tortoise was young, he flirted with the saintess of the Taishang immortal sect and was hunted down by the Taishang immortal sect. Naturally, the higher-ups of the reincarnation immortal sect were unwilling to take Lord Turtle in. However, Master Tortoise seemed to have a token on him. As a result, the reincarnation immortal sect had no choice but to protect Lord Turtle. Because of this, the relationship between the reincarnation celestial sect and the supreme celestial sect was strained. Secondly, after this Master Tortoise joined the sect, he didn't change his flirtatious nature. When he had nothing to do, he would flirt with the female disciples of the sect. Therefore, his reputation was not very good. Later on, when he got older, he restrained himself a little. Then, Lord Turtle began to take in disciples. This guy specifically selected monstrous geniuses who were extremely heaven-defying. Master Tortoise snatched away a few disciples with heaven-defying talents. However, those disciples died one after another. This caused the upper echelons of the sect to feel extremely pained. Later on, the higher-ups of the immortal sect found out that it was because of the 8-9 arcane art. However, Lord Tortoise was now very powerful, so no one dared to provoke him. The higher-ups of the immortal sect could only turn a blind eye. He had lived until now. Lord Turtle could be considered an elder of the immortal sect. In front of Lord Turtle, many of the upper echelons of the immortal sect were also juniors. Right now, the upper echelons of the immortal sect did not expect Lord Turtle to make any great contributions to the immortal sect. They only hoped that Lord Turtle would not harm the disciples of the immortal sect in the future. But, a heaven-defying monster had appeared in the immortal sect, but he was snatched away by Lord Turtle to become his disciple. The group of patriarchs was powerless to reverse the situation. Many people were so angry that they blew their noses and glared at him. However, this matter could only be left unsettled. Naturally, the upper echelons did not say anything about this matter. They also wanted to save face. Lin Feng said with a wry smile, "It's a long story. It's all tears." Dancing Flame Fairy said, "This Lord Turtle is a very strong person. However, you still have to be careful when following him. Don't forget the lessons of the past." Lin Feng looked touched and said, "I didn't expect senior sister to be so concerned about my safety. Could it be that senior sister has already given her heart to me?" Dancing Flame Fairy said with a smile. "Yes, I won't marry anyone other than junior brother." Lin Feng said with a smile, "Then tomorrow, I can ask my chief master to propose marriage to your master. We'll set a wedding date as soon as possible." Dancing Flame Fairy said with a smile, "If you're not afraid of being kicked out, then go ahead." Lin Feng was naturally just joking with Dancing Flame Fairy. It wasn't a bad thing to tease this top-quality beauty. The two of them walked side by side on the Myriad Immortals Peak, attracting the attention of many people. The male disciples looked at Lin Feng with anger, envy, and jealousy. The female disciples looked at Lin Feng with curiosity. They wanted to see what kind of man could walk together with Dancing Flame Fairy. "This time I'm looking for junior brother. I want to invite junior brother to a secret territory," Dancing Flame Fairy said. "Oh? Secret territory?" Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. "This secret territory is in the underground world, a kingdom of demons. It's extremely dangerous," Dancing Flame Fairy said. The underground world of 9 prefectures was inhabited by the primordial demons and primordial demons. They were the most ancient demons in history, and they were exceptionally powerful. The immortal sects were not willing to clash with them. "What kind of secret territory is this?" Lin Feng asked. "Rumor has it that it's related to the sacred battle ape," Dancing Flame Fairy said. "Sacred battle ape?" Lin Feng was shocked. Sacred battle ape. The greatest existence in the history of the stone tribe. A stone ape born from the heavens and earth. Later, he had successfully transformed. His battle prowess had increased. He could be said to have defied the heavens. Rumor had it that the sacred battle ape had forged a heaven-defying treasure called the Rui Jing Gubang. The sacred battle ape had once used the Rui Jing Gubang to smash an immortal to death. Of course. After all, these were just myths and legends. Whether they were true or not. It was too long ago. There was no way to verify it. But one thing was for sure, the sacred battle ape was definitely one of the strongest stone tribe in history. His battle prowess was heaven-defying, and he had the most powerful inheritance and treasures. "When do we depart?" Lin Feng asked. "This trip will be extremely dangerous. I'm still waiting for my fellow sect members to arrive," Dancing Flame Fairy said. Lin Feng nodded. He chatted with Dancing Flame Fairy for more than 2 hours on the Myriad Immortals Peak before they parted ways. Lin Feng returned to the barren mountain. For the next half a month, Lin Feng cultivated bitterly. He tried to break through to the 3rd level of the archaic dragonesque elephant technique. But he failed several times. Lin Feng felt that he was still lacking some opportunities. Time passed quickly, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Lin Feng received an invitation from Dancing Flame Fairy. He headed to Dancing Flame Fairy's Phoenix Immortal Palace. Dancing Flame Fairy's background was frightening. She was the successor of the Phoenix tribe. She had the most powerful Phoenix divine blood. Rumor had it that Dancing Flame Fairy had the ability to be immortal. Even if she was killed, she could also undergo Phoenix Nirvana and be reborn. The Phoenix Immortal Palace was built by the Dancing Flame Fairy. The saints and saintesses of the Reincarnation Immortal sect could build their own palaces. Core disciples did not have this privilege. When Lin Feng arrived at the Phoenix Immortal Palace, someone welcomed Lin Feng into the main hall. At this moment, apart from the Dancing Flame Fairy, there were 2 other people in the hall. They were 2 beautiful women that Lin Feng had seen before. They were Fairy Lingyun and Fairy Lianyue. Back then, when Lin Feng had taken the exam of the sect, Ling Yun had shown up. Fairy Lianyue had just been selected as one of the top 10 fairies. Fairy Ling Yun said, I just returned from outside and heard from junior sister Dancing Flame that an unexpected person would arrive. I didn't expect it to be you, junior brother. I didn't expect junior brother to still be in the sect. Lin Feng could not help but smile bitterly. It seemed that every disciple who had seen him ascend the sacred ancestor mountain were extremely surprised to see him still in the sect instead of following the ancestors to the sacred ancestor mountain to cultivate. Junior sister Lianyue has been outside all this time, so you might not know junior brother Lin Feng. Junior sister Lianyue should have heard of the genius that appeared in our sect 3 years ago. He caused the heaven and earth anomaly, blew the great law conch, and rang the heaven and earth bell. That disciple is junior brother Lin. Dancing Flame Fairy introduced. Fairy Lianyue was very surprised, but then she smiled sweetly and said, That's right, junior brother. I've heard a lot about you. Seeing you today, junior martial brother is indeed a dragon among men. Lin Feng smiled and said, I've also admired senior sister for a long time. When we have time, we can discuss Dao in private and have an in-depth exchange. Dancing Flame Fairy and Fairy Lingyun had long known that Lin Feng liked to tease beautiful girls when he had nothing to do. They were high and mighty goddesses in the eyes of others. However, in front of Lin Feng, they were just targets for Lin Feng to tease. Therefore, they did not find it strange. Fairy Lianyue faintly smiled and said, Junior brother, it's good that you want to discuss your Dao in private. When the time comes, you can contact a few more fellow disciples and discuss it together. Fairy Lianyue was clearly a woman with a pure heart. With just a few words, she resolved Lin Feng's teasing. Lin Feng smiled and said, That's good. When the time comes, it'll be best if all 10 fairies come. If the disciples of the sect find out that junior brother Lin wants to exchange Daoist techniques with the 10 fairies in private, I'm afraid he'll immediately become a target for everyone. A thunderous voice came from outside. Then, a tall and sturdy man walked in. Fairy Dancing Flame smiled and said, This is senior brother Lei Gan. Lei Qian was one of the sect's saints. His strength was also unfathomable. However, Lei Gan's appearance was simply too crude. No matter how high his cultivation was, he could not be considered one of the 4 young masters. Not only were the 4 princes' cultivations high, but they were also handsome. So it's senior brother Lei, nice to meet you, nice to meet you. Lin Feng smiled and cupped his fists. I've always wanted to meet you, junior brother. Today, I finally get to meet you, junior brother Lin. Lei Gan grinned. The saints of the reincarnation immortal sect were rather united. This was not without reason. When the battlefield of the gods opened, they would enter together and fight side by side. Lin Feng had yet to become a saint. However, in Lei Gan's opinion, Lin Feng's status was the same as that of a saint. Lin Feng smiled and said, Senior brother Lei, you're too courteous. I also regret that I didn't meet you sooner. Haha, it seems that everyone has arrived. At that moment, laughter came from outside. 2 cultivators walked in. Young Master Qiu Feng and Young Master Hanshan walked in. They were 2 of the 4 princes. They were both very strong. Fairy Dancing Flame introduced them. The one on the left is young Master Qiu Feng. The one on the right is young Master Hanshan. This is junior brother Lin Feng. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Both sides cupped their fists. At that moment, another cultivator walked in. Young Master Mingyue. Lin Feng had seen this person before. Dugadi Tian had once chased after young Master Mingyue. Fairy Dancing Flame introduced Lin Feng to young Master Mingyue. Naturally, both sides exchanged greetings. Everyone, now that everyone is here, I'll share the information I know with everyone. Fairy Dancing Flame said. At this time, everyone looked at Dancing Fire Fairy. This secret territory is located at the border between the Primordial Devil Nation and the Primordial Demon Nation. I left the Immortal Sect to determine its location. I have an ancient talisman here that can open the secret territory. With this ancient talisman, we can open the entrance to the secret territory and enter it. However, the secret territory is very dangerous. Once we enter, I'm afraid we'll encounter countless dangers. At that time, we must work together to overcome these difficulties. Fairy Dancing Flame said. Everyone nodded. Fairy Dancing Flame continued, there's one more thing. I suspect that there might be more than one jade talisman that can open the secret territory. Apart from us, there might be others who will enter, so we must be very careful. Sometimes, cultivators are more dangerous than the various dangers in the secret territory. Both sides chatted for about 2 hours. Then, the group went to the drunken immortal peak for a small gathering. 3 of the 4 young masters came. 3 of the 10 great fairies were fairies. In addition, there was a senior holy son like Lagon. This group naturally attracted the attention of countless people. Many disciples heard the news and came to watch. Who's that kid? What qualifications does he have to walk together with the 3 young masters, the 3 fairies, and holy son Lagon? Soon, someone noticed Lin Feng, and for a moment, discussions broke out everywhere. Isn't that Lord Tortoise's disciple, Lin Feng? He's Lin Feng? The guy who defeated Su Zicheng in one move? That's right, it's him. He's actually on good terms with a group of holy sons and holy daughters. It seems that his strength has gained the approval of a group of holy sons and holy daughters. Don't you think that he looks like the guy who climbed the sacred ancestor mountain 3 years ago? The heaven-defying genius who climbed the sacred ancestor mountain? Shouldn't that guy be cultivating in the sacred land right now? Yeah, that's why I can't be sure. Maybe they just look alike. They might not be the same person. Many people were discussing Lin Feng's identity. He's the cultivator who climbed the sacred ancestor mountain. I was in the same batch as him, so I can't be wrong. A cultivator said aloud. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Many people were extremely shocked. They finally understood why Lin Feng was so terrifying at such a young age. It turned out that he was the heaven-defying genius who had caused the phenomenon of heaven and earth and had the potential to become an immortal. It was completely possible for such a genius to be able to crush opponents who were much stronger than him. The Holy State was one of the 9 prefectures and was located in the south of the northern barbarian state. This prefecture was vast and boundless, with vast lands and abundant resources. It was twice the size of the northern barbarian state and was rich in resources. The power structure of the Holy State was extremely complicated. There were countless forces of various sizes. However, the most prominent force was the 10,000 Arts sect, one of the top 10 celestial sects. The 10,000 Arts sect had a long history and was filled with experts. It was a giant in the Holy State. There was a huge canyon at the border between the Holy State and the northern barbarian state. It was one of the 9 tunnels that led to the underground world in the 9 prefectures. Lin Feng and a group of 8 had arrived at Chongli City, which was about 100,000 miles southeast of the underground canyon. Chongli City was a famous ancient city. It covered an area of 17,000 miles and was the southernmost ancient city in the northern barbarian state. The first thing they saw after entering Chongli City was a huge square. In the middle of the square stood a statue of a god that was 1,000 meters tall. Countless cultivators poured into the square and knelt down to pray to the statue. This is... Lin Feng's eyelids twitched when he saw the huge statue. That's the statue of the Scarlet Emperor. Young Master Han said. When he said the word Scarlet Emperor, his tone was filled with respect. The Scarlet Emperor was called Zhurong and was the ancestor of the human race. The story of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had a long history. It was not a fictional story. It was real. In the past, the human race was in danger. It was the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors who led the human race through countless dangers and difficulties to survive in the worst environment. In the end, the human race survived. The contributions of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors to the human race could not be erased. Even though countless years had passed, the human race had never forgotten the merits of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Chongli City was built by the Scarlet Emperor. It was said that the Scarlet Emperor was not called Zhurong but Chongli. Later on, he changed his name to Zhurong. Fairy Huowu said. Lin Feng nodded. At the same time, he was very emotional. When he was in the Tianwu continent, he had only heard of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Now, he was in the ancient city that the Scarlet Emperor had built and lived in. Furthermore, he even saw the statue of the Scarlet Emperor. Looking at the Scarlet Emperor's statue in the distance, Lin Feng could not help but feel a surge of hot blood in his heart. It was as if he could see the scenes of the Scarlet Emperor leading the human race and overcoming all obstacles to survive. That period of time was turbulent. However, that period of time was destined to be remembered forever. During that period of time, countless races were wiped out. If it weren't for the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, would the human race have been wiped out during that period of time? Prince Mingyue continued. After the Scarlet Emperor fell, his descendants split into 8 clans, which were also known as the Scarlet Emperor's 8 tribes. The 8 tribes of the Crimson Emperor have chosen new surnames for their race. They are Jiji, Dong, Peng, Baldi, Bai, Chao, Bu, and Bai. In the past, the Crimson Emperor's 8 tribes were also extremely prosperous. However, as time passed, the Crimson Emperor's 8 tribes were drowned out by history. Now, it seems that only the Chao clan is left. Fairy Lingyun said, the Chao clan is in control of Zhongli City. However, I heard from the grapevine that the 8 tribes of the Crimson Emperor still have 1 or 2 descendants. However, it is impossible to verify whether this rumor is true. Lin Feng and the rest walked towards the square. Since they had arrived at Zhongli City, they naturally had to kneel down and worship the Scarlet Emperor. It was rumored that the Scarlet Emperor had a spirit. Those who knelt down and worshipped the Scarlet Emperor could be cured of diseases and disasters. Those who were lucky could even receive the Scarlet Emperor's blessings. Thus, countless people would come to the square to worship the Scarlet Emperor. Lin Feng and the rest arrived at the square. Then, they each took out a praying mat and placed it on the ground, kneeling down and worshipping the Scarlet Emperor. When Lin Feng knelt down and worshipped the Scarlet Emperor, Lin Feng suddenly felt that the Scarlet Emperor fire dragon fist that he cultivated was quickly circulating in his body. This gave him a huge shock. The Scarlet Emperor fire dragon fist was a 5 elements divine ability created by the 5 emperors and the true dragon great emperor. It was a fire attribute divine ability recorded in the 5 emperors dragon fist. It was rumored. This 5 emperors dragon fist was based on the 5 elements great Tao. Then, it was created by infusing the supreme will of the 5 emperors and the true dragon great emperor. At this moment, the Scarlet Emperor fire dragon fist started circulating on its own. While Lin Feng was shocked, it also gave him a strange idea. Could it be that the Scarlet Emperor's will in the Scarlet Emperor fire dragon fist sensed the Scarlet Emperor's will in the statue and started circulating on its own? Just at this moment, Lin Feng sensed a monster strength descending from the sky. It entered his body. Blessings? The Scarlet Emperor has bestowed blessings? He was shocked. The surrounding cultivators and commoners who were kneeling down and worshipping the Scarlet Emperor saw a divine light descending from the sky and entering Lin Feng's body. Many people started to kneel down and pray to the Scarlet Emperor even more sincerely. At this moment, Lin Feng, his eyes were closed. His dantian was undergoing a shocking change. The Scarlet Emperor fire dragon fist that Lin Feng was cultivating had condensed into a divine ability array. Now, the energy that was entering Lin Feng's body, it was all absorbed by the divine ability array. The energy turned into runes. These runes were constantly perfecting the array. The divine ability array condensed by the Scarlet Emperor fire dragon fist had broken through from the perfection stage to the perfection stage. After this divine ability reached the perfection stage, a large amount of information was transmitted to Lin Feng. Great Fire Elemental Art, the 3000 Great Daos of the Fire Element of the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Incantation, Heartless facing the sky, Qi circulating in the dantian, Spirit Sea opening, Qi returning to Yang. When Lin Feng sensed these contents, his face lit up with joy. When the 5 Emperor Dragon Fist was cultivated to the perfection stage, it transformed into the Great 5 Elements Art. Before this, Lin Feng had only successfully cultivated the Yellow Emperor Divine Dragon Fist, the Earth Element Divine Ability, out of the 5 divine abilities contained in the 5 Emperor Dragon Fist. Therefore, before the Great 5 Elements Art, Lin Feng had only mastered the Earth Elemental Great Earth Elemental Art. Now, after kowtowing to the statue of the Scarlet Emperor, he had obtained the blessing of the Scarlet Emperor Fire Dragon Fist. This was the second great Tao of the five elements that Lin Feng had mastered. Rumor has it that the great five elements art has a crucial role in becoming an emperor. In order to become a great emperor, one must first cultivate the great five elements art, sense the power of the five elements great Tao, and then communicate with the five elements great Tao. With the five elements great Tao, one can improve one's cultivation and break through the great emperor realm in one fell swoop. Now, I have obtained the great fire elemental art and the great earth elemental art of the five elements great Tao. I am still 3 great Taos away from obtaining the complete 5 elements great Tao, but I can't rush it. I hope that in the future, I can cultivate the other 3 divine abilities to the perfection stage as soon as possible. This way, I can transform the other 3 great Taos. In this way, I can form the complete great 5 elements art. At that time I will have a chance to become an emperor. Lin Feng couldn't help but think in his heart. He bowed to the statue of the Scarlet Emperor 9 times in a row. Then, he got up and left with Dancing Flame Fairy and the others. Not long after Lin Feng and the others left, another group of people entered Zhongli City. This group of people was also an expert of the younger generation. Each of them had a strong aura, especially the leader, who was surrounded by an Emperor Qi. It was like the reincarnation of an ancient saint emperor. Duga Di Tian, he was one of the 3 supreme holy sons of the supreme immortal sect. His strength far surpassed ordinary holy sons. His cultivation base was unfathomable. Not only was he powerful, but he was also powerful. He was also domineering. There were many experts gathered around him as well. After they entered Zhongli City, one of the supreme immortal sect's holy sons looked at the Scarlet Emperor statue and said, "Zhongli City. It's the ancient city where the Scarlet Emperor, the founder of the human race, lived. Now that the Scarlet Emperor's statue is right in front of us, let's pay our respects to it." Duga Di Tian said indifferently. "There's no god or demon in my heart. I won't kneel to anyone. In the future, I'm destined to trample on the Scarlet Emperor. Not even the Scarlet Emperor has the right to make me kneel to him." As soon as he finished speaking, Duga Di Tian walked into the distance. The others could only smile bitterly. Seeing that Duga Di Tian had left, they did not kneel to the Scarlet Emperor. Instead, they followed him into Zhongli City. After Lin Feng and the others entered Zhongli City, they looked for a place to stay. There were many high-end inns in Zhongli City. There were many courtyards in the huge mansion. The environment was also very elegant. Lin Feng and the others rented 2 courtyards next to each other. One of the courtyards was occupied by Fairy Huowu, Fairy Ling Yun, and Fairy Lian Yu. The other courtyard was occupied by Lin Feng, Lei Gan, Young Master Mingyu, Young Master Qiu Feng, and Young Master Hans Han. After resting for a while, the group went out to find a good restaurant to have a meal. While they were eating in the restaurant, they heard many people talking about the arrival of the full moon. Many people seemed to be afraid of talking about it, so they did not talk about it too much. Lin Feng was puzzled. It was the night of the full moon. What was so special about it? Unexpectedly, those cultivators all had secretive expressions on their faces. Lin Feng asked, "Will something special happen on the night of the full moon?" Fairy Lian Yu said, "Rumor has it that the Scarlet Emperor built Zhongli City to suppress something." "Oh? There's such a rumor?" Lin Feng was slightly surprised. Fairy Lian Yu nodded and continued, "Every 1,000 years, the moon, the sun, and the 9 prefectures world will be at the same level. And today, it is a full moon night. However, because the 3 stars were in a straight line, the moon on this day was very strange. The bright moon would be nibbled away, and endless darkness would envelop the land. At this time, the thing that was suppressed in the rumor would struggle to break free from the seal. They want to break out of the city. Zhongli City? Is it really suppressing something?" Lin Feng was shocked and couldn't help but ask. "I don't know. We've only heard of it before, but we've never experienced it." Fairy Lian Yu said. Lin Feng said, "Looks like the night of the full moon is coming soon." The others nodded. They decided to stay in Zhongli City for the time being. Because the night of the full moon had arrived. The world might undergo a drastic change. Outside, they hurried towards the underground canyon. It really wasn't safe. It would be safer to stay in Zhongli City. After dinner, they returned to their residence and gathered together to drink. Lin Feng looked at the bright moon and said, "The full moon is waxing and waning. It's still a little bit away from the full moon. Looks like tomorrow night will be the night of the full moon." Young Master Qiu Feng said with a smile. "Will something evil and terrifying really happen when the full moon descends?" This was something that everyone was both looking forward to and worried about. If the legends were true, then there was a terrifying thing suppressed under Chongli City. Something was suppressed under Chongli City. What was it? The next day, the descendants of Emperor Qi, the Chao clan, announced that there would be a curfew that night. An ancient city like Chongli City. Usually, the city would be brightly lit at night, and it would be extraordinarily lively. Something like a curfew would only happen once every 1,000 years. It was to deal with the night of the full moon. It was said that something evil would happen in Chongli City on the night of the full moon. The gates of hell would open, and 100 ghosts would wander at night. At that time, all living beings would have to leave. In the afternoon, the cultivators of the Chao clan began to implement the curfew. Some cultivators patrolled the streets. If anyone still dared to wander outside, they would all be locked up in the prison. Therefore, no one dared to stay outside at this time. When the sun was about to set, even the cultivators of the Chao clan left one after another. The originally lively Chongli City. Suddenly, it became deserted. The entire ancient city seemed to have become empty. Lin Feng and the others sat in the courtyard, drinking wine while waiting for night to fall. The sun had just set. The sky instantly darkened. Lin Feng frowned slightly and said, "It's really strange. Even if the sky is getting darker, it shouldn't be so dark in an instant." The others nodded solemnly. The situation in front of them was indeed very strange, and it made everyone feel uneasy. Endless darkness. It covered the sky. The entire world. It was as if it was covered by darkness. Chongli City. It became a lonely city. It was a very creepy scene. On the horizon. In all directions. There was rolling black fog everywhere. It covered the sky and the sun. It quickly surged in the direction of Chongli City. It was as if it wanted to devour Chongli City. No matter who saw this scene, they would be shocked. Roar. A low roar resounded in the sky. It was unknown what kind of terrifying creature had let out such a roar. When they heard this roar, countless people in Chongli City trembled from the depths of their souls. It seems like tonight will be even more chaotic than the rumors say. Lin Feng frowned slightly. At the same time, in Chongli City, huge gates of hell opened one after another. They were densely packed with evil spirits. They rushed out of the gates and wandered on the streets. 100 ghosts walk in the night, and evil beasts appear. If there's really something terrifying suppressed under Chongli City, that thing, once it comes out, it'll probably cause chaos. Young Master Mingyue said solemnly. Fairy Lianyue said, "Do you think it's possible that it's suppressing a creature?" "It can't be, right? The era of the Scarlet Emperor was too long ago. Even the immortals of that era can't live until now, right?" Lin Feng said. "There are always things in the world that break our understanding," Fairy Lianyue said. Everyone knew what Fairy Lianyue was trying to say. If Fairy Lianyue's guess was true, there was a creature suppressed under Chongli City. That was too terrifying. What kind of creature had been suppressed for so many years, it was still alive? Just thinking about it made everyone's hair stand on end. Darkness shrouded the land, and evil spirits reappeared in the world. It was as if they wanted to break free from the shackles of heaven and earth. They would regain their freedom. Heaven and earth. They were about to be devoured by darkness. In the ancient city where 100 ghosts roamed, a few cultivators who didn't listen to orders to come out for a stroll saw the evil ghosts floating in the streets and alleys. They were so scared that their bodies trembled. Some of them screamed in fear and rushed into the distance. They hoped to escape back to their homes. He 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 he. The evil spirits laughed. The evil spirit let out a sinister voice. It was so eerie and terrifying that people couldn't help but feel their hair stand on end. The cultivators wandering outside could not escape the fate of death. When the evil spirits pounced on them, no one was able to escape. Everyone had their flesh and blood devoured by the evil spirits. Mournful screams echoed in the empty streets. Many people who were hiding could not help but turn pale when they heard the mournful screams. These people who wandered outside died too miserably. In the end, they turned into evil spirits and floated in the streets of the ancient city. It seems that some people did not know their place. They left their homes and were eaten by the evil spirits. Fairy Lianyue said. Fairy Lingyun said, perhaps they were confident in their own strength, but the result was beyond their expectations. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly said, listen, there seems to be a sound coming from outside the city. Everyone listened carefully. Soon, everyone heard it. Clang. Clang, it sounded like chains clanging against each other. It came from all directions. Bang. Bang. Bang, not long after, Chongli City was hit. It seemed that some terrifying creature was trying to break through the gates of Chongli City and enter the city from the outside. If Chongli City was not surrounded by powerful restrictions, perhaps it was those terrifying creatures in the darkness. They had already broken through the city gates and killed their way into Chongli City. For many cultivators who had experienced the attack of the creatures of darkness for the first time, they were terrified. Naturally, they were filled with fear. What was happening in front of them was too terrifying. I slept for 1,000 years, only to wake up today. The day of the eclipse of the moon, the day of my master's return. Faintly, Lin Feng heard another voice. It was muffled, and he could not hear it clearly. Did you hear another voice? Lin Feng asked. I heard the roars of beasts and the clanging of chains, but nothing else. Young Master Han said. Me too. I only heard those two voices. The rest of the people expressed their opinions one after another, but Lin Feng heard a third voice. Although it was very vague. But he was sure that he had heard it. Junior brother Lin, did you hear something else? Fairy Dancing Fire looked at Lin Feng. I have slept for 1,000 years, only to awaken today, on the day of the eclipse of the moon, when my master returns. Lin Feng nodded, and then said the vague voice he heard. That voice only sounded once before it fell silent. He really suppressed a living being? Everyone looked at each other in dismay, their hearts filled with deep shock. What was this creature that was being suppressed? That was a living being suppressed by the Scarlet Emperor. It was rumored that the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were existences capable of killing Xianxia lifeforms. It was obvious. The Scarlet Emperor's strength had long surpassed Fan Tao's Emperor realm. The being he had suppressed in the past. Was it a Xiantian life form? This was all conjecture. After so many years, a lot of the truth had been buried by history. Latecomers were destined to never know the truth. Bang! 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 The attacks of the creatures of darkness were getting stronger and stronger. They kept attacking Chongli City, trying to break through the city's defenses. Chongli City's defenses were trembling violently. It was as if they were about to be destroyed. Those creatures of darkness outside should be the subordinates of that unknown being, right? Fairy Lingyun frowned slightly, feeling that things were too strange. Many years had passed since the era of the Scarlet Emperor. He had allowed the suppressed being to use some unknown method to survive until now. However, its subordinates should have died long ago. However, the subordinates of the unknown being were still alive. They had slept for 1,000 years. They had woken up today. All for the sake of saving their master. Young Master Mingyu frowned. It's already unbelievable that the suppressed being could survive from the era of the Scarlet Emperor. So many of its subordinates can't even reach its level of cultivation. How could they survive until now? It's not realistic. Lin Feng said. Curse. The power of the curse. It can allow them to live until now. But they have to pay a heavy price for it. Curse, everyone's voice suddenly trembled. This was a word that no one was willing to mention. Bang. 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 At this moment, the attacks of the creatures of darkness outside were getting stronger. Chongli City actually started to shake. Even the houses started to shake violently. Kacha. Kacha. Soon after, cracks appeared on the city's defenses. This caused countless people to be shocked. If the ancient city's defenses were destroyed, wouldn't the creatures of darkness outside be coming in? When that happened, would blood flow like a river? For countless years, these creatures of darkness have been attacking Chongli City. The defenses of Chongli City are constantly weakening. As time passes, the defenses of the city will weaken as well. Sooner or later, the city's defenses will no longer be able to withstand the attacks of the creatures of darkness. Young Master Qiu Feng said solemnly. Everyone nodded. They felt that things were getting troublesome. They were already prepared for a battle. When the creatures of darkness entered the city, then, they would no longer be able to stay in Chongli City. When that time came, they could only break out. Only then could they survive. Just as the city's defenses were about to crack, lines of emperor inscriptions suddenly appeared. They were like divine dragons, reinforcing the broken defenses. The broken defenses were finally stabilized. The creatures of darkness were infuriated. They started to attack even more ferociously. At the same time, under Chongli City, there was an endless amount of black smoke. This is... Lin Feng and the others looked at the ground in horror. Black gas kept surging out from the ground. Rumble. Rumble. Soon after, the city started to shake. Bang. After that, under Chongli City, something terrifying seemed to be attacking the city. It wanted to destroy Chongli City. It's that terrifying creature that was suppressed. Fairy Dancing Flame said with a trembling voice. It was a terrifying scene. Under Chongli City. The unknown creature that was suppressed. Now, it was cooperating with the creatures of darkness outside the city to attack Chongli City. Kacha. Kacha, the ground. It began to crack, houses collapsed one by one. This is bad. This terrifying creature has awakened, said Lin Feng. His hair stood on end. Boom, the courtyard they were in collapsed instantly. The group of people rushed out of the courtyard. Just as they rushed out of the courtyard, the densely packed evil spirits had already pounced on them, completely drowning the 8 of them. Great mercy! Infinite Mahanada! Lin Feng's voice rumbled like thunder when he saw the swarm of evil spirits charging at him. Endless Buddhist light shot into the sky from within his body. He had cultivated the great karma technique of Buddhism and was the nemesis of evil spirits. Now, it was as if he had transformed into an ancient Buddha. His hand covered the sky and the Buddhist light was boundless. Endless Buddhist light surged out. When the densely packed evil spirits came into contact with the Buddha's light, their bodies immediately turned into ashes. Ha 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 ha, amazing. Really amazing. Junior brother Lin also has a deep understanding of the Buddhist divine powers. Old Lei is very impressed. Lei Qian exclaimed. He was a battle maniac. Now that he saw the swarm of evil spirits charging at him, Lei Qian took out a treasure. It was a giant hammer. It was called Thor's hammer. The giant hammer was surrounded by endless lightning. The hammer smashed out. Endless thunderbolts condensed and formed. The evil spirits were enveloped by the lightning and instantly exploded, vanishing into thin air. My Thor's hammer is a treasure made by imitating the primordial treasure of the immemorial thunder god. The material is exactly the same as the one made by the immemorial thunder god, but its power is not as strong as the immemorial thunder god's hammer. Lei Qian said aloud. The immemorial thunder god's hammer. This was a famous treasure of the immemorial era. The immemorial thunder god had once challenged the strongest of the immemorial era, the immemorial dragonesque elephant. Although he was defeated by the immemorial dragonesque elephant, he only lost by one move. The immemorial thunder god had probably reached the emperor realm at that time. Therefore, the immemorial thunder god's hammer should be a powerful emperor weapon. Many cultivators liked to imitate ancient weapons to create their own weapons. However, this was not something that could be casually faked. It was like imitating the immemorial thunder god's hammer. If it was just an imitation of the appearance, it was naturally very simple. However, if it was just an imitation of the appearance, the weapon created would not be very powerful. But the thunder god's hammer that Lei Qian imitated was different. First of all, the material was exactly the same as the immemorial thunder god's hammer. Second, Lei Qian obtained the craftsmanship of the immemorial thunder god's hammer. Lei Qian was created according to the method of the hammer of the ancient thunder god. Even though Lei Gan's Mjolnir was only a replica, Lei Gan's Mjolnir was the real deal. But because of the material, the workmanship was exactly the same as the hammer of the thunder god. That was why it was so powerful. This was Lei Gan's natal magic treasure. If one day, Lei Gan became a great emperor, in that case, the lightning god's hammer that he had forged would also become an imperial armament. When the time comes. It was hard to say that his weapon was an imitation. After all, at that time, the power of this replica was no less than that of the real hammer of the thunder god. After Lei Qian took out his Dharma treasure, the rest of the people also took out their own Dharma treasures. The group of people charged out. Because a large number of houses had collapsed, many people had no choice but to rush out from their hiding places onto the streets. As such, the war was inevitable. As the race and cultivators fought, many race were killed by the cultivators, but many cultivators were also devoured by the race. As for the ordinary people, their fates were more tragic. He didn't even have the ability to resist before he was devoured by the evil ghost. Rumble. Rumble. Crack. 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 The earth was still trembling violently. At the same time, it was also cracking. Roar. Suddenly, a low roar came from the depths of the earth. Wah! Many people were shocked by the sudden roar and vomited blood. Powerful people like Lin Feng and the others. Their faces were as pale as paper. Oh my god, are we really going to break free? Lin Feng and the others looked into the depths. Their scalps went numb. The dark creatures outside the ancient city seemed to have sensed the situation inside the ancient city. Therefore, those dark creatures became extremely excited and crazy. They kept attacking Zhongli City. What is that? Suddenly, someone shouted and pointed to the depths of Zhongli City. Many people looked in that direction. In the depths of Zhongli City, the earth collapsed. In the endless darkness, there seemed to be something. It was as if it was about to emerge from the collapsed earth. But the black fog covered the sky. No one could see clearly what was in the black fog. This caused everyone to be aghast. The thing that was suppressed in Zhongli City was about to break free. This was going to be a disaster, right? Hundreds of millions of years of suppression. It is difficult to destroy my immortal body. Red Emperor. You are dead. Turned into dust. But I am about to break free. You worked so hard to suppress me. But it is going to be in vain. When I come out, I want the sky to be dyed red with blood. The mysterious existence let out a series of sinister voices. He was making a final struggle. He wanted to break free. He wanted to see the light of day again. Countless people were shocked. If that existence broke free, who would be able to survive? When the time came, everyone would die in Zhongli City, right? Just as everyone's hearts were trembling. Suddenly, an ancient voice resounded in the ancient city. All struggles are but a pipe dream. Rumble. Then, the huge statue of Red Emperor in the square of Zhongli City started to move. Whoosh. Whoosh, two dazzling eyes opened. It was as if it had illuminated the pitch-black night sky. Endless divine power surged out and wrapped around the Red Emperor statue. Rumble. Rumble, the ground was shaking. The Red Emperor statue walked towards the depths of Zhongli City. The Red Emperor has appeared, countless people shouted loudly, tears of excitement filling their eyes. When they were on the verge of despair, the Red Emperor had appeared. The fallen Red Emperor is still guarding Zhongli City. Lin Feng muttered to himself. His heart was filled with shock. Was the Red Emperor's indestructible will controlling this statue to guard Zhongli City for generations? The Scarlet Emperor's statue entered the black fog and engaged in a fierce battle with the unknown terrifying creature. Red Emperor, you. Impossible. The unknown existence let out an incredulous voice. Why is this happening? He roared angrily. Bang. Bang. Bang, the Red Emperor statue attacked. Punch after punch flew towards the unknown creature. That unknown and terrifying being was unable to break free in the first place. Now, it was attacked by the Red Emperor statue. It was directly smashed into the ground of Zhongli City by the Red Emperor statue. No. I can't accept this. The unknown existence let out an angry roar. But there was no turning back. The Scarlet Emperor's statue directly sealed the unknown creature. Finally, the Red Emperor statue returned to the square where it was originally and stood there. It closed its eyes. The divine light was restrained. It became the same as before. It was unmoving. The densely packed creatures of darkness outside retreated like the tide. It's daybreak, Lin Feng muttered as he looked at the white light rising from the horizon. The darkness dispersed. Daybreak arrived. This night was not peaceful at all. Countless people rushed to the plaza and kowtowed to the Scarlet Emperor's statue. The Scarlet Emperor's will is indestructible. As expected of the ancestor of the human race. Even in death, the remnant of his will is still protecting the safety of the human race. Prince Mingyu muttered to himself. Yes, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors have been protecting the human race since their deaths. Fairy Lingyun sighed. Lin Feng and the others came to the plaza and looked at the Scarlet Emperor's statue. They were filled with admiration. It was a kind of respect that came from the depths of their souls. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were the ancestors of the human race. Many times, just thinking of their names was enough to make people respect them. Lin Feng and the others stayed in Zhongli City for 5 days. Before leaving, they went to the Scarlet Emperor's statue to pay their respects. Then, they left Zhongli City. Those creatures of darkness, where are they sleeping? Lin Feng frowned and asked. When the endless darkness shrouded them, the creatures of darkness came from afar. When the darkness dispersed, they disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng couldn't help but be curious. Where did they go? Maybe it's a mysterious world. Or maybe it's an unknown space. Fairy Lingyun said. The others nodded. That was indeed a possibility. However, they wouldn't have to worry about the creatures of darkness for 1,000 years. The next time they appeared, 1,000 years later, it was a new cycle. The group didn't stop at all. They quickly went to the underground valley. Half a month later, they saw rolling black fog in the depths of the ancient forest. It covered the sky. It was quiet within 100 li. There wasn't a single living creature. The place where the black fog covers the sky is where the underground valley is. Lei Gan said. I remember that senior brother Lei entered the underground valley 10 years ago? Young Master Mingyu said. Lei Qian nodded and said, at that time, the ancient devils of the primitive devil kingdom had built a devil sovereign sacrificial altar in order to open the passage to the devil world and allow the great emperor of the devil world to descend to the 9 continents. Therefore, many experts entered the primitive devil kingdom to destroy this matter. I also participated in this battle. After a bloody battle, I finally destroyed the devil sovereign sacrificial altar. Although Lei Gan said it casually, everyone knew that it must have been extremely dangerous back then. One had to know that the primitive devil nation was filled with experts. The primitive devil race was even more terrifying than the heavenly devil race. They were also much older than sky fiends. Rumor had it that the heavenly demons and earth demons were actually slaves created by the primitive demons. However, as time passed, the heavenly demons and earth demons became more and more powerful. Eventually, they broke free from the control of the primitive demon race. Lin Feng and the others sped up and soon arrived at the underground canyon. At a glance, the underground canyon was vast and boundless. It was extremely huge. Black fog gushed out from the depths of the canyon. Waves of cold aura spread out, causing one's hair to stand on end. Lin Feng and the others stood outside the underground canyon and looked into the depths. Lei Gan said, everyone, be careful. There are ancient demonic corpses floating in the canyon. I don't know where those demonic corpses came from. When we enter later, we must be careful. We must not alarm the demonic corpses. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Everyone nodded and was about to enter the underground canyon. Suddenly, more than 10 streaks of light flew over from afar. They were as fast as lightning. They landed. Ha 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 ha. So it's you. Loud laughter rang out. Dugadi Tian had his hands behind his back. He had the aura of swallowing mountains and rivers as he coldly glanced at Lin Feng and the others. People from the Supreme Immortal sect. Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. He didn't know the others. However, he knew Duga Di Tian. It was obvious that this was an expert from the Supreme Immortal sect led by Duga Di Tian. This Duga Di Tian could be said to be incomparably arrogant. Duga Di Tian had chased Mingyu all the way to the reincarnation ancient forest to kill him. He didn't take the reincarnation immortal sect seriously at all. The others frowned when they saw Duga Di Tian and the others. The relationship between the reincarnation immortal sect and the Supreme Immortal sect had always been bad. Both sides had always been fighting openly and covertly. "Let's go," Fairy Huowu said. She didn't want to have a conflict with the people from the Supreme Immortal sect. Moreover, there were only 8 people from the Reincarnation Immortal sect. There were 17 people from the Supreme Immortal sect. The difference in numbers was too great. "Did I say that you can leave?" Duga Di Tian said coldly. Swoosh. Swoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, the disciples from the Supreme Immortal sect beside him rushed out and surrounded Lin Feng and the others. "What's the meaning of this?" Lei Gan said coldly. Duga Di Tian ignored Lei Gan. Instead, he looked at Mingyu and said indifferently, "Situ Mingyu. If the patriarch of the Reincarnation Immortal sect didn't save you last time, you would have died. You'd have died by my hands. We meet again. Today is the day you die. If you kill yourself, I won't make things difficult for the others from the Reincarnation Immortal sect. If you don't know what's good for you, all of you will die here today." Duga Di Tian was extremely arrogant. The 8 people from the Reincarnation Immortal sect were all top experts. However, they didn't seem to be worthy of Duga Di Tian's attention. "There are many people who want to kill us. Who do you think you are?" Lin Feng pursed his lips. Pfft. Fairy Huowu, Fairy Ling Yun, and Fairy Lian Yu couldn't help but laugh. Even Mingyu, Han, Qiao Feng, and Lei Gan couldn't help but laugh. Lin Feng was still in the mood to tease Duga Di Tian in such a dangerous situation. What an optimistic person. Duga Di Tian's expression darkened. He looked coldly at Lin Feng and said disdainfully, "Someone like you can only talk. Trash like you don't even have the right to die at my hands." Lin Feng had thought that he was arrogant enough. He hadn't expected Duga Di Tian to be even more arrogant than him. He had actually been looked down upon by Duga Di Tian. Who doesn't know how to talk big? We'll only know after we fight. The most frightening thing is to brag for so long only to be trampled to death. Lin Feng pursed his lips. "Since you want to die so much, I can fulfill your wish. I'll trample you to death like an ant." Duga Di Tian stepped forward. Lin Feng sneered, fearless. He wanted to test the level of his current combat strength. At that moment, Mingyu said, "Junior brother Lin. Let me fight this battle." Lin Feng looked at Mingyu. He could see the determination in his eyes. Lin Feng thought back to when Mingyu had been chased by Duga Di Tian. It was obvious that Mingyu was also angry. Lin Feng nodded and took 3 steps back. Mr. Mingyu walked towards Duga Di Tian and said coldly, "Last time, you chased after me while I was injured. Now that I have recovered, I would like to have a taste of your Celestial Emperor mighty body. Do you think you're qualified to make me use the Celestial Emperor tyrannical body?" Duga Di Tian looked at young Master Mingyu with disdain. This person's arrogance seemed to emanate from his bones. One had to know that back then, the prodigy roll. Young Master Mingyu was ranked 5th on the prodigy roll. As for Duga Di Tian, he was ranked 19th. Duga Di Tian actually looked down on young Master Mingyu. It was obvious how arrogant he was. Of course. Some people might say, Duga Di Tian was only 27 years old when he participated in the prodigy role. Now, more than 700 years had passed. Duga Di Tian should have caught up to young Master Mingyu a long time ago. However, the truth was, young Master Mingyu was also very young when he participated in the prodigy role. Young Master Mingyu was 60 years old. That was 60 years of lifespan. Although he was slightly older than Duga Di Tian, his ranking was higher than Duga Di Tian's. From this, one could see that young Master Mingyu was also a heaven-defying existence. Compared to Dugu Detian's arrogance, young Master Mingyu was much more low-key. Am I qualified to make you use the Celestial Emperor tyrannical body? You'll only know after we fight. Young Master Mingyu said calmly. He was not angry because of Dugu Detian's disdain. He seemed to have always been calm and collected. Young Master Mingyu stepped forward and waved his right hand. Swoosh, cold light flashed. A bright crescent moon formed. The crescent moon was like a blade as it quickly slashed towards Dugu Detian. Crescent slash. Fairy Lingyun said softly. Crescent slash was one of young Master Mingyu's ultimate techniques. Once it was used, it could split the sky and the universe. Humph. You're far from enough. Dugu Detian sneered. Facing young Master Mingyu's crescent slash, he threw a punch. Celestial Emperor Fist. Dugu Detian's voice was cold as a powerful aura emanated from his body. It vaguely felt like a great emperor was releasing his emperor's might. This was a terrifying ability that Dugu Detian possessed. This kind of powerful aura was something that existed since birth. Every time he attacked, his body would automatically release this powerful aura to intimidate others. Many people hadn't even fought with Dugu Detian yet. However, he was already suppressed by the aura that Dugu Detian exuded. Unable to resist, he was instantly killed by Dugu Detian. He was able to resist the terrifying aura emitted from Dugu Detian's body. However, their battle prowess would often be greatly affected. Lin Feng frowned slightly and said, "It's very domineering." However, the domineering aura needs to be released in order to display the true might of the domineering aura. However, the aura emitted from Dugudi's body is not released. How strange. This is the terrifying part of the Celestial Emperor's mighty body. Lei Qian said in a deep voice. Celestial Emperor's domineering aura. You already have a terrifying aura that can intimidate others. If you cultivate your Qi aura and combine it with your Qi aura, you will be almost invincible. Lin Feng nodded. He looked at the battlefield. Bang, a dull sound of collision was heard as the two sides collided violently. At the moment of collision, within young Master Mingyu's body, a full moon flew out. When young Master Mingyu used the crescent/sacred art to deal with Dugu Detian, he had already thought of what to do next. That full moon instantly suppressed Dugu Detian. At such a close distance, Dugu Detian wanted to completely dodge young Master Mingyu's attack. It was completely impossible. Therefore, he had no choice but to throw a punch at the moon that was suppressing him. With a loud bang, Dugu Detian was forced to retreat. This Dugu Detian was indeed powerful. However, this person was too arrogant and did not place young Master Mingyu in his eyes. This time, he suffered a small loss. After forcing Dugu Detian back, the moon continued to fly towards Dugu Detian. Then, it descended from the sky. It charged towards Dugu Detian. Dugu Detian said indifferently, "I've underestimated you. Now, you already have the qualifications to be my opponent." Although this person had suffered a small loss, he still didn't change his arrogant nature. When the bright moon suppressed him, Dugu Detian waved his right hand. An axe light condensed. This axe light was like the axe light condensed from Panga's axe when he split the heavens and earth. Puff, this attack. It instantly tore apart the bright moon. However, young Master Mingyu's attacks were endless. I came from the middle of the moon. I am the god of the moon. Young Master Mingyu walked over the entire world. It instantly turned into a starry sky world. In this starry sky world, stars were densely packed. Young Master Mingyu walked out from a bright moon. He wore a moon robe made of intertwined moonlight. Moonlight lingered around his body. At this moment, young Master Mingyu seemed to have transformed into the god of the moon. Senior brother Mingyu's physique is the moon god body. Now that senior brother Mingyu has used the moon god body, his battle strength has instantly increased to the peak. I wonder if he can suppress or even heavily injure Dugu Detian? Fire Dance said. What a powerful moon god body. As expected of the fifth ranked on the Heaven's Chosen list. This senior brother Mingyu's cultivation is truly unfathomable. Lin Feng was secretly shocked. He could feel the power of young Master Mingyu's moon god body. no matter how powerful Duga Di Tian was. Against young Master Mingyu's moon god body, he would definitely feel a headache. Duga Di Tian's expression suddenly darkened. Young Master Mingyu's moon god body did indeed make him feel threatened. Duga Di Tian did not dare to hesitate. He activated his bloodline and began to activate the Celestial Emperor tyrannical body. When the Celestial Emperor tyrannical body was activated, the sound of the great Tao resonating resounded through the clouds. Duga Di Tian's body was surrounded by an emperor's aura. It was as if the Celestial Emperor had descended to the world. This Celestial Emperor tyrannical body, it was definitely an extremely domineering physique. It made Lin Feng feel a sense of horror. Myriad worlds. I am the ruler. Celestial Emperor tyrannical body. Who dares to compete with me? Duga Di Tian's voice was cold as he stepped forward. Bang, the moon god body and the Celestial Emperor tyrannical body collided fiercely. Crack. Crack, with the two of them at the center of the collision. The surrounding void. It directly cracked open. Immediately after, the cracked void spread in all directions. It kept collapsing. Lin Feng and the others had no choice but to quickly retreat. This was because the void within 10 miles of the center of the battle had instantly collapsed. It was impossible to stand firm. The group of experts from the Supreme Immortal sect also quickly retreated. They were afraid that they would be swallowed by the space-time reversal. After the collision, young Master Mingyu and Duga Di Tian both retreated. Your moon god body has already been cultivated to the 9th level, but it can only contend against the 6th level of my Celestial Emperor tyrannical body. My Celestial Emperor tyrannical body doesn't need to be cultivated to the 9th level. As long as it is cultivated to the 7th level, killing you will be like slaughtering a dog. Duga Di Tian was still extremely arrogant as he looked at young Master Mingyu with contempt. Young Master Mingyu's expression remained calm. Physique is only one aspect of cultivation. However, it's not everything about cultivation. You treat your physique as everything. Just this point alone is enough for you to fall to the bottom. Duga Di Tian's expression sank. He sneered and said, "Do you think you can use these words to disturb my heart? What a joke. My Celestial Emperor tyrannical body. Invincible. Once I reach the peak of the 9th stage, I'll be invincible. I'll spare you today. Once my Celestial Emperor tyrannical body improves, I'll kill you." After saying that, Duga Di Tian didn't stay any longer. He quickly rushed into the underground valley. Pfft. When Duga Di Tian entered the underground valley, he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Junior brother Dugu. Are you all right?" The disciples of the Supreme Immortal sect were shocked. They hadn't expected Duga Di Tian to be injured. After all these years, Duga Di Tian had never been injured. It was no wonder that Duga Di Tian didn't choose to leave instead of continuing to fight with the Reincarnation Immortal sect. If they continued fighting, both sides would definitely be injured. Duga Di Tian said, "I'm fine. Don't worry." He narrowed his eyes and said, "I didn't expect the moon goddess to be so strong. Even I was injured. However, Situ Mingyu's injuries should be more serious than mine. We can't stay here for long. Let's go." Swoosh, the group of people from the Supreme Immortal sect quickly left. Outside the underground valley, pfft. Young Master Mingyu spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone's expression changed. They looked at young Master Mingyu worriedly. My internal organs were injured. Luckily, it wasn't too serious. I'll be able to recover quickly. Duga Di Tian's internal organs were also injured by me. That's why he chose to leave. He doesn't want to force us into a dead end while he's injured. There will be too many uncertainties if we do that. Young Master Mingyu said. Fairy Lianyu said, Duga Di Tian should be in a hurry to recover. Let's quickly find a place for senior brother Mingyu to recover. Lin Feng said, I think we should find a place in the forest nearby. Everyone nodded in agreement. The underground world was too dangerous. Therefore, it was safer for him to recuperate on the surface. The group found a nearby valley. Young Master Mingyu was recuperating in the valley while the others were waiting. One day later, young Master Mingyu's injuries had completely recovered. Then, they set off and entered the Great Rift Valley. Black fog rolled. A gloomy and cold aura filled the air. Soon after, Lin Feng saw a demonic corpse in an abyss. He was floating in the air with his eyes closed. No one knew how many years he had been dead, but his body was still immortal, and his aura was still very terrifying. Lin Feng quickly retracted his gaze. He already knew that there was a mysterious demonic corpse in the abyss leading to the underground world. Therefore, he didn't find it strange when he saw it now. After flying for about 100,000 meters, they finally arrived at the underground world. They had just landed. Poisonous insects covered the sky and covered the earth. This poisonous bug was the size of a wash basin. It looked a little like a zombie, but it had a scorpion's tail. At the end of the tail, there were sharp barbs. The barbs shone with a blue luster. Obviously, it contained a deadly poison. This huge poisonous bug also had extremely sharp fangs. The bug's teeth also contained a deadly poison. As long as one was bitten, they would probably lose half their life. Lin Feng immediately took out the regal sword tomb. 4 swords flew out and began to kill the poisonous bugs that were pouncing on them. As for the others, they also took out their own magic treasures to deal with these poisonous bugs. However, there were too many poisonous bugs. They were innumerable. It was impossible to kill them all. Lin Feng and the others worked together to tear a path through the swarm. They rushed out of the poisonous bugs' encirclement. Then, they quickly rushed into the depths. The swarm of bugs chased after them. However, they were shaken off by Lin Feng and the others after more than 50 miles. At this time, the group heaved a sigh of relief. After a short rest, they quickly headed in the direction of the secret realm. At this time, Lin Feng said, "Do you think those people from the Supreme Immortal sect are also here for the sacred Battle Ape secret realm?" Dancing Fire Fairy said, "It's indeed possible. After all, there's more than one jade talisman to enter the secret realm. Looks like we need to speed up." Everyone nodded. They sped up. Along the way, they also saw many cultivators roaming about in the underground world. Although the underground world was the territory of the primitive devil kingdom and the primordial demon kingdom, this place was filled with danger. If one was not careful, they could die. However, the underground world was rich in resources, and there were more treasures than the surface world. There were also many treasures that the surface world did not have. There were also many ancient cultivators' cave abodes. As the saying goes, people die for wealth, and birds die for food. Therefore, many people took risks and entered the underground world to search for treasures, ancient cultivators' cave abodes, and other opportunities. Some people died tragically in the underground world. However, there were also people who obtained great opportunities. 10 days later, Lin Feng and the others arrived at the location of the sacred Battle Ape secret realm that Dancing Fire Fairy had mentioned. "This is?" Lin Feng looked at the terrain in front of him and was shocked. In front of him was a huge mountain range. Upon closer inspection, it looked like a huge tautai with its bloody mouth wide open. In front of the mountain range was a lake. This made Lin Feng think of a very ominous terrain. This terrain was called the tautai devouring the sun. Is there something wrong? Dancing Fire Fairy and the others looked at Lin Feng. They did not know much about feng shui. Look at that mountain range. Doesn't it look like a tautai? Lin Feng pointed at the mountain range in front of him and said. Everyone looked carefully and could not help but nod. It was indeed very similar. When the dragon vein meets water, it is called the true dragon spitting pearl. This place is the best burial ground. A tautai is the son of a dragon. It is ferocious by nature and can eat billions of living beings in one bite. It is a kind of evil beast. When a tautai meets water, it is a great omen. The feng shui theory calls this terrain the tautai devouring the sun. This kind of burial ground is very dangerous. I reckon that some extremely terrifying things might appear in the sacred Battle Ape's burial ground. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, everyone's expressions could not help but become incomparably solemn. Fairy Xianxia said. We don't want to obtain the greatest fortuitous opportunity. As long as we can obtain a portion of the fortuitous opportunities in the sacred Battle Ape's secret realm, we will leave quickly. Otherwise, we will be buried in this ominous land. Only by knowing when to advance and when to retreat can we live longer. Young Master Qiu Feng said. They naturally understood this principle. They had made a decision. They also knew what to do next. The group entered the lake. They stopped at the center of the lake. Dancing Fire Fairy took out a jade talisman. Then, she chanted an incantation. Suddenly, a black ray of light shot out from the jade talisman. The black ray of light pierced through the void. A loud rumbling sound could be heard. A black hole appeared. The black hole directly swallowed Lin Feng and the others. Then, the black hole disappeared without a trace. With a flash of light, Lin Feng and the others found themselves in another world. It was a dark ancient forest. A cold and gloomy aura. The ground was littered with corpses. It was like a path leading to the netherworld, and it made them feel uneasy. Lin Feng and the others traveled through the forest, but they did not see any beasts. It was eerily quiet. However, they did not let down their guard. He had been carefully observing his surroundings the entire time. This place, who knew when a terrifying thing would suddenly jump out? If they weren't careful, it was very likely that they would die. There are so many corpses here. When did they start piling up here? Fairy Lingyun frowned slightly as she looked at the corpses on the ground. It's been a long time. Many of the bones have been eroded, but since this is the sacred battle ape secret realm, something unknown must have happened here. Lei Qian said. Lin Feng asked, how did the sacred battle ape die? Are there any records? Everyone shook their heads. The era of the sacred battle ape was too long ago, and many people only had a superficial understanding of the sacred battle ape. Fairy Lianyue said, I've heard a story about the sacred battle ape. However, I don't know if it's true or not. Oh? Let's hear it. Everyone could not help but be interested. The sacred battle ape was born and nurtured by heaven and earth. Ever since he was born, he had already jumped out of the 3 realms and the 5 elements. Later on, he visited an immortal mountain and cultivated under Bodhi Daoist. He learned many amazing abilities and became the lord of all demons. Back then, the sacred battle ape had many experts by his side, and even the 7 sages of the demon race came to join him. The celestial realm saw that the sacred battle ape had matured and was worried that the demon race would grow stronger if this continued. Hence, they thought of a way to recruit the sacred battle ape to the celestial realm and conferred him the title of Horse Protector to restrain him. How could the Lord of all demons suffer such humiliation? Hence, he returned to the demon realm. When the celestial realm saw that the sacred battle ape refused to be disciplined, they sent an army to wage war against the demon realm. The sacred battle ape. He must have died in that battle. The celestial world is a higher world than the 3,000 great worlds. The animal world is one of the 3,000 great worlds. The celestial world and the animal world are 2 completely different worlds. Even a strong cultivator like the Battle Saint Ape wants to go to the celestial world. It's said that the celestial world is the ruler of all worlds. Lin Feng said. The heaven realm is still too far away from us. Young Master Hans Han waved the folding fan in his hand. Everyone nodded. The most important thing now was to live in the present. Underworld weapon. Suddenly, Dancing Flame Fairy cried out in alarm. Patrolling netherworld soldiers appeared in front of them, emitting a cold and terrifying aura. These were the soldiers of the underworld, and now they had actually appeared here. The netherworld soldiers were patrolling. Could it be that they were guarding something? Lin Feng and the others hid to avoid the netherworld soldiers. Nether soldiers were immortal beings. Once they were alerted, that would cause a lot of trouble. Wherever there was an underworld weapon, it was very likely that there was a passageway to the underworld. After they avoided the netherworld soldiers, they continued to head deeper into the forest. The deeper they went, the more netherworld soldiers there were. Ah, miserable screams came from afar. There was a battle over there. Dozens of cultivators were fighting with the netherworld soldiers. They were killed by the netherworld soldiers. Then, those netherworld soldiers actually devoured the flesh and soul essence of dozens of cultivators. In the blink of an eye, dozens of cultivators turned into dried corpses. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. The cultivators who came to the battle-sacred ape mystic realm were definitely experts. They were actually killed by these netherworld soldiers so easily. The strangest thing was that these netherworld soldiers actually devoured their flesh and soul essence. Lin Feng originally thought that the netherworld soldiers didn't eat. Only now did he know that the netherworld soldiers also ate, and what they ate was the flesh and soul essence of cultivators. After the group of netherworld soldiers left, Lin Feng and the others continued to carefully head deeper into the forest. But not long after, they were also discovered by the netherworld soldiers. A group of netherworld soldiers pounced on them. Great mercy! Infinite Maha! Lin Feng's palm was surrounded by endless Buddhist light. Then, he slapped the body of a netherworld soldier. The netherworld soldiers were evil spirits. The divine abilities of Buddhism restrained evil spirits. But what Lin Feng didn't expect was that when his palm landed on the netherworld soldier's body, dense runes actually appeared on the surface of the netherworld soldier's body. These were the runes of the netherworld. They were abnormally powerful. They neutralized his attack. Then, the netherworld soldier attacked Lin Feng with a palm strike. Bang, a muffled sound was heard. Lin Feng was directly sent flying. Crack! Crack, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. His chest caved in. One had to know that Lin Feng's current physical body was at the peak of the heavenly god realm. Moreover, he had dermic powers protecting his body just now. He actually couldn't block the attack of the netherworld soldier. The attack of this netherworld soldier was really too terrifying. It was no wonder those cultivators died in the hands of the netherworld soldier. They didn't die in vain. Lin Feng hurriedly circulated his immortal divine body to heal his injuries. At the same time, he took out the 9 demons painting and sent the netherworld soldier flying. These netherworld soldiers are too terrifying. They can't be killed at all. We have to leave quickly. Otherwise, we will be surrounded by the netherworld soldiers and die. Fairy Dancing Flame said with a serious expression. In the process of fighting with the netherworld soldier, she was also suppressed. The rest of the people were in similar situations. In the distance, groups of netherworld soldiers were rushing over from all directions. Follow me and activate the 9 demons painting. Let's rush out. Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Hearing Lin Feng's words, everyone was shocked. Everyone looked at the remnant map floating above Lin Feng's head. They originally thought that this remnant map was just an ordinary treasure. They didn't expect it to be a supreme treasure like the 9 demons painting. The group quickly gathered around Lin Feng and activated the 9 demons painting together. Powerful dermic powers poured into the 9 demons painting. The 9 demons painting released its emperor's aura. Demonic light surged out and enveloped Lin Feng and the others. Then, they controlled the 9 demons painting to crash into the surrounding netherworld soldiers. Bang! Bang! Bang, along with a series of dull collision sounds. The netherworld soldiers blocking the way. All of them were sent flying. Lin Feng and the others quickly rushed into the depths of the painting. But at this moment, a distorted vortex appeared in the void. In the vortex, there was a pitch-black door. Now, the door opened. A powerful suction force surged out and enveloped Lin Feng and the others. Break! Lin Feng roared. The 9 demons painting shook and scattered all the suction force. But at this moment, a huge pitch-black hand that blotted out the sky. It stretched out from behind the demon door. Lowly creatures, trespassing into the place guarded by the netherworld soldiers. You will fall forever. A cold voice was heard. They felt a strong aura of death emitting from behind the huge pitch-black door. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. He shouted in a deep voice, "That's the passage to the underworld. This existence must be an expert of the underworld. Everyone, fight it out. Otherwise, I'm afraid we will die without a doubt." The underworld. The place where the dead went. The underworld. Lin Feng had always kept it a secret. This place, it was too terrifying. It was a place that many people didn't want to talk about. But now, Lin Feng and the others were facing the attack of the underworld expert. This existence was much stronger than those underworld soldiers. Dancing Flame Fairy and the others naturally understood the current situation. It could be said to be extremely dangerous. If they were careless, it was very likely that he would die here. Therefore, everyone didn't hold back at all. Powerful magic power continuously poured into the 9 demons painting. Under everyone's joint efforts, the power of the 9 demons painting continued to increase. But Lin Feng felt that it was still not enough. This expert from the underworld was too powerful. Therefore, he had to increase the power of the 9 demons painting as much as possible. The more powerful the 9 demons painting was, only then would they have more confidence in dealing with the underworld creature. Lin Feng took out the Heavenly God Liquid. The Heavenly God Liquid could activate the power of the Emperor weapon. After he poured 20 drops of the Heavenly God Liquid into the 9 demons painting, the power of the 9 demons painting, it increased crazily again. Waves of destructive fluctuations surged out from the 9 demons painting. Then, the 9 demons painting quickly collided with the big hand. Bang! The 9 demons painting and the big hand collided fiercely. It was as if 2 ancient mountains had collided. The earth shook and the mountains shook. Lin Feng and the others were blown away by the terrifying shockwaves. Lin Feng and the others vomited blood. This creature from the underworld was too powerful. It could actually shake the Emperor weapon, the 9 demons painting. This is the 9 demons painting of the Heavenly Devil clan. Suppress it. The voice of the creature from the underworld was indifferent. He recognized the 9 demons painting. Now, he wanted to take it for himself. The huge palm suddenly flipped over in the void. Suddenly, the shadow of an ancient demon mountain condensed. It suppressed the 9 demons painting. The 9 demons painting wanted to soar into the sky, but it was suppressed and couldn't move an inch. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. Collect. After which, that gigantic hand directly grabbed towards the 9 devil portrait, wanting to forcibly take away Lin Feng's 9 devil portrait. Fire Phoenix Sword. Come out. Release your divine might. Right at this moment. Dancing Flame Fairy shouted in a tender voice. Then, she brought out a sword. The sword transformed into a fiery phoenix in midair. The fire phoenix instantly spewed out flames that covered the sky, enveloping the hand of the underworld master. The flames burned fiercely. The netherworld expert sneered, "Even heavenly fire can't hurt me, let alone a mere phoenix demonic fire." The netherworld realm expert's hand, which was originally aimed at the 9 demons painting, was now aimed at the fire phoenix. At this time, the fire phoenix suddenly turned into a sword. Fairy Dancing Fire's flaming phoenix sword was really mysterious and unpredictable. It could actually change at will. After a while, a fire phoenix appeared. A moment later, the treasured sword. After turning into a sword, the flaming phoenix sword slashed out a 1,000-foot-long swordlight, slashing towards the netherworld realm expert's hand. Lin Feng seized the opportunity while the flaming phoenix sword was holding back the netherworld realm expert. He controlled the 9 demons painting to shatter the netherworld realm expert's suppression. Let's deal with him together. Lei Qian shouted loudly. He took out the Thor's hammer and swung it towards the netherworld realm expert's hand. Young Master Mingyue, Young Master Hanshan, Young Master Qiufeng. Fairy Lingyun, Fairy Lianyue. They also took out their magic treasures. They attacked the netherworld realm expert's hand. So many magic treasures attacked the netherworld realm expert's hand together. In addition, there was the 9 demons painting. Lin Feng's combat power had reached its peak. Bang! 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 After a series of collisions, pooh, a tearing sound was heard. The 9 demons painting grasped a rare opportunity. It directly broke through the netherworld realm expert's defense. A wound appeared on the netherworld realm expert's arm. Lowly ants. You actually injured me. All of you, go to hell. The netherworld realm expert's angry roar shook the sky. The huge hand directly enveloped all the magic treasures and then grabbed them. The power of this attack was even more powerful. All of the magic treasures had been sealed. It was difficult to break free. The situation was very bad. Once these magic treasures were collected by the netherworld realm expert, at that time, Lin Feng and the others would be in danger. It was a critical moment. Young Master Hanshan gritted his teeth and took out a jade talisman. Immediately after, immortal light gushed out from the jade talisman. All the immortal light. It condensed together. It turned into a dazzling sword energy. Then, it slashed towards the Netherworld Realm expert's hand. The Netherworld Realm expert felt the power of the sword energy and his expression suddenly changed. The sword energy actually threatened him. This made the Netherworld Realm expert have no choice but to resist the sword energy. Obviously, the Jade Talisman just now was young Master Hanshan's trump card. Such a treasure was a one-time consumable. Therefore, young Master Hanshan would not use it unless it was a last resort. But the situation just now was very dangerous. Therefore, young Master Hanshan hesitated for a moment and took out the Jade Talisman. "Let's go," young Master Hanshan said in a deep voice. He quickly took back his magic treasures and rushed into the distance. Lin Feng and the others naturally did not dare to hesitate. They took back their magic treasures one after another. They rushed into the distance. In a moment, they had disappeared without a trace. After the Netherworld Realm expert broke the sword energy, he let out a burst of angry roars. Lin Feng and the others left. He was extremely unwilling. But now, what was done could not be undone. There was no way to reverse the situation. Lin Feng and the others rushed out dozens of miles before they rushed into the gloomy ancient forest. "It's really dangerous." Fortunately, there were no casualties this time. Dancing Flame Fairy said with lingering fear. If it weren't for their methods and treasures. At the critical moment, young Master Hanshan took out a powerful jade talisman. Otherwise, they might have been completely wiped out. Lin Feng said. "Although we experienced such a thing as a narrow escape, it's not like we didn't gain anything this time." Everyone looked at Lin Feng doubtfully. At this time, Lin Feng stretched out his right hand. A mass of magic power appeared in his palm. And within this mass of magic power, there was also a drop of blood sealed within it. "This is..." When they saw this drop of blood, everyone's eyes twitched violently. Fairy Lianyue said in surprise, "This isn't the blood of that Netherworld Realm expert, right?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "Yes, it's that Netherworld Realm expert's blood. When the Netherworld Realm expert's defenses were broken, I used the 9 demons diagram to seize the blood essence that gushed out of his wound. Then, I sealed this drop of blood essence." Lin Feng said. Everyone was overjoyed. That Netherworld Realm expert was so powerful. Just how terrifying was the essence of his blood? If they could refine it, their cultivation would increase greatly. Lin Feng continued, "There's no time to lose. Let's find a place to refine this drop of Netherworld Realm expert's blood. I really want to see it. What's so special about the Netherworld Realm expert's blood?" Everyone nodded. They quickly left to find a place to cultivate. Everyone found a place to hide. Lin Feng split the drop of blood essence from the underworld rancor. Everyone had a share and then found a place to refine it. The ancient dragonesque elephant art began to circulate. The blood essence of the underworld rancor began to be gradually refined by Lin Feng. He sensed a unique power. Within the blood essence of the underworld rancor, there were dense runes coiling around it. "These are nether runes." Lin Feng frowned slightly. Similar runes had appeared on the bodies of the nether soldiers before. However, it was far from being as powerful as the nether runes in the blood of the underworld rancor. These creatures of the underworld seemed to have been blessed with nether runes. Could the reason why these creatures of the underworld were so powerful be related to the nether runes on their bodies? Lin Feng had been thinking about this question the entire time. He felt that it was very possible. He tried to comprehend the mysteries of the nether runes. If he could master the nether runes, he might be able to find a way to deal with the creatures of the underworld. But things didn't go as he wished. When Lin Feng's consciousness enveloped the nether runes, he wanted to further study them. Suddenly, one by one, the nether runes began to self-destruct. These nether runes seemed to have spirituality. They would rather self-destruct than let others peek at the secrets of the nether runes. What a pity! If only I could study the nether runes thoroughly. The creatures of the underworld wouldn't be too difficult to deal with, but unfortunately, these nether runes actually self-destructed. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. Then, he began to absorb the energy of the blood essence with all his might. Time passed. One day later, Lin Feng woke up from his cultivation. His cultivation had broken through from the 4th layer of the Divine Fire Realm to the 5th layer of the Divine Fire Realm. One had to know that with Lin Feng's savings, if he wanted to break through, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. But now that he was able to break through, it could be seen how astonishing the effects of the blood essence of the underworld rankers were. The others also came out of seclusion one after another. All of them revealed looks of joy. It was obvious that they had obtained a lot of benefits. After a short rest, they continued to walk deeper into the underworld. Suddenly. Beside a pond, they saw 3 stalks of divine grass. The 3 divine grasses were surrounded by a dazzling divine light. They were extremely beautiful, and they were emitting shocking energy waves. Godly soul grass. Dancing Flame Fairy was shocked. Is this the godly soul grass? Lin Feng was also very surprised. Among the heaven and earth treasures that could help the soul transform into a new primordial spirit, the God Soul Grass was one of the more famous heaven and earth treasures. Many people wanted to find the divine soul grass to transform their primordial spirits. However, it was difficult to find them. The godly soul grass was too rare. And here, there were actually 3 of them. Ha 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 ha, everyone, this is the God Soul Grass. We want it. Loud laughter could be heard. Following that, more than 30 cultivators flew over. They were wearing black robes with hats. Everyone was wearing a hat that covered their heads, making it impossible to see their faces clearly. This group of people exuded a cold and gloomy aura. Clearly, they were not righteous cultivators. The leading cultivator took off his hat, revealing a devilishly handsome face. This was a young man. His eyes swept over Lin Feng and the others, and from time to time, he would let out a sinister laugh. They're from the ancient devil race, Lei Qian said in a deep voice. He had been to the underground world before, so he had seen the ancient devil race. Now, he recognized these people. Everyone's expression changed slightly. The ancient devil race was an evil race. They had always had great ambitions in the 9 states, and they had caused many bloodshed in the 9 states. The major forces in the 9 states also wanted to exterminate the ancient devil race. However, the ancient devil race was too powerful. Therefore, the major forces in the 9 states were extremely wary of them. The leading cultivator of the ancient devil race was called Primordial Son. He was the son of a king of the ancient devil race. This person was equivalent to the crown prince of the ancient devil race. He was a member of the royal family. He was in a high position and had great authority. You have good taste. Primordial Son's cold eyes swept over Lin Feng and the others. He took a deep look at Fairy Huowu, Fairy Lingyun, and Fairy Lianyue. He licked his lips and let out a strange laugh. So, it's the cultivators of the reincarnation immortal sect. How dare you enter the sacred battle ape secret realm with such a small number of people? You're really courting death. Lin Feng and the others did not say anything. They looked at the group of cultivators from the ancient devil race warily. Go and pick the God Soul Grass. Primordial Son said. Yes. Crown Prince. Immediately, a cultivator from the ancient devil race walked toward the 3 God Soul Grasses. Lin Feng and the others frowned slightly, but they did not act rashly. The difference in numbers between the 2 sides was too big. It was obviously not wise to act now. Moreover, Lin Feng felt that something was wrong with the 3 God Soul Grasses. However, he could not tell what exactly was wrong. At this time, the cultivator from the ancient devil race arrived in front of the ghost spirit grass and reached out to pick it. However, as soon as his body touched the ghost spirit grass, suddenly, his body stiffened. Ah! The cultivator from the ancient devil race screamed in horror. Then, everyone was shocked to see that the body of the cultivator from the ancient devil race had started to rot. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a pile of rotten flesh and was quickly devoured by the 3 God Soul Grasses. Heavens, this is too scary. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Feng and the others were relieved. Fortunately, the cultivator from the ancient devil race had interfered. Otherwise, the one who died might have been one of their own. Everyone had a look of lingering fear on their faces. The appearance of the god's soul grasses is so vicious. Could this be the rumored ghost spirit grass? It is said that the ghost spirit grass looks exactly the same as the god's soul grasses. At this time, the black bear devil king's voice suddenly resounded in his mind. Ghost spirit grass? What kind of grass is that? Lin Feng was puzzled. Yin and Yang are separated into the netherworld. The Yellow Springs River buries vengeful spirits. The riverside is often accompanied by permetha flowers, and the flowers are decorated with ghost spirit grass. The black bear devil monarch couldn't help murmuring, the ghost spirit grass is a kind of poisonous grass that grows together with the permetha flower. This kind of poisonous grass is formed from the evil thoughts of the millions of evil spirits in the Yellow Springs River. Anyone who touches it will die. Lin Feng gasped. The ghost spirit grass was so scary. It was no wonder that the cultivator from the ancient devil race had died so miserably. Damn it! What is going on? Primordial Spirit Sun's expression became extremely gloomy. Let's go. Lin Feng whispered. The others nodded and quickly left. Fairy Xianxia said with lingering fear, fortunately, the ancient devil race came to snatch the 3 stalks of God's soul grasses. Otherwise, some of us would have died. Young Master Mingyue said, that shouldn't be God's soul grasses, right? I once saw God's soul grasses being auctioned at an auction house, and they are harmless to the human body. Lin Feng said, that's ghost spirit grass, but it looks exactly the same as God's soul grasses, so it's easy to mistake it for them. The ghost spirit grass is a poisonous grass that grows on both sides of the Yellow Springs River. I have no idea how it ended up here. Even if the ancient devil race cultivators were to throw their lives away, they probably wouldn't be able to pluck the 3 stalks of ghost spirit grass. Everyone was shocked. Clearly, this was the first time they had heard of the ghost spirit grass. Those ancient devil race cultivators aren't good people. It's better if they all die here. Lei Qian grinned. They continued heading deeper into the river. While they were passing by a mountain range, suddenly, they saw a group of cultivators flying over from afar. Duga Di Tian. Lin Feng and the others were shocked. It was actually a group of experts from the Supreme Immortal sect. With Duga Di Tian as the leader, the group of experts from the Supreme Immortal sect had also entered the Battle Sacred Ape secret realm. This group of people seems to be in a hurry. It seems like they want to go somewhere. Let's hide for the time being. Lin Feng said. He used his array runes to hide the traces of the group. It was obviously not a wise choice to clash with Duga Di Tian and the others now. Moreover, these people seemed to be here for the treasure. He could follow behind them and watch the show of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Junior brother's attainments in array formations are truly superb. Lei Gon couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. Senior brother Lei praises me. Lin Feng smiled modestly. Not much. Duga Di Tian and the others arrived at the mountain forest where Lin Feng and the others were hiding. This was because Lin Feng had already used the concealment technique of the Celestial Masters sect to hide everyone's figures, even their auras had been restrained. Therefore, Duga Di Tian and the others did not discover them. Junior brother. We've already searched a few places, but we haven't found the item you mentioned. Could there be a mistake in the information? Or could it be that the item has been taken by someone else? A disciple of the Supreme Immortal sect said. Duga Di Tian said. No. It must be that we didn't find the right place. No matter how long we search, we must find the 9 syllables mantra. Hiss. When Lin Feng and the others, who were hiding in the shadows, heard the words 9 syllables mantra, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. 9 syllables mantra. One of the supreme inheritances of Taoism. The 9 syllables mantra were Lin, Bing, Do, Zhe, Jia, Shen, Lai, Qian, Xing. These 9 words were formed from the sublimation of the great Tao to the extreme, and contained endless wondrous techniques. Every single word possessed unimaginable power. Lin Feng still remembered that back then, the peak master of the Blue Cloud sect's heaven-mending peak, Kebu Tian, had grasped the Bing word of the 9 syllables mantra. This was truly an unparalleled supreme art. What kind of powerful figure was Mosei Tianzuan back then? With the Heavenly Demon Clan's sacred artifact, the Magic Lotus, in his hands, he was invincible. However, Kai Budian had forcibly seized Mosei Tianzuan's control over the Magic Lotus with the army mantra. This was truly an unimaginable ability. Think about it. Originally, the two of them were locked in a battle of life and death. One of them suddenly used the army mantra of the 9 syllables. He forcibly seized control of the other party's Dharma treasure. Then, he manipulated the opponent's Dharma treasure to attack the opponent. What kind of terrifying thing was this? Originally, the two of them were evenly matched. Perhaps in an instant, life and death would be determined. Duga Di Tian and the rest did not stay in the forest. They quickly left. After they left, Lin Feng and the others appeared from their hiding place. Rumor has it that most of the 9 syllables have been lost. Even Taoists only have 2 or 3 syllables of the 9 syllables. To think that there's an inheritance of the 9 syllables here. If I can get it, it'll be heaven-defying. Lei Qian rubbed his hands excitedly. Follow him. It was fine if Duga Di Tian and the others couldn't find the 9 words mantra. As long as they could find it. Let's snatch it immediately. Lin Feng said. The others nodded. If he really took action and snatched Duga Di Tian's 9 words mantra, then, the two sides would immediately have endless hatred for each other. But so what? In any case, the two sides were enemies. Was there anything more exciting than snatching an inheritance or magic treasure from the hands of the enemy? Lin Feng and the others didn't dare to follow too closely because they were worried that they would be discovered by Duga Di Tian and the others. Just like this, for many days, they went to several places, but Duga Di Tian and the others didn't get anything. Until they arrived at an abyss. Roar. Inside the abyss, the roars of beasts shook the heavens. Duga Di Tian and the others were engaged in a great battle with the beasts in the abyss. After about 2 hours, the roars of the beasts gradually disappeared. At this time, Lin Feng and the others quietly entered the abyss. When they arrived at the bottom of the abyss, they saw that the ground was filled with the corpses of fierce beasts. This was a type of fierce beast that looked like an earth dragon and a lizard. Most of them were over 10 meters long. There were about 200 of them, and all of them were killed by Duga Di Tian and the others. Now, Duga Di Tian and the others were nowhere to be seen. Lin Feng reckoned that Duga Di Tian and the others had entered the depths. They carefully snuck away. They arrived at the depths. He immediately discovered. There was actually an altar in the deepest part of the abyss. The group of people from the Supreme Immortal sect were scattered around the altar. Duga Di Tian said, "Give me the soul of the Earth Lizard Dragon." Immediately, a disciple of the Supreme Immortal sect handed Duga Di Tian a small cauldron. Sealed within the small cauldron were the souls of more than 200 fierce beasts. They were the souls of the dead Earth Lizard Dragons. Duga Di Tian placed the small cauldron that sealed the Earth Lizard Dragon's soul on the altar. Then, he used his finger as a blade. He cut his palm. Fresh blood dripped into the small cauldron. Following that, Duga Di Tian left the altar. Then, he knelt in front of the altar with a group of disciples of the Supreme Immortal sect. "I use the soul of the Earth Lizard Dragon and my own blood as a guide to worship the great Tao Master. I ask the Tao Master to descend the inheritance of the 9 words mantra." Duga Di Tian prayed sincerely. As his voice fell, the soul of the Earth Lizard Dragon and his blood in the small cauldron began to burn. At the same time, a loud rumbling sound came from above the Tao platform. Seeing this scene, Duga Di Tian immediately became excited. 9 words mantra. It's really going to descend. The other disciples of the Supreme Immortal sect also had excited expressions on their faces. The 9 words mantra was the same as the 6 words mantra of Buddhism. They were both the foundation of the sect. Once one obtained the 9 words mantra, they would be implicated in the Taoism. In the future, all sorts of inheritances and treasures of the Taoism would appear. Cultivators who cultivated the 9 words mantra would go forward to fight for it. They would be protected in the dark. Obtain those treasures. Inheritance. It was an event with a high probability. Therefore, this time, it wasn't as simple as obtaining the 9 words mantra. It even involved the fate of the unseen. Rumble. A distorted vortex appeared. Inside the vortex, waves of violent energy fluctuations were transmitted out. Whoosh. Finally, a ball of energy flew out. Inside the ball of energy, it was wrapped in a jade tube. Obviously, inside the jade tube, it was very likely that it recorded the cultivation method of the 9 words mantra. After the jade tube appeared, the vortex above the Tao platform immediately disappeared. 9 words mantra. I've finally gotten it. Duga Di Tian said excitedly and was about to get up to collect the 9 words mantra. Suddenly, one figure after another rushed over from afar. It was Lin Feng and the others. Dancing Fire Fairy and the other 6 charged towards Duga Di Tian and the others. As for Lin Feng, he quickly flew towards the Tao platform. Before they made their move, they had already discussed a plan. Dancing Fire Fairy and the other 6 would hold back Duga Di Tian and the others. Lin Feng, who was the fastest, would go and collect the jade tube. After obtaining the jade tube, he immediately left. Lin Feng's speed was too fast. It was so fast that one could only see an afterimage flying through the air. You're courting death. Duga Di Tian roared, wanting to kill Lin Feng. But at this moment, Fire Dance and the others had already charged over. Lei Qian was the first to attack. Luan Yun used the Thunder God's hammer in his hand and smashed it towards Duga Di Tian. Kill them. Duga Di Tian roared angrily. The cultivators of the Supreme Immortal sect came back to their senses and attacked Fairy Huowu, Fairy Lianyu, Fairy Ling Yun, Young Master Mingyu, Young Master Qiu Feng, and Young Master Han Shan. And Duga Di Tian personally dealt with Lei Gan. Duga Di Tian's fist shook the 9 heavens. With a punch, he actually used his physical body to fight against Lei Gan's Thunder God hammer. Bang! Both sides collided fiercely. Instantly, an earth-shaking collision sound was heard. Duga Di Tian was indeed too terrifying. His physical body shook Lei Gan's attack, and he actually forced Lei Gan to retreat. Haha, I got it. At this moment, Lin Feng held the jade tube in his hand and laughed out loud. The rest of the people were overjoyed. Kid. The 9 words mantra is mine. If you dare to snatch my 9 words mantra, I will tear you into pieces. After seeing that the jade tube that recorded the cultivation method of the 9 words mantra had been obtained by Lin Feng, Duga Di Tian roared angrily. Duga Di Tian had always been an extremely arrogant person. He didn't put anyone in his eyes. Usually, he was high and mighty and looked down on others. When had he ever been so flustered and exasperated? But today, Duga Di Tian was truly furious. In Duga Di Tian's eyes, Lin Feng was just an ant. He looked down on Lin Feng. Now that he had schemed and used the sacrificial technique, the inheritance of the 9 words mantra had finally appeared. However, the 9 words mantra was actually snatched away by an ant that he looked down on. It was precisely because of this. He was even more furious. Heaven and earth shaking. Duga Di Tian's roar shook the mountains and rivers as he punched towards Lin Feng. That terrifying punch swept out. The void seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Duga Di Tian's attack. This was tyrannical. It was as if an angry imperial emperor was attacking. Facing Duga Di Tian's attack, Lin Feng didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly put away the jade tube. Then, he used the heaven-burning fury, his self-created ultimate skill. 4 types of heaven flames. They instantly merged into one. It turned into a distorted ball of flame. Lin Feng took out a fireball. Bang, fireball. It directly exploded. Streaks of destructive energy burst out. Waves of air rolled. Duga Di Tian was completely engulfed by the explosion. The people who were fighting in the distance were all alarmed and turned to look in this direction. Seeing the destructive energy fluctuations, many people were visibly moved. No matter how strong Duga Di Tian was, it would not be easy for him to deal with such a powerful attack, right? Go. At this time, Lin Feng flew out from the center of the explosion and shouted loudly. Dancing Flame Fairy and the others regained their senses and used all their strength to rush out of the encirclement of the Supreme Immortal Sect cultivators. Then, they flew into the distance with Lin Feng. Suddenly, the void trembled. Dugu Ditian descended from the sky and unleashed a heavenly emperor fist at Lin Feng. I knew you had a way to dissolve my burning heaven fury. Seeing Dugu Ditian, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. However, he was not afraid at all. Formation runes intertwined on his palm. All the formation runes fused together and turned into a powerful emperor rune. Facing Dugu Ditian's powerful attack, Lin Feng used the reincarnation emperor rune. The reincarnation emperor rune flew out and swept towards Dugu Ditian. Bang! When Dugu Ditian's attack landed on the Samsara emperor rune, it was immediately blocked by the Samsara emperor rune. The reincarnation emperor rune swept through the void. It directly sent Dugu Ditian flying. Then, the reincarnation emperor rune continued to grow and turned into a huge formation that enveloped all the experts of the Supreme Immortal sect, including Dugu Ditian. It's an emperor rune, an expert of the Supreme Immortal sect said with a gloomy expression. This person's cultivation realm is not high. How can he control an emperor rune? Another disciple of the Supreme Immortal sect said with an ugly expression. Dugu Ditian's expression was also very ugly. They had no choice but to take action against Lin Feng's emperor rune. Swoosh! Lin Feng used the 8 directions world to rush into the distance with Fairy Hua Wu and the others. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. After Dugu Ditian and the others destroyed Lin Feng's emperor rune, they quickly chased after them. However, after they rushed out of the abyss, Lin Feng and the others had long since disappeared. In a valley, Lin Feng and the others stopped to rest. Junior brother Lin is really amazing. He actually mastered an emperor rune. Even our sect's patriarchs have not mastered an emperor rune, right? Lei Gan said in shock. The others were looking at Lin Feng, they couldn't believe their eyes. Emperor runes were too mysterious and powerful. Even a formation grandmaster at the level of a giant god would find it difficult to master an emperor rune. However, Lin Feng was able to master an emperor rune. It was too unbelievable. Lin Feng smiled. I was very lucky to be able to master an emperor rune. Although Lin Feng said so, the others did not think so. To be able to master an emperor rune meant that Lin Feng's attainments and formations had exceeded their understanding. Everyone was secretly shocked. This junior brother Lin Feng was really a heaven-defying existence. At that moment, Lin Feng took out the jade tube. His divine sense entered the jade tube, and his face lit up. It was indeed the 9 syllables mantra. The jade tube recorded the Lin word of the 9 syllables mantra. Lin, Bing, Do, Zhe, all in formation. The Lin word was ranked first in the 9 syllables mantra. It was obvious how important the Lin word was. How is it? What is recorded in the jade tube? Everyone looked at Lin Feng expectantly. Lin Feng said. The Lin word is recorded in it. Everyone's faces lit up. They naturally didn't think that the jade tube would record the complete 9 syllables mantra. One had to know that Taoism only seemed to have mastered 2 or 3 types of 9 syllables mantra. Therefore, they were already satisfied that the jade tube could record 1 type of 9 syllables mantra. Lin Feng took out 7 empty jade tubes and copied the contents of the jade tube he obtained into the 7 jade tubes. Then, he handed the 7 jade tubes to the 7 people. After everyone received the jade tubes, they scattered around to comprehend the mysteries of the Lin word. The first line of the Lin word was that if one wanted to cultivate the Tao, one had to first cultivate one's heart. One's heart must be like a fire and understand the heavenly Tao. The meaning of the first line was that before cultivating the Tao, one had to first cultivate one's heart. The heart here referred to one's inner thoughts, willpower, and so on. These unseen factors often played a crucial role in one's cultivation. Keep your body and mind stable and unmoving. Lin Feng continued reading. Every line of the Lin word contained great principles. The meaning of this line was to remain unmoved in the face of trouble and maintain a strong will that is unmoved and unperturbed. Lin Feng continued reading paragraph by paragraph. There were many parts that were still very obscure and difficult to understand. However, in general, Lin Feng already had a basic understanding of the Lin word. The Lin word focused on cultivating one's heart and would allow a cultivator to understand themselves. The ancient saints also had the "I reflect on myself 3 times a day," just like the cultivation method of the Lin word. It cultivated one's heart and Tao. The Lin word could allow a cultivator to embark on a correct path of cultivation and not go astray and end up cultivating bitterly for a lifetime without accomplishing anything. Since ancient times, there had been many talented people. However, how many of them had become emperors? Many people had gone astray on their path of cultivation. However, with the Lin word, one would not go astray on the path of cultivation in the future. If there were no accidents in the future, attaining the Tao and becoming an emperor was also an event with a high probability. Of course, there was one thing that Lin Feng was very clear about, and that was how far he could grow in the future. This was something that was uncertain. Nothing in the world was 100% certain. Just like becoming an emperor, who dared to say that it was 100% certain, obtaining the cultivation method of the Lin mantra could prevent a cultivator from going astray on the path of cultivation. It could increase a cultivator's chances of becoming an emperor. However, it did not mean that it could definitely help a cultivator become an emperor. As for how far he would grow in the future, it would depend on himself, what he had experienced, and what kind of path he had taken. It was naturally not easy to comprehend the Lin mantra. It would take time. Therefore, Lin Feng and the others could only temporarily understand the mysteries of the Lin mantra. They were not in a hurry to continue comprehending it in the sacred Battle 8 mystic realm. It could be said that it was a pleasant surprise to be able to obtain the cultivation method of the Lin mantra this time. Everyone adjusted their emotions and rested for a while before continuing to head deeper into the mystic realm. Not long after, they saw 2 groups of cultivators fighting in the forest. They were fighting over some kind of treasure. "That's Lu Ming from the 10,000 Arts Immortal sect. I know that guy." Lei Gan pointed at one of the cultivators. "The other group seems to be cultivators from the Yin-Yang Union sect," young Master Han said. The 2 groups of cultivators were fighting very fiercely. No one knew why they were fighting. As one of the 10 great immortal sects, the disciples of the 10 great immortal sects were naturally very powerful. As for the Yin-Yang Union sect, it was one of the most powerful forces among the evil forces. It was also abnormally powerful. The cultivators of the Yin-Yang Union sect were not afraid of the 10,000 Arts Immortal sect. Lin Feng and the others went around the 2 groups of cultivators fighting and continued to head deeper into the mystic realm. Why did so many people come in? Lei Gan frowned slightly and said, "We've already met several groups of cultivators. Even if there's more than one jade talisman to open the sacred Battle 8 mystic realm, those who obtained the jade talisman all entered the sacred Battle 8 mystic realm at about the same time. There are too many strange things about this." Everyone could not help but nod. It was indeed as Lei Gan said. In between, there were indeed too many strange things. It was worth pondering. Lin Feng said, "Could there be some unforeseen event that we don't know about?" Everyone felt that this was indeed a possibility. Not long after, they ran into another group of cultivators. Lin Feng and the others went up to ask and found out. Originally, there was a Taoist who was auctioning the jade talisman to open the Battle Sacred 8 mystic realm. That Taoist priest's method was not simple. He was actually able to perfectly copy the exact same jade talisman. It could be said that it was a trick to deceive everyone. Everyone can also enter the sacred Battle 8 mystic realm through the copied jade talismans. At this moment, someone had a devious idea. He wanted to copy the jade talisman to open the Battle Sacred 8 mystic realm and sell it to make a fortune. However, the jade talismans copied by the others could not open the Battle Sacred 8 secret realm at all. Only that Taoist priest had such an ability. The Taoist priest sold the jade talismans to the major forces. During this period of time, it could be said that he had made a windfall. "What is that Taoist priest called?" Lin Feng asked. "He calls himself the Immeasurable Taoist," the other party said. "What the?" After hearing this Taoist name, Lin Feng immediately rolled his eyes. The group of cultivators did not talk much with Lin Feng and quickly left. After the group of cultivators left, Lei Gan said, "Could it be that junior brother Lin knows this immeasurable Taoist?" Lin Feng smiled bitterly and said, "Not only do I know him, but to be honest, he and I are old acquaintances. This guy is the successor of the mountain-moving Taoist." After hearing the words mountain-moving Taoist, the corners of Lei gone and the others' mouths twitched violently. In the 9 prefectures, there were countless powerful forces. Therefore, there were many experts. After many experts died, there would naturally be many precious burial items in their tombs. Therefore, there were many grave robbers in the 9 prefectures. Among the grave robbers, the most powerful were the mountain-moving Taoist, the Qiu Zhonglong, and the tomb raider. This situation was very similar to the Tianwu continent. However, the only difference was, in the Tianwu continent, the mountain-moving Taoist's lineage had basically been cut off. Only the immeasurable Taoist was left. However, in the 9 prefectures, the mountain-moving Taoist's lineage was still quite prosperous. Therefore, the cultivators of the 9 prefectures did not have a good impression of these grave robbers who dug up their ancestors' tombs or thought about them all day long. They were the most outstanding representatives of the grave robbers. The mountain-moving Taoist, the Qiu Zhonglong, and the tomb raider. They were like rats crossing the street. Everyone wanted to beat them up. Although the mountain-moving Taoist's lineage is not well liked, their methods are indeed extraordinary. However, to be able to copy the jade talisman to open the battle-sacred ape's secret realm, such a person is probably very rare even among the mountain-moving Taoists. Fairy Lian Yu said. The immeasurable Taoist was a mysterious person. Lin Feng had known the immeasurable Taoist for many years. He felt that he could not see through this person. Moreover, the Tianwu continent's immeasurable Taoist had been angered by excavating the tombs of the various major forces. He had been chased by many forces, but he still lived a carefree life. It seemed that this damned Taoist had never suffered a loss. Lin Feng's group continued deeper into the tomb. One day later, they saw an incomparably huge lake. The lake stretched as far as the eye could see. It was like a boundless sea. A land of great danger. This is a land of great danger. Lin Feng walked beside the lake and said, "This place is a Taotai devouring the sun layout. It's already extremely dangerous, and there's actually such a huge lake in such a layout. This is the dual water dragon layout. If my guess is correct, there might be an ancient tomb under this lake." An ancient tomb. Everyone's eyes lit up. This ancient tomb is extremely dangerous. It must be extremely dangerous, said Lin Feng. He, junior brother Lin has extremely profound attainments in feng shui and formations. With junior brother Lin around, even if danger lurks everywhere, he will definitely have a way to escape. Lei Qian grinned. The others also looked at Lin Feng. Everybody wanted to go in and see what was inside. Fairy Dancing Flame said. If we really find something, it's time for us to leave. More and more cultivators are entering. I'm afraid that something will happen in such a place of great danger, especially those underworld soldiers. I feel very uneasy. When the Blood Demon Secret Realm, one of the top 10 ancient secret realms, appeared, it attracted countless experts. However, for some reason, all the cultivators in the Blood Demon Secret Realm were sacrificed. This battle-sacred ape secret realm is even stranger than the Blood Demon Secret Realm. We have to be careful. Lin Feng nodded. All right. Let's go in and explore. Whether or not we find anything, we should leave. Anyway, we've already obtained the Lin word, so this trip was not in vain. Then, the group flew towards the depths of the lake. Not long after, a Taoist flew over from afar and landed on the periphery of the lake. This Taoist was slightly plump and looked extremely shrewd. He wore a Taoist robe, and his face was greasy and dirty. If Lin Feng was here, he would definitely recognize this Taoist. It was the immeasurable Taoist. Taotai eats the sun, blood builds the corpse lake. It's just as I predicted. There's an inner lake in the battle-sacred ape secret realm. This is a place of great danger. However, there must be an ancient tomb under the lake. It's just that it's hard to say what's in the ancient tomb. The immeasurable Taoist muttered. Then, he soared into the sky and flew towards the depths of the lake. Lin Feng and the others flew deeper into the lake. He used Taoist Wu Liang's dragon-searching art to locate the tomb, hoping to find out where it was hidden. However, this was not an easy task. The reason for that was because the lake was simply too enormous. After entering the lake, Lin Feng would not find it strange if someone said that the lake was an ocean. As far as the eye could see, blue waves rippled. It was impossible to see the end of the lake. Naturally, it would take a lot of effort to find the tomb in such a huge lake. They went deeper into the lake. Lin Feng and the others saw a huge island. Everyone's spirits rose slightly. Fairy Xianxia said, "Could the tomb be on the island?" "We'll know after we take a look," Lin Feng said. The group flew toward the island and landed on it. The island was very quiet, and there were no sounds of insects or birds. Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. The island was dense, but there was no sound. Could it be that there were no birds or beasts here? In the distance, cultivators arrived. It was a group of people from the Yin-Yang Union sect. Lin Feng and the others had seen the cultivators from the Yin-Yang Union sect fight with the cultivators from the 10,000 Arts sect. However, they did not know if there was a winner between the two groups. The cultivators from the Yin-Yang Union sect also saw Lin Feng and the others. However, they ignored Lin Feng and the others and directly entered the island. Young Master Han said, "It seems that this lake will attract many experts." Young Master Qiu Feng said, "There are so many cultivators who entered the battle Sacred Ape secret realm. Even if we find some fortuitous encounters, it will not be easy to snatch them now." Naturally, the fewer people there were, the better. Because Taoist Wu Liang was peddling jade talismans everywhere, many experts had entered the secret realm. This made everyone rather unhappy with Taoist Wu Liang. Lin Feng said, "Let's go in and take a look, but be careful." Everyone nodded. Then, they followed Lin Feng into the island. Look at the coiled mountains. Each coiled mountain was a heavy pass. If there were 1,000 locks on the door, there must be a noble living here. Lin Feng chanted the incantation of the dragon-searching formula and went to many places on the island, trying to find the ancient tomb, but to no avail. At this moment, news spread that someone had discovered a huge cave residence in the depths of the island. Everyone went forward. By the time Lin Feng and the others arrived, many experts had already gathered. The Yin-Yang Union sect, the 10,000 Laws sect, the primitive demon tribe, the absolute beginning demon tribe, the eternal demon hall, and more than a dozen other forces. They were all top-notch forces. There were immortal Dao forces and also fiendish devil forces. Lin Feng even saw experts from the Geomaster branch. Xianxia. People called him Elder Dust Mountain, the old ancestor of the Geomaster lineage. Lin Feng had met this person before in the Lost World. Xianxia also had many experts by his side. They were all experts from the Geomaster lineage. In the 9 provinces, the lineage of Geomasters was an extremely terrifying force. This was because the formation had a height that other forces could not reach. Therefore, even the 10 great immortal sects would not rashly provoke the Geomaster branch. Lin Feng did not see Duga Di Tian and the others from the Zenith Immortal sect. He did not know where they had run off to. At this moment, the experts from the various large forces were all looking towards the depths of the mountain range. A huge cave residence appeared in their line of sight. On both sides of the cave residence were 2 Taotai beasts carved from stone. Every Taotai beast was 1,000 meters tall. They were so lifelike that they could shake people's hearts. However, the restrictions were still present, so no one dared to act rashly. Many cultivators treat their cave residences as burial grounds. Could it be here? Fairy Xianxia looked at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng observed for a while and said, "Although this cave residence is extraordinary, its layout is not enough. This is not the tomb we're looking for." Everyone nodded. At this moment, many cultivators invited Xianxia to break the formation. Xianxia smiled faintly and said, "This is my rule. Everyone should be aware of it, right?" Xianxia's rule was to obtain 3 treasures before breaking the formation. Such a rule was naturally detestable. However, since everyone needed Xianxia's help, no matter how unwilling they were, they had no choice. They could only agree to Xianxia's harsh request. "We naturally understand the rules," a cultivator said. "That's good." Xianxia smiled. Following that, Xianxia stepped forward and began to break the formation. Xianxia's attainments in formations were indeed impressive. In 2 hours, he successfully broke the formation. Whoosh, 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 many cultivators rushed into the cave residence. However, there were also some cultivators who did not enter the cave residence. For example, Lin Feng and the others did not enter. Firstly, this cave residence was not their goal. Secondly, their strength could not be compared to the other forces. Therefore, they simply watched from the outside. Ah! As soon as the cultivators rushed into the cave residence, they heard miserable screams. What happened? Young Master Qiu Feng said in shock. The cultivators outside looked in the direction of the cave residence in astonishment. Something terrifying must have happened. Many cultivators rushed out from inside. However, the number of people who went in was less than half. Hiss. The cultivators outside sucked in a breath of cold air. Why did so many people die? Inside the cave residence? What exactly was it? After these cultivators escaped, black fog surged out. In the black fog, there were densely packed netherworld soldiers. Holy shit! Is this cave abode connected to the passageway to the netherworld? Lin Feng exclaimed. He had long known that this was a place of great danger. As expected, he was right. Fortunately, they did not enter the cave residence. Lin Feng and the others did not dare to stay any longer. They quickly rushed to the periphery of the island. Many surrounding cultivators also rushed to the periphery of the island. At this moment, something terrifying happened. Kacha 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 sounds could be heard from the dense forest. Then, one by one, skeletal hands reached out from the ground. Then, one by one, skeletal creatures. They sat up from the ground. At a glance, the entire island was filled with skeletal creatures. Those skeletal creatures held all kinds of weapons and pounced on the cultivators on the island. Miserable cries could be heard one after another. Many cultivators were drowned by the skeletal creatures and were instantly killed. Great mercy! Infinite Mahanata! Boundless Buddha's light! Add to my body! Lin Feng let out a long roar. Boundless Buddha's light surged out from his body. Above him, a gigantic Buddha appeared. Om Mani Padme Hum. The huge Buddha chanted Buddhist scriptures, and his tongue emitted golden thunder. The densely packed skeletal creatures could not resist and retreated like the tide. Many cultivator spirits were lifted. They followed behind Lin Feng and rushed out of the island. However, when they rushed out of the island and saw the scene in front of them, they were all pale as paper. Outside, it was as if it had turned into a world of hell. The huge lake had turned into a blood-red lake, emitting a strong stench. In the blood lake, there were countless corpses floating. After they rushed out of the island, the group of people rushed out. The corpses in the blood lake all opened their eyes. Oh my God! Is this hell? A cultivator said with a trembling voice. Looking at the densely packed corpses, his face was full of shock. It was simply too shocking. There were so many corpses. The corpses all floated up, their eyes cold like ghosts. On the island, the densely packed skeletal creatures also quickly rushed out. Now that everyone was surrounded, there was no other way but to break out. The huge Buddha, the Buddha light was dazzling, billions of Buddha light descended. Many corpses were forced to retreat. Everyone followed behind Lin Feng and rushed out. Ba. Good, good. Suddenly at this moment, behind the endless sea of corpses, there was an endless sea of them. An old monk walked out step by step. Half of the old monk's body had already festered. Only half of his head was left. He should have turned into a ghost or demon monk long ago. However, now the old monk's body was still surrounded by Buddha light, looking incomparably sacred. The appearance of this monk made Lin Feng's expression become solemn. Benefactor, you cultivate my Buddhist magic, but you help the wicked. Benefactor, you have fallen into the demonic path. Now, this poor monk has decided to help you put down the butcher's knife and cross the sea of bitterness. The old monk stepped out and put his palms together. Endless Buddha light gushed out from his body. A flickering light flickered in his eyes. He was like the reincarnation of a divine monk from ancient times. When Lin Feng saw the old monk, he felt a dangerous aura. He shouted in a deep voice, "Retreat quickly." Dancing Flame Fairy and the others nodded and quickly retreated. At this moment, the old monk suddenly stretched out his right hand. In his palm, a swastika character condensed. How is this possible? When he saw the swastika character, Lin Feng's face revealed an expression of disbelief. It was rumored that the Lord of the Buddhist world was born with the swastika character in his hand. In Buddhism, the swastika character represented the noble and sacred. Now, the old Buddha in front of him actually held the swastika character in his hand. Lin Feng was shocked. This old Buddha couldn't be the Lord of the Buddhist world, right? But how was that possible? The Lord of the Buddhist world was still in the Great Thunderclap Temple. But it wouldn't appear here. However, the situation in front of him was indeed very strange. What was even more bizarre and terrifying was, the swastika in the hands of the old monk was initially shrouded in a Buddhist light that was incomparably sacred. Demonic chi surged. He had become extremely evil. In the end, half of the swastika shone with golden light while the other half was shrouded in darkness. The dazzling golden half represented justice. The half that was shrouded in darkness represented evil. Bang! This attack slammed into Lin Feng's gigantic Buddha. Maha immeasurable. The gigantic Buddha's roar shook the heavens and earth as Buddhist light gushed out continuously. He wanted to block the old monk's attack. However, in the end, it was all for naught. The huge Buddha exploded. The old monk's attack was aimed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't dare to hesitate and exchanged a palm strike with the old monk. In an instant, he was sent flying. Wow! Even with Lin Feng's cultivation, he couldn't withstand the old monk's attack. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as paper. The old monk's attack was simply too powerful. Roar! Roar! At the same time, the densely packed corpses let out beast-like roars. The skeletal creatures on the island also charged out in an orderly manner. The most terrifying thing was that the nether soldiers in the depths were about to rush out. Break out! Many cultivators roared loudly. They fought with the densely packed corpses and the skeletal army. However, there were too many corpses and skeletal creatures. A lot of people were scattered. Lin Feng looked around. There were corpses and skeletal creatures everywhere. There was no sign of Dancing Flame Fairy and the others. Damn it! He couldn't help but curse in a low voice. His expression was extremely gloomy. Benefactor. If you want to be reborn in paradise, you need to let go of the past. The old monk walked over and locked onto Lin Feng. He once again slapped towards Lin Feng. Originally, Lin Feng wanted to look for Dancing Flame Fairy and the others. However, now, he was entangled by this old monk. He had no time to look for Dancing Flame Fairy and the others. 9 Demons Diagram. He took out the 9 Demons diagram and charged towards the old monk. The old monk sent the 9 Demons diagram flying with a palm strike. Then, he instantly arrived in front of Lin Feng. Following that, he struck out another palm strike towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng used the 9 slashes of the Demon Emperor, an emperor technique, to attack the old monk. However, this old monk's strength was close to an abnormal level. Both sides clashed. With a crack, Lin Feng's arm was directly broken. Even his bones were exposed. He was completely suppressed in the battle with this old monk. Lin Feng knew that he was no match for this old monk. He circulated his immortal divine body to recover from his injuries, then quickly rushed out. It was difficult for him to split his attention to look for Dancing Flame Fairy and the others. However, their strength was not bad, and they all had trump cards. They should be able to escape. On the other hand, he was being targeted by the old monk and wanted to escape. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Benefactor. This poor monk has helped you cross the sea of bitterness. Why are you so stubborn and refuse this poor monk's good intentions? The old monk quickly chased after him and asked. Lin Feng coldly looked at the old monk. Since you are already dead, you should turn into dust and return to heaven and earth. Instead of pretending to be a virtuous gentleman and an enlightened monk, I think you were not a good person when you were alive. You are most likely an evil monk. The old monk was furious. The golden Buddhist light that surged out of his body instantly turned into a black demonic light. He coldly said, "This poor monk helped you cross the sea of bitterness out of kindness, but you speak so viciously. An ungrateful person like you should go to hell." As soon as he finished speaking, palm after palm struck towards Lin Feng. 9 Demons Picture. Lin Feng shouted in a low voice. The 9 demons picture soared into the sky, blocking the old monk's attack. At the same time, Lin Feng brought out the revered sword tomb again. 4 treasured swords quickly flew out and directly slashed towards the old monk. Vedra Undying Seal. Suddenly, the old monk shouted loudly. His body instantly turned golden. After the 4 treasured swords slashed the old monk's body, it was as if they had slashed a magic treasure. Clanging sounds were heard. They were unable to cause any damage to the old monk's body. No way? Seeing this scene, Lin Feng could not help but feel his scalp go numb. It was hard to imagine how terrifying this old monk was when he was alive. World Buddha Seal. The old monk repeatedly formed seals with both hands, displaying a new Buddhist seal. This Buddhist seal, it condensed into an ancient Buddha. The Buddha sat cross-legged with his palms facing the sky. It was suppressed. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt his body being suppressed in midair, unable to move. Meanwhile, the old monk was charging towards him at high speed. The old monk attacked. The situation was critical. The old monk threw a punch at Lin Feng. At that critical moment, Lin Feng's expression changed. The void trembled. The godly state clone stepped out of the void with the great barren war spear in his hand and swept it towards the old monk. The godly state clone had broken through to the 8th heaven of the true God realm. The reason why the godly state clone improved so quickly was that Lin Feng didn't absorb the power of faith generated in the various temples. Instead, he let the divine clone absorb the power of faith. Therefore, the godly state clone's cultivation broke through to the 8th heaven of the true God realm in a short time. With the godly state clone's strength and a treasure like the great barren war spear, the attack power was naturally not to be underestimated. The old monk had to stop to block the attack of the godly state clone. The old monk attacked with his palm. His palm collided with the great barren war spear. The powerful force caused the great desolate war spear, a supreme treasure, to bend. Bang! Suddenly, the bent great barren war spear straightened instantly. The powerful force directly sent the godly state clone flying. The hands of the doppelganger at the divinity realm were cracked. Blood immediately flowed out. The old monk was too powerful. The godly state clone couldn't threaten the old monk at all. However, the godly state clone delayed the old monk for a moment. Lin Feng used this time to perform the heaven patching technique. He borrowed another chance from the heavens. He used the heaven patching technique to dissolve the suppression of the world Buddha seal and then quickly retreated. The old monk walked towards Lin Feng step by step and said in a gloomy voice, "It's useless. All your resistance is destined to be in vain." The old monk was about to condense a new attack towards Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng hurriedly performed the Reincarnation Emperor rune. Waves of violent fluctuation swept through the world. The Reincarnation Emperor rune flew out quickly. It swept towards the old monk. The old monk attacked the Reincarnation Emperor rune with his palm. Bang! The powerful palm strike landed on the Reincarnation Emperor rune but failed to destroy it. Lin Feng was delighted. It was indeed a supreme emperor rune. The old monk was such a terrifying existence. He couldn't destroy the Reincarnation Emperor rune. "Let's go!" Lin Feng roared. The godly state clone turned into a stream of light and flew into his body. After that, Lin Feng controlled the 9 demons painting and the regal sword grade and quickly left. Amidst the horde of zombies, he carved out a bloody path. Just as he arrived at the edge of the lake, he saw an endless amount of black fog covering the sky. The old monk quickly chased after him. When Lin Feng saw the old monk, he sped up and ran away. If the old monk caught up with him, he would die. At that time, it would be harder to get rid of the old heavens. Luckily, Lin Feng was fast enough and managed to get rid of the old monk. The old monk who had lost Lin Feng roared furiously. In the end, the old monk returned the way he came. Lin Feng stopped in the middle of a forest and laid down on a smooth stone to rest. I wonder how Dancing Flame Fairy and the others are doing. However, when he thought about it, the methods of these people were not ordinary people. It shouldn't be a problem to escape, so he was a little relieved. He planned to leave the sacred Battle Ape secret realm. Although he didn't find the tomb under the Blood Lake. He even went through a dangerous situation where he narrowly escaped death. However, it was a heaven-defying opportunity to obtain the true incantation of Lin of the 9 syllables. Even if he left now, Lin Feng was quite satisfied. He was about to leave. Suddenly, he saw a demonic light soaring into the sky. Help! Who can save me? Someone kind, please save me. There was a terrifying demonic corpse in the black fog. The demonic corpse's aura was exactly the same as the corpse in the Blood Lake. It was obviously a corpse that rushed out of the Blood Lake. The cultivator who was running and shouting for help was Immeasurable Taoist. Lin Feng's mouth twitched when he saw Immeasurable Taoist. This damned Taoist had also entered the Blood Lake and attracted such a terrifying demonic corpse to chase after him. Bang! The demonic corpse caught up to Immeasurable Taoist and sent him flying with a palm strike. Immeasurable Taoist's body flew hundreds of meters, breaking dozens of trees before falling to the ground. Those bastards who heard my cries for help but still hid and didn't come out to save me, I curse you all to be chased by the demonic corpse. Immeasurable Taoist cursed loudly. This damn Taoist is really wicked. No one else has the obligation to save you. Not only did he not save you, he even cursed him. I also curse you to be beaten up by the demonic corpse until half of your body is paralyzed. Lin Feng muttered fiercely in his heart. The demonic corpse pounced towards Immeasurable Taoist. Immeasurable Taoist shouted, "If a tiger doesn't show its might, do you think I'm a sick cat?" Immediately after, the corner of Immeasurable Taoist's mouth twitched violently, revealing an extremely pained expression. He took out a yellow talisman. Then, the talisman burned. The talisman burned and turned into a ball of golden energy. The ball of golden energy enveloped the demonic corpse. Chi 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 chi, a terrifying scene appeared. The demonic corpse's body actually began to burn. Roar roar roar, the demonic corpse let out a series of painful roars. The powerful demonic corpse. It was actually unable to resist. In the end, it was reduced to ashes. Immeasurable Taoist sat on the ground and wanted to cry but had no tears. My Mystic Emperor talisman. It was used up just like that. Damned demonic corpse, I curse you to never be reincarnated. After cursing for a while, Immeasurable Taoist got up from the ground and patted his butt. Then, he soared into the sky. He flew in the direction of the Blood Lake. This damned Taoist is a shrewd fellow. It wasn't easy for him to escape. Why did he run in the direction of the Blood Lake? Isn't he walking right into a trap? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. Immeasurable Taoist's personality was to run wherever there were benefits. Wherever there was danger, he would quickly hide as far away as possible. Now that the Blood Lake was so dangerous, Immeasurable Taoist still ran towards it. There was definitely a demon behind this abnormality. Lin Feng felt that Immeasurable Taoist must have some unspeakable secret, which was why he took the risk to go to the Blood Lake. He quietly followed behind Immeasurable Taoist, waiting for them to return to the Blood Lake. The Blood Lake had changed greatly. The lake stretched as far as the eye could see, and blue waves rippled. The blood-colored lake and countless corpses from before seemed to have never appeared here. So strange. Yi Futian murmured. Lin Feng frowned slightly. This Blood Lake was much more strange and terrifying than he had imagined. Immeasurable Taoist flew towards the depths of the Blood Lake. Lin Feng used the void travel technique to follow behind Immeasurable Taoist. Finally, Immeasurable Taoist arrived at the island. Then, he dived into the Blood Lake. Lin Feng stopped on the island, frowning slightly as he pondered. Immeasurable, you celestial sovereign, save me. Not long after, Immeasurable Taoist rushed out from the depths of the Blood Lake, shouting with a face full of fear. An extremely terrifying aura was emitted from the Blood Lake. A man wielding an immortal sword stepped out. With a light wave of his sword, it seemed to be able to cut down the stars in the outer realms. The man wielded the immortal sword and slashed at Immeasurable Taoist. To Lin Feng's horror, the man wielding the immortal sword was also a corpse. The man wielding the immortal sword was abnormally powerful. He was like an immortal corpse, and he emitted fluctuations that caused one's heart to tremble. The sword energy split the sky apart. It enveloped Wuliang Daoist, making it difficult for him to dodge. Wuliang Daoist was so frightened that he began to cry out. This damned Daoist always liked to panic. He had many tricks up his sleeve, and in this moment of danger, he took out a small cauldron. It was a small golden cauldron, and it emitted shocking fluctuations. The golden cauldron had a powerful divine aura, and it blocked the terrifying sword energy. Wuliang Daoist then fled into the distance. The immortal corpse did not chase after Wuliang Daoist. Instead, it turned around and entered the bottom of the lake. F***ck, that scared me to death. Wuliang Daoist shouted with lingering fear. He then cursed for a while before flying back to the island and sitting on the ground. Suddenly, Wuliang Daoist seemed to sense something, and he jumped up. He coldly looked at the forest and said, "Who is it? Who's hiding in the dark? Come out." Lin Feng walked out and said, "I was standing in the forest and watching you get chased by the immortal corpse. I wasn't hiding in the forest." When he saw Lin Feng, Wuliang Daoist couldn't help but roll his eyes. "I was wondering why my right eyelid kept twitching. So it's because I met a jinx like you." Lin Feng pursed his lips. "You're the one who dug up other people's ancestral tombs. You've done too many immoral things, so bad luck is about to befall you." Daoist Wuliang was furious. "How many times have I told you? I'm an archaeologist. Excavating ancient tombs is a contribution to archaeology. Since it's a contribution to archaeology, how can you say I'm immoral? Truly, shameless people were invincible." Wuliang Daoist was such a shameless person. Digging up other people's ancestral tombs, he could also be called an archaeologist. How could he be so thick-skinned? Lin Feng didn't continue arguing with Wuliang Daoist on this topic. He looked at the lake and asked, "What did you find at the bottom of the lake?" Daoist Wuliang knew that Lin Feng had learned their lineage's dragon-seeking art, so he must have discovered the tomb here. The boundless Taoist said, "I haven't seen the tomb yet. After I went down, I saw an underground canyon, and I guessed that the tomb might be in the depths of the canyon. However, there were 10 or so corpses lying in the canyon, and when I entered, I accidentally disturbed one of the corpses. You saw that I was almost cut in half by that corpse's sword. This lake is really strange. The corpses that have been dead for so long are still so powerful. Did you see the clothes of that corpse just now? From what I remember, those are the clothes of cultivators from the immortal era." Lin Feng said. Taoist Wuliang nodded and said, "He is indeed a figure from that era. That's why it's even more surprising. That era was far too long ago, yet the corpses of the dead were still able to come back to life, and they were even so powerful. It was truly strange to the extreme. As expected of an ominous place where 2 waters trapped a dragon. Before, the lake turned into a lake of blood, and there were corpses everywhere. Why is it that now that the lake has returned to normal, the corpses have disappeared?" asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng was puzzled. Although Taoist Wuliang wasn't very reliable, he was very experienced and knowledgeable. "I guess that this lake of blood has its own law of order. The power of the law of order is often very strange. Hiding those corpses or turning the lake into a lake of blood shouldn't be difficult," Taoist Wuliang said. Lin Feng nodded. The lake of blood was too strange. It made one's heart uneasy. How many secrets were hidden in the lake of blood? It was still unknown. However, Lin Feng didn't come here to find out the secrets of the lake of blood. He came for the great tomb. He hoped to gain something from the great tomb. About 2 hours later, Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang entered the depths of the lake. In the depths of the lake, Lin Feng did indeed see a large canyon at the bottom of the lake. He and Taoist Wuliang landed in the canyon at the bottom of the lake and saw a dozen or so corpses lying in the canyon. There were both men and women among the corpses. The men were handsome and confident. The women were peerlessly beautiful. They didn't look like ordinary people, but like immortals. They died with immortal energy on their bodies. Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang were very careful, afraid that they would disturb these corpses. Once they were disturbed, the consequences would be unimaginable. The two carefully passed through the area where the corpses were. This time, they didn't disturb the corpses. They let out a long breath. Then, they quickly walked into the depths of the canyon. In the depths of the canyon, there was a cave. It was densely covered with restrictions. You'll break the formation. Taoist Wuliang looked at Lin Feng. He knew that Lin Feng was the successor of the Celestial Master sect. Although he was also very proficient in formations, compared to Lin Feng, the successor of the Celestial Master sect, he was still a little lacking. Lin Feng went forward to break the formation. After about 4 hours, he successfully broke the formation and entered the cave with Taoist Wuliang. The passage was extremely deep. It was also extremely spacious. Not long after, a stone door appeared in front of him. The stone door was still densely covered with restrictions. Lin Feng went forward to break the restrictions. Just like that. He broke the restrictions on 15 stone doors in a row. However, he still didn't reach the end. He didn't find anything of value. Taoist Wuliang immediately cried out, "Damn, why are there so many stone doors in this damned place?" Lin Feng said, "I worked so hard to break the restrictions on the stone doors and didn't even say anything, and you still have the nerve to complain here. When we find the treasure later, I'll take 60% and you'll take 40%. Pfft. In your dreams." Taoist Wuliang was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He cried out, "The dragon search formula you've cultivated isn't complete. It's not easy for you to locate the Great Tomb. You only managed to enter the Great Tomb because I brought you in. I think I should take 60% and you should take 40%. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and said, "Why don't you die?" Next, he broke 3 more stone doors in a row. After breaking through a total of 18 stone doors, they finally arrived at a huge mountainside. In the middle of the mountain, there was a coffin. Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang's eyes lit up as they quickly entered the mountain. They pushed open the coffin. At that moment, a rainbow-colored light flashed from the coffin and disappeared. The expert turned into a rainbow and dispersed. The coffin opened, and the last rainbow disappeared from the world. "Ashes to ashes, dust to dust," Lin Feng said. Next, his gaze was attracted to the items inside the coffin. There were 2 items inside the coffin. One was a scroll, and the other was a bronze seal. Anything that could be placed here by that expert was definitely not simple. Lin Feng took the scroll, while Taoist Wuliang took the bronze seal. This wasn't a place to stay for long, so they headed outside. However, as soon as they reached the exit of the mountain, swoosh, swoosh. 2 flying swords shot toward Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang as fast as lightning. They were too fast, and there was no way to dodge. Someone launched a sneak attack in the dark, wanting to behead the 2 of them directly. Heaven patching technique, swish, Lin Feng grabbed Immeasurable Daoist and disappeared without a trace, narrowly avoiding the terrifying attack. The opponent's flying sword slashed at empty space. Lin Feng and Immeasurable Daoist retreated to the belly of the mountain. Immeasurable Daoist cursed in exasperation, "Which bastard dared to hide outside and sneak attack me?" Humph. A cold snort was heard. Then, more than 10 cultivators rushed into the belly of the mountain. "Tell me your name." "I don't kill nameless people." Immeasurable Daoist sneered. "Geomaster faction. Su Qinshan." The leading old man said coldly. Immeasurable Daoist trembled in fear when he heard the name. Clearly, he had heard of Su Qinshan before. Among the experts of the Geomaster faction, Su Qinshan was more active. His figure could be seen in many places. His favorite thing to do was to go to various secret and dangerous places. Then, many people would look for him to break some difficult restrictions. At that time, Su Qinshan would mention his principle of taking 3 treasures first. Over the years, Su Qinshan, this old thing, had obtained many treasures. Lin Feng did not expect to meet Su Qinshan here. It was not the first time he had seen Su Qinshan, but they had not interacted before. Cough, cough. Is there a misunderstanding? Immeasurable Daoist immediately put on a smile. Su Qinshan looked at Immeasurable Daoist with disdain. The mountain-moving Daoist faction is indeed a bunch of lowly Daoists. You've lost even the most basic backbone. Immeasurable Daoist was not angry at being ridiculed. Instead, he said calmly, "What's backbone? Can it be eaten? Your life is more important." The cultivators of the Geomaster faction looked at Immeasurable Taoist with disdain. Su Qinshan looked at Lin Feng and said, "A few years ago, when the sea route between the 9 prefectures and the Tianwu continent was opened, the disciples of the Tianwu continent's master lineage came to the 9 prefectures to seek refuge with the main lineage. They brought news that the Tianwu continent's master lineage's inheritance had appeared. Looking at the way you broke the array, it was the Tianwu continent's master lineage's technique. That master lineage must be you, right? The leader of the East Sea Cultivator Army of the Sky Martial Continent, Lin Feng." Lin Feng said faintly, "You are quite familiar with me. To be precise, my Earth Master lineage is very familiar with every successor of your Heavenly Master lineage. Today, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. I'll give you a chance. As long as you hand over the inheritance of the Heavenly Master's bloodline, I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, once I catch you, I'll have countless ways to make you beg for death." Su Qinshan said sinisterly. "Old turtle. It's still too early to be happy," Lin Feng said with a sneer. "You dare to insult me by calling me an old turtle?" Su Qinshan was slightly taken aback before his face turned ashen. He had always been a lofty figure. Who dared to insult him? Moreover, the insults were so harsh. Lin Feng said, "Haha, I'm sorry. I was wrong. How can you be an old turtle? Calling you an old turtle is an insult to an old turtle. Capture this little bastard for me. I want this little bastard to suffer a fate worse than death." Su Qinshan roared furiously. "Yes." Immediately, the experts of the Earth Master lineage pounced on Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist. "I'm innocent. Spare me. I'm willing to join you to deal with this brat," Wu Liang Daoist shouted. Lin Feng kicked Wu Liang Daoist's butt and sent him flying into the crowd. Die. The cultivators of the Earth Master lineage showed no mercy when dealing with Wu Liang Daoist. All sorts of powerful divine abilities were unleashed. Wu Liang Daoist looked ferocious. "A bunch of bastards. Didn't I say that I would join you to deal with that brat Lin Feng? Since you dare to attack me, don't blame me for being ruthless." Wu Liang Daoist took out a dragon head golden scissors. The dragon head golden scissors let out a dragon's roar before cutting at the cultivators. The dragon head golden scissors were as fast as lightning. Crack! Crack! The scissors were cut 3 times in a row. Slash! 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 The heads of the 3 experts of the Earth Master lineage were instantly cut off. "Activate your treasures and kill him," Su Qinshan said in a deep voice. He could tell that Wu Liang Daoist was not that easy to deal with. Moreover, based on his understanding of the Earth Master lineage, he knew that Lin Feng must have many powerful techniques up his sleeves. By the time Lin Feng made his move, the experts of the Earth Master lineage would not be able to deal with Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist. By then, there would be more casualties. Therefore, Su Qinshan did not continue to stand there and watch the show. Instead, he flew towards Lin Feng, personally dealing with Lin Feng. Su Qinshan was at the Heaven God realm. His attainments in array formations. Unfathomable. In the face of such a powerful existence, Yi Zichen was stunned. Lin Feng was no match for Su Qinshan. However, Lin Feng had his trump card. That was the Emperor Mark. When Su Qinshan attacked, Lin Feng used the Reincarnation Emperor Mark. Swoosh. There was a flash of light, the Reincarnation Emperor Mark swept towards Su Qinshan. "This is the Emperor Mark? How is that possible? You're only at the Divine Fire realm. How can you master the Emperor Mark?" Su Qinshan roared in disbelief. However, Su Qinshan remembered that Lin Feng was the successor of the Earth Master lineage. The Earth Master lineage's attainments in array formations had reached a level that no one else could reach. As the successor of the Earth Master lineage, Lin Feng was able to master the Emperor Mark. It did not seem unacceptable. After so many years, the Earth Master lineage had indeed obtained some inheritance from the Earth Master lineage. However, the Earth Master lineage did not obtain the foundation of the Earth Master lineage, the Stone Emperor Sutra. The Stone Emperor Sutra was a cultivation technique recorded in the Stone Emperor Sutra, the sacred artifact of the Earth Master lineage. The Stone Emperor Sutra was similar to the primordial dragonesque elephant art. The Stone Emperor Sutra was the foundation of the Earth Master lineage's cultivation. The deduction of array formations, comprehension, and so on were all deduced based on the cultivation technique recorded in the Stone Emperor Sutra. The Stone Emperor Sutra was Su Qinshan's target. Su Qinshan could not wait to capture Lin Feng because he wanted to interrogate him about the cultivation method of the Stone Emperor Sutra. Bang! Following a violent collision, Su Qinshan was pushed back by the Emperor mark that Lin Feng had used. After the Emperor mark stopped Su Qinshan, Lin Feng took out the 9 demons painting and broke out of the encirclement with Immeasurable Daoist. Bang! 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 A series of violent collisions were heard. Lin Feng and Immeasurable Daoist finally broke through the encirclement of the Earth Master lineage experts. They quickly rushed out. The two of them rushed out of the lake. Immeasurable Daoist turned around and flew into the distance. This was in line with Immeasurable Daoist's style. He would snatch any benefits he saw and run when he saw danger. He did not want to stay with Lin Feng and be chased by Su Qinshan. Immeasurable Daoist waved his hand and shouted, "Kid, the Earth Master lineage is extremely powerful. Be careful. Don't die too early. I'll definitely live longer than you." Lin Feng pursed his lips and flew in another direction. The two of them had not flown far when Su Qinshan and the others rushed out of the lake. Su Qinshan looked gloomily at Lin Feng and Immeasurable Daoist, who had separated. He said coldly, "You guys go after that Daoist. I'll go after that kid from the Earth Master lineage." "Yes, Patriarch." The group of people responded and chased after Immeasurable Daoist. Su Qinshan, on the other hand, chased after Lin Feng. "Kid, you can't run away. There's no place for you in this world." A sinister voice came from behind. Lin Feng looked behind him and saw Su Qinshan chasing after him. That old bastard was extremely fast. It would not be easy to shake him off. 3 days and 3 nights, Lin Feng had not been able to shake Su Qinshan off. Isn't that old man Qinshan? He's actually chasing after a young cultivator. What's going on? Many people in the Sacred Battle 8 Mystic Realm saw this scene and could not help but feel puzzled. Lin Feng shouted, "That old bastard Su Qinshan saw that I had a treasure and had evil intentions. He tried to sneak an attack on me, but he failed to kill me. That old bastard then chased after me. Everyone, don't be fooled by this hypocritical old bastard in the future. He's already so old, but he's still chasing after a junior like me. He's a disgrace to his ancestors." Many people looked at each other in dismay. If what Lin Feng said was true, then an expert of the older generation like Su Qinshan would sneak an attack on a young cultivator in order to kill him and steal his treasure, and then chase after a young cultivator after his failed sneak attack. It was really too embarrassing. Many people pointed at Su Qinshan and whispered. Su Qinshan was originally very famous and was considered a person of virtue and prestige. However, after Lin Feng shouted at him, he became even more disgraced. Many people looked at Su Qinshan with disdain. Su Qinshan was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He shouted, "Everyone, please don't listen to this little bastard's nonsense. This little bastard sneaked an attack on a disciple of my Earth Master lineage and cruelly killed him. Then, he stole his treasure. I'm now avenging the disciple of the Earth Master lineage. So that's how it is. I was wondering why old man Qinshan would do such a shameless thing. Now, old man Qinshan has come forward to explain that it was that kid who started the rumor and slandered old man Qinshan." A cultivator immediately said. Many people nodded. Everyone felt that an important figure like old man Qinshan would not lie to them. Seeing that the surrounding cultivators believed him, old man Qinshan let out a long sigh. Buddha fights for an incense, everyone lived for their reputation. Su Qinshan naturally cherished his reputation very much. Lin Feng shouted, "Su Qinshan! You shameless old man! Do you dare swear on your ancestors' names to prove that what you just said is true?" The corner of Su Qinshan's mouth twitched. How could he possibly do such a thing? Insulting one's own ancestor was punishable by being struck by lightning. When everyone saw that Su Qinshan did not dare to swear in the name, they immediately went. F***ck, I believed Su Qinshan's words just now. I didn't expect to be deceived by this old man. Xianxia, you're really shameless. Xianxia, you're an ancestor of the Geomaster branch, but you actually sneak attacked a junior in order to kill him and steal his treasures. Even after you failed, you still pursued him relentlessly. You've completely embarrassed the Geomaster branch. Many cultivators cursed. Xianxia was so angry that his whole body trembled. Now that everyone was pointing fingers at him, he blamed all of this on Lin Feng. Little bastard, I'm going to cut you into pieces. Cut you into pieces. Xianxia cursed loudly and quickly chased after Lin Feng. Hero, please save me. Help me block this old bastard Xianxia. Lin Feng looked at the surrounding cultivators. The surrounding cultivators mocked Xianxia. They were happy to do such a thing. After all, there were so many people. No matter how powerful Xianxia was, would he dare to offend so many people? Xianxia was not stupid. Naturally, he would not dare to do so. But to ask these cultivators to help Lin Feng deal with Xianxia, it was simply a fool's dream. A group of people who refused to help. I curse you all to be hunted down. Lin Feng cursed and flew into the distance. Damn, kid, how can you say that? I think this kid is the same as Xianxia. They're not good people. Many people shouted and cursed loudly. Lin Feng fled for another 3 days and 3 nights, but he still could not get rid of Xianxia. This caused his heart to sink. Xianxia's cultivation was too powerful. He would definitely not be able to defeat Xianxia. Now, Lin Feng was faced with 2 options. The first was to leave the Sacred Battle Ape secret realm. The second was to enter the depths of the Sacred Battle Ape secret realm. After leaving the secret realm, Xianxia would chase him all the way out. At that time, he would still not be able to get rid of Xianxia. Therefore, Lin Feng gave up on this plan. Then, only the second option was left. Lin Feng planned to go deep into the Sacred Battle Ape secret realm. Perhaps there was a place densely packed with ultimate killing arrays in the Sacred Battle Ape secret realm. At that time, he could use the ultimate killing arrays and the arch inscriptions to deal with Xianxia. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that Xianxia's attainments in array formations were profound. It was almost impossible to kill him with the ultimate killing array. However, Lin Feng did not think of using the ultimate killing array to kill Xianxia. It would be enough if the ultimate killing array and the arch inscriptions could trap Xianxia. That way, he would have a chance to escape. After making up his mind, Lin Feng quickly flew toward the depths of the Sacred Battle Ape secret realm. Xianxia seemed to have guessed Lin Feng's plan. Therefore, he sped up, not wanting to give Lin Feng such a chance. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and sped up as well. Xianxia sneered and said, "You've been running for so long, yet you still dare to exhaust your dermic powers. If you can't find the ultimate killing array you're looking for, you'll die even faster." Lin Feng sneered and said, "Don't be smug too early. It's not certain who will emerge victorious yet." Another 5 days passed as the chase continued. Lin Feng's dermic powers were severely depleted. Xianxia was only 1,500 meters away from him. It seemed like it was only a matter of time before he caught up to him. "Have you thought about how you're going to die?" Xianxia laughed sinisterly. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy as he continued to rush toward the depths of the secret realm. After passing through a dense forest, Xianxia was only 800 meters away from him. At most, he could last for 2 more hours before Xianxia caught up to him. Lin Feng's expression became increasingly gloomy. However, he would not give up. He continued to fly toward the depths of the secret realm. An hour later, Lin Feng saw a continuous range of mountains. The pitch-black mountain peaks looked extremely demonic. There was a 1,000-meter-tall stone ape statue at the top of the main peak. The stone ape stood tall and proud. It refused to obey heaven and earth. It did not fear ghosts and gods. Its body emitted a powerful aura that seemed capable of fighting heaven and earth. Is that the statue of the Sacred Battle Ape? When Lin Feng saw the stone ape statue, he was shocked. He quickly rushed toward the main peak. However, as soon as he entered the outer region of the mountain range, he realized that the dermic powers in his body had been sealed. At that moment, Xianxia had also rushed into the area enveloped by the mountain range. He also realized that his dermic powers had been sealed. Sealed dermic powers? It's so strange. Su Qinshan frowned. Lin Feng quickly rushed toward the depths of the secret realm. Su Qinshan did not retreat. Instead, he chased after Lin Feng. In the end, Lin Feng stopped at the foot of the mountain. Su Qinshan walked over step by step and sneered. Why aren't you running anymore? Lin Feng looked at Su Qinshan coldly. I don't want to run anymore. I'm going to take your life here. Ha 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 ha, Su Qinshan laughed disdainfully. He looked at Lin Feng mockingly and said disdainfully, what a ridiculous and stupid guy. Do you think you can compete with me because you can't use your strength here? You think you can compete with me? I'm a heavenly god, and you're just a divine fire realm cultivator. What do you have to fight me? With my dermic powers sealed, I can kill you as easily as killing a dog with my powerful heavenly god physical body. Su Qinshan could be said to be extremely arrogant now. In his eyes, Lin Feng was already a turtle in a jar. There was absolutely no way for him to escape. Lin Feng looked at Su Qinshan with disdain. Su Qinshan, this old thing, had an unfathomable cultivation level in the heavenly god realm. Even 100 of him together would not be a match for this old thing. However, the situation was different now. If it was a competition of physical strength, Lin Feng would not be afraid of Su Qinshan. This was because Lin Feng's physical body was only one step away from the heavenly god realm. It was even stronger than Su Qinshan's physical body. It could be said to be a heaven-defying physical body. This was one of Lin Feng's trump cards. Su Qinshan wanted to see fear in Lin Feng's eyes. However, Su Qinshan saw mockery instead. This made Su Qinshan extremely angry. In Su Qinshan's eyes, Lin Feng was definitely going to die. At this time, Lin Feng still dared to look at him with a mocking gaze. Su Qinshan was naturally extremely angry. He wanted to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces and cut him into 8 pieces. He walked towards Lin Feng step by step and directly used the goshawk capturing dragon martial art technique. His hands were clenched into eagle claws and he grabbed Lin Feng's left shoulder and neck respectively. Su Qinshan used the goshawk capturing dragon martial art technique vigorously. He really seemed to have turned into a goshawk. This person had cultivated a trace of charm to the martial art technique. He was even more powerful than the most powerful martial arts master in the secular world. If Lin Feng did not use his dharma power and only used his physical body to move, he could shrink the ground into an inch. This was a speed that surpassed the speed of sound. The difference between Su Qinshan and Lin Feng's speed was like the difference between the sky and the earth, the clouds and the mud. Therefore, Su Qinshan's attack was simply a set of movements in slow motion to Lin Feng. It seemed flawless, but in fact, it was full of flaws. When Su Qinshan's attack came, Lin Feng's body moved horizontally to the left. Whoosh! It was like teleportation. Lin Feng instantly dodged Su Qinshan's attack. How is this possible? Su Qinshan widened his eyes in disbelief. In his eyes, Lin Feng was but an ant. But now, the ant in his eyes had actually dodged his attack. Su Qinshan couldn't accept it. He couldn't believe it. Su Qinshan didn't even have time to make his next move. Lin Feng had already lifted his right leg. He viciously lashed out. This ferocious attack even caused a series of sonic booms. Bang! Immediately after, a dull sound of collision was heard. Lin Feng's powerful strike landed on Su Qinshan's abdomen. Su Qinshan was sent flying by the blow. Wow! Su Qinshan spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. He stabilized his body with great difficulty. When he landed on the ground, his hair was disheveled and he was in an extremely sorry state. His eyes were filled with hatred as he looked at Lin Feng. He roared angrily, "This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How did you manage to dodge my attack?" Lin Feng sneered. "With your tortoise-like speed, is it that difficult to dodge?" Su Qinshan looked at Lin Feng with killing intent and said fiercely, "Kid. Don't be so smug. You're just a little faster than me. Next, I'll let you have a taste of my true killer move." Su Qinshan leaped out. He clenched his right fist and punched towards Lin Feng. After Su Qinshan punched out, Lin Feng immediately felt a strong fist intent enveloping him. No matter how he tried to dodge it, he couldn't dodge the punch. Fist intent. Interesting, but it's useless to me. Since you insist on fighting with me, I don't mind playing with you. I don't mind playing with you. I'll show you how strong my physical body is. Lin Feng sneered. He walked towards Su Qinshan. Shameless boasting. Su Qinshan looked at Lin Feng with disdain. You're about to die, but you still don't know. How sad. Lin Feng sneered. Boom, a terrifying aura was emitted from his body. Lin Feng punched towards Su Qinshan. This punch was also infused with the power of fist intent. At Lin Feng's level, Lin Feng and the others were extremely strong. The intent was mainly used to seal off all escape routes. No matter how one tried to dodge, there was no way to dodge. Unless one could break the intent. Su Qinshan used his fist intent to lock onto Lin Feng. He didn't want to let Lin Feng dodge his attack like the previous time. Lin Feng locked onto Su Qinshan for the same reason. This old man's methods were shocking. Now, Lin Feng was worried that Su Qinshan would have a way to dodge his attack when they fought. Then, Su Qinshan would be caught off guard. Bang, both sides fiercely collided. Fist against fist. A dull sound of collision. Suddenly, a sound was heard. It was as dull as thunder. Su Qinshan's body was suddenly blasted away. Powerful strength. The impact made him spit out blood. It was only then that Su Qinshan realized how terrifying Lin Feng's physical body was. He was extremely shocked. Because in his long life, he had never seen such a heaven-defying monster. Cultivation of the divine fire realm. His physical body could actually crush him, a divine realm expert. Su Qinshan didn't even think and turned to escape. However, Lin Feng had already rushed over and slapped towards Su Qinshan's head. He wanted to kill Su Qinshan directly. Su Qinshan was horrified. He quickly moved to the right and dodged Lin Feng's killing blow. Lin Feng's palm missed. At this moment, his palm changed to grab Su Qinshan. Crack, Lin Feng directly grabbed Su Qinshan's left arm and roared. Puff, accompanied by a tearing sound. Su Qinshan's left arm was torn off by Lin Feng. Ah! Su Qinshan let out an extremely shrill scream. Seeing his arm torn off by Lin Feng, his eyes were about to pop out. Lin Feng leaped out and wanted to kill Su Qinshan completely. Su Qinshan roared with hatred, little b*****. I, Su Qinshan, will fight you to the death in this life. Bang, as soon as Su Qinshan's voice fell, his physical body directly exploded. He turned into a cloud of blood mist. Then, he quickly flew into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. This should be Su Qinshan's way of escaping at the critical moment. Just like the Sky Demon body disintegration technique. At the critical moment, he could use this secret technique to escape. However, the damage to his body was extremely severe. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He couldn't catch up with him even if he wanted to. It was quite troublesome to let Su Qinshan escape. However, he thought that this person only had one arm left and his vitality was greatly damaged. The next time he saw him, he might be able to kill him even if it was a head-on confrontation. There was a trace of worry in his heart. It was gone. Lin Feng did not leave immediately. Instead, he looked at the stone ape statue at the top of the main peak. Was the dermic power restriction here related to the stone ape statue? That stone ape, it should be the sacred battle ape, right? He walked toward the top of the mountain, wanting to observe the stone ape at a closer distance. He wanted to admire the sacred battle ape's might. I wonder if the rumors in the outside world are true. Did this existence really overturn the heavenly court in the past? Lin Feng muttered in his heart. The heavenly court. Immortal for billions of eras. High above. Controlling the 3 realms, 6 paths, and the fate of all living beings. The ethereal heavenly court was a higher world that people yearned for. The most powerful beings in the world were gathered there. The sacred battle ape was only the demon lord of the demon realm. Compared to the heavenly court, the demon realm, it belonged to the inferior plane, therefore, the sacred battle ape, a powerful being from the inferior plane, had almost overturned the heavenly court. It was too unbelievable. No one knew what history was like now. Who knew if there were many fantasy elements added to the ancient myths? Actually, the sacred battle ape was not that powerful. The sacred battle ape did not almost overturn the heavenly court in the past. Everything. Was it all made up by the later generations? Perhaps, it was possible, because in this world, there were too many myths that could not stand up to scrutiny. As he continued to climb, Lin Feng realized that the pressure on him was getting stronger and stronger. This made him very surprised. This mountain peak was not so easy to climb. The sacred battle ape statue. It was not something that anyone could see just because they wanted to. He endured the enormous pressure and climbed up the mountain with difficulty. Soon, Lin Feng was so tired that he was panting. He had to stop and rest. How terrifying. A stone statue can actually emit such a powerful pressure and even imprison this world, turning this place into a forbidden space. Now, I seem to really believe those myths and legends. Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. After resting for a while, he continued to climb up the mountain. The more he went up, the more tired he became. When he reached the top, Lin Feng felt like his legs were filled with lead. He couldn't even move an inch. An unprecedented feeling of exhaustion swept through his entire body. He sat down on a rock to rest. Unknowingly, Lin Feng entered the dreamland. Big brother, suddenly. Lin Feng vaguely heard someone calling his elder brother. He opened his eyes and found himself in a mountain forest with beautiful scenery. There were 2 spirit apes running in the forest. They were 2 golden apes. They were full of spirituality and could speak human language. Second brother, run faster. The bigger spirit ape waved its claws and shouted. The smaller spirit apes quickly chased after them. It was a pair of brothers. They wanted to climb up a tree to pick some fruits. Bang, 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 there were many spirit apes standing on top of the fruit trees. There were silver-haired spirit apes, red-haired spirit apes, and some extremely large spirit apes. These spirit apes were divided into many different races. These spirit apes took the fruits and threw them at the 2 golden spirit apes. They scolded as they threw the fruits. 2 monsters. Monsters that jumped out of the rocks. Hurry up and get lost. The 2 golden spirit apes bared their fangs and took away some fruits before leaving in a hurry. Big brother, why did they ask us to get lost? The little stone ape asked. The big stone ape said. Because they are afraid. Days passed. In the blink of an eye, it was the turn of 15 years. The big stone ape and the little stone ape had finally grown up. During this period of time, this mountain forest was not peaceful. Because a powerful monster called the Devil's Incarnation had come. He had taken over the mountain and enslaved the spirit apes in the forest. Many spirit apes had died because of this. The big stone ape and the little stone ape were unwilling to see these spirit apes continue to be enslaved. So, they went to challenge the Devil's Incarnation. The Devil's Incarnation was also powerful. He wielded his mace with great vigor and majesty. Those who touched it would be injured. Those who touched it would die. After a fierce battle, the big stone ape and the little stone ape brothers finally killed the Devil's Incarnation. The moment the Devil's Incarnation died, the small monsters that had gathered around the Devil's Incarnation immediately dispersed. The spirit apes were rescued. Thank you for letting bygones be bygones and saving us from the abyss of suffering. We are willing to honor you as kings. These spirit apes gathered together, wanting to call the big stone ape and the little stone ape kings. In the future, we brothers will be called monkey kings. The big stone ape said. The little stone ape said, we brothers have taken over the mountain, so we need to give this place a name. Big brother, I think this place should be called Flower Fruit Mountain. Flower Fruit Mountain. Flower Fruit Mountain. Great king. Second king. The densely packed spirit apes shouted loudly. These spirit apes absorbed the essence of heaven and earth and swallowed the spirit chi of hundreds of herbs. So, their lifespans were very long. Ordinary spirit apes. They also had a few hundred years of lifespan. However, a few hundred years of lifespan was in the long river of history. It was like a drop in the ocean. It was not worth mentioning. On this day, an old spirit ape died. Many spirit apes gathered beside the corpse, crying sadly. This was the first time the big stone ape and the little stone ape had seen a spirit ape die of old age. They could not help but feel sad. Although we live long lives. But in the end, we can't escape the fate of dying of old age. The big stone ape sighed. At that moment, a spirit ape called General Ba said, "Your Majesties, I've heard that on the other side of the East Sea, there's an immortal mountain. That immortal mountain is called Ling Tai Fonsuan Mountain, and the patriarch of that immortal mountain is called Patriarch Bodhi. He's someone with monstrous magic power. It's said that even the celestial emperors have to kowtow to him, and even the Buddhas have to salute him. The gods and devils don't even have the right to enter Ling Tai Fonsuan Mountain to greet Patriarch Bodhi. If the two great kings can go to Ling Tai Fonsuan Mountain and learn the sacred art from Patriarch Subhuti, in the future, you will be able to jump out of the 3 realms and not be affected by the 5 elements. Even the king of hell will not be able to take away your lives." Hearing this, the big and small stone apes immediately jumped in excitement, extremely happy. They immediately made a decision to go to Ling Tai Fonsuan Mountain and learn from a master. The big and small stone apes built a bamboo raft. They waved goodbye to the spirit apes who were sending them off. Then, they entered the vast sea. They drifted on the sea for 100 years. The big and small stone apes finally reached the shore and inquired about the location of Ling Tai Fonsuan Mountain from the demons in the mountain. The big and small stone apes couldn't wait to go to Ling Tai Fonsuan Mountain. Standing at the foot of the mountain, one could see immortal palaces floating in the clouds above. The disciples shuttling through the immortal mountain were all like gods descending to the mortal world. The big and small stone apes grinned and excitedly ran towards Ling Tai Fonsuan Mountain to find Patriarch Subhuti and learn from him. He had been a patrolling ape for 100 years, a servant for 100 years, and a guardian for 100 years. The stone apes finally had the chance to meet Patriarch Subhuti. The stone apes had always been carefree, and they didn't know what fear was. If anyone else saw Patriarch Subhuti, they would definitely kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times. The large and small stone apes were looking around the temple, and from time to time, they would nudge the disciples sitting on either side. "You 2 rascals, why aren't you paying your respects to the patriarch?" The disciples scolded them jokingly. The stone apes arrived before Patriarch Subhuti and knelt down. They then kowtowed to Patriarch Subhuti. "Who are you kneeling to?" Patriarch Subhuti asked. The stone ape replied, "Patriarch, we brothers came from Flower Fruit Mountain on the shores of the East Sea's Aolai River." Patriarch Subhuti said angrily, "You macaque, how dare you deceive me?" The stone ape hurriedly said, "This disciple is stupid. How did I deceive you?" The stone apes had stayed on Mount Innerheart for 300 years, so they more or less knew the rules. They were much more obedient in front of Patriarch Subhuti. If anyone else dared to call them macaques, they would probably have pounced on them and started a fight. Patriarch Subhuti said, "The East Sea is billions of kilometers away from here. There are many beasts in the sea. How did the 2 of you manage to cross the sea?" "Ancestor, we brothers wouldn't dare lie. We've been drifting for more than 100 years, and we've experienced countless dangers before we were lucky enough to reach the celestial mountain. We only hope that Ancestor can accept us." Patriarch Subhuti stroked his white beard and said, "So that's how it is. You 2 seem to be quite persistent. How many years have you been on my mountain?" The stone ape replied, "This disciple doesn't know how many years have passed. All I know is that there are wild peaches at the back of the mountain. I've eaten them 300 times. 300 years have passed. Let me ask you, what do you want to learn?" Patriarch Subhuti looked at the stone apes. When the stone apes heard Patriarch Subhuti ask them what they wanted to learn, they knew that Patriarch Subhuti wanted to take them as his disciples. They were overjoyed and kowtowed repeatedly. The 2 brothers said in unison, "This disciple is ignorant. What kind of immortal technique does Master possess?" Patriarch Subhuti smiled faintly. "I have countless wondrous techniques." He paused for a moment before continuing, "I'll teach you the art of seeking immortals' divination and expelling evil spirits to avoid calamities. Is that all right?" The 2 stone apes asked, "Master, can we obtain eternal life like this?" Patriarch Subhuti replied, "No, no. The two stone apes said, rather than asking for divine advice, why don't we make our own decisions? We won't learn, we won't learn. Patriarch Subhuti said, then I'll teach you how to chant Buddhist scriptures and descend as a saint. How about that? The stone apes asked, can we live forever? Patriarch Subhuti said, it's like fishing for the moon in the water. The two stone apes said, Master doesn't like to speak straightforwardly. We brothers are honest people and don't know how to speak in riddles. What do you mean by fishing for the moon in the water? At this time, the disciples below couldn't help but burst into laughter as if they were mocking the two stone apes for being ignorant. Patriarch Subhuti said, the moon hangs in the sky, and the water has its shadow. Although I can see it, I can't touch it. In the end, it becomes nothing. The two stone apes said, if that's the case, rather than chanting Buddhist scriptures, why don't we learn? We won't learn. Patriarch Subhuti said, then how about I teach you how to meditate, abstain from speaking, and abstain from meat? The two stone apes asked, can we live forever? Patriarch Subhuti said, it's like looking at flowers in a mirror, you can't pluck them even if you want to. The two stone apes shook their heads like rattles and said, we won't learn. Rather than meditating, why don't we use sticks and punches instead? Patriarch Subhuti was furious. He knocked on their heads 3 times before leaving with a flick of his sleeve. The rest of the disciples all blamed the big and small stone apes for angering their master. The two stone apes bared their fangs at the disciples. In the middle of the night, the two stone apes arrived outside Patriarch Subhuti's room. Who's there? Why aren't you sleeping? What are you doing here? Patriarch Subhuti's voice came from the room. The two stone apes fell to their knees and said, Master, please teach us some real skills. Patriarch Subhuti walked out, looked at the stone apes, and said, since Pangu created heaven and earth, millions and millions of living beings have given birth to stone apes, but no twin stone apes have ever been born. Perhaps this is fate. I have 3,000 great Daos, 72 supreme immortal arts, and even a technique to ride the clouds. A somersault will allow you to travel all over the world, enter the 9 heavens, and descend into the 9 serenities hell. Do you two want to learn it? When the two stone apes heard that there was such a technique, they bared their fangs in excitement. I want to learn it. I want to learn it. Your disciple will kowtow to you, Master. I will bestow upon the two of you a name. As the elder brother, you will be called Sun Wukong. As the younger brother, you will be called Sun Wukong. I hope that the two of you will abide by your duties in the future. Once you succeed in your cultivation, do more good deeds and bear more good karma. Do not bring calamity to the world. Otherwise, I will not spare you, no matter where you are. Patriarch Subhuti warned. Thank you, Master. Your disciple will keep it in mind. Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong hurriedly said. After 1,000 years of cultivation, the two brothers finished their apprenticeship. They impatiently returned to Mount Huagua. The older stone ape called himself the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal. The younger stone ape called himself the Sacred Battle Ape. The two stone apes occupied the mountain and called themselves kings. They lived a carefree life. But later, after a hangover, the Netherworld's Soul Reaper actually took away the souls of the two stone apes. This caused a huge mess. The two stone apes had long since used a heaven-defying method to change their fate and jumped out of the 3 realms. They did not respect the heavens above and the earth below. They were as high as the heavens. Even the king of hell could not take their lives. In their anger, the two stone apes wreaked havoc in the netherworld. The 10 kings of hell. They were beaten half to death by the two stone apes. Then, the two brothers left. This caused a huge commotion. It instantly spread throughout the 3 realms and 6 Daos. The 6 great sages of the monster race. The great sage who pacifies the heavens, the bull demon king. The great sage who covers the seas, the flood dragon demon king. The great sage who splits the heavens, the rock demon king. The great sage who moves the mountains, the lion king. The great sage who breathes the wind, the monkey king. The great sage of exorcism, the king of hell. These 6 great sages came to Mount Huagua and became sworn brothers with the two stone apes. The power of the monster race had developed to its peak. The dream ended here. Lin Feng woke up. He sat up straight. His expression was uncertain. This dream is so real? Lin Feng looked at the stone statue of the sacred battle ape. In his heart, it was as if a monstrous wave had been set off. If everything that he had experienced in the dream was real, that would be too shocking. It turned out that the legendary sacred battle ape that was almost invincible in an era was only the younger stone ape. His elder brother, the great sage, Heaven's equal, was the older stone ape. It was rumored that the sacred battle ape was killed by the combined forces of the heavenly realm and the Buddhist realm. Then where did the older stone ape, the great sage, Heaven's equal, go? What was his fate in the end? This was something that happened countless years ago. Unfortunately, everything had become a mystery. Lin Feng looked at the holy battle ape statue. He tried to get closer to the holy battle ape statue, but he failed. A powerful force. It forced him back. I can't get close to the sacred battle ape statue. Maybe it's hiding some secrets? Lin Feng couldn't help but rub his chin and think. He was unwilling to leave like this. Therefore, Lin Feng would not give up. He tried to circulate his sovereign emperor bloodline. Could such a domineering bloodline help him get close to the sacred battle ape statue? The powerful pressure in the void was also a great test for Lin Feng. It was easy for his body to be severely injured. The main reason was that his dermic powers were sealed. He could not circulate his dermic powers to resist the powerful pressure. If he relied on his physical body alone, he would be restricted. The sovereign power in his body surged. Next, the sovereign emperor physique began to circulate. When the sovereign emperor physique was successfully activated, suddenly, the power exerted by the sacred battle ape statue was gradually offset. This made Lin Feng feel much more relaxed. He continued to walk toward the sacred battle ape statue. Finally, Lin Feng arrived below the sacred battle ape statue. He looked at the statue and frowned. Who was it who built the sacred battle ape statue here? The sacred battle ape statue in front of him. It pointed at the sky and stomped the earth. It looked at the sky. It was as if it was filled with endless battle intent. Was the rumor about the little stone ape's death true? The 33 lords of the heaven realm joined forces with the 7 ancient Buddhas of the Buddha realm to kill the little stone ape. In the end, they killed the little stone ape with great difficulty. However, more than 20 of the 33 lords of the heaven realm died in this battle. A few of the 7 ancient Buddhas of the Buddha realm also died. However, this was just a legend after all. Whether it was true or not, people of the future would not know. That piece of history, it had long been submerged in the river of time. Lin Feng sat cross-legged. He was trying to comprehend some Tao here. If he could really gain something, it would be heaven-defying. This was the Tao of the sacred battle ape. It would be unimaginably powerful. Gradually, Lin Feng had entered a mysterious state of mind. Comprehending heaven and earth. Merging with heaven and earth. He felt that the flowers, trees, mountains, and rocks around him had all disappeared. Only the stone statues of him and the sacred battle ape were left. The stone statue of the sacred battle ape had stood there for countless years. For countless years. It was as if it had never moved. Time passed slowly. Suddenly, Lin Feng seemed to hear a voice resounding in his mind. Who are you? Are you asking me? Lin Feng said. Yes, I'm asking you. Who are you? I'm a foreign cultivator. I hope I can gain some enlightenment. You're not the person I'm looking for. Leave. You won't get anything special here. You can go to other places in the mysterious world. There might be something that many people dream of. What's there? Was it the inheritance of the sacred battle ape? Or a magic treasure? I can't say that. Others need to try their luck, but they might also die in those places. Lin Feng was silent. Whose voice was this? He was trying to comprehend the stone statue of the sacred battle ape. Could this voice be the voice of the sacred battle ape? But thinking about it carefully, it shouldn't be. The sacred battle ape had died many years ago. He said that he was not the person he was looking for. Who was he looking for? Lin Feng felt that the owner of this voice was waiting for someone very important. Lin Feng really wanted to be the person he was waiting for. Because, that person. Perhaps he would come into contact with some extremely secretive matters. Lin Feng said, when I introduced myself just now, I was too careless. I would like to reintroduce myself. All right. The mysterious voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind again. My name is Lin Feng. My ancestors are from the Immortal Divine Body clan. The Immortal Divine Body clan is a very ancient clan. However, this clan has declined and can no longer regain its former glory. So what if you're the successor of the Immortal Divine Body clan? You're still not the person I'm waiting for. Don't be anxious. I haven't finished introducing myself. I just introduced my father's clan. I haven't introduced my mother's clan yet. Lin Feng hurriedly said. The voice did not speak again. It seemed to be listening. Lin Feng said, my mother's clan is a sovereign clan. You must have heard of it. What? A sovereign clan? Is that true? The voice asked in shock and excitement. Of course it's true. Sense my bloodline. I'm circulating my sovereign body. Lin Feng said. I can't sense anything in the outside world. How can I believe you? I can swear that if I lie to you, I'll die a horrible death. You should believe me now. Lin Feng said. I believe you, the voice said. Lin Feng excitedly rubbed his hands and said, do you have some secret to tell me? Hurry up and tell me. I can't wait to know. The depths of the starry sky. You must go there. I beg you. You must go. The voice sounded like it was begging Lin Feng. A moment later, an ancient starry sky map appeared in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng was shocked. This mysterious existence had imprinted an ancient map of the starry sky in his mind. In the ancient starry sky map, there was a dazzling star. Countless stars revolved around that dazzling star. That dazzling star was the star marked on the ancient starry sky map. It was also that mysterious existence. It was the place Lin Feng had to go. Where does this ancient starry sky map lead to? Lin Feng asked. However, the voice did not answer him. Are you still there? Lin Feng continued to ask. However, there was still no response from the voice. It seemed that after passing this ancient starry sky map to Lin Feng, the owner of the voice had also disappeared. In the next moment, Lin Feng came back to reality from that mysterious and abstruse state. Did I have another dream? Lin Feng muttered. However, his face soon stiffened. Just now, it wasn't a dream. Because, he discovered that an ancient starry sky map had really appeared in his mind. Oh my God! He actually imprinted an ancient starry sky map in my mind. Lin Feng's face was full of emotions. The owner of that voice actually begged me to go to the star marked on the ancient starry sky map. Why did he ask me to go here? Could it be that there's something special about this star? Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder in his heart. P.S. Basically, it's 7 a day. Occasionally, it's 6. Looks like the steamed buns are trying their best to write a good story. So I'm begging for votes. Right now, my cultivation is insufficient. I am unable to enter the starry sky world. When I become stronger in the future and head to the starry sky world to rescue my mother, I will also make a trip to this planet to see what's so special about it. Lin Feng couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He had already planned to leave the Battle Sacred Ape Secret Realm. This time, he was quite satisfied with his harvest. The Battle Sacred Ape Secret Realm had always made him feel uneasy, so he didn't want to continue exploring the secrets within the Battle Sacred Ape Secret Realm. Even if there were other treasures. Let others fight for them. After leaving the Battle Sacred Ape Secret Realm, Lin Feng did not directly return to the Immortal Sect. This underground world was filled with mysteries, and he wanted to take a good look at it. The Black Bear Devil King said, there is a river in the underground world called the River Styx. There are all sorts of spirit medicines and spirit herbs in the underworld river, as well as strange fishes and fierce beasts. You can put them all into the demonification immortal cauldron in the second hall of the Chonglu Devil Palace and refine them into demonification immortal pills. This demonification immortal pill was created by the Chonglu Devil Emperor in the past, and its effects are incomparable to origin crystals. One pill is worth at least 500 origin crystals. Alright. Then let's go to the river Styx to take a look. Lin Feng leaped up and flew towards the river Styx. At the same time, his divine sense invaded the second level of the demon palace. There were a total of 7 levels in the demon palace. Nihility God Realm, Divine Fire Realm, True God Realm, Heavenly God Realm, Giant God Realm, Quasi-Emperor Realm, and Emperor Realm. When Lin Feng obtained the demon palace, he was just at the Nihility God Realm. He opened the first level of the palace and obtained 3 items from it. These 3 items were a Fire Demon Talisman, the Cultivation Method of the 3000 Great Tao, the Great Sacrifice Technique, the introduction of the various great formations of the demon palace, as well as the method to control it. When Lin Feng had just broken through to the Divine Fire Realm, he had already opened the second level of the demon palace. However, he discovered that other than the demonic immortal cauldron, there was nothing else. Back then, when he asked the Black Bear Devil Monarch about the uses of the demonic immortal cauldron, the Black Bear Devil Monarch kept him in suspense, saying that it was not the right time yet. When the time came, he would naturally tell him about the endless uses of the demonic immortal cauldron. Lin Feng had been waiting all this time, and now he finally knew the miraculous use of the demonic immortal cauldron. With this demonic immortal cauldron, he could continuously produce demonic immortal pills. Over time, it would accumulate. In the future, even the wealth of an immortal sect for hundreds of millions of years might not be comparable to his. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little excited. Rumble, the river was surging. The water of the Nether River flowed endlessly. Lin Feng, who was flying above the Netherworld River, said, "Isn't the Netherworld River a river in the Netherworld? This river is actually called the Styx River. The person who came up with this name really knows how to save trouble. He directly used the name of the Styx River from the underworld." Black Bear Devil Monarch said. "No. This river was the Nether River. The river in the underworld. The rivers of the underworld can flow into the 9 regions? Isn't this too much nonsense?" Lin Feng shook his head, unable to believe it. Coming from the endless darkness, going to the endless land of death, the underworld river has many branches. These branches extend into the myriad worlds of the universe, and this underworld river in the 9 prefectures is one of the branches of the main underworld river. Black Bear Devil Monarch said. Lin Feng nodded, his expression turning serious. This was actually a river that flowed from the underworld. It was truly inconceivable. He suddenly asked curiously, if a cultivator walks along this river, will he enter the underworld? Perhaps. But the underworld? That is a place where the dead go. Even a living person will become a dead person if they enter. Unless they have the strength of the great sage, heaven's equal, or the battle sacred ape, only then can they stir up a storm in the underworld, turning the world upside down. No one can do anything to them. The Black Bear Devil King said. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. Do you know anything about the great sage, heaven's equal, and the sacred battle ape? The moon in the well, the flowers in the water, everything becomes nothing. Black Bear Devil Monarch said. Lin Feng muttered. This Black Bear Devil Monarch might know some secrets about the great sage, heaven's equal, and the sacred battle ape. However, it was obvious that he did not want to tell him. Lin Feng did not ask any further. He flew along the Nether River. The Nether River was about 15 kilometers wide, and the water churned, occasionally creating huge waves. Look, that's Blackpool grass. Pick it up. Throw it into the demonic immortal cauldron. Black Bear Devil Monarch suddenly said. Lin Feng saw black demonic grass in the Nether River, and it emitted an evil power. He waved his hand, and a powerful magic power wrapped around the Blackpool grass before throwing it into the demonic immortal cauldron. Not long after, a medicinal pill flew out. The pill was about the size of a thumb, and it emitted a cold and evil aura. Although it was called the demonic immortal pill, it did not look like an immortal pill at all. It looked more like a demonic pill. However, when he thought about how Demon Emperor Chonglu was a demon Dao Emperor himself, it was normal for the pill to be a demonic pill. It was just that Demon Emperor Chonglu gave this pill a more immortal name. Lin Feng said, could it be that the demonic immortal cauldron can only be refined using the various items in the Nether River? If that's the case, the limitations are too great. The cauldron of the extermination of the immortal 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 cauldron of Black Bear Devil Monarch said. Lin Feng nodded and continued to collect various spiritual herbs. Then, these spiritual herbs were thrown into the demonic immortal cauldron by Lin Feng to be refined into demonic immortal pills. Asterisk whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk suddenly, rays of cold light flew out from the nether river. It was unknown how many of these rays of cold light there were. They all shot towards Lin Feng. These are dark swordfish. They're extremely fast and contain a strong poison. Don't let these dark swordfish pierce your skin, or you'll die from the poison. Black Bear Devil Monarch said. Lin Feng looked at the dark swordfish. They were about 20 centimeters long. They had sharp bones in their mouths, which looked like swords. This bone spur took up about half of their body length. The bone spur emitted a cold aura. Lin Feng waved his right hand and magic power surged out, wrapping around the densely packed dark swordfish. All of the dark swordfish were thrown into the demonic immortal cauldron. Just like that. Lin Feng kept flying above the nether river, looking for various spiritual herbs, strange fish, and vicious beasts. Lin Feng threw all of these things into the demonic immortal cauldron and refined them into demonic immortal pills. In a month's time, Lin Feng had refined 150 million demonic immortal pills. A conservative estimate of 150 million demonic immortal pills was worth 75 billion origin crystals. Whoosh, 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 suddenly, a demonic wind blew above the nether river, sweeping across the land. Such a powerful demonic wind. It seems that a powerful demon is about to appear. It's very likely to be the overlord of the nether river, right? Lin Feng looked at the demonic wind in the distance. Keek keek. I can already smell the delicious smell of flesh and blood. I can't wait to taste it. Waves of strange laughter came out from the demonic wind, causing people to feel a chill down their spine. The demonic wind surged and surrounded Lin Feng. You little river demon, how dare you behave so atrociously in front of me? Are you tired of living? Kneel down and kowtow, or I'll kill you. Lin Feng stood above the nether river with his hands behind his back. His eyes were like lightning as he coldly glanced at the demon hidden in the demonic wind. Kid! How dare you be so arrogant in front of me, the nether river patriarch? Are you tired of living? Do you believe that I can swallow you in one gulp? The demon hidden in the demonic wind said eerily. Nether River Patriarch? Lin Feng sneered. Now, these little demons dare to call themselves patriarchs? What a joke. Today, I'll kill you. I'll let you know that there are some people that you can't afford to offend. In your next life, remember to be more vigilant. Lin Feng took a step forward and instantly appeared in the demonic wind. He then slapped at the Mingi Patriarch. By then, Lin Feng could see the Nether River Patriarch's appearance clearly. He was a skinny old man who looked like a ghost. The Nether River Patriarch was shocked. He didn't expect Lin Feng to be so strong. He quickly moved to block Lin Feng's attack. Bang! With a dull sound of collision, Lin Feng and the Nether River Patriarch collided. The Nether River Patriarch was sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. Wah! The Nether River Patriarch couldn't withstand Lin Feng's attack and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Feng had a general idea of ancestor Stixie's strength after the exchange of blows. The demon's cultivation was around the third or fourth heavenly layer of the true god realm. He could be considered a powerful character. He could dominate an area. That should not be a problem. But compared to Lin Feng, there was still a huge gap. Brat! You've injured me. I'm going to tear you to pieces. Nether River Patriarch roared furiously. Endless demon chi gushed out from his body. Immediately after, the Nether River Patriarch's body had turned into a 9-headed python. 9-headed insectoids. Lin Feng was shocked. This was a primordial mutant. A race that had long disappeared from the Sky Martial continent. The 9-headed insectoid had 9 heads and 9 different types of attacks. The bloodline of these 9 insectoids was extremely strong. Therefore, their cultivation states were extremely frightening. After the Nether River Patriarch turned into a 9-headed python, his huge body floated above the water and his huge tail lashed out at the water. Huge waves rolled up. Huff 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 huff, the 9-headed python that the Nether River Patriarch had transformed into unleashed all sorts of attacks. Water arrows, lightning blades, hail, and so on. Each head could spit out a different kind of attack. These attacks were all aimed at Lin Feng. That's interesting, turning into a 9-headed python. His strength has indeed increased a lot, but in front of me, he's still like an ant. Lin Feng's voice was cold as he stepped forward. It was as if the Celestial Emperor had descended. Wherever he passed, the void froze. Even the various attacks that the 9-headed python spat out were frozen in midair. The 9-headed python's body was also unable to move. Spare me! Spare me! The 9-headed python cried out in fear. Its original ferocity had long been replaced by deep fear. How can I spare you? Lin Feng raised his right hand and slashed at the 9-headed python. It was about to be killed. The 9-headed python hurriedly said, I've heard that young master has been collecting spirit herbs, strange fish, and beasts in the Nether River. This lowly one has lived in the Nether River for a long time and has countless subordinates who can help young master collect these things. This lowly one also knows that there is a mysterious immortal residence in the Nether River. This lowly one can take young master there. I only ask that young master spare this lowly one's life on account of how difficult it has been for this lowly one to cultivate. Lin Feng stopped and said, You can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. Open your soul and serve me for 100 years, and I'll return you your freedom. Yes. The 9-headed python didn't dare to go against Lin Feng's words and hurriedly opened its soul. Lin Feng placed a soul brand in the 9-headed python's soul. Master. The 9-headed python once again took the form of the Nether River Patriarch. It then bowed to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded and said, First, take me to the immortal residence you spoke of. Please follow this lowly one, master. The 9-headed python led the way in front. After flying for more than 2 hours, they arrived at a place where the river was especially turbulent. Master. The immortal residence is below. The Nether River Patriarch said. Then, it flew into the Nether River. It dived down. Lin Feng followed closely behind. They also entered the Nether River. The Nether River was very deep. It was more than 10,000 meters deep. At this time an incomparably huge whirlpool appeared below. That whirlpool emitted waves of terrifying destructive power. It made Lin Feng's heart tremble. Master. That whirlpool's water flow would become smaller every 10,000 years. There was once when the whirlpool's water flow became smaller, and this lowly one took the risk to enter it and found the immortal residence. However, the immortal residence was surrounded by restrictions, and this lowly one couldn't break it. The Nether River Patriarch said. Good. I'll go take a look later. Lin Feng said. Then, he waved his right hand and the deity clone flew out. Then, Lin Feng took out the demonic immortal cauldron and handed it to the deity clone. He looked at the Nether River Patriarch and said, This is one of my clones. I'll go with you to collect spirit herbs, kill strange fish and beasts, and refine demonic immortal pills. You two can leave now. Yes, master. This lowly one will take his leave. The Nether River Patriarch bowed and then left with Lin Feng's deity clone. After the Nether River Patriarch and the deity clone left, Lin Feng began to carefully observe that huge whirlpool. He couldn't help but frown slightly. That whirlpool was indeed terrifying. If he entered it recklessly, he was afraid that he would encounter danger. However, Lin Feng had his own way of entering it. He waved his right hand. The Xianxia ancient starship flew out. Lin Feng entered the Xianxia ancient starship and then drove it into the whirlpool. The Xianxia ancient starship shook violently in the whirlpool. Waves of destructive power bombarded the Xianxia ancient starship. However, it didn't cause any damage to the Xianyuan ancient starship. In the end, Lin Feng used the Xianyuan ancient starship to pass through the huge whirlpool and landed at the bottom of the whirlpool. He walked out of the Xianyuan ancient starship and saw that there was a huge immortal residence at the bottom of the whirlpool. This immortal residence was shrouded in immortal light. Above the immortal residence, there were 4 large words written in flamboyant calligraphy. Green Wave Immortal Residence. The 4 words exuded the vicissitudes of time. Lin Feng looked at this cave abode and was very surprised. Was this really an immortal abode? Some cultivators always liked to use a more imposing name to give themselves a title. For example, the experts of the Demon Dao liked to call themselves Demon Emperors, but in fact, the strength of those experts of the Demon Dao was at most at the God realm, which was far from the Emperor realm. Sometimes, when he named his own cave abode or magic treasures, he liked to name them with extraordinary sounding names. Was this Emerald Wave immortal abode in front of him the same? Was it an immortal abode left behind by an immortal, or was it just a simple name? Lin Feng planned to crack the array first and go in to find out the truth. The array here was very complicated, and there was even an emperor pattern as the core of the array. But as time passed, the power of the array was far from what it used to be. So cracking it wasn't as difficult as imagined. It took about a day. He successfully cracked the array. Then, he entered the immortal abode. The first thing he saw was a passage that was about 100 meters long. The end of the passage was connected to the belly of a mountain. The area of the belly of the mountain was about 400 to 500 square meters. On the rock wall of the belly of the mountain, there were several stone rooms. Lin Feng entered the first stone room and found that there was a stone bed in this stone room, as well as a simple table and chair. Other than that, there was nothing else. Then, Lin Feng went to check the other stone rooms and found that the rest of the stone rooms were empty. This immortal abode has been emptied. Lin Feng was a little depressed. There was only one stone room left that he hadn't checked, but this stone room was sealed by a restriction. This made Lin Feng a little surprised. Why was the stone room sealed by a restriction? Could it be that there was some precious treasure inside, or was there something that they wanted to seal? A long time had passed. Even if there was a terrifying creature sealed, it would probably be long dead. The restriction of the stone room was much more complicated than the one in the cave abode outside. Lin Feng spent a full 5 days to crack the restriction of the stone room. He pushed open the stone door. They entered the stone chamber. The air here was more turbid, and when he stepped on the ground, there would be cracking sounds from time to time. He looked down and saw a dense group of thumb-sized poisonous insects. This poisonous insect had the head of a bat, the tail of a scorpion, the wings of a dragon, and the fangs of a wolf. These are dragon-scorpion-wolf bats. Black Bear Devil King was shocked when he saw the densely packed corpses of poisonous insects on the ground. Dragon-scorpion-wolf bat? What is this? Lin Feng asked doubtfully. The Black Bear Devil Monarch said, in the immortal ancient era, there were 10 great poisonous bugs. Among them, there was a type of poisonous bug called the dragon-scorpion-wolf bat. A single dragon-scorpion-wolf bat's poison could kill a giant God realm expert. Hiss. Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. Wasn't this dragon-scorpion-wolf bat's poison a little too terrifying? At this moment, in this stone room, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel slightly cold. He really wanted to leave and quickly seal the stone room. He was afraid that there were still dragon-scorpion-wolf bats alive. However, when he thought about how this stone room could very well have been sealed since the immortal ancient era, and how dragon-scorpion-wolf bats could not possibly have survived until now, he calmed down slightly. Aren't these dragon-scorpion-wolf bats a little too terrifying? The Black Bear Devil King said, there are many incomprehensible creatures in this world, but heaven-defying creatures like the dragon-scorpion-wolf bats have already gone extinct since the middle of the immortal ancient era. There are so many dragon-scorpion-wolf bats sealed in this stone room. Were they sealed by the owner of this cave back then? Lin Feng couldn't help but rub his chin. It shouldn't be a seal. I think it's more likely to be a breeding ground for dragon-scorpion-wolf bats, the Black Bear Devil King said. Why do you say that? Lin Feng asked. Look up there. There are beehive-like things. Those are the dragon-scorpion-wolf bats' poison nests. These bats have a rather unique lifestyle, and they will expel the poison produced by their bodies into their poison nests. The Black Bear Devil King said. Oh? There's such a thing? Lin Feng took one of the poison nests and cut it open. However, there was no poison left in the nest. The Black Bear Devil King said, the poison of the dragon scorpion wolf bats is also one of their food sources. These dragon scorpion wolf bats have been trapped here for so long, their poison must have been eaten up. Could the owner of this cave have been an evil cultivator? Only an evil cultivator would know how to raise such terrifying dragon scorpion wolf bats, right? Lin Feng asked. That should be the case, the Black Bear Devil King said. In the past, Demon Emperor Chonglu managed to obtain the eggs of dragon scorpion wolf bats by chance, but no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to hatch them. That's why it was so difficult to raise them. When the owner of this cave left, I reckon that the bats were at a crucial stage in their cultivation, so he did not take them with him. Perhaps he planned to return in the future and take them away. However, from the looks of it, that person never returned, and the successfully raised dragon scorpion wolf bats eventually died due to a lack of food. I wonder if there are any eggs here. Lin Feng muttered as he took down all the poison nests. He then cut them open, but he did not find any eggs, which disappointed him. No need to be disappointed. These dragon scorpion wolf bats' corpses are good stuff. What's the use of these corpses? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. Aren't you cultivating the primordial ancestral insect egg? The Black Bear Devil King asked. Lin Feng nodded. The primordial ancestral insect egg was ranked third among the divine insects of the primordial era. How could it be so easy to cultivate? Furthermore, you don't know how to cultivate the primordial ancestral insect egg, so it'll be even harder to cultivate it. However, with these dragon scorpion wolf bat corpses, things will be different. These corpses contain powerful energy essence that can be absorbed by the primordial ancestral insect egg. The Black Bear Devil King said. After being dead for so long, their energy should have dissipated long ago, right? Lin Feng asked. The Black Bear Devil King said, it won't dissipate. The dragon scorpion wolf bat's body structure is very strange. Its dense carapace can seal the energy within, preventing it from dissipating. The dragon scorpion wolf bat's energy is also very special, and it's a great supplement for other insects. You should have heard that when cultivating insects, they will often devour each other. Only then can they cultivate an even stronger insect, or even an insect king. Letting the primordial ancestral insect egg devour the dragon scorpion wolf bat's energy source is actually equivalent to insects devouring each other to evolve. In fact, it's not just insects. You see, many vicious beasts also like to hunt other vicious beasts, and even cultivators, devouring their bloodlines to increase their own bloodline power. It's the same principle. With so many poisonous insects, you should be able to successfully hatch the primordial ancestral insect egg. I've heard that the primordial ancestral insect egg can compete with great emperors. If you can cultivate it, then it'll be amazing. In the future, you'll have an emperor-level bodyguard by your side. Lin Feng said expectantly. Lin Feng began to collect the corpses of the dragon scorpion wolf bats. He collected all the corpses of the dragon scorpion wolf bats. Then, he left the stone chamber. Lin Feng asked, how do I get the primordial ancestral insect egg to absorb the energy stored in the dragon scorpion wolf bats? The Black Bear Devil King said, that's simple. Put the corpses in a spatial bottle and the primordial ancestral insect egg together. Then, all you have to do is wait patiently. Lin Feng nodded. He took out a spatial bottle and placed all the corpses inside. Then, he took out the primordial ancestral insect egg and placed it in the bottle as well. At that moment, the primordial ancestral insect egg emitted a wave of excitement. It seemed that the primordial ancestral insect's larva really liked its food. Lin Feng placed the spatial bottle in his mountain river ring and waited for the primordial ancestral insect egg to hatch. Swoosh, there was a flash of light. A scroll appeared in Lin Feng's hand. He had obtained it from the great tomb beneath the blood lake. As for the bronze seal, it had been taken by the immeasurable Taoist. Lin Feng hadn't checked what kind of treasure it was since he had obtained it. He unfurled the scroll and found that it was actually a painting. There was actually a cliff in the painting. On top of the cliff, there was a blood-colored coffin. this is. When he saw this painting, the Black Bear Devil Lord's expression became bewildered. Lin Feng's heart thumped. He asked, "You recognize this painting?" "This is the blood coffin painting. It's famous. It's an item that once caused a huge uproar. Perhaps everyone in the 3 realms and 6 paths knows about it." Everyone knows about it. However, it disappeared later on. After countless years, there are probably not many people who recognize it. The Black Bear Devil King's tone was strange. Lin Feng did not notice the strange tone in the Black Bear Devil King's voice. He said excitedly, "Is this painting really that amazing? He's actually so famous?" The Black Bear Devil King said, "Yes, it's too famous, but it's not a good reputation." It said that the blood coffin diagram was obtained by 7 great emperors, but in the end, the 7 great emperors disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng's right hand suddenly trembled, and he almost threw the blood coffin diagram away. This blood coffin painting was too strange. The disappearance of the 7 great emperors must be closely related to the blood coffin picture. Great emperors. Even if they were allowed to be killed, it would still cause a huge commotion. He shouldn't have disappeared without a trace, right? Lin Feng said doubtfully. Black Bear Devil Monarch said, "That's why I said this blood coffin diagram is very strange." The 7 great emperors who obtained the blood coffin diagram were all powerhouses who dominated the universe, but in the end, they mysteriously disappeared without a trace. In the past, many people tried to investigate their whereabouts, but to no avail. The strangest thing was that after every great emperor who obtained the blood coffin diagram disappeared, the blood coffin diagram would reappear. Originally, the blood coffin diagram did not attract much attention, but after the disappearance of the 7 great emperors, the world began to pay attention to it. Later on, some people suspected that the disappearance of the 7 great emperors was related to the blood coffin diagram, so some people wanted to destroy the blood coffin diagram. However, at that time, the blood coffin diagram disappeared without a trace, and since then, there has been no news of it. Lin Feng said, "Now, the blood coffin diagram is in my hands." His face was cloudy and uncertain. The blood coffin diagram was so strange that it made Lin Feng feel uneasy. He sat down cross-legged in the belly of the mountain. Then, he tried to use his divine sense to enter the blood coffin diagram. Bury the new, living, spirit. The moment his divine sense entered the blood coffin diagram, Lin Feng heard a sinister voice. Suddenly, it resounded in his mind. After hearing that voice, his body stiffened. It was as if he was about to fall into hell. Then, Lin Feng felt that the blood coffin on the rock wall seemed to be trembling. It was as if it was about to open. That blood coffin. It seemed to want to devour him. Lin Feng was shocked. He forcefully cut off his connection with the blood coffin diagram, and his divine sense quickly returned. His entire body was paralyzed on the ground. His entire body was covered in cold sweat. "What did you discover?" the Black Bear Devil King asked. "The coffin in the blood coffin diagram seems to be real, but it was sealed in this scroll by someone." Lin Feng's expression was uncertain as he spoke. The blood coffin diagram fell to the ground, but he did not pick it up. He still had lingering fears. The feeling of being devoured just now was really too terrible. It was even more terrifying than death. The Black Bear Devil King said, "Such a strange thing should be destroyed directly." Lin Feng nodded. He took out his heavenly fire, wanting to burn the blood coffin diagram. However, no matter how much the heavenly fire burned, the blood coffin diagram was not damaged at all. What a terrifying blood coffin diagram. Lin Feng's expression became more and more serious. At that moment, the blood coffin diagram suddenly turned into a blood-red light and flew back into the mountain river ring. Lin Feng frowned. "I'm afraid that there's a trace of a bond between us. It's too late to get rid of it." The Black Bear Devil King said, "It seems like that's true. Although the blood coffin diagram is strange, there's no need to worry too much. Anyway, the blood coffin diagram is not the only evil treasure on you." Lin Feng could not help but smile bitterly. Thinking about it carefully, he did indeed have many strange treasures on him. The Demon Pearl, the Sage Emperor Stone, the Xianming Demon Book, the Ancient Devil Ring, the Misfortune Bracelet, and the Reincarnation Demon Palace. These treasures were all extremely strange. One more blood coffin diagram was not much, but one less blood coffin diagram was not much either. Blood coffin diagram, you'd better be obedient and not stir up trouble for me. Otherwise, I'll destroy you sooner or later. Lin Feng said fiercely, threatening the blood coffin diagram. He finally felt a little better. Then, he rested for a while before getting up and carefully observing the immortal residence. Lin Feng found that the walls of the residence were densely covered with runes. Therefore, the power of the world was continuously gathering. This immortal residence was not a bad place to cultivate. Now that his clone had taken the demonic immortal cauldron and the Nether River Patriarch to refine the demonic immortal pill, Lin Feng planned to use this opportunity to cultivate in seclusion for a while. Moreover, he had just obtained the true word of Lin of the 9 syllables not long ago. He had not cultivated the true word of Lin yet. He could use this time to properly comprehend the true word of Lin. Cultivate the heart, seek the Tao, ascend the throne, tread the path of immortality, Lin Feng muttered to himself. He entered the stone room and sat cross-legged on the stone bed. He began to comprehend the true word of Lin. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Lin Feng had finally succeeded in cultivating the true word of Lin. After cultivating the true word of Lin, there were originally many cryptic Daos that were difficult to understand. Now, they were all enlightened, such as the archaic dragonesque elephant art that Lin Feng cultivated. He had tried to break through to the 3rd level of the archaic dragonesque elephant art time and time again, but each time ended in failure. This time, however, was different. Lin Feng felt that some of the cryptic Daos in the archaic dragonesque elephant art were easy to understand after he had successfully cultivated the true word of Lin. Therefore, after cultivating the true word of Lin, Lin Feng immediately began to study the archaic dragonesque elephant art. He wanted to attempt to break through to the 3rd level of the archaic dragonesque elephant art, hoping to achieve a breakthrough. Once the archaic dragonesque elephant art broke through to the 3rd level, Lin Feng would be able to summon the archaic dragonesque elephant's indestructible primordial spirit to kill his enemies. When that time comes, he would be able to face heavenly god elites. Lin Feng also had the confidence to fight them. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng had been in seclusion for another 3 months. In these 3 months, he had been comprehending the various mysteries of the Archean Dragonesque elephant skill. This time, he had gained a lot. After various doubts were cleared up, the breakthrough of the Archean Dragonesque elephant skill seemed to be a matter of course. After 3 months of hard work, Lin Feng finally cultivated the Archean Dragonesque elephant skill to the 3rd level. When he circulated the Archean Dragonesque elephant skill, suddenly, Lin Feng had the feeling that he was connected to a powerful cultivator in the unseen world. He just needed to chant the incantation. He would be able to summon that existence. Lin Feng knew that powerful existence was the primordial spirit of the Archean Dragonesque elephant after its death. He began to carefully sense the mysterious state of the 3rd level of the Archean Dragonesque elephant skill. Primordial spirit immortal, battle spirit immortal, reincarnation, creation of heaven and earth. Suddenly, a voice rang in Lin Feng's mind. This gave him a huge shock. This voice was actually transmitted to him by the Archean Dragonesque elephant skill. Although it was very short, it contained a lot of important information. One of the messages introduced the mysteries of the 3rd level of the Archean Dragonesque elephant skill in detail. The 3rd level of the Archean Dragonesque elephant skill was divided into 2 levels. The first level was to summon the primordial Dragonesque elephant primordial spirit. The second level was to summon the primordial Dragonesque elephant battle spirit. The primordial spirit was formed by the fusion of part of the primordial Dragonesque elephant's origin and remnant soul after its death. The battle spirit was formed by the fusion of part of the primordial Dragonesque elephant's origin and its battle intent after its death. The battle spirit was integrated with the primordial Dragonesque elephant's battle intent. Therefore, it was a higher level existence and also more powerful. However, at this stage, Lin Feng could only summon the primordial Dragonesque elephant's battle spirit. What surprised Lin Feng the most was not the difference between the primordial spirit and the battle spirit, but the fact that the Archean Dragonesque elephant skill did not have 3 levels. This piece of information told Lin Feng that when he cultivated the Archean Dragonesque Elephant technique to the peak of the third heaven, the Archean Dragonesque Elephant technique would produce the fourth heaven cultivation technique. The fourth heavenly layer could be summed up in 8 words: reincarnation, creation of the heavens and earth. However, Lin Feng still couldn't understand the meaning of these words. If he could obtain the fourth layer of heaven in the future, perhaps he would be able to comprehend the meaning of these words. Half a year of closed-door seclusion this time allowed Lin Feng to reap enormous benefits. Ever since Lin Feng had mastered the true incantation of Lin, he felt as if his brain had suddenly been enlightened. Many of the mystiques that he had cultivated before were now stirring restlessly, as if they were about to break through. This made Lin Feng extremely happy. The true mantra of Lin could help cultivators cultivate their hearts and seek the Tao. Its effects were simply too great. He walked out of the immortal mansion and boarded the ancient starship Xianxia. He left the vortex and came to the outside world. Then, Lin Feng took back the Xianxia ancient starry sky ship. He established contact with his deity realm clone. Not long after, the deity realm clone and the Nether River Patriarch quickly arrived. The deity realm clone handed the demonic immortal cauldron and a spatial porcelain bottle containing the demonic immortal cauldron to Lin Feng. Then, Lin Feng took the deity realm clone back into his body. The Nether River Patriarch hurriedly bowed to Lin Feng. Lin Feng waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need to be so polite. There are actually 2 billion demonic immortal pills. Not bad, not bad. I've gained a lot in the past 6 months. Sensing the number of demonic immortal pills in the spatial porcelain bottle, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Then, he looked at the Nether River Patriarch and said, "Continue to collect spirit herbs and spirit herbs. Kill the strange fish and ferocious beasts and seal them. Every once in a while I'll send someone to collect them." "Yes, Master." The Nether River Patriarch hurriedly replied. Lin Feng said, "You're just a rogue cultivator. It's not easy for you to cultivate to this level. Since you've already acknowledged me as your master, I won't be stingy." Lin Feng flicked his finger. A set of magic treasures flew out. A helmet, armor, boots, belt, cloak, and demonic saber. The 6 magic treasures were all heavenly god-level divine artifacts. After seeing the 6 divine artifacts, the Nether River Patriarch's eyes widened. The Nether River Patriarch also had a few divine artifacts. However, the highest level divine artifact was only a true god-level divine artifact. Compared to a heavenly god-level divine artifact, it was too far away. "This is the 7 God of War sets. I happened to get it by chance, so I'll give it to you to protect yourself," Lin Feng said. "Thank you, Master. I'll definitely do my best for you in the future and live up to your trust." The Nether River Patriarch was overjoyed and hurriedly expressed his sincerity. Originally, when the Nether River Patriarch was working for Lin Feng, he was just doing business and waiting for 100 years to regain his freedom. Now, the Nether River Patriarch suddenly felt that having a young, powerful, and generous master like Lin Feng seemed like a good thing. The Nether River Patriarch's mentality began to change. Deep in his heart, he began to willingly become Lin Feng's slave. "Do well for me, and I won't mistreat you." Lin Feng patted the Nether River Patriarch's shoulder, then soared into the sky and flew into the distance. "Farewell, Master." The Nether River Patriarch bowed to Lin Feng and watched as Lin Feng left. After Lin Feng left, the Nether River Patriarch turned into a gust of wind and quickly left as well. "It's been a long time since I left the immortal sect. It's time to go back," Lin Feng muttered to himself. He had gained a lot from this trip. Therefore, Lin Feng was extremely satisfied with his gains. Next, he planned to return to the sect and continue cultivating for a while. Then, he would try to break through the Ultimate 8-9 Arcane Art's second firmament. The Ultimate 8-9 Arcane Art was a deadly cultivation technique. It could not be broken through within the specified time. When the time came, he would die. Therefore, Lin Feng wanted to master the Ultimate 8-9 Arcane Art as soon as possible. He flew in the direction of the underground canyon. Suddenly, the demonic orb emitted a slight fluctuation. Inside the demonic orb, the demon lord appeared silently. Then, as usual, he sat on a lonely grave. He always had a lonely look on his face. Eh? Demon Lord, you've finally awakened. Looks like you've recovered well. Lin Feng sensed the Demon Lord's aura and transmitted his voice to the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord said calmly, not bad. I'm not in a hurry to leave the underground world. Go to the depths of the underground world. I sensed a familiar aura lurking there. A familiar aura? What is it? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. I don't know. Let's go and take a look. The Demon Lord said. The Demon Lord's memories were incomplete. Therefore, Lin Feng did not find it strange that he could not remember certain things. He flew toward the depths of the underground world. About 3 days later, he saw many patrolling earth demons. These earth demons should be the soldiers of the primitive devil nation. Looks like this is the territory of the primitive devil nation. Lin Feng frowned. The primitive devil nation was one of the 2 underground giants. Even a powerful race like the Tianma was created by the primitive devil nation. From this, one could see how powerful the primitive devil nation was. After entering the primitive devil nation, Lin Feng became a lot more careful. 10 days later, he arrived at the place that the Demon Lord mentioned. There was a huge mountain range here, and patrolling earth demons were everywhere around the mountain range. There were even many primitive devil nation members. There are so many experts from the earth demons and the primordial demon clan guarding the mountain range. What are they doing? Lin Feng couldn't help but wonder. However, the mountain range was heavily guarded, and he couldn't get close. Wait. The Demon Lord said. Lin Feng nodded and waited patiently. Time ticked by. Woo woo woo, after an indeterminate amount of time, the sound of a horn could be heard. When the sound of the bugle horn was heard, numerous earth devils and ancient devil clan experts rushed towards a huge valley in the depths of the mountain range. Lin Feng saw that there were no longer any earth demons or ancient demons outside. He sneaked into the valley, stopped outside the valley, and looked into the valley. Countless earth demons and primitive demon clan cultivators were kneeling in the valley. There were at least 5,000 to 6,000 of them. In the deepest part of the valley, there was a huge altar. Now, the altar had been dyed red by the blood. An old man who looked like a malicious spirit was performing a divine dance in front of the altar. At the same time, he was chanting some ancient language that Lin Feng couldn't understand. Is this a sacrificial ritual? Lin Feng muttered. The Demon Lord said, this is a sacrificial ritual of the ancient demons. By performing a divine dance and chanting an incantation, they can communicate with the existence they wish to communicate with. Are you talking about that altar? That primordial demon priest is actually communicating with an unknown entity? Lin Feng was astonished and asked. The Demon Lord nodded. Indeed. That altar is called the Demon Emperor altar. I'm guessing that the ancient demon priest is trying to summon the Demon Emperor of the demon world. He wants the Demon Emperor to cross realms and descend into this world. Lin Feng was shocked. He suddenly recalled that Lei Gan had come to the underground world a few years ago. At that time, the 10 great immortal sects had joined forces with many other major powers to prevent the ancient demons from summoning the Demon Emperor. Unexpectedly, the primitive demon race had not given up and had set up another sacrificial altar. The 10 immortal Tao sects have the ability to see through the universe. The primordial demon race tried to summon the demon sovereign from the demon world. Did the 10 great immortal sects not notice it? Lin Feng was puzzled. There are at least dozens of high priests in the ancestral temple, but only one has come to preside over the ceremony. The others are nowhere to be seen. What does this mean? The Demon Lord narrowed his eyes and said. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly, and he said, you mean to say that the other high priests of the ancient devil race have joined hands and are trying to hide from the heavens? The Demon Lord nodded and said, that's right. That's exactly it. Rumble. Rumble, suddenly, the sound of violent fluctuations came from the depths of the cave. In the void, a giant door was vaguely visible. It seemed to be the gate to the demonic world. And now, it was beginning to show itself. All the demons, regardless of whether they were earth demons or primitive demons. All of them were praying devoutly. As for the high priest, he was jumping faster and faster, and his chanting speed was increasing as well. The gate to the demonic world. It was gradually becoming clearer. Lin Feng frowned slightly. If the demon sovereign really came, a storm of blood would break out then. But now, Lin Feng could not stop it. There were 5,000 to 6,000 experts in the valley. If he entered now, he would be courting death. Someone is coming, the demon lord said. Then, the cave fell silent. Lin Feng gazed into the distance and saw a woman in white clothes flying towards him at full speed. Then, she descended from the sky. Disciple of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. What's your name? The woman looked at Lin Feng. She had a graceful figure, but her face was covered by a veil, so her appearance could not be seen clearly. What surprised Lin Feng was that she was wearing a purple dress with celestial feathers that only the female disciples of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect would wear. However, the pattern on the chest of this purple feather dress was a sun. This meant, the woman in front of him was a holy maiden. Junior brother Lin Feng. How should I address you, senior sister? Lin Feng looked at the woman. Shui Linglong. Lin Feng was shocked. Fairy Linglong, the leader of the 10 fairies, had left a deep impression on Lin Feng. He did not expect to meet this woman here. Senior sister Linglong. Greetings, junior brother. Lin Feng cupped his fists. Shui Linglong looked at Lin Feng in surprise. She did not expect this disciple of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect to be so calm after knowing her identity. Lin Feng. Lin Feng. She muttered the name softly, but she did not remember it. Shui Linglong had been in seclusion. After coming out of seclusion, she did not stay in the gate of heaven and left immediately. Naturally, she did not know Lin Feng. Of course, even if she stayed in the gate of heaven, she would not know Lin Feng. There were tens of millions of disciples in the gate of heaven, and many things happened every day. Shui Linglong was not interested in the trivial matters that happened in the gate of heaven. Among the 10 fairies, Shui Linglong was the most mysterious one. The main reason was that she was elusive. Shui Linglong looked at Lin Feng and said, Junior brother. I will hold back the experts of the Heavenly Demon Clan while you destroy the illusory gate of the demonic world. Upon hearing Shui Linglong's words, Lin Feng almost fell to the ground. He said helplessly, Senior sister, there are 5,000 to 6,000 earth demons and primitive demons in there. If the two of us go in, won't we be like lambs in a tiger's den? My cultivation is limited, so I can't help. Senior sister, you should find someone else. I have a way to hold back the experts of the earth demons and primitive demons. You just need to destroy the gate of the demonic world. Shui Linglong said. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He found it hard to believe that Shui Linglong could hold back the cultivators of the earth demons and primitive demons. Shui Linglong said, Junior brother. Our cultivation is about seizing the good fortune of heaven and earth. When the demon emperor descends, the 9 prefectures will be in chaos and the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. If we can stop this calamity, how great of a fortune will it be? Unknowingly, we will receive the blessing of fate. Since ancient times, there have been countless geniuses, but many of them have been annihilated by heaven and earth. What we need to do is to become the people who are born by fate. Only then can we seize fate from the heavens. Seek the Tao and ask the immortals. Live forever. Hearing Shui Linglong's words, the demon lord immediately cried out in surprise. Amazing! Amazing! This Shui Linglong is really amazing. She actually knows about born by fate. Yes, just as she said, only the people who are born by fate can become peerless experts and leave behind a glorious history. Only then can they seek the Tao and seek immortality in the future. Pengu, Niwa, the 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, and other experts were born by fate because they made great contributions to the people of the world. This is fate. Kid, your senior sister is really amazing. Lin Feng had heard of experts reincarnating and awakening the memories of their previous lives, but he had never seen it before. In the world of cultivators, the reincarnation of experts was generally described as the reincarnation of an expert. Lin Feng did not know whether his senior sister Shui Linglong was an expert who had reincarnated. But it was clear that the demon lord seemed to hold Shui Linglong in high esteem. Lin Feng still did not understand what Shui Linglong meant by rising to the occasion. But those people mentioned by the demon lord, such as Pangu, Nuwa, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, were all people who rose to the occasion. From this, it could be seen that the words rising to the occasion represented an extraordinary meaning. Create the heavens, seize the providence of heaven and earth. When providence accumulated and reached a certain amount, it was the so-called rising to the occasion. When the 10 great immortal sects joined forces with many other forces to prevent the primitive demon clan from summoning the demon emperor to the 9 prefectures, providence also descended. But at that time, there were too many cultivators involved in this matter, so the providence was divided among so many people. The providence that each person received was relatively limited. But this time was different. Only Lin Feng and Shui Linglong could share it. Lin Feng had already made a decision in his heart and said, since senior sister has already said so, I, your junior brother, am not a hypocritical person. Today, we will join forces to destroy the demon emperor's plan to descend to the 9 prefectures. Okay. Let's do it. Shui Linglong said aloud. This woman's character was very decisive. She was not sloppy at all. She quickly flew into the valley. The demons in the valley immediately discovered Shui Linglong. Kill her. An expert of the primitive demon clan shouted coldly. Numerous cultivators of the primitive demon clan and the earth demon clan pounced on Shui Linglong. Today, I will let you experience my ultimate technique, the Linglong chess game. With heaven and earth as the chessboard, everyone in the world is in the chessboard. Shui Linglong's voice fell. Lin Feng saw a shocking scene. An incomparably huge chessboard appeared in the void. Shui Linglong stood on the chessboard. That chessboard fell from the sky. In an instant, everyone was enveloped by the chessboard. Even the primordial devil nation's high priest was enveloped by the chessboard and then forcibly interrupted by Shui Linglong. Wow, the high priest spat out a mouthful of blood. His ghoulish face contorted. Bitch! You actually interrupted this priest's summoning of the demon emperor, you deserve to die. You deserve to die 1,000 times over. Tear this woman into pieces, extract her soul, and throw her into the 9 hells purgatory. She will be tortured for all eternity, never to be reincarnated. As soon as the voice of primordial devil clan's high priest fell, numerous devil experts rushed towards Shui Linglong. The world is a chessboard, and we are all chess pieces. Since we are chess pieces, we must abide by the rules. Shui Linglong's voice sounded faintly discernible. The densely packed devil race cultivators in the chessboard of heaven and earth seemed to have really become chess pieces. They found that they could not move. What an amazing Linglong chess game. One person was actually able to trap so many experts. This senior sister of mine is truly heaven-defying. Lin Feng's heart was filled with deep shock. That's 5,000 to 6,000 demon experts, you know. Just like that, they were trapped by Shui Linglong alone. It was really too unbelievable. But such an unbelievable thing. It happened right in front of his eyes. While Shui Linglong was trapping the strong cultivators of the demon clan, Lin Feng was already moving towards the gate of the demon world. Ah! Ah! Screams resounded one after another. Inside the nimble chess game, Shui Linglong had already begun to fight with those demon experts. Her combat power was amazing, and she killed more than a dozen demon experts in a short time. The nimble chess game trapped 5,000 to 6,000 demon experts, so they had to follow the rules of the nimble chess game and couldn't deal with Shui Linglong together. So the number of people attacking each time was limited. At most, 5 to 6 people could deal with Shui Linglong together. And Shui Linglong's combat power was too strong. Those demon experts besieging Shui Linglong couldn't even last 5 rounds in her hands and would die. But Lin Feng knew that Shui Linglong was only one person, and no matter how powerful she was, she couldn't hold on for too long. After all, there were too many experts on the other side. So, he had to destroy the gate of the demon realm quickly and leave with Shui Linglong. If they waited until the demon experts broke Shui Linglong's nimble chess game, the two of them would face the siege of 5,000 to 6,000 demon experts. They would definitely die. Rumble! Rumble! When Lin Feng was halfway there, a voice suddenly appeared. Suddenly, the gate to the devil realm began to shake violently. It seemed that the demon emperor of the demon realm was shaking the gate of the demon realm. Lin Feng's expression suddenly sank. He had to destroy the gate of the demon realm quickly, otherwise, once the demon emperor arrived, it would be a disaster. Swish. Swish. Swish, but at this moment. In the void. A cold light flashed. Immediately after. 3 figures rushed out from the void and charged toward Lin Feng. Those 3 people were too fast, and they had been hiding themselves the whole time. Surprisingly, Lin Feng hadn't been able to see them. Now, he had suddenly attacked Lin Feng. He wanted to kill Lin Feng. Obviously, this was the backup plan of the primitive demon race, and someone was hiding in the dark. These 3 people even avoided the detection of the nimble chess game. They weren't trapped by the nimble chess game. It could be seen that these 3 people's means were extraordinary. The high priest of the primitive demon race asked them to hide in the dark to prevent any unforeseen events. Now, there was really an unforeseen event, and these 3 people played a role at the critical moment. Die. A cold voice suddenly resounded in his ears. The 3 of them clearly believed that Lin Feng was dead for sure this time. Under such circumstances, it was really difficult to avoid the sure kill attacks from the 3 of them. However, Lin Feng knew the heaven mending technique. He borrowed another chance from the heavens. Thus, in the face of such danger, Lin Feng did not hesitate to use the heaven mending technique. His body instantly disappeared. The attacks of the 3 men hit empty air. Lin Feng appeared 20 meters away. At this moment, he clearly saw the 3 of them. 2 men and 1 woman. The first man was the Azura clan's top prodigy, Yi Qiankuan. This person was young, but he had already been conferred the title of Count. It could be said that he held a high position and wielded great power. The other man was a peak-level genius from the primitive devil race. His name was Primordial Jia, and he was a member of the royal family of the primitive devil race. The woman was enchanting and charming. She was transformed from a demon snake. Her name was Su Xiaoma, and her father was a prince of the primitive devil nation. He actually dodged our joint attack. This seems to be the long-lost heaven patching technique. How interesting. As expected of a disciple of the reincarnation immortal sect, he knows a lot of divine abilities. But so what? The heaven patching technique can only be used once in a short period of time. How can he dodge it? In the end, he still can't escape death. The Azura young count looked at Lin Feng sinisterly. Kill him. Kill him. Don't let him escape. Primordial Jia said in a low voice. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the 3 of them did not stop and attacked Lin Feng again. He, such a handsome young man. I can't bear to kill him. The demon snake young princess giggled. What? You want to keep him as a male slave? Forget about it. This is a disciple of the reincarnation immortal sect. He must die today. The Azura young count said. The demon snake young princess snorted and ignored the Azura young count. Seeing the 3 of them coming at him, Lin Feng took a deep breath and began to activate his immortal king body. These 3 prodigies. Everyone's strength had probably reached the level of saint or saintess. Therefore, Lin Feng did not dare to be careless. Otherwise, death would be the only way out. He activated his sovereign king body and a surge of sovereign energy was formed. 5 devouring black holes. Lin Feng activated the confinement magnetic field and enveloped the 3 of them. Primordial Spirit, the Azura young count, and the demon snake young princess slowed down immediately. Although the confinement magnetic field could not completely confine elites of their level. However, it could greatly reduce their speed. Sovereign. Judgment. Lin Feng's voice was cold. The powerful judgment energy gathered and attacked the 3 prodigies. This person hid his strength very well. Everyone, be careful. Primordial Spirit's expression changed slightly and he could not help but shout. The Azura young count and the demon snake young princess's expression became serious. Previously, they did not take Lin Feng seriously. Now, they realized that they had severely underestimated Lin Feng's strength. For sacred birds. Winged cobra. Immortal state clone. Poisonous puppet. Dark green manta scorpion king, BB, dragon rabbit. Come out quickly. Lin Feng waved his hand. He summoned all of these combat powers. Go and destroy the demonic world gate. Lin Feng shouted in a deep voice. Yes. After receiving Lin Feng's order, they all rushed towards the demonic world gate. Oh no. Seeing this scene, the three prodigies of the primitive devil kingdom's expressions changed drastically. They did not dare to hesitate. They quickly attacked. Devil breaks the heavens. Great desolate devil finger. Demon splits the 9 heavens. 3 powerful divine abilities were used. The 3 of them worked together to block Lin Feng's sovereign judgment. Then, the 3 of them jumped up and quickly charged towards Lin Feng. They used even more powerful divine abilities than before. Primitive Devil Fist. Azura Hell. Demon Chaos. These 3 divine abilities were the trump cards of Primordial Spirit, the Azura Young Count, and the Demon Snake Young Princess. It was incomparably terrifying. The 3 powerful divine abilities emitted a destructive wave that blasted towards Lin Feng. Facing the attacks of the 3 great experts, Lin Feng felt his hair stand on end. It would not be easy for him to defeat any one of these 3 people. Moreover, the 3 of them had joined forces and unleashed their strongest combat power. To deal with them, it was even more difficult. Facing such a terrifying attack, Lin Feng did not hold back at all. He began to circulate the 3rd level of the archaic dragonesque elephant art. Archaic dragonesque elephant. Submission of the gods and demons. A low shout suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. A loud rumbling sound was heard. A terrifying aura spread between heaven and earth. It was as if there was a sleeping great emperor. It was as if he was waking up. Above the 9 heavens, the shadow of an archaic dragonesque elephant appeared. That was the archaic dragonesque elephant's indestructible primordial spirit, summoned by Lin Feng. The archaic dragonesque elephant's indestructible primordial spirit descended from the sky. With a punch, it directly enveloped primordial spirit, the Azura Young Count, and the Demon Snake Young Princess. The archaic dragonesque elephant's indestructible primordial spirit fought against 3 alone. Bang! 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 3 consecutive dull collisions were heard. The attacks of the 3 great geniuses of the primordial devil kingdom were all broken by the archaic dragonesque elephant's indestructible primordial spirit. The 3 of them were also forced to retreat. How is this possible? The 3 of them had expressions of disbelief on their faces. In their opinion, Lin Feng was only at the divine fire realm. No matter how monstrous he was, it was impossible for him to withstand their combined attacks. But now, Lin Feng was fighting against 3 alone, and he was actually able to repel the 3 of them. This caused a huge wave to rise in their hearts. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He wanted to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get rid of the 3 of them. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Rumble! Rumble! In the depths, the gate of the devil realm floating above the altar was actually opening bit by bit. Devil light surged, and the 4 sacred birds, Bibi, and the others were all sent flying. Wow! All of them vomited blood from the shock. This emperor smells the aura of the 9 prefectures. An ancient and cold voice came from the gate of the devil realm that was gradually opening. It's the Lord Devil Emperor. He's about to descend upon the 9 prefectures. All the devil race cultivators roared excitedly. Quick! Destroy the demonic world gate. Seeing that the demonic world gate was about to open, Shui Linglong's expression changed as she shouted. Whoosh! Lin Feng could no longer care about Primordial Spirit, Azura Young Count, and Demon Snake Young Princess. He turned around and flew toward the demonic world gate. Kid, where do you think you're going? The 3 of them shouted coldly as they chased after Lin Feng. Stop them! Lin Feng shouted. Whoosh! The 4 sacred birds, Bibi, and the others all rushed toward Primordial Spirit, Azura Young Count, and Demon Snake Young Princess. Lin Feng, on the other hand, rushed toward the demonic world gate. The demonic world gate was opening continuously. If this continued, it would be opened sooner or later. Therefore, the situation had reached a critical point. Lin Feng quickly took out the 9 demons painting, regal sword tomb, and devouring heaven jar. He was doing 3 things at once. This was the limit of what he could do now. The 9 demons painting emitted an endless demonic aura as it charged toward the demonic world gate. The devouring heaven jar shone with demonic light as it charged forward. The regal sword tomb opened. Then, 4 great swords flew out and merged into one, forming a huge sword. This was the regal sword tomb's ultimate move. The swords in the regal sword tomb could be combined to form a huge sword, and its power would reach its peak. The huge sword formed by the 4 great swords quickly slashed toward the demonic world gate. Bang! 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 After a series of violent collisions, the gate of the demon realm was also shaken. It shook violently, and even made cracking sounds. Little bastard! How dare you ruin my primordial devil nation's plan? You'll die a horrible death. Seeing this, the demons roared in anger. Their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Their eyes were bloodshot. They couldn't wait to cut Lin Feng into pieces. Lin Feng sneered. I'm doing this to benefit the world. I'll definitely be protected by the heavens. Why would I die a horrible death? You're the ones who will die a horrible death. Boom. Boom, boom. He continued to control the treasures to attack the demonic world gate. Crack. Crack, the gate of the devil realm cracked more and more, and Lin Feng's face showed a trace of joy. It wouldn't take long for them to destroy the gate to the demonic realm. However, at this moment, a powerful demonic aura was emitted from the demonic realm gate. The demonic chi that escaped from the gate of the demonic realm directly wrapped around the gate of the demonic realm that was already beginning to shatter. When the 3 magic treasures once again bombarded the gate of the demon realm, he was actually unable to cause any damage to the demonic world gate. Not good. It must be the demon emperor from the demon world. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. Although the devil emperor was still in the devil realm, he could sense the faintly discernible gate of the devil realm. Through the gate of the demonic world, a portion of the power was transmitted to the 9 prefectures world. The demon emperor has appeared. The demon emperor had appeared. Now, the Lord Devil Emperor had appeared. No one can stop the Devil Emperor's true body from descending to the 9 prefectures. Countless demons roared in excitement. This is troublesome. Lin Feng's expression became incomparably gloomy. Lowly creature, how dare you stop me from descending to the 9 prefectures world? Do you want to die? I will give you a chance to live. Immediately kneel on the ground and swear allegiance to me. I will spare your life. The demon emperor's voice rang out from behind the gate of the demonic realm. Lin Feng's expression was cold. What shameless boasting! What qualifications do you have to be my master? The demon emperor immediately sneered. An ant like you actually dares to be so impudent in front of me? Who gave you the courage? Humph. So what if you're a demon emperor? I heard that the demonic realm has long been sealed. You're just a stray dog from the demonic realm. You're just struggling at death's door in the demonic realm. Whether you're a demon emperor or not is another matter. Don't be so smug. Lin Feng sneered. He took out heavenly fire and began burning the gate of the demonic realm. The huge gate of the demonic realm was enveloped by the heavenly fire and burned fiercely. Sizzle. Sizzle, the demonic chi protecting the gate of the demonic realm was ignited. You actually have heavenly fire. You despicable creature. Wait for me to descend upon the 9 states. I will make sure you die without a burial place. The demon emperor roared furiously. Loud rumbling sounds could be heard. The gate of the demonic realm was constantly being opened. Lin Feng pushed the heavenly fire's power to the limit. He was racing against time. He did not dare to delay. Like Lin Feng, the demon emperor was also racing against time. The demonic chi enveloping the gate of the demonic realm was not ordinary demonic chi. It was ancestral demonic chi. The demon emperor had spent a lot of effort to send a portion of ancestral demonic chi into the 9 states world to protect the gate of the demonic realm. If Lin Feng destroyed the ancestral demonic chi enveloping the gate of the demonic realm, then, the demon emperor would not be able to send the ancestral demonic chi back into the 9 states world in a short period of time. Not to mention using the ancestral demonic chi to protect the gate of the demonic realm. When the time came, the gate of the demonic realm would definitely be destroyed. He would not be able to descend upon the Nine States world. The Demon Emperor was well aware of this. Therefore, he also went all out without holding back. In order to open the gate of the demonic realm, the Demon Emperor also went all out. Rumble, rumble, the gate of the demonic realm shook violently. The gate of the demonic realm was slowly opening. Finally, the gate of the demonic realm opened a gap of more than 10 centimeters. The next moment, monstrous demonic chi surged out. A large hand actually reached out from the demonic chi. That gigantic hand immediately moved towards Lin Feng to grab him. Not good. It's the Demon Emperor's arm. The Demon Emperor is really going to descend. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's face was full of shock. When that gigantic hand reached Lin Feng realized that he couldn't move at all. Facing the pressure of a great emperor, any means, seemed to be futile. Despicable creature, I am about to descend upon the 9 states. Have you thought about how you will die? The Demon Emperor's cold voice came from behind the gate of the demonic realm. At this moment, Lin Feng's hands and feet were cold, and he could not move. His face was full of bitter smiles. Was he really going to die in the hands of the Demon Emperor? This was troublesome. At this critical moment, suddenly, the Demon Lord flew out. Endless demonic chi. It covered the Demon Lord. You are not dead. The Demon Emperor seemed to have sensed the aura of the Demon Lord and shouted in disbelief. Sky Prison Demon Emperor. I am not dead. Are you surprised? The Demon Lord's cold voice came out. Then it's not too late to kill you now. The Sky Prison Demon Emperor's cold voice came out. That demonic hand directly blasted toward the Demon Lord. I will first cut off one of your arms as a little interest. In the future, I will definitely enter the demonic realm and take your life. The Demon Lord's voice was indifferent. Using his palm as a knife, he directly slashed out. Puff, a tearing sound came out. The Sky Prison Demon Emperor's arm was directly cut off by the Demon Lord. Ah! The Sky Prison Demon Emperor let out a shrill cry. The Demon Lord took the Sky Prison Demon Emperor's severed arm and then returned to the demonic orb. Lin Feng took advantage of the Sky Prison Demon Emperor's heavy injury to activate the 4 heavenly flames and destroy the ancestral demonic chi that the Sky Prison Demon Emperor had used. Then, the 3 magic treasures fiercely attacked the gate of the demonic realm. Crack! Crack! After hundreds of continuous attacks, the gate of the demonic realm finally shattered. Little bastard! You're courting death. Seeing the gate of the demonic realm destroyed, countless demonic tribe members roared in anger. All of them wanted to eat Lin Feng's flesh and drink Lin Feng's blood. Seeing that he had succeeded, Lin Feng turned around and rushed outside. Kill! The 9 demons picture, the swallowing heaven jar, and the giant sword charged towards Primordial Jia, Azura Young Earl, and Demon Snake Young Princess respectively. Originally, they were fighting with the 4 sacred birds, Bibi, the God Realm clone, and the winged cobra. Seeing the 3 treasures charging towards them, their expressions changed. Their expressions changed drastically, and they didn't dare to fight head-on. They hurriedly forced their opponents back and retreated quickly. Lin Feng kept the 4 sacred birds, Bibi, and the others into the mountain river ring. Then, he kept the 3 treasures. Next, he pushed his speed to the limit and rushed outside. Currently, Shui Linglong's nimble chess game still trapped 5,000 to 6,000 devil experts. It was a good opportunity for Lin Feng to leave. However, before Lin Feng could rush out, suddenly, above the 9 heavens, a huge whirlpool appeared. That huge whirlpool distorted the void. Within the vortex, waves of destructive energy waves were emitted. Boom! Next, a terrifying power surged out from the whirlpool. Bang! That power directly sent Lin Feng flying hundreds of meters away. His body crashed heavily into a mountain peak. The entire mountain collapsed, and he was buried under the rubble. Domineering, it was a domineering power. In the whirlpool, a domineering power was emitted. Lin Feng was blown away by that terrifying strength. Immediately after, Shui Linglong's Ling Long chess set was destroyed. It's the Demon King. Countless demons roared happily. Primitive Demon King, the ruler of the primitive demon kingdom, although this person was not on the supreme list. But to be honest, among the experts on the supreme list, except for the Red World Fairy, who dared to say that they could defeat the primitive demon king, the reason why the primitive devil emperor wasn't listed on the supreme list wasn't because he wasn't strong enough. It was because he didn't participate in the sovereign meet. The terrifying existence had cultivated for 7,520,000 years. His cultivation was immeasurable, although his true body had yet to descend. But they were separated by endless time and space. He was actually able to bring his domineering aura to this valley. The strength of his cultivation was simply unimaginable. Kill this woman and that brat. Countless demons began to roar. His killing intent was monstrous. Numerous devils besieged Shui Linglong. At the same time, a large number of demons charged towards Lin Feng. Bang, the ruins exploded, and Lin Feng rushed out from the ruins. He was wearing the Death God armor, protecting his entire body. Then he unleashed the burning wrath of the heavens, condensing a four-colored fireball, and directly unleashed it. Boom, the four-colored fireball exploded. An energy that could destroy the heavens and earth surged out. Miserable cries rang out one after another. It was unknown how many devil race cultivators were killed. At this moment, Lin Feng looked at the whirlpool in the sky. From that whirlpool, there was an even more terrifying fluctuation. Obviously, the primitive devil emperor seemed to be rushing over from afar. He had to leave quickly. Once the terrifying existence of the primitive devil emperor appeared, at that time, he would definitely end up in a situation where his body and Tao would vanish. Lin Feng rushed out quickly. Boom boom boom, but at this moment, the numerous devil race cultivators unleashed all kinds of mystic skills at him. Those mystic skills formed a torrent of attacks, sweeping across the heavens and earth. They directly bombarded Lin Feng's body, sending him flying. Barf, Lin Feng couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His body fell from midair, landing heavily on the ground. No matter how strong an individual was, there was no way he could fight against an army. Numerous devil race cultivators wielded all kinds of weapons and slashed at Lin Feng. Go to hell. Lin Feng took out his great desolate war spear and shouted furiously. He jumped up from the ground and used his great desolate war spear to sweep away a group of demon cultivators. He was heavily surrounded by the army. He couldn't escape. He didn't even have the time to unleash his mystic skills. He could only rely on his physical body and martial techniques to fight. The devil race cultivators surged forward like a tidal wave. Pft! 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 One by one, the devil race cultivators were stabbed to death by Lin Feng. But Lin Feng was also sent flying time and time again. Under the attacks of these devil race cultivators, the Death God armor lost most of its divinity. Its luster dimmed, and eventually, it retracted back into Lin Feng's body. Seeing that Lin Feng's defensive armor was no longer effective, the attacks of the devil race cultivators became even more frenzied. There were countless wounds on Lin Feng's body. His entire body was almost covered in blood. He dashed left and right amidst the army. Lin Feng's expression was incomparably gloomy. If this continued, it would definitely not work. Only death would await them. But now, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to escape. Clang! 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 Just at this time, Shui Linglong quickly attacks with a sword in her hand. Shui Linglong's swordsmanship is really superb. With a thrust of her sword, numerous sword images appeared. Devil cultivators would be injured if they were grazed, and they would die if they were touched. His senior sister Linglong was much stronger than the average holy son or holy daughter. Lin Feng had never seen the cultivation level of the Red World Fairy when she was Shui Linglong's age. However, Lin Feng felt that even compared to the Red World Fairy, this senior sister Linglong's cultivation was not inferior. Lin Feng had always felt that he was monstrous enough. However, compared to senior sister Linglong, there was still a huge gap. However, when he thought of the possibility that this senior sister Linglong was the reincarnation of a powerful expert, he couldn't help but think about it. In his heart, he felt relieved. Shui Linglong tore a gap in the army, grabbed Lin Feng, and quickly rushed out. All of you, die. Countless demon race experts surrounded and attacked. The situation was extremely dangerous. Great shift of the heavens. Shui Linglong shouted in a delicate voice. A Milky Way appeared under Lin Feng and Lin Feng's feet, a world appeared. Suddenly, in the Milky Way world beneath their feet, the heavens and the universe instantly reversed. Shua, light flashed. Lin Feng and Shui Linglong had disappeared without a trace. In the next moment, they had already appeared more than 10 miles away. Such a long distance. It was as if they had teleported. And they had also dodged the attacks of thousands of devil experts. This method was truly unfathomable. Let's go. Shui Linglong shouted in a deep voice. Together with Lin Feng, they rushed into the distance. But at this time, the vortex above the ninth heaven emitted a terrifying devil aura. Immediately after, a tall man wearing an imperial robe descended from the sky. After that man appeared, between heaven and earth, everything was silent. The entire world. It was as if everything was still. A terrifying aura shrouded over. It made Lin Feng's hair stand on end. Seeing that man, his scalp went numb. Primitive Devil Emperor, descended. P.S. Go for the exam in the afternoon. If you get fourth in the subject, you can get your driver's license. Pray you can pass. Please vote. Thank you. Greetings, Demon Emperor. May the Demon Emperor enjoy eternal blessings and live as long as the heavens and earth, and shine as brightly as the sun and moon. After the primitive Devil Emperor arrived, the numerous experts of the devil race all knelt on the ground and kowtowed to him. These experts of the devil race were simply too good at flattery. Lin Feng could not help but feel goosebumps all over his body. However, this was not the time to think about this. Lin Feng was most concerned about whether he could escape from the primitive Devil Emperor. He and Shui Linglong quickly rushed into the distance. However, the primitive Devil Emperor had already caught up to them. The two of you are very courageous. Only the two of you dare to disrupt the summoning ritual of the Devil Emperor of the primitive devil race, and even let the two of you succeed. This is truly unbelievable. If geniuses like the two of you continue to grow, your future will be limitless. However, the two of you no longer have the chance to continue growing. No matter what, the two of you will die today. An earth-shattering killing intent was emitted from the primitive Devil Emperor's body. The killing intent in his body seemed to have solidified. It was as if the void was about to be frozen. This existence was simply too terrifying. No one could even think of fighting against him. The primitive Devil Emperor was simply too fast. He only took a few steps, but it was as if he could cross the universe. In just a few breaths' time, he had already caught up to Lin Feng and Shui Linglong. You leave first. Shui Linglong said. Am I still a man if I leave senior sister here to deal with the primitive Devil Emperor alone? Lin Feng gritted his teeth. He took out the 9 devil picture and took out the heavenly god elixir. He was prepared to use the heavenly god elixir to activate the 9 devil picture and fight the primitive Devil Emperor to the death. I have my own way of escaping. You should leave quickly so that you don't lose your life. Shui Linglong said. Lin Feng's expression kept changing. He did not know if Shui Linglong was telling the truth. However, he could tell that she was not joking. Could it be that his senior sister really had a way to deal with the primitive Devil Emperor? If that was the case, he might really hinder her from leaving if he stayed here. Thinking of this, Lin Feng decided to listen to Shui Linglong and leave. Senior sister, be careful. He reminded her before turning around and flying into the distance. I'll kill you first. Go and kill that brat. The voice of the original Fiend Emperor was extremely cold. Opening his palm, it blotted out the entire sky. An endless amount of devilish light gushed out and grabbed at Shui Linglong. Human. Emperor. 9th. Revolution, Shui Linglong shouted coldly as she faced the attack of primitive Devil Emperor. She didn't dodge at all. She faced the primitive Devil Emperor directly. Dazzling rays of light flickered within her body. A total of 9 golden lights flashed. Heaven and earth. It was as if everything had turned into a golden world. That dazzling golden light was so blinding that people couldn't even open their eyes. Even the devil chi emitted from primitive Demon Emperor's body was suppressed by the golden light emitted from Shui Linglong's body. Bang, immediately after. Amidst the endless golden light, the sounds of violent collisions could be heard. Then, the furious roar of the primitive demon emperor could be heard. No, how is this possible? How can you destroy my avatar? As soon as the voice of the primitive demon emperor sounded, he saw his body explode. Shui Linglong was sent flying a few thousand meters away before she fell onto the ground. She struggled to get up, but she couldn't move at all. Lord Demon Emperor's avatar has been destroyed. How is this possible? That's the avatar that Lord Demon Emperor had refined for 3 million years. How could it be destroyed by a young human? All the devil race cultivators had an expression of disbelief on their faces. But soon, their eyes were filled with ferocity. That woman is severely injured. Now is the best chance to capture her. Capturing this woman will be a great achievement. Many devil race cultivators roared loudly and then quickly rushed towards Shui Linglong. Shui Linglong's face was extremely pale. Now, facing those devil race cultivators who were charging at her, she was powerless to turn the situation around. Swoosh, at this moment, Lin Feng ran over from the forest not far away. Although Lin Feng had left earlier, he didn't go too far away. Instead, he hid 10 miles away to watch the battle. What made Lin Feng feel incredulous was that Shui Linglong had actually killed the primitive demon emperor. Although that was only the avatar of the primitive demon emperor, it was still the avatar that the primitive demon emperor had refined for 3 million years. Lin Feng's heart was in turmoil. Seeing that Shui Linglong was injured, he quickly flew out. Senior sister, sorry for the offense. Lin Feng helped Shui Linglong up and let her lie on his back. Lin Feng's hands held Shui Linglong's perky butt. No matter how cold Shui Linglong's temperament was, she couldn't help but blush. Lin Feng stepped on the 8-directional world and flew away quickly. Kid! Don't run! The devil race cultivators roared furiously. They were about to capture Shui Linglong. But Lin Feng suddenly charged out and saved Shui Linglong. Those devil race experts were so angry that they almost vomited blood. However, how could those devil race cultivators' speed be comparable to Lin Feng's? In the blink of an eye, they were left behind by Lin Feng without a trace. Lin Feng carried Shui Linglong and left the underground world. Then, he ran for another 100 miles. Shui Linglong said, "Junior brother. There is a valley ahead. I want to enter the valley to heal my injuries. Guard the valley for me. Don't let anyone disturb me. Senior sister, don't worry. With me around, no one will disturb senior sister," Lin Feng said. He carried Shui Linglong and quickly entered the valley. Shui Linglong found a place to sit down and heal her injuries. Lin Feng used a formation to seal the valley. The entire valley was concealed. Lin Feng could finally sit down and let out a long breath. Time passed. One day later, Lin Feng saw a stream of light flying over from afar. Then, it landed. Jin Luiwei. After seeing the cultivator who landed, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He suddenly remembered that Jin Luiwei had colluded with the Devil Dao's young master Huang Quan to scheme against Shui Linglong. Now that this person appeared in this forest, it meant that young master Huang Quan was most likely in the vicinity. This made Lin Feng's mood slightly heavy. However, he did not act rashly because the valley had already been sealed by his formation. Jin Luiwei definitely could not see him and Shui Linglong. However, what Lin Feng did not expect was that Jin Luiwei actually took out a powerful flying sword and fiercely attacked in the direction of the valley. Rumble, a series of violent fluctuations came out. The valley's restriction was shaken by Jin Luiwei. Sure enough, he was hiding here. Jin Luiwei laughed sinisterly. Lin Feng's expression became gloomy. How did Jin Luiwei find them? Bang, 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 Jin Luiwei's flying sword was powerful. After continuously attacking for 100 times, the restriction set up by Lin Feng could no longer withstand it. It was directly destroyed. The originally hidden valley was suddenly exposed. Haha. Shui Linglong. Let's see how you're going to die this time. Jin Luiwei laughed sinisterly. He dashed into the valley and looked into the valley with a pair of cold eyes. Jin Luiwei saw Shui Linglong sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed. She was not moving at all. It was obvious that she was in the critical moment of healing. Beside Shui Linglong stood a disciple of the reincarnation immortal sect. It was Lin Feng. Jin Luiwei knew Lin Feng. Back then, when Lin Feng ascended the sacred ancestor mountain, Jin Luiwei was present. However, Jin Luiwei did not have much interaction with Lin Feng all this while. Lin Feng, today, I'm going to settle the grudge between me and Shui Linglong. Leave quickly and don't interfere in this matter. In the future, if you need me, Jin Luiwei, in the sect, just say the word. As long as I can do it, I'll do my best. Jin Luiwei rolled her eyes and said aloud. How could Lin Feng believe the words of a despicable person like Jin Luiwei? In order to harm Shui Linglong, this person was even willing to collude with young Master Huang Quan of the demonic Tao. It was obvious that this person's character was shameless. Of course. Even if Jin Luiwei could do what he said, Lin Feng would not agree to it. He had gone through a life-and-death battle with Shui Linglong. After the primitive fiend emperor appeared. With Shui Linglong's cultivation, it should not be difficult for her to leave. However, Shui Linglong asked him to leave first while she dealt with the primitive fiend emperor. She wanted to stall for time so that he could escape successfully. It was because of this. That was why Shui Linglong was severely injured. As for his senior sister, Shui Linglong, Lin Feng was very grateful. As long as he lived, he had to be indomitable. It was an ungrateful thing. He must not do that. It was impossible for Lin Feng to abandon Shui Linglong and leave by himself. He looked coldly at Jin Luiwei and said in a low voice, Senior brother Jin, if you have any grudges with senior sister Linglong, you can go back to the sect and let the sect's great elder mediate. We are all from the same sect and there is no deep hatred that cannot be resolved. Therefore, senior brother Jin, please leave quickly and don't disturb senior sister Linglong's seclusion. Jin Liuyue's eyes turned cold. He glanced at Lin Feng and said, So you don't intend to move aside? What? If I don't move aside, is senior brother Jin going to deal with me? Senior brother Jin, you have to think clearly. Even if your grandfather is the grand elder of the sect, if you kill your fellow disciples outside, your grandfather won't be able to protect you. Lin Feng said coldly. Brat, I gave you a chance to live, but you didn't cherish it. Since that's the case, I'll kill you too. As soon as Jin Luiwei finished speaking, she took out a Dharma treasure. That magical treasure was a bell made of bronze. Bronze enchanting bell. That's your grandfather's treasure. No wonder you were able to find us. Your grandfather is the Grand Elder of Jade Dragon Peak, and also one of the 12 Grand Elders who guard the River Mirror. It must be your grandfather who used the power of the River Mirror to find me and senior sister Linglong's hiding place, then passed the information to you. Lin Feng's expression darkened. He had originally thought that Jin Luiwei was colluding with the demon sect. Jin Luiwei was the only one who was in trouble. But now, it seemed that things were not that simple. Jin Liuyue's grandfather might also be related to the demon sect. Brat. You guessed right. My grandfather did use the River Mirror to find you and then passed the news to me through a voice transmission jade talisman. The heavens want you to die. As soon as Jin Luiwei finished speaking, he began to activate the bronze enchanting bell. Clang. Clang, clang. 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 Clang, clang, Lin Feng felt as though his head was about to split open. The bronze enchanting bell was an extremely strange treasure that could harm a cultivator's soul. Puff. Shui Linglong, who was in seclusion, spat out a mouthful of blood. Her breathing became erratic and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Obviously, Shui Linglong was affected by the bronze enchanting bell and was now suffering from the backlash. Seeing this, Jin Luiwei shouted proudly. Haha, Shui Linglong is suffering from the backlash. This is just the beginning. Soon, she will suffer from an even more severe backlash. When that time comes, she will die from qi deviation. How satisfying. Jin Luiwei roared crazily. Clang. Clang, the bronze enchanting bell rang more rapidly. Lin Feng felt as if his soul was being cut apart by a sharp sword, one after the other. This kind of pain was worse than death. Shui Linglong spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. Her situation was getting worse. Lin Feng did not dare to hesitate. He quickly took out his natal spiritual treasure, the chaotic ancient lamp. The chaotic ancient lamp floated above Shui Linglong and poured down chaotic qi to help Shui Linglong resist the bronze enchanting bell. Go to hell. Lin Feng endured the pain and activated the immortal emperor body. He used the sovereign's judgment. He charged toward Jin Luiyue. Jin Luiyue was the most powerful core disciple in the reincarnation immortal sect. He already had the combat strength of a holy sun many years ago. Before leaving the reincarnation immortal sect, Lin Feng heard that Jin Luiyue was going to be crowned as a holy sun. Therefore, Jin Luiyue's strength was also very strong. Jin Luiyue held the bronze enchanting bell in his left hand and shook it continuously. This treasure caused great damage to Lin Feng. Therefore, Lin Feng's combat strength was greatly affected. Seeing Lin Feng charging toward him, Jin Luiyue looked at him with disdain. Since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Jin Luiyue punched toward Lin Feng. Bang, the two of them collided violently. Thud thud thud, both of them took 3 steps back. Jin Luiyue's face darkened. He did not expect Lin Feng to be so powerful even though his combat strength was greatly affected. Jin Luiyue, you have the bronze enchanting bell. You've severely weakened this reincarnation immortal sect disciple's cultivation, but you still can't take him down. It seems that the reincarnation immortal sect has produced some powerful people over the years. Right at this moment, an awe-inspiring voice abruptly rang out. A cultivator in a black robe walked out of the forest. Lin Feng's face darkened when he saw the cultivator in the black robe. Young Master Huang Quan, it was him. He had been worried that young Master Huang Quan would be around, and it seemed that his worry had come true. Young Master Huang Quan was ranked in the top 20 on the prodigy list. He was much stronger than Jin Luiyue. Now that young Master Huang Quan had appeared, Lin Feng knew. Today, he and Shui Linglong. He was afraid that a great disaster was about to befall him. This kid's talent is heaven-defying. For more than 200,000 years, no one from the reincarnation immortal sect has been able to ascend the saintly ancestral mountain. Yet, this kid managed to ascend the saintly ancestral mountain. He's a monster. Jin Luiyue said in a low voice. His tone was filled with jealousy towards Lin Feng. Jin Luiyue's talent was quite good, but compared to Lin Feng, he was worlds apart. Jin Luiyue had always been a narrow-minded person. He was jealous of those who were more talented and stronger than him. Even though he was in an alliance with young Master Huang Quan. In fact, Jin Luiyue was also jealous of young Master Huang Quan. However, Jin Luiyue did not show it. He and young Master Huang Quan were using each other. Young Master Huang Quan looked at Lin Feng with a condescending expression. He looked down at Lin Feng and said, "Kid, I think you're quite talented. You're qualified to be my slave. As long as you kneel before me and swear allegiance to me, I'll spare your life. What do you think?" Ha 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 ha. Lin Feng suddenly burst out laughing. Young Master Huang Quan narrowed his eyes at Lin Feng and asked coldly, "What are you laughing at?" "I'm laughing at your arrogance. I heard that your father is the Yellow Springs Devil Emperor. You're a top expert of the Devil Dao. In fact, your father is just a giant God Realm cultivator." In order to stick gold on his face, he took the title of Devil Emperor. In fact, he's far from it. You're just the son of a giant God Realm cultivator. In my eyes, your bloodline is just a lowly bloodline. You actually want to be my master? How foolish. With your lowly bloodline, you don't even have the right to be my slave. Lin Feng couldn't help but flick his sleeves and say coldly. When Jin Luiyue heard Lin Feng make fun of Prince Huang Quan, she took joy in his misfortune. Although he was in an alliance with young Master Huang Quan, Jin Luiyue was also quite dissatisfied with young Master Huang Quan. Young Master Huang Quan relied on his superior cultivation. He had always maintained a high and mighty attitude. When he spoke, he pointed at Lan Shan as if Jin Luiyue was his subordinate. This made Jin Luiyue very unhappy. Now, he saw young Master Netherworld being humiliated by Lin Feng. Jin Luiyue was happy to watch the show. Young Master Netherworld's voice turned cold. "How dare you be so presumptuous in front of this young master? It really makes this young master feel incredulous. Your stupid words have already aroused this young master's anger. This young master will let you know what it means to beg for death. How does it feel to beg for death? As soon as young Master Yellow Springs finished speaking, a powerful aura emanated from his body. They surged out. Young Master Huang Quan began preparing his killer move, wanting to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng also began to circulate his immortal emperor body. In Lin Feng's eyes, there was only death standing, there was no life kneeling. Both sides were about to fight. Suddenly, the melodious sound of a flute came from afar. Young Master Netherworld and Jean Liuyue's faces darkened when they heard the flute. Young Master Netherworld restrained the dermic powers he had just condensed and didn't attack Lin Feng, as though he was afraid of something. Not long after, more than 10 people flew over from afar. At the very front of this group of people, there were 4 powerful cultivators clearing the way. Further back, there were 4 cultivators carrying a white jade chair. Sitting on the white jade chair was an exceptionally handsome young master with a jade-like face. Behind that young master, there were 4 beautiful maidservants. At the back, there were 4 powerful cultivators following. This group of people flew over quickly and then landed. TSK, Immortal and Demon colluding. Today, I, young Master Emptiness, have watched a good show. That handsome young master had a lazy look and spoke very casually. Humph. Young Master Emptiness. What are you doing here? Young Master Netherworld coldly glanced at young Master Emptiness. There was some fear between his brows. There were a total of 9 young masters in the Demon Dao. Young Master Netherworld was one of them. Young Master Emptiness was also one of them. Although this young Master Emptiness was usually eccentric and looked like there was more yin than yang. However, everyone knew that this young Master Emptiness was abnormally terrifying. This was because not only was young Master Emptiness's sword skills heavenly, but he was also proficient in the long-lost art of divination. His methods were extremely strange. Of course, I'm here to watch the show. This show is really exciting. You guys continue. Don't mind me. Young Master Emptiness opened his folding fan. Then, he gently fanned a few times. Young Master Netherworld couldn't be bothered with young Master Emptiness. He gave Jean Liuyue a look. Jean Liuyue understood and stepped out. She and young Master Netherworld stood on the left and right respectively, locking onto Lin Feng. Clearly, young Master Netherworld saw young Master Emptiness coming and couldn't figure out what young Master Emptiness was planning. Therefore, he wanted to join forces with Jean Liuyue to end the battle quickly and kill Lin Feng. At this moment, young Master Emptiness suddenly said, "Wait. What? You want to stop me? Do you want to be my enemy?" Young Master Netherworld looked coldly at young Master Emptiness. Young Master Netherworld said, "Young Master Netherworld, you've misunderstood me. I actually have an old friend who has been hiding here for a long time and has been watching the show. Now, I'll call this old friend out so that we can catch up and watch the show together." "Who?" Young Master Netherworld asked with a gloomy expression. Young Master Netherworld smiled and said, "Young Master Netherworld, don't you want to come out and meet me?" Swoosh, with a flash of light, a green-robed young master flew out from the forest. When they saw this person, young Master Netherworld and Jean Liuyue's expressions turned ugly. Young Master Netherworld said coldly, "Young Master Netherworld, I warned you to stay away from Ling Long. Did you turn a deaf ear to my words?" Young Master Netherworld. Who do you think you are? Do you think I'll listen to your words? Don't forget your identity. You're the son of the Demon Emperor and Shui Linglong is a disciple of an immortal sect. It's impossible for the two of you to be together. Young Master Netherworld sneered. It's not up to you to comment on the matters between me and Linglong. Young Master Netherworld's voice was indifferent. Lin Feng frowned slightly. This young Master Netherworld seemed to have a special relationship with senior sister Linglong. At this moment, young Master Netherworld quickly mediated. The two of you are old friends. There's no need to ruin our friendship because of a woman, right? Calm down. Humph. At this moment, a cold snort was heard. Shui Linglong opened her eyes and looked coldly at young Master Netherworld and Jean Liuyue. Attacking me while I'm in seclusion. Young Master Netherworld. Jean Luiwei. If the two of you don't pay a price today, you won't be able to leave. After Shui Linglong woke up, she immediately attacked young Master Netherworld and Jean Luiwei. This was also in line with Shui Linglong's character. Shui Linglong originally had this kind of decisive and incomparably domineering character. Shui Linglong stretched out her right hand and condensed an energy palm in the void. That energy hand suddenly grabbed at the air. It seemed to want to kill young Master Netherworld and Jean Luiwei. Shui Linglong. You are courting death. Seeing Shui Linglong attack, young Master Yellow Spring and Jean Luiwei shouted coldly. Jean Luiwei activated her bronze enchanting bell. Clang! 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 The treasure once again released sound waves that enveloped Shui Linglong. As for young Master Yellow Spring, he used a divine ability called Eternal Undying Demon Fist and swept it towards Shui Linglong's energy hand. Linglong. Let me help you. Young Master Xiaoyu said. He wanted to help Shui Linglong deal with young Master Yellow Spring and Jean Luiwei. This young Master Xiaoyu seemed to have a special liking for Shui Linglong. He was worried that she would get hurt. Shui Linglong said indifferently. Do you think that I can't deal with these two? Young Master Xiaoyu nodded and did not make a move. Shui Linglong's palm that was originally grabbing young Master Yellow Spring and Jean Luiwei changed direction and slapped towards them. Her palm slapped down. It dispersed the sound wave attack from the bronze enchanting bell. Moreover, it broke young Master Yellow Spring's divine ability. Young Master Yellow Spring was shocked. He did not expect Shui Linglong to be so powerful. Even young Master Emptiness and young Master Xiaoyu narrowed their eyes. Obviously, Shui Linglong was powerful. It was beyond their expectations. Go. Seeing that he was not Shui Linglong's match, young Master Yellow Spring turned into a cloud of black gas and fled. Shui Linglong's expression was indifferent. She raised her right hand and used her palm as a blade to slash at the fleeing young Master Yellow Spring. Pooh, a ripping sound could be heard. Next, blood splattered, an arm soared into the sky. Young Master Yellow Spring's arm was chopped off by Shui Linglong. The black gas wrapped around the severed arm. Young Master Yellow Spring's resentful voice could be heard from the black gas. Shui Linglong. I, young Master Yellow Spring, will not rest until I have cultivated the 3 supreme demonic techniques recorded in the Yellow Spring Devil scripture. At that time I will definitely take your head. As soon as he finished speaking, young Master Yellow Spring tore through the void and fled. Seeing that young Master Yellow Spring had fled, Jean Luiwei did not dare to stay. She turned around and fled. However, Shui Linglong's palm slapped Jean Luiwei through the air. She was sent flying several hundred meters away. Jean Luiwei fell into the forest. Her hair was disheveled and she was in a sorry state. Shui Linglong shot out a stream of magic power and wrapped around the bronze enchanting bell that fell to the ground. The treasure flew into her hand. Jean Luiwei. After all, you are a disciple of an immortal sect. I won't kill you either. I'll keep this treasure for your grandfather for a while. You can tell your grandfather about this when you go back. If your grandfather wants to take back the bronze enchanting bell, ask him to come to my Linglong Celestial Palace in person. Shui Linglong said coldly. At this moment, how could Jean Luiwei dare to say anything else? He had long been scared out of his wits. After getting up from the ground, he turned around and rushed away. Junior brother. This is your Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. Shui Linglong handed the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp to Lin Feng. Lin Feng kept the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. Haha, what a wonderful show. There were so many twists and turns in the process. I was so excited to see it. Young Master Emptiness clapped his hands. Then he looked at Shui Linglong meaningfully and said, It's rumored that Fairy Linglong is the reincarnation of a mysterious strong man. I didn't believe it before, but now I'm starting to believe it. Fairy Linglong, can you tell me which strong man you are? Shui Linglong said calmly. Young Master Emptiness. Don't you know that curiosity kills? Young Master Emptiness laughed awkwardly and said, I misspoke. I won't disturb you and young Master Evil you. I'll take my leave now. Soon, young Master Emptiness and his companions left quickly. I have something to say to Linglong. You should know what to do. Young Master Evil Yu clasped his hands behind his back and looked at Lin Feng indifferently. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Young Master Evil Yu's arrogant attitude made him very unhappy. However, Lin Feng suppressed his anger when he thought about how close young Master Evil Yu was to Shui Linglong. Just as he was about to leave, Shui Linglong said, "Young Master Evil Yu," said Shui Linglong at that moment. Besides, Lin Feng is not an outsider. If you have something to say, just say it. Seeing Shui Linglong's cold attitude towards young Master Evil Yu, Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. It seemed like young Master Evil Yu only admired Shui Linglong, and he was even pursuing her. As for his senior sister Linglong, she was rather distant from him. Young Master Evil Yu said. In a few days, the Red World Fairy is about to celebrate her 4,000th birthday. I heard that the Red World Fairy has the method to enter Hongjun Ancestors' dojo. During the Red World Fairy's 4,000th birthday, Hongjun Ancestors' dojo will be opened. At that time, I would like to invite you to the Red Dust Immortal sect to celebrate the Red World Fairy's birthday. At the same time, we can explore Hongjun dojo together. Hearing the words Hongjun Ancestor, Lin Feng could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Hongjun Ancestor first, then Tian. Hongjun Ancestor was one of the 4 living beings that were born when the universe first appeared. He was much earlier than the Xiantian living beings. Even someone like Pangu was only Hongjuan's disciple. It was hard to imagine an existence like Hongjun. How powerful was he, his orthodoxy? How terrifying was he? If one could really comprehend some of the orthodoxy left behind by Hongjun, it would be heaven-defying. Lin Feng could not help but think in his heart, the Red World Fairy's birthday, when the time comes, I will also go and join in the fun, but I estimate that the number of people who can enter Hongjun dojo will be extremely limited. I don't know how I'll get it, and whether I can get it. But now is not the time to think about it. We'll know when honored Immortal Hong Chen's birthday celebration. At this time, Shui Linglong said, the Red World Fairy's birthday is 3 years later. I am not sure what will happen at that time, whether there will be any delays, let's wait until then. Today, thank you young Master Evil Yu for standing up for Linglong. I will remember this kindness in my heart and will definitely repay it in the future. Shui Linglong then looked at Lin Feng and said, Junior brother. Let's go. N. Lin Feng nodded and quickly left with Shui Linglong. Lin Feng. Lin Feng. After Lin Feng and Shui Linglong had left, Evil Yu young master kept repeating Lin Feng's name. Coldness flashed in his eyes from time to time. Half a month later, Lin Feng and Shui Linglong returned to the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Junior brother. People in the Immortal sect are vicious, you have to be careful. If you run into something that you can't solve in the future, you can come to my Linglong Celestial Palace. Shui Linglong said. Yes, senior sister. I will keep it in mind. Lin Feng replied. Shui Linglong nodded and then soared into the sky, flying towards the depths of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. When Lin Feng returned, he asked around and learned that Fairy Dancing Fire, young Master Hanshan, and the others had returned to the sect. They had a small gathering, but Lei Gon was nowhere to be seen. Lin Feng was puzzled. Senior brother Lei Gon didn't come back? Young Master Hanshan replied. He's already back. However, he heard that someone in the bottomless abyss had discovered the Thunder God's ruins. He went there to check if it was true. The Thunder God referred to the primordial Thunder God. In the past, he had challenged the primordial dragonesque elephant and lost in one move. He was in existence with heaven-defying combat strength. Lei Gon seemed to have inherited a part of the Thunder God's legacy. Even his Thunder God's hammer was an imitation of the primordial Thunder God's hammer. In fact, Lin Feng had also inherited the Thunder God's legacy. The Sky Tyrant Lightning art he cultivated was the Thunder God's legacy. Although the Sky Tyrant Lightning art was an extremely domineering divine ability, it could only be considered an entry-level divine ability of the Thunder God's legacy. Lin Feng had yet to obtain the Thunder God's most powerful legacy. There was a reason why the Thunder God could challenge the primordial dragonesque elephant in the primordial era. Lightning attacks were the most destructive attack among all kinds of attacks. Its power was incomparably terrifying. When the Thunder God challenged the primordial dragonesque elephant, he lost because of his physical body. The primordial dragonesque elephant's physical body was too strong. The Thunder God was a human. Although he had tempered his physical body to an incomparably strong state during his long years of cultivation, he was still a human. However, the human race was at a disadvantage in terms of physical body. No matter how much he tempered it, it could not compare to the primordial dragonesque elephant's physical body. In that battle, in terms of magical power, the Thunder God and the primordial dragonesque elephant were evenly matched. However, the primordial dragonesque elephant's powerful physical body helped him defeat the Thunder God. That battle back then could be said to be earth-shattering. Some of the ancient factions even had detailed records of that battle. In the starry sky, a peak battle, it attracted countless experts to watch. Therefore, news of the Thunder God's legacy would definitely arouse the interest of countless people. If one could obtain the Thunder God's legacy, that would be too terrifying. After the small gathering, Lin Feng returned to the barren mountain. This time, he didn't see Master Tortoise when he came back. He didn't know where his chief master had run off to. Lin Feng still remembered that the Demon Lord had cut off one of the Sky Prison Demon Emperor's arms in the underground world. He originally planned to ask the Demon Lord for some sovereign blood to raise his cultivation. However, the Demon Lord went into seclusion again. This made Lin Feng feel quite depressed. It was clear that the Demon Lord had gone to refine the Emperor's blood to recover his cultivation. However, when he thought of the Demon Lord's stingy character, even if he wasn't in seclusion, it would be impossible for him to obtain the Emperor's blood from him. In the following period of time, Lin Feng began to comprehend the various divine abilities that he had cultivated. He had cultivated the true word of Lin. Now, it was as if he had gained spiritual intelligence. With regards to the comprehension of any Tao, he would be able to understand it with just a little bit. Now was the time to consolidate his strength. About 4 months had passed. Lord Tortoise returned from outside. "Master, where did you go? During the time that you weren't here, this disciple missed Master," Lin Feng said with a grin. Lord Tortoise patted Lin Feng's shoulder and said, "As expected of Master's good disciple, you actually know how to miss Master. Master didn't dote on you for nothing. Missing Master is naturally a disciple's duty," Lin Feng said. Lord Tortoise suddenly laughed. That laughter made Lin Feng's hair stand on end. "This old fellow couldn't be thinking of something, right?" Lord Tortoise said, "Good disciple. Seeing that you are so filial, Master's hard work for so long was not in vain." Lord Tortoise then threw a white jade token to Lin Feng. "What is this?" Lin Feng asked. Lord Tortoise said, "This is a keepsake. Take the white jade token. Head to the Demon Mountain of Destruction in the northwest of the Holy State. An old friend of Master's is there. Master met with that old fellow some time ago and persuaded him to open the restrictions on the Demon Mountain of Destruction so that you can cultivate there. You can continue to cultivate your 8-9 arcane art there. I hope that you can successfully cultivate the second level of the 8-9 arcane art. Don't let Master's good intentions go to waste." It would have been fine if Lord Tortoise did not mention the 8-9 arcane art. However, when Lord Tortoise mentioned it, Lin Feng felt depressed. He had only cultivated the first level of the 8-9 arcane art. In order to cultivate it successfully, he had lived a life worse than death. Now that he thought about it, he still felt a chill run down his spine. However, he could not stop cultivating the 8-9 arcane art. No matter how much pain he had to endure, he had to grit his teeth and cultivate it. If he could not cultivate the 8-9 arcane art, he would die. Lin Feng kept the jade token. Lord Tortoise said, "Let's set off tomorrow." "Yes," Lin Feng replied. The next day, Lin Feng left the Reincarnation Immortal sect. First, he went to Snow Eagle City. Then, he went to the black market. After paying the balance, he took the 10,000 divine artifacts that he had asked the weapon shop to forge for him. With these 10,000 divine artifacts, he could form an elite army. An army of 3,000 people, each equipped with at least 3 divine artifacts. They would be invincible. Then, Lin Feng went to the Mercenary Association. He went to see Elder Lu Buozu of the Mercenary Association. Lin Feng had been asking Lu Buozu to help him find information about his father, the old Duguya. Lin Gongzi. According to your description, we have found some cultivators named Duguya. One of them should be the most suitable. Lu Buozu handed a jade tube to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's divine will enter the jade tube. There was a lot of information recorded in the jade tube, all about Duguya. In the message left by his father, there was only a name and nothing else. Therefore, the information that Lin Feng provided to the Mercenary Association was limited. However, the Mercenary Association was still very powerful. Over the years, they had found many clues. There was not much information about Duguya in the jade tube. It was introduced that he appeared in the 9 prefectures 50 years ago. Later, he entered the starry sky world with a man and a woman. Another few years passed. This person appeared in the 9 prefectures again, but soon disappeared again. Lin Feng couldn't help but shiver. Could it be that the man and the woman with Duguya were his parents? Lin Feng asked. Do you have any clues about this person's whereabouts? This person appeared in the 9 prefectures once, but soon disappeared without a trace. Moreover, he has not appeared since then, so we have not found any more information about this person for the time being. However, Lin Gongzi can rest assured. The Mercenary Association's information network is spread all over the 9 prefectures. As long as this person appears again, we will definitely find him. Lu Buozu said. Lin Feng nodded and chatted with Lu Buozu for more than an hour. He had just left the Mercenary Association. After resting for a day in Snow Eagle City, he took the teleportation array and headed to the Myriad Saints province. As one of the 9 provinces, the Holy State had a superior geographical location and rich resources. Thus, the Holy State had many forces and experts. There were many ancient cities in the Holy State, and many of them had a long history. It was said that there were more than 100 ancient cities from the primordial era. There were even a few ancient cities that had been passed down since the immortal ancient era. Dragon Blood City, it was such an ancient city that had been passed down since the immortal ancient era. The walls of this ancient city were blood red. It was rumored that a true dragon had fallen, and its blood had dyed the ancient city walls red. Thus, this city was called Dragon Blood City. However, was that really the case? This was something that could not be verified. It had been too long, and many things had long been buried by the river of time. Lin Feng took the teleportation array and arrived at Dragon Blood City. This Dragon Blood City was incomparably lively. People came and went, and there were countless experts. There were many forces in Dragon Blood City. The most powerful force was the Dragon Blood City's city lord's family, the Long family. It was rumored that this bloodline had the true Dragon Emperor's blood flowing in it. It had been passed down for a long time and was abnormally powerful. Since ancient times, this bloodline had been the master of Dragon Blood City. Moreover, the Long family's power was not limited to Dragon Blood City. It was said that the Long family also controlled some other ancient cities. From this, it could be seen how powerful the Dragon Blood City's Long family was. Even a powerful force like the 10,000 Arts Immortal sect would not easily provoke the Dragon Blood City's Long family. Young master. Do you want to buy a servant? We have all kinds of beautiful women here, fox girls, witches, and so on. We have everything you need. Young master. We have blonde and blue-eyed foreign beauties here, beauties captured from the Western world. Young master, buy a few and bring them back to train. These Western beauties are very crazy, and when the time comes, I guarantee that young master will be able to enjoy an emperor. There were many human traffickers selling slaves on the street. This made Lin Feng very surprised. There were also slave traders in other ancient cities, but they were more secretive. Moreover, most of them did business in the black market. But Dragon Blood City was actually so unbridled, starting to attract customers on the street in broad daylight. On both sides of the street, there were many cages. Inside those cages were women who had been captured. Many of those women were extremely beautiful. These slave traders were specifically capturing women who did not have any background but were as beautiful as flowers. Only then would they be able to sell for a good price. Of course, the price of these women was different. Generally, human women were the cheapest. Because the human race was the most numerous race. The rarer the race, the higher the price. For example, the mermaid race's price would be sky high. In addition, the stronger the woman, the higher the price. Lin Feng saw the blonde-haired, blue-eyed beauties that the human traffickers had mentioned. Those women were indeed quite different from Eastern women. Regardless of appearance, skin, hair color, etc., there was a huge difference. In terms of appearance, they were somewhat similar to the mermaids. However, she was far from the level of beauty of the mermaid clan that could make one's soul tremble. Where did these women come from? Lin Feng pointed at the Western beauties and asked aloud. In the endless depths of the Southern Ocean, there is a mysterious Western continent, known as the Western world. These women were transported from the Western world. A human trafficker said. Western world? This is the Western world? Is it also one of the 9 prefectures? Lin Feng asked. The 9 prefectures were originally connected, but because of the war, the territory was split. The Western world is probably the same as the Sky Martial continent, a part of the territory that was split. However, the Western world is much bigger than the Sky Martial continent. The area of the Western world is not smaller than the current 9 prefectures. The human trafficker said. Lin Feng nodded. He did not have any plans to buy female slaves, so he planned to leave. But just as he was about to leave, his gaze swept over a female slave who was curled up in a corner of the cage. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Gu Yuner, it was actually this woman. This Gu Yuner was the successor of the Immortal Moon Mountain. The Immortal Moon Mountain was originally the second strongest power in the northern 72 prefectures of the Sky Martial continent, but in the War of the Sky Demon Invasion, this power was also destroyed. At that time, Gu Yuner had been knocked unconscious by 2 cultivators of the Yin-Yang Union sect and had been drugged with aphrodisiac, almost being humiliated. Lin Feng had saved Gu Yuner. After Gu Yuner woke up, she thought that Lin Feng had ambushed her and wanted to do something heartless to her. Lin Feng explained, but Gu Yuner did not believe Lin Feng's words. As a result, the 2 sides had a misunderstanding. Later on, the 2 of them met a few more times, but there was basically no interaction between them. However, as she understood Lin Feng, Gu Yuner gradually believed that it was Lin Feng who saved her back then, and not Lin Feng who schemed against her and wanted to sully her. After all, at that time, Lin Feng was a rising star whose name shook the world in the Sky Martial continent. Later on, he even became the leader of the East Sea Cultivator Army. There was no need for him to do such despicable and shameless things to her. How much is that woman? Lin Feng asked. Hee, young master, that woman is a top-grade product, and she is the original product. She has never been touched by a man before. She needs 100 origin crystals. Lin Feng took out 100 origin crystals and handed them to the human trafficker. The human trafficker immediately beamed with joy. He liked people like Lin Feng who were generous and did not like to bargain. Go, grab that female slave, the human trafficker ordered his subordinates. 2 of them immediately opened the cage and grabbed Gu Yuner. Gu Yuner screamed in horror and struggled, but she was still grabbed in the end. Back then, she was a genius. She had been reduced to her current state. It was truly a pity. Gu Yuner. You still remember me, right? Lin Feng looked at Gu Yuner and asked. At that moment, Gu Yuner also saw Lin Feng, but for some reason, she lowered her head and said, Young master, you've mistaken me for someone else. I'm not Gu Yuner, I'm called Anai Shang. The human trafficker said, Don't care what you're called. You've already been bought by the young master and are now his female slave. The human trafficker then looked at Lin Feng and smiled as he said, Young master, do you have any other female slaves that you like? Why don't you buy a few more? Wouldn't a single female slave be enough? Lin Feng said calmly, If I need any, I'll come find you. He glanced at Gu Yuner and said, Come with me. Gu Yuner bit her lips and followed behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng first went to a tailor's shop to buy some clothes for Gu Yuner. Then, he found an inn and booked a courtyard for them. There was a hot spring in the courtyard, and Lin Feng said, Go and take a bath. Come see me after you're clean. Following this, he entered the room. An hour later, Gu Yuner, who had finished bathing and changed into clean clothes, walked in. She was still as beautiful as before, but she had lost some of her sharpness. Lin Feng said, come over here. I'll massage your back. Gu Yun'er bit her lips and reluctantly walked behind Lin Feng and began to massage Lin Feng's back. Gu Yun'er had clearly never served anyone before, so she was unfamiliar with it and felt very uncomfortable. Lin Feng grabbed Gu Yun'er's hand and pulled her in front of him. His right hand wrapped around her slender waist and made her sit on his lap. Young master, what are you doing? Gu Yun'er's face immediately turned pink as she looked at Lin Feng in panic. Lin Feng caressed Gu Yun'er's exquisite face and said, you're a slave that I bought, so it's natural for you to serve your master. No matter what I do to you, it's something that should be done. As a slave, you shouldn't ask your master what he wants you to do. Instead, you should obediently obey your master. Lin Feng then got up and carried Gu Yun'er by the waist before walking towards his bedroom. Gu Yun'er's face turned pale from fright and she shrieked, Lin Feng, you can't be such a hoodlum. Hurry up and put me down. Lin Feng said with a smile that was not a smile, didn't you say that you were called an Aishang? Didn't you say that you didn't know me? How did you know that I was called Lin Feng? Gu Yun'er's face reddened when her lie was exposed, and she turned her head away from Lin Feng. Lin Feng also stopped teasing her and put her down. Is it because you're in a bad situation and feel embarrassed after seeing me? Is that why you don't want to admit your identity? Lin Feng said indifferently. Perhaps Lin Feng had guessed what she was thinking, but Gu Yun'er bit her lips with an uneasy expression, but she did not answer Lin Feng. Many cultivators of the Sky Martial continent yearn for the 9 prefectures. However, the 9 prefectures are filled with experts, while the Martial Heaven continent's cultivators are much weaker. Do you think it'll be easy to make a name for yourself here? Lin Feng said indifferently. Even though I know it's not easy, as a cultivator, who wouldn't want to travel to a big place like the 9 provinces to broaden their horizons? After that, I might be able to fight for a bright future. Gu Yun'er said. Lin Feng sneered and said, if you want to fight for a bright future, you have to have the strength. If you have no strength, how can you fight for a bright future? If you know when to advance or retreat, you should cultivate bitterly in the Sky Martial continent for a few more years, and wait until your strength has accumulated to a certain extent before coming to the 9 prefectures. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Gu Yun'er sighed in her heart. Because it was indeed as Lin Feng said, she was now regretting coming to the 9 prefectures. After coming to the 9 prefectures from the Sky Martial continent, she had been living under someone else's roof, living in a precarious situation. In the end, she was even caught by human traffickers and locked in a cage like an animal. This feeling was truly terrible. It almost made Gu Yun'er go crazy. Come into the bedroom and massage your master's legs, back, and shoulders. Lin Feng said and took the lead to enter his bedroom. Gu Yun'er bit her red lips, her charming face blushing. She struggled in her heart. In the end, she also entered Lin Feng's bedroom. Lin Feng's bedroom. Dragon Blood City was bustling with noise and excitement at night. In such a huge ancient city, there were many times when the night was more lively than the day. On both sides of the Qinhuai River, willows swayed. On the river, there were many flower boats. Countless people gathered by the river. From time to time, there would be cheers. During this period of time, the beauties on the Qinhuai River's flower boats were competing for the top courtesan position. These courtesans would show off their various talents. Therefore, it attracted countless people, and it was extremely lively. Lin Feng went to the Mercenary Association to inquire about the way to the Demon Destruction Mountain. Young master wants to go to the Demon Destruction Mountain? The Mercenary Association's elder who received Lin Feng was very surprised. What? Is there a problem? Lin Feng asked. That is a place of great danger. Vicious beasts run rampant, and there is no one there. Even our Mercenary Association doesn't have a map to that place, but we know the approximate location of the Demon Destruction Mountain. As the elder spoke, he took out a map. He pointed at the map and said, Young master, look. This place is called the Forest of Destruction, and this place is called the Fallen Forest. It is said that the Demon Destruction Mountain is located at the intersection of these two places. However, the intersection of these two places is too dangerous. Even if people have gone there before, they have all died there. Therefore, that area is still a mysterious place to the outside world. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Here are 10 origin crystals. I will accept the map." "Haha, young master is straightforward. If you have any needs, you can come to this old man anytime," the elder said with a smile. Although such a map was precious, it was worth 1 origin crystal at most. The remaining 9 naturally belonged to the elder. It was no wonder that the Mercenary Association's elder was so enthusiastic. Money could make the devil turn millstones. The world of cultivators was also incomparably realistic. After leaving the Mercenary Association, Lin Feng and Gu Yuner returned to the inn. On the way, Lin Feng noticed that Gu Yuner kept looking at the restaurants. Lin Feng said, "I was wondering why you followed me out. So it turns out that you want to eat. If you want to eat, just tell me. Do you think I will starve my servant?" Gu Yuner couldn't help but snort twice. She was very dissatisfied with Lin Feng calling her a servant. However, Gu Yuner couldn't change her situation. She snorted and said, "Who said I was hungry?" Lin Feng muttered in his heart. Gu Yuner's personality was still quite similar to before. She was a bit arrogant. However, Lin Feng felt that Gu Yuner should be really hungry. During this period of time, she was captured and imprisoned in a cage by the human traffickers. Naturally, the human traffickers couldn't provide her with fish and meat. Thinking of this, Lin Feng said, "Young master, I am hungry. Let's find a restaurant to eat. Then let's go here." Gu Yuner pointed at a nearby restaurant called Green Jade Residence. Lin Feng nodded and went to the restaurant with Gu Yuner. On the 2nd floor, near the window, they ordered a table of dishes and then the two of them began to eat. Gu Yuner's behavior was still very elegant. After all, she was nurtured by a large force. Even when eating, she looked very pleasing to the eye. At this time, a group of people went to the 2nd floor. The leader was a young master in a golden robe. When this group of people was about to go to the 3rd floor, a servant beside the young master quickly said, "Young master, look over there." The servant pointed at the direction where Lin Feng and Gu Yuner were. When the young master saw Gu Yuner, his eyes immediately lit up. When Gu Yuner was imprisoned in a cage by the human traffickers, eating was a problem, let alone dressing up. No matter how beautiful a woman was, if she didn't dress up, her attractiveness would drop by several levels. Now that Gu Yuner had dressed up and changed her clothes, she had returned to her former peerless beauty. Such a delicate woman who could be called a stunner would naturally make many men want to possess her. "Are you a starving ghost?" If others were to see this, they would think that this young master is abusing his servant and purposely not feeding her. Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes when he saw that Gu Yuner had already eaten 3 big bowls of rice and more than half of the 20-something dishes. Gu Yuner snorted, "If I were to imprison you in a cage and give you a bowl of water and a bun that you can't chew on every day, who knows what you'll look like when you come out. Moreover, although I ate a lot, I ate gracefully. You looked at me for so long just now. Don't you think that I'm very charming?" Beautiful women were often more confident. Gu Yuner's beauty, on the other hand. Using the word beautiful to describe her was inappropriate. She had a very special temperament, the kind that could make men fall head over heels for her. Lin Feng had seen too many beautiful women in his life, so he was able to resist Gu Yuner's charm. Normal people would find it very difficult to resist Gu Yuner's charm, which was a little charming, a little tempting, a little pure, and a little tsundere. At this moment, the young master in the golden robe and his group of attendants arrived at Lin Feng and Gu Yuner's place. The attendant was called Xianxia. He looked at Lin Feng with an arrogant expression and said, "Brat, our young master has taken a fancy to your servant. Name a price, how much do you intend to sell her to our young master?" "Sell your mother. I'm not a commodity." Gu Yuner exploded in anger. She picked up the wine jug on the table and smashed it on Xianxia's face. She then kicked Xianxia's abdomen, sending him flying 4 to 5 meters away. Xianxia crashed into several tables and fell to the ground, immediately howling in pain. During this period of time, Gu Yuner had been living a life worse than death. Now that she had been bought by Lin Feng had been ordering her around like a servant, which made her very unhappy. However, Gu Yuner knew that Lin Feng was usually just teasing her and did not really treat her as a servant. Gu Yuner believed that she had a good understanding of Lin Feng. Lin Feng was a righteous and upright person, he didn't force himself to do anything. Staying by Lin Feng's side was the best choice. Moreover, Gu Yuner believed that with Lin Feng's personality, how could he sell her to someone else? She thought of the humiliation she had suffered during this time. Little Sixth Shui kept talking about how he was going to buy and sell her like a commodity, so Gu Yuner completely exploded. Lin Feng was stupefied and staring at Gu Yuner. This was a woman who was usually very elegant. Lin Feng didn't expect that such an outstanding disciple of a powerful sect could be so wild. Lin Feng's eyes were wide open. Shwe 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 shwe, shwe shwe shwe. Shwe 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 to my. The golden-robed young master's eyes were filled with burning desire as he looked at Gu Yuner. Shwe 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 shwe, she could tell at a glance that he was overindulgent. Shwe Six crawled up from the ground and glared fiercely at Gu Yuner. He hid behind a group of guards, not daring to step forward. The young man cursed, Shwe Six, you piece of trash. You've been scared to this extent by a little girl. You've really embarrassed me. Shwe Six smiled awkwardly and carefully walked out. I'm naturally not afraid of ordinary women, but this one is about to become your woman. Of course I'm afraid. Haha, you're the only one who knows how to flatter. The young man laughed loudly when he heard Shwe Six's words. He gave Shwe Six a look, and Shwe Six understood tacitly. Shwe Six took out an origin crystal and tossed it to Lin Feng. Our young master is buying this maid. Gu Yuner was furious. He wanted to buy her with a single origin crystal. Was she really that worthless? Gu Yuner really wanted to slap Shwe Six to death. However, Gu Yuner also knew that it would not be so easy to beat Shwe Six up again. Shwe Six was in the deity realm, while she was only in the rebirth realm. The only reason he had been able to beat Sixth Shui up was because Sixth Shui hadn't been on guard at all, which had allowed him to succeed. But now, Shwe Six was already on guard. Thus, it would not be so easy to succeed again. Lin Feng said indifferently, take your money and scram as far as you can. Everyone was stunned. Even Gu Yuner was stunned. Gu Yuner knew that Lin Feng would definitely refuse these people. However, she had never imagined that Lin Feng would refuse them in such an arrogant manner. Even a powerful dragon could not suppress a local snake. If Lin Feng was so arrogant, wouldn't he suffer a great loss? Gu Yuner knew that Lin Feng's cultivation was extraordinary, and that he could even fight on par with void gods. However, she had only learned this after coming to the 9 provinces. The void gods that everyone looked up to in the Tianwu continent were just too common in the 9 provinces. The people in front of her were clearly not simple. Thus, Gu Yuner couldn't help but worry when she saw Lin Feng's arrogant attitude. First, she was worried about her own safety. Second, she was worried about Lin Feng's safety. Shwe Six and the others were also stunned, and it took them a long time to recover from their shock. Many diners in the surroundings seemed to have recognized the identity of the young master in the golden robe. When they heard Lin Feng's arrogant words, many people's mouths twitched. They looked at Lin Feng with pity. Lin Feng's expression was one of extreme arrogance. Lin Feng's expression was one of extreme arrogance. Brat. In Dragonblood City, there aren't many people who dare be so arrogant in front of this young master. A cold glint flashed in the eyes of the golden-robed young master. Shwe Six waved his hand, and a group of guards immediately surrounded Lin Feng. Shwe Six coldly shouted, "Brat! Do you know who our young master is? You actually dare to be so arrogant in front of our young master? Even 10 heads won't be enough to chop off." Lin Feng indifferently asked, "Who is your young master?" "Our young master is the 3rd young master of the Shui family, Shwe Xiaoqi." Shwe Six sneered. Shwe Xiaoqi revealed an arrogant expression as he cast a sidelong glance at Lin Feng, as if he wanted to see a terrified expression on Lin Feng's face. Unfortunately, Shwe Xiaoqi didn't see the terrified expression on Lin Feng's face. Lin Feng's expression didn't change at all. This caused Shwe Xiaoqi's expression to sink slightly. This brat isn't afraid of me? The Shui family? Shwe Xiaoqi? I've never heard of you. However, I know of Dragonblood City's Long family. Lin Feng indifferently said. Shwe Six sneered, "Our young master's elder sister is the concubine of a young master of the Long family. Brat, do you know fear now? If you know, Why aren't you kowtowing and begging for mercy? When Shui mentioned that Xiaoqi's elder sister was the concubine of a young master of Dragonblood City's Long family, Xiaoqi had an arrogant look on his face, as if this was a great honor. The Long family of Dragonblood City was extremely powerful. Therefore, as long as one was able to establish a relationship with the Long family of Dragonblood City, it would be an enormous fortune for any power. Because the Shui family had established a relationship with the Long family, their influence had rapidly expanded. Not only was Xiaoqi's elder sister the concubine of a young master of the Long family, but she was also an extremely favored concubine. With this relationship, Xiaoqi could do whatever he wanted in Dragonblood City. Xiaoqi and the others believed that Lin Feng would be scared out of his wits now that he knew their young master's identity. Then, he would kneel on the ground and kowtow to their young master in apology. Xiaoqi wasn't the only one who thought so. Even the onlookers around them thought the same. However, no one had expected that Lin Feng would just sit there calmly. He didn't seem to have any intention of kowtowing to Xiaoqi. Then, everyone heard Lin Feng speak. Is it a glorious thing for your sister to become someone else's concubine? These concubines' status isn't much higher than ordinary maidservants. Don't you find it embarrassing to be so complacent? When they heard Lin Feng mock Xiaoqi, many people had incredulous looks on their faces. This fellow already knew Xiaoqi's identity, yet he hadn't changed his arrogant attitude. He had even dared to continue infuriating Xiaoqi. Wasn't he too bold? Did he really have a death wish? Teach this brat a good lesson. Xiaoqi bellowed. Xiaoqi was a hedonistic son of a rich family. His usual hobby was to play with women. He didn't have much of a cultivation base. Therefore, he liked to bring a group of people with him whenever he went out. This way, if he really had to fight with someone, he wouldn't have to do it himself. His subordinates would naturally help him settle the matter. In addition to helping Xiaoqi deal with the people he wanted to deal with, these guards were also protecting Xiaoqi's safety. Xiaoqi, this hedonistic son of a rich family, had done all sorts of heartless things over the years. As a result, he had made many enemies. In order to prevent others from seeking revenge, Xiaoqi would bring a large group of people with him. This way, his safety was guaranteed. After receiving Xiaoqi's order, Xiaoqi and the group of guards pounced on Lin Feng like wolves and tigers. These guards were all at the Void Spirit stage. The leader of the guards was at the Divine Fire stage. Gu Yuner immediately started to worry for Lin Feng when she saw so many Divine Fire stage experts pounce on Lin Feng. Gu Yuner's understanding of Lin Feng was still from 6 or 7 years ago. In Gu Yuner's opinion, although Lin Feng was very talented and had a very powerful cultivation base, but she estimated that he could at most fight with Void Spirit stage cultivators. But now, these cultivators besieging Lin Feng. There were more than a dozen Void Spirit stage experts and a Divine Fire stage expert. There were too many of them. And there was even a Divine Fire expert's expert. No matter how powerful Lin Feng was, he couldn't possibly be a match. Gu Yuner bit her lips, her face pale. At this moment, she was even thinking. If of the best stages of her mind. At that time, he would even sacrifice himself. Of course, she's to S. Of course Lin S's Az's of hers of S. Gu Yuner was shocked and quickly looked up. She saw that the Divine Fire stage experts besieging Lin Feng were all sent flying. They all let out miserable cries and fell to the ground, vomiting blood and screaming. Aura intimidation. Many people exclaimed. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Lin Feng didn't even make a move, he only released his aura. Then, the group of experts were all heavily injured. Even the Divine Fire stage expert was no exception. Lin Feng's aura was then retracted and he returned to the handsome and elegant image of a young master. It was hard to believe that such a harmless person actually had such powerful strength. Gu Yuner's beautiful eyes also widened. She looked at Lin Feng with a shocked expression. Gu Yuner thought that she understood Lin Feng's cultivation. But Gu Yuner didn't expect. Lin Feng was actually so strong, far stronger than she imagined. You, just who are you? Xiaoqi's face was pale and his voice was trembling. After this guy saw how powerful Lin Feng was, his courage was about to break. Kneel. Lin Feng coldly looked at Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi obviously didn't want to kneel. It was too embarrassing. Although Xiaoqi was a hedonistic young master, he was still someone who cared about face. But when Xiaoqi saw Lin Feng's cold eyes, his body was unable to move. His body was almost out of his control, and he fell to his knees with a plop. Scram. Lin Feng indifferently said. Okay, I'll scram. I'll scram right now. Xiaoqi acted as if he had been pardoned and got up to leave. Lin Feng coldly said, I told you to scram, not to walk out. This guy still knows how to humiliate people. But it really is satisfying. Gu Yuner couldn't help but mutter in her heart. Xiaoqi clenched his teeth, wishing that he could cut Lin Feng into 8 pieces. But he knew that he had to endure. Little bastard, just you wait. I'll go to the clan and find an expert. When the time comes, you'll definitely die without a corpse. Xiaoqi cursed in his heart. Then. His face was gloomy as he lay on the ground and rolled towards the stairs. Then, he directly rolled from the 2nd floor to the 1st floor, his head bleeding. Little Sick Shui and the others saw Xiaoqi roll down. They also copied Xiaoqi and rolled down the stairs. Then, the group of people quickly left. Gu Yuner said, Lin Feng, this is troublesome. That Xiaoqi is related to the Long family after all. If we offend him, I'm afraid we'll attract a fatal disaster. Although Lin Feng had displayed a powerful battle strength. But Gu Yuner knew that even divine fire realm cultivators in the 9 prefectures, they couldn't be called experts. Although Lin Feng had injured a divine fire realm cultivator with his aura just now, that divine fire realm cultivator was only at the 2nd layer of the divine fire realm. Therefore, Gu Yuner guessed that Lin Feng was most likely at the 3rd or 4th layer of the divine fire realm. As for a higher realm, Gu Yuner didn't think that Lin Feng would be able to cultivate to a higher realm. This was because when Gu Yuner had heard that Lin Feng had led the East Sea Xiushi army and Mosei Tianzuan's Devil Clan army in the East Sea, her cultivation had yet to break through the divine realm. It had only been 6 or 7 years, and Lin Feng had cultivated to the 3rd or 4th layer of the divine fire realm, which could be considered an impossible miracle. How could his cultivation be higher? And a family like the Shui family might not have a heavenly god realm expert, but a true god realm expert definitely existed. Once the Shui family's true god realm expert appeared, they would definitely die. Lin Feng said, Don't worry. A mere Shui family. What does it count as? Not to mention the Shui family, even if it's Dragon Blood City's Long family, I have nothing to fear. Lin Feng naturally had confidence in his words. Firstly, it was because his strength was strong enough, and secondly, it was because Lin Feng had a huge backer behind him, the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Even Dragon Blood City's Long family had to be somewhat wary. But in the eyes of Gu Yuner and the surrounding cultivators, Lin Feng was simply too arrogant. Gu Yuner understood Lin Feng's character. She knew that she couldn't persuade Lin Feng. Right now, Gu Yuner was praying that this matter would end here. Because Gu Yuner knew that this was the best result. If that hedonistic Xiaoqi found a Shui family expert, Gu Yuner knew that she and Lin Feng would definitely die. Egomaniac. 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 Lin Feng walked on the road while Gu Yuner followed behind him, constantly muttering. Lin Feng turned to look at Gu Yuner and asked, What are you muttering about? Gu Yuner snorted and said, I'm saying that you're an egomaniac. Don't you understand the situation we're in now? We should leave while there's still a chance. If we're late, I'm afraid we won't be able to leave even if we want to. Lin Feng said, Why do we have to leave? I've traveled for more than a month, and I've been in the space-time tunnel all this time. I finally arrived at Dragon Blood City with great difficulty, so I need to have a good rest. Is there a better place to rest than Dragon Blood City? Rest. Rest. You're about to lose your life. You're still thinking about resting? Gu Yuner said unhappily. You little slave, you actually dare to be so impudent to your master? Do you believe that I'll make you serve me tonight? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes at Gu Yuner, a mesmerizing seductress. Gu Yuner was so frightened that her face paled, and she no longer dared to continue. Lin Feng turned around and continued walking. Gu Yuner asked, The sky has already darkened. Night is about to fall. Aren't we going back to our residence? Where are we going? Lin Feng said, Dragonblood City is such a huge ancient city. The black market must be very lively. If we don't go to the black market after coming to Dragonblood City, won't we regret it for a long time? Gu Yuner said, how can it be so easy to go to the black market to find treasures? We might end up buying a bunch of junk. Lin Feng smiled and said, the main point is the process of finding treasures. It's very exciting. The two arrived at Dragonblood City's black market. A place like the black market was a place where people from all walks of life gathered. There are all kinds of people, after seeing Gu Yuner, such a top-quality beauty, appear. When they saw Gu Yuner's beauty, many people revealed malicious gazes. Some female cultivators who were not strong enough or came to a place like the black market alone would be very dangerous. The situation was very dangerous. She might be dragged to some corner by the people of the black market to sully her. This kind of thing had happened in the black market before. Sure enough, it didn't take long for more than 20 cultivators to surround them. The leader has a fiendish appearance, a pair of triangular eyes staring at Gu Yuner. These people were obviously up to no good. Lin Feng did not wait for this group of people to speak before he coldly scolded, get lost. Brat, you're courting death. Kill this brat for me. The triangular-eyed cultivator said in a deep voice. Yes, big brother. Immediately, a group of people rushed towards Lin Feng. Whoosh, Lin Feng exhaled. That breath directly turned into dense sword qi that shot towards the group of people. Puff. Puff. Puff, tearing sounds could be heard one after another. One cultivator after another was pierced through. He fell to the ground and held in pain. The triangular-eyed cultivator was the most miserable. His dantian had been pierced by the sword qi and he had become a cripple. My God, he actually used such an ordinary method of breathing like a sword to injure so many experts. That brat is so powerful. Gasps could be heard coming from all around. Originally, there were many vicious and evil people like the triangular-eyed cultivator who wanted to take advantage of Gu Yuner. But the triangular-eyed cultivator beat them to it. Now that they saw Lin Feng was so terrifying, they secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, the triangular-eyed cultivator took action in advance. Otherwise, the one lying on the ground might have been them. Lin Feng walked towards the black market. The surrounding cultivators made way for Lin Feng. A place like the black market was so chaotic. In this kind of place, the strong were respected. Only by showing strength. Can you scare away those people with evil intentions? Lin Feng and Gu Yuner strolled in the black market for a long time. They also bought a few things. As for whether they were treasures or not, they needed to go back and study it. At that moment, Lin Feng's gaze suddenly fell on a man sitting cross-legged in a corner. Although the man looked very ordinary, Lin Feng didn't know why, but he felt that he wasn't as simple as he seemed. In front of the man was a pitch-black root. At that moment, someone asked, is this the ebony root? The man replied, it's not the ebony root. It's the onyx root. What? Onyx root? You actually obtained the root of the onyx tree? Could it be that you know where the onyx tree grows? Many cultivators quickly surrounded the man after hearing about the onyx root. Then, many people began to ask the man about the onyx tree. Onyx tree? What kind of tree is that? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. The Black Bear Devil King said, this onyx tree is not simple. It's said to be a kind of tree from the netherworld. It occasionally appears in the world of the living. The onyx tree can absorb the netherworld's endless soul energy. The onyx fruit it bears is a saint-grade heavenly treasure that can increase one's soul energy. The soul was the foundation of a cultivator. The importance of the soul to a cultivator was self-evident. Back then, Lin Feng was able to fight to the death with Huangfu Qingtian. Originally, Lin Feng was suppressed by Huangfu Qingtian. He might have even been killed by Huangfu Qingtian. However, Lin Feng's soul energy was very strong. Therefore, Lin Feng's soul entered Huangfu Qingtian's mind. He forced Huangfu Qingtian to engage in the most dangerous soul battle with him. In the end, Lin Feng destroyed Huangfu Qingtian's soul. This battle turned defeat into victory, It could be said that Huangfu Qing Tian was Lin Feng's greatest enemy in the early stages of his cultivation. So many years had passed since that battle, but he still had lingering fears when he recalled it. If his soul wasn't strong enough, he might have been the one who died back then. Therefore, Lin Feng knew very well, heavenly treasures that could increase one's soul energy were very precious. However, such heavenly treasures were too difficult to find. As for saint-grade spirit fruits like the onyx fruit, they were even rarer. After all, the onyx tree was a ghost tree that lived in the underworld. The underworld was a place for the dead. Cultivators in the mortal world naturally couldn't go to the underworld to pick the onyx fruit. Because of this, when the onyx tree occasionally appeared in the mortal world, the onyx fruit that it bore would definitely make countless cultivators crazy. No wonder so many cultivators surrounded the cultivator who sold the root of the onyx tree and asked about it. "I got it by chance. I don't know the whereabouts of the onyx tree," the man said with an indifferent expression. Many people didn't believe his words. Some of them looked fierce as if they wanted to capture the man and interrogate him. "Dark nether root, this young master wants this root." Suddenly, a faint laugh came from afar. A group of more than a dozen people rushed over. The leader of the group, a young man, said. The young man was unusually handsome. The robe he was wearing was made of heavenly silk. It was impervious to water and fire and difficult to be destroyed by magic treasures. It was a heaven-level magic robe. At first glance, this young man was from a top force. "This is the young master of the Long family, Long Wanhong." Someone recognized this young master and immediately said in a low voice. The Long family naturally referred to the Long family of Dragon Blood City. Although this Long Wanhong was only a branch disciple of the Long family, he still had an incomparably noble status. He was also an existence that everyone needed to curry favor with. Bluntly, even a servant of the Long family was a high and mighty figure, the target of countless people's flattery. Not to mention the young master of the Long family. Dark nether root. 1,000,000 origin crystals. The man who was sitting cross-legged said. The dark nether root is highly toxic and can be used when concocting poison. At most, it's worth 100,000 origin crystals. This guy really dares to ask for a price. This kid must have gone crazy thinking about money. Many of the surrounding cultivators began to discuss. The Long family's Long Wanhong laughed faintly. There was a hint of meaning in his voice. A follower beside Long Wanhong took out a storage bag and threw it to the man. Then, the follower wanted to take the dark nether root. The man checked it and grabbed the follower's hand. The follower's face suddenly sank as he said, "What are you doing? I bid 1,000,000 for the dark nether root. You only have 10,000 here. What is the meaning of this?" The man said coldly. It was as if a pot of boiling water had exploded. Although the dark nether root was not worth 1,000,000, 10,000 origin crystals was too low. It was as if he had picked it up for free. However, in the eyes of the surrounding cultivators, this price was set by the young master of the Long family. Then, the price of the dark nether root was 10,000. Because this was Dragon Blood City. The Long family's power was too great. To dare disobey the young master of the Long family, did he not want to live any more? Long Wanhong said indifferently, in this Dragon Blood City. If my Long family says 1, it's 1. If my Long family says 2, it's 2. Even if my Long family points at a deer and says that it's a horse, then that deer is a horse, not a deer. This is the dignity of my Long family. These 10,000 origin crystals, I am buying your dark nether root, and also buying information about the dark nether tree. Today, even if you don't agree, you have to agree. Long Wanhong clearly wanted to bully others. However, the Long family was indeed powerful, not someone that ordinary people could provoke. The man coldly said, "This is my onyx root." It was the root of the Dark Tree King. Not only could the root of the Dark Tree King be used as the main ingredient to refine highly toxic medicines, it could also be used to refine many miraculous pills. The roots of the Dark Tree King could also be of great use. Moreover, the roots of the Dark Tree King had a special characteristic that ordinary dark nether roots couldn't compare to, and that was the ability to nurture dark nether tree saplings. As long as a suitable soil was found and carefully nurtured, new saplings could definitely be nurtured. You want to take away a treasure like me for 10,000 origin crystals? Even if you're from the Long family, there's no way you can take it away. Hearing the man's words, many people were shocked. No wonder the price of this dark nether root was so high. It turned out that it wasn't an ordinary dark nether root. It was the root of the Dark Tree King. If he could really cultivate an onyx tree, was the root of the Dark Tree King expensive for 1,000,000 origin crystals? Not only was it not expensive, but it was also extremely cheap. At this moment, many people looked at the man and found that he was somewhat down and out. Many people muttered in their hearts. Perhaps this person had encountered some trouble and needed a large amount of origin crystals, so he took out the root of the Dark Tree King to sell. Otherwise, how could such a thing be sold so casually? Many people were interested in buying it. However, when they thought about how Long Wanhong had also taken a fancy to this treasure, they immediately quieted down. They didn't dare to offend Long Wanhong. The root of the Dark Tree King. Ha 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 ha. Excellent. Then this young master must obtain this treasure even more. I'm giving you 10,000 origin crystals now to give you face. Don't be so shameless. Long Wanhong laughed loudly, a haughty expression on his face. In fact, in these top clans, those young masters who were heavily nurtured by the clan would usually not do such a thing. Because those people simply disdained to do such a thing. On the contrary, side family disciples like Long Wanhong liked to do such things the most. They relied on the support of a large faction behind them and had no scruples. Firstly, it was because they wanted to show off their noble status to the outside world and satisfy their vanity. Secondly, they were not valued by their clans in the first place, and it was difficult for them to achieve much on the path of cultivation, so they might as well have fun. In order to support their luxurious lives, they naturally needed capital. Sometimes, they would resort to trickery and robbery. Just like everything that had happened today. It was not the first time Long Wanhong had done such a thing, but relying on his status as the young master of the Long clan, many people chose to swallow their anger. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. I want this root of the Dark Tree King. When this voice rang out, the surroundings immediately became silent. Many people had incomparably astonished gazes. Someone actually dared to snatch something from Long Wanhong. Did they not want to live anymore? Everyone's gazes turned towards the source of the voice and saw a young master step forward. This person was Lin Feng. He had a leisurely expression on his face. Lin Feng arrived in front of the stall and waved his hand. A river of 1,000,000 origin crystals flew out. The origin crystals are yours, brother. As for the dark tree root, it belongs to me. Lin Feng put away the dark tree root. How could Lin Feng miss out on a treasure like the dark tree root? He planned to cultivate it in the mountain river ring. If he could cultivate in Dark Tree King, it would be a great opportunity. The man looked deeply at Lin Feng, then took the 1,000,000 origin crystals that Lin Feng gave him. Brat! You dare to snatch something that this young master wants? Long Wanhong's eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Lin Feng. Gu Yuner, who was standing in the crowd, almost fainted from anger. Because Lin Feng was too good at causing trouble. That was the young master of the Long clan. Lin Feng actually dared to snatch a treasure from the Long clan's young master. Wasn't this courting death? Gu Yuner couldn't help but wail in her heart. It was as if she could already see that it would be difficult for her and Lin Feng to walk out of Dragonblood City alive. An item transaction. Don't tell me you don't understand the principle of the highest bidder? You bid 10,000 origin crystals, I bid 1,000,000 origin crystals. If you want it, you can keep bidding. Lin Feng said indifferently. In many people's eyes, Long Wanhong was someone they couldn't afford to offend. But in Lin Feng's eyes, Long Wanhong was just a small character. He naturally didn't care about him. Long Wanhong's eyes were filled with coldness as he looked at Lin Feng. In this world, there are some people you can never offend. He would regret it for the rest of his life. And this young master is one of those people you can't afford to offend. You? Someone I can't afford to offend? Are you trying to blow your own trumpet? Not to mention that you're just a small branch disciple of the Long clan, even a direct descendant of the Long clan wouldn't dare to be so impudent in front of me. Lin Feng said disdainfully. As soon as he said this, It was as if 1,000 waves had been stirred up. Many people looked at Lin Feng, dumbfounded. Who was this guy? Wasn't he too arrogant? No one has ever dared to be so arrogant in front of me. You are the first person to do so. Do you know what the consequences will be? Said Long Wanhong in an ice-cold tone. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Feng with killing intent. He didn't try to hide it at all. Lin Feng said indifferently. Consequences? I only know that if you don't scram, you will kneel before me and beg me to let you go. Many people looked at each other in dismay. Lin Feng was too arrogant. This was Dragonblood City. He actually dared to tell the young master of Dragonblood City's Long clan to scram. How audacious. Good. 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 Long Wanhong said good 3 times in a row. His chest heaved up and down violently. Clearly, he was burning with rage. Capture this brat. I want to see who will be the one kneeling and begging for mercy later. Long Wanhong waved his hand. Yes. Young master. The guards beside Long Wanhong responded. Then, more than a dozen of them surrounded Lin Feng. The guards released a powerful aura. Sensing the terrifying fluctuations from the guards, many people's expressions changed. 4 Divine Fire Realm experts. The rest are also at the Void God Realm. How strong, as expected of the Long family, even the guards of the family are so terrifying. The leader of the guards should be at the 4th firmament of the Divine Fire Realm, right? The other 3 Divine Fire Realm cultivators are also at the 3rd firmament of the Divine Fire Realm. Adding those Void God Realm guards, they are too powerful. That brat probably won't even have the ability to fight back. Yeah, that brat is dead for sure. Many people discussed in low voices. They looked at Lin Feng with pity. Long Wanhong's actions made them feel very ashamed. But Long Wanhong. No one could afford to offend him. The cultivators who were watching the fight thought that Lin Feng had offended Long Wanhong. It was too stupid. Gu Yuner's pretty face turned pale. This was because Gu Yuner guessed that Lin Feng's strength was roughly enough to contend against a cultivator at the 3rd or 4th layer of the Divine Flame Realm. As for the experts from the Long family, the strongest was at the 4th level of the Divine Fire Realm. There were also 3 other 3rd level Divine Fire Realm experts assisting them. There were also so many Nihility God Realm experts. There were so many experts working together. How could Lin Feng possibly be their match? Of course. There were also some experts in the crowd who were watching the dispute with indifferent expressions. Those true experts looked at Long Wanhong with schadenfreude. Ordinary cultivators might not be able to sense Lin Feng's cultivation level. However, some experts could still vaguely sense the terrifying power hidden within Lin Feng's body. That kind of power made their hearts palpitate. A few Divine Fire Realm ants and a bunch of Nihility God Realm ants. In the eyes of those powerhouses, they could not pose any threat to Lin Feng at all. Of course, the experts hidden in the black market would not come out to warn Long Wanhong. This matter had nothing to do with them, so they were happy to watch the show. Boom boom boom. At this time, more than 10 guards had already rushed in front of Lin Feng, using all kinds of powerful divine abilities. Then, they rushed towards Lin Feng. Scram. At this time, Lin Feng suddenly shouted coldly, like a sudden clap of thunder on the ground. It was also like a loud bell that rang out. Wah, Long Wanhong's guards were all sent flying. Each of them vomited blood and fell to the ground, directly fainting. Seeing this scene, many people were completely dumbfounded. Their minds seemed to have stopped working. A cold shout. A group of experts were seriously injured. There were even 4 Divine Fire Realm experts. They were also seriously injured and directly fainted. What kind of cultivation was this? Wasn't this too terrifying? Everyone sent out their divine sense, wanting to sense Lin Feng's cultivation level. But they found nothing. When their divine sense flew towards Lin Feng, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. Their divine sense was quickly swallowed by an invisible force. Many cultivators who wanted to sense Lin Feng's cultivation level turned pale. This person was too terrifying. It was not something they could detect. Perhaps only those super experts could detect this person's cultivation level. Gu Yuner's red lips slightly opened, looking incomparably shocked. She originally thought that Lin Feng's cultivation level was around the third or fourth layer of the divine fire realm. But now it seemed she had actually underestimated Lin Feng's strength once again. Could it be that this guy's strength is around the fifth or sixth layer of the divine fire realm? Gu Yuner couldn't help but mutter. Thinking that Lin Feng might be a cultivator of this level, Gu Yuner's heart was like a monstrous wave. It had only been a few years. He had become so tyrannical. Wasn't this too monstrous, seeing his group of guards being seriously injured and fainted? Long Wanhong's expression was gloomy, and his eyes were fierce. You are courting death. He coldly shouted, jumped up, and punched towards Lin Feng with a dragon fist. His body emitted a tyrannical aura. Long Wanhong's cultivation is at the fifth layer of the divine fire realm. Although he can't be considered outstanding among the younger generation of the Long family, he's actually not weak. That's right. Compared to outsiders, this realm is actually very high, in addition to the dragon blood flowing in his body. So he's a bit stronger than many cultivators at the sixth or seventh layer of the divine fire realm. I wonder if that brat is a match for Long Wanhong? Seeing Long Wanhong make a move, for a moment, there was a lot of discussion. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Lin Feng and Long Wanhong. In the blink of an eye, Long Wanhong arrived in front of Lin Feng and threw a punch which was about to land on Lin Feng's body. Everyone had an incomparably astonished expression. Because Lin Feng actually didn't prepare an attack. Could it be that he was so scared by Long Wanhong's strength that he didn't dare to make a move? Just as everyone was puzzled, Lin Feng raised his right hand and slapped towards Long Wanhong. The speed of this slap was too fast, and it landed directly on Long Wanhong's face. Slap, accompanied by the loud sound of the slap. Everyone saw that. Long Wanhong was actually sent flying by a slap. In midair, he continuously spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. His face had almost been slapped to a pulp. When he fell to the ground, he actually didn't move and directly fainted. So weak? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. Then he looked at Gu Yuner, who was standing there in a daze, and said, "We've bought what we need to buy and dealt with the people who deserved a beating. Let's go." Gu Yuner's eyes were lifeless as she nodded, then followed behind Lin Feng and walked out of the black market. Countless people were fiercely discussing who Lin Feng was. This was too savage. A slap was actually able to beat a powerful person like Long Wanhong half to death. Along the way, Gu Yuner had been in a daze, mainly because she had yet to recover from her shock. The strength Lin Feng had displayed was too shocking, and it had greatly affected her. "What's your cultivation level?" Gu Yuner asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "You? Is this how you address your master? Are you asking for a beating?" Gu Yuner gnashed her teeth. She really wanted to pounce on Lin Feng and bite him. Lin Feng said, "However, as long as you serve me tonight, I'll consider telling you my cultivation level. How about it?" "Humph. You scoundrel." Gu Yuner snorted with a red face. Dragonblood City was very lively at night. The streets were still bustling with people, and there were many beautiful female cultivators passing by. It was truly a dazzling scene. Gu Yuner's mood was not good. She said worriedly, "No matter how strong you are, you can't afford to offend the Long family. It's only been a day, and you've already offended both the Shui and Long families. Aren't you worried that those 2 families will send experts to take revenge on us?" Lin Feng said, "The Shui family is just a small family. What's there to be afraid of? As for the Long family, although they're powerful, the older generation won't interfere in a conflict between the younger generation, so there's no need to worry." Gu Yuner shouted, "No matter what, the Shui family still has a true god cultivator overseeing it. The Long family is even more amazing. They have as many experts as there are clouds in the younger generation. It is said that he is the strongest existence in the younger generation of the Long family. He can even contend with God. That Long Wanhong doesn't even need to invite the older generation experts of the Long family. If he invites a powerful younger generation expert, we will all die." Lin Feng said indifferently, "The younger generation of the Long family is only SOSO. I don't think anyone who can defeat me has been born yet." Gu Yuner wailed inwardly. Heavens, this guy really knows how to brag. God, why don't you send down a bolt of lightning to wake him up, Gu Yuner decided to stop trying to persuade Lin Feng. She knew that she couldn't persuade Lin Feng, so she decided to just go with the flow. If he really did die in Dragonblood City, Lin Feng would accompany him. The road to the Yellow Springs was not lonely. However, it was inevitable that they would continue to slander Lin Feng in their hearts. Boom. At this time, waves of terrifying fluctuations came from afar. Many people were alarmed. Look, it's Xue Qianren. What was this person going to do? The aura emanating from his body is so terrifying. It seems like he's enraged. Now that the Xue family has hooked up with the Long family, who would dare to offend the Xue family? Why is Xue Qianren so angry? Many people were puzzled. Xue Qianren, the old ancestor of the Xue family, was at the second sky of the true god realm. This person was skinny and wore a black robe. He gave off a sinister and terrifying feeling. It is said that this Xue Qianren's cultivation method is called Hades' Blood Fury skill. It was an extremely vicious demonic cultivation method. It was precisely because of this that Xue Qianren gave off a sinister and terrifying feeling. Beside Xue Qianren was a group of Xue family cultivators. Xue Xiaoqi was among the crowd. Old ancestor. It's that brat. Xue Xiaoqi pointed at Lin Feng. Humph. Xue Qianren immediately snorted and quickly flew over. The cultivators of the Xue family surrounded Lin Feng and Gu Yuner, a true god realm expert. Feeling the terrifying pressure emanating from Xue Qianren's body, Gu Yuner trembled, her face as pale as paper. Lin Feng was indeed very powerful. He was even more powerful than Gu Yuner had imagined. However, if it was said that Lin Feng could defeat a true god realm expert, Gu Yuner would definitely not believe it. Even in the younger generation of the top forces, there were very few who could defeat a true god realm expert. Moreover, even if they could defeat a true god realm expert, those young cultivators must have cultivated for hundreds or even thousands of years. How many years had Lin Feng cultivated? Moreover, when Lin Feng came to the 9 prefectures, he was the same as her. He had no relatives and was also a loose cultivator. The cultivation resources a loose cultivator received could not be compared to the cultivation resources of the disciples of the big families. Those disciples of the big families received so many resources. Those who could defeat a true god realm expert could be counted on one hand. Moreover, Lin Feng was a loose cultivator. Therefore, the current Gu Yuner. She even felt a trace of despair in her heart. Lin Feng naturally did not know what Gu Yuner was thinking. His gaze was indifferent as he looked at the group of people from the Xue family. Xue Xiaoqi laughed sinisterly. Brat! You dare to humiliate me, Xue Xiaoqi. Have you thought about what will happen to you after falling into my hands? Xue Qianren had his hands behind his back as he looked coldly at Lin Feng. My Xue family has a foothold in Dragonblood City. Who dares to humiliate us? You actually dared to tell Xiaoqi to scram out of the restaurant. You insulted a disciple of my Xue family, which is the same as insulting my Xue family. Seeing that the heavens are virtuous, my Xue family will not take your life today. Kneel in front of Xiaoqi and kowtow 10 times, then cripple one of your arms and this matter will end here. These people from the Xue family are so overbearing. Many people who were watching the show muttered softly. The Xue family was originally just a small family. Now that they have climbed up to the Long family, they are naturally arrogant. That brat actually offended the Xue family. He is really too unlucky. Looks like if he doesn't do as Xue Qianren says, his end will be even more miserable. Immediately, someone said softly. More and more people gathered to watch the show. At this time, Lin Feng looked indifferently at Xue Qianren and said, This Xue Xiaoqi offended me with his words, so he deserves the death penalty. I have already given enough face to your Xue family by sparing his life. You old bastard, you actually don't want face and come to this young master's place to behave atrociously. Don't tell me you don't want to live anymore? This, everyone started speaking incoherently. The streets, which were originally filled with people's emotions, became completely silent. Xue Qianren was a true god realm expert. That brat, he actually dared to insult a true god expert like that. He was simply courting death. Little bastard, die. Xue Qianren roared furiously and sent a palm strike at Lin Feng. Xue Qianren is angry. with a furious strike, that brat will definitely die. Many people cried out in alarm. You are called Shui Qianren, right? A mere second heavenly layer true god dares to be impudent in front of me? You really don't know the meaning of death. Lin Feng sneered and took a step forward. He raised his right hand and gently slashed at the void. A sword energy slashed out. Everyone saw that. That sword energy instantly flew in front of Shui Qianren. Under the attack of that sword energy, Shui Qianren couldn't even react in time. Pooh, that sword energy directly split Shui Qianren in half. Blood splattered across the sky. Shui Qianren. He was instantly killed by Lin Feng. Those who offend me shall be beheaded. It was a cold voice that came out of nowhere. It was as if the temperature of the world had suddenly dropped. Many people looked at the young master standing in the middle of the street with his hands behind his back. Their hearts seemed to have been set off by a storm. He instantly killed a second heavenly layer true god expert. Who exactly was that young master? He was too terrifying. What kind of monster is this guy? Gu Yuner looked at Lin Feng with a shocked expression. It was precisely because she understood Lin Feng's past that she knew how terrifying Lin Feng was. It had only been a few years, and he had already grown to this extent. In just a few years, he had reached a height that countless cultivators could not reach in their entire lives. It was too shocking. Ancestor, you died so miserably. Many people from the Shui family knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. There were also many people who looked at Lin Feng with terrified expressions. Because Lin Feng was simply too powerful. So powerful that it made their hearts tremble. The people of the Shui family really wanted to turn back time. If they were given another chance, they would definitely not choose to find trouble with Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced at the rest of the Shui family indifferently. He did not attack the rest of the Shui family. He did not even attack Shui Xiaoqi. Because in Lin Feng's opinion, a person like Shui Xiaoqi, he did not even have the right to die in his hands. Gu Yuner followed closely behind Lin Feng, and the two returned to their residence. The news of Shui Qianren being killed by a young cultivator in one move quickly spread throughout Dragon Blood City. Although Shui Qianren was not a particularly powerful expert, he was still a true God Realm cultivator. In addition, there was also the relationship with the Long family. So, Shui Qianren's death still caused a certain amount of waves in Dragon Blood City. Dragon Blood City was still bustling late at night. Zhou Ziqian walked on the wide street. There was a noisy stream of people around him, and all kinds of hawking sounds could be heard. But Zhou Ziqian acted as if he did not hear it. His eyes seemed to only be looking forward. Zhou Ziqian was none other than the man who sold the roots of the Dark Tree King in the black market. Swish, suddenly, the originally bright street became incomparably dark, and the surrounding crowd disappeared without a trace. Only Zhou Ziqian was walking alone on the entire street. The sudden disappearance of the crowd did not cause any emotional fluctuations in Zhou Ziqian. He did not even pause. Zhou Ziqian continued to walk forward step by step. At this moment, several figures appeared in front and behind the street. These were the people who had come to kill Zhou Ziqian. They were all experts in the black market. These people suspected that Zhou Ziqian might know where the onyx tree was. Therefore, he had come to kill Zhou Ziqian in order to obtain information about the onyx tree from him. Dong dong dong, suddenly. A very strange voice sounded between heaven and earth. It was as if the pulse of the earth was beating. When that voice was heard, one by one, the cultivator's hearts exploded. He fell to the ground with his back facing the sky, dead. Soon, the crowd that had disappeared reappeared. Zhou Ziqian walked out of the illusion. Someone's dead. A horrified cry came from the crowd. There are dead people here too. Here too. Why did so many people suddenly die? I didn't see these corpses earlier. What's going on? Many people cried out in surprise. At this time, Zhou Ziqian had already left. An old friend has come to visit. May I know if you are here? A voice came from outside Lin Feng's residence. This voice sounds like the cultivator who sold the onyx tree king's roots in the black market. How did he find this place? Gu Yuner asked doubtfully. This person is not simple. I've been waiting for him to come. Lin Feng smiled slightly. Then, he walked out of the room and opened the courtyard door. Then, he cupped his fists and said, "Nice to meet you, brother. Please come in and talk." Zhou Ziqian also cupped his fists in response. Then, he entered the living room with Lin Feng. The guest of honor took a seat. Gu Yuner served the spirit tea that she had brewed. "I'm Zhou Ziqian. I hope you don't blame me for visiting. It's a pleasure to have a friend from afar. I can't wait to welcome Brother Zhou here as a guest." "How could I blame Brother Zhou?" "Haha, you're a straightforward person. How should I address you?" "Lin Feng." "So it's Brother Lin. I came here because I have something I would like to invite Brother Lin to do together. I wonder if Brother Lin is interested?" "Oh? What is it?" "Let's hear it." Zhou Ziqian said, "We're going to snatch the Onyx Tree King's sacred fruit." "Oh? The Onyx Tree King's sacred fruit? So Brother Zhou really does know about the Onyx Tree King. Why did you ask me to go with you?" Lin Feng asked. Zhou Ziqian said, "Because I feel that Brother Lin is a trustworthy person." "Ha ha ha ha." Lin Feng suddenly laughed loudly and said, "Thank you for your trust, Brother Zhou. May I know when we'll go?" "I estimate there are still 2 more years before it ripens. This is a transmission jade talisman. I'll send you a transmission when the time comes." Zhou Ziqian took out a jade talisman and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng put the talisman away. Zhou Ziqian stood up and bid farewell. Lin Feng personally saw him out. Only then did he return to his residence. Gu Yuner said, "This Zhou Ziqian should be a very powerful person, right? Someone like him? Would he fall into dire straits? Now that he's come looking for you, could it be a trap?" said Lin Feng. "He's injured, very seriously. Even though he's hiding it well, he's still alive. Although he's concealed it well, I can sense that it's an injury to his core. However, he didn't say anything about his injuries, so I couldn't ask him about it. 1,000,000 origin crystals might be used to buy medicine that can heal his core, but it's not easy to find. I hope he can find it. As for whether he's trying to trick me or not, there's no need to worry. I didn't sense any malicious intent from him. He would rather sell the Onyx Tree King's roots to raise origin crystals to buy medicine that can heal his core than to kill someone and steal their treasure, which is the simplest method. This shows that he's very principled and isn't the kind of person who would willfully slaughter the innocent. You should also be able to tell that he's not a talkative person. I'm guessing that he's rather reclusive, and people like him aren't good at interacting with others. That's why people like him don't have many friends. As for why he came looking for me, perhaps it's just as he said, that he trusts me a lot. This kind of trust comes from his extremely sharp judgment and insight towards the outside world. I have to say that his vision is pretty good to actually find me. I'm indeed someone worthy of his trust." Humph. Gu Yuner couldn't help but lightly snort when she heard Lin Feng's self-praise. Lin Feng took advantage of the situation and hugged Gu Yuner's waist, smiling as he said, "The night is long, and I'm not in the mood to sleep. How about we have an in-depth exchange of cultivation insights tonight?" Gu Yuner lightly spat at Lin Feng. How was this supposed to be an exchange of cultivation experiences? Being hugged by Lin Feng made Gu Yuner panic. She hurriedly pushed Lin Feng away and fled back to her room. The next day, after breakfast, Lin Feng looked at Gu Yuner and asked, "What do you plan to do in the future?" Gu Yuner's pretty face changed slightly, because she could feel the intention to leave in Lin Feng's tone. Gu Yuner said faintly, "You're leaving? If possible, I'd like to stay by your side for the time being." As if afraid that Lin Feng would misunderstand, Gu Yuner said, "Once I've earned enough origin crystals and returned them to you, I'll leave." Lin Feng said with a faint smile, "Tell me honestly, are you reluctant to leave me?" Gu Yuner's pretty face reddened, then she pretended to be fierce and glared at Lin Feng, saying, "Who's reluctant to leave you?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "I have something important to take care of here, so I can't take you with me. However, if you have nowhere else to go, you can go to the Reincarnation Immortal sect. I'll get someone to arrange for you to be a servant disciple. You can temporarily stay in the Reincarnation Immortal sect as a servant disciple and cultivate well. If you can pass the test in the future, you'll have a chance to become an official disciple. Gu Yun'er looked at Lin Feng in shock and said, "The Reincarnation Immortal Sect? That's one of the 10 great immortal sects of the 9 prefectures. I can enter as a servant disciple?" Lin Feng said, "I'm currently cultivating in the Reincarnation Immortal Sect, so I have the ability to arrange for you to join the sect." Gu Yun'er immediately became happy. She hugged Lin Feng's arm and said excitedly, "That's great. I can also join the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. I'll have a powerful backer in the future." Lin Feng reminded her, "Don't be happy too early. The Reincarnation Immortal Sect has requirements for servant disciples. Once you become a servant disciple of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect, the sect will begin to assess you. You'll have to complete all kinds of difficult tasks assigned by the sect. Furthermore, if you're unable to pass the sect's assessment within 100 years, you'll lose your servant disciple status and have no choice but to leave the sect. The Reincarnation Immortal Sect's assessment isn't easy, so even if you become a servant disciple of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect, you can't relax your requirements. Instead, you'll have to work even harder. Only then will you have a chance to pass the assessment in the future." Gu Yun'er nodded and stuck out her tongue, saying, "I know. Don't worry, once we reach the Reincarnation Immortal Sect, I'll work hard." Lin Feng personally sent Gu Yun'er to the teleportation plaza. After Gu Yun'er entered the teleportation array and left, he didn't stop and instead headed out of the city. After leaving Dragonblood City, Lin Feng summoned the 4 sacred birds and told them where to go. Then, he laid down on the 4 sacred birds' comfortable feathers and enjoyed the warm sunlight. The 4 sacred birds quickly flew towards the demon mountain of destruction. However, after flying for an hour, a dazzling sword chi flew out from the forest in front of them and slashed towards the 4 sacred birds. The 4 sacred birds dodged the sword chi in a sorry state. After narrowly dodging the terrifying sword chi, the 4 sacred birds cursed loudly. The 4th holy bird yelled, "Which son of AB** tch dares to hide in the dark and sneak attack me? Come out for me. I'll slap you to death with my claws. Damn bird. How dare you curse me? I'll roast you later." A group of cultivators flew out from the forest. One of the cultivators wielding a sword cast a gloomy look at the 4 sacred birds. "Bastard. Your bird grandpa will skewer you and make you into a skewer," the 4 holy birds shouted. The cultivator was mocked by the 4 holy birds again, and his face was ashen with rage. He wanted nothing more than to tear the 4 holy birds to shreds. "So it's the Long family. Long Wanhong. I spared your dog life, but you don't repent. Do you think I won't kill you?" Lin Feng looked coldly at Long Wanhong, who was in the middle of this group of people. Long Wanhong looked at Lin Feng with venomous eyes and said coldly, "Brat. You're already at death's door, yet you still dare to boast shamelessly. Oh? Do you think you can kill me with this motley crew you hired?" Lin Feng said indifferently. There were a total of 14 of them. 3 of them looked like young masters, and they should be the young experts of the Long family that Long Wanhong had hired. They had also brought 10 guards with them. The 10 guards were all at the True God realm. The strongest among them had reached the 7th firmament of the True God realm. Clearly, these people had schemed to kill Lin Feng. The young master with the sword sneered. "Brat. We know you're capable. You even killed Shui Qianren of the Shui family. But so what? Shui Qianren is only at the 2nd firmament of the True God realm. In our eyes, he's like an ant. Today, 14 of us true gods are here. Do you think you can escape alive?" Lin Feng said indifferently. "Looks like you came here with great confidence." "Of course. Anyone who offends the Long family will die. There's only one outcome. That would be a dead end for him. You're no exception." The man with the sword sneered and said, "Everyone, set up the 5 spirits origin sword formation and tear this brat to pieces." "Okay." The rest of the people immediately shouted and rushed out. These people scattered around in a very Taoist rhyme formation. Everyone seemed to be able to complement each other. Moreover, the magic power in their bodies seemed to be connected. Because of that, their strength had increased enormously. Each of them took out a sword. All of them were heaven-grade divine swords. They hovered in the air and buzzed with great power. The sword formation made use of the mysteries of the formation. It could make up for each other's shortcomings. When attacking, the magic power would be connected. Therefore, everyone's combat power would be raised to the peak. Therefore, the sword formation was a very terrifying combination attack. He could feel the destructive power emitted from the swords. Lin Feng could not help but be slightly surprised. The Long family was indeed an overlord. The sword formation that they had passed down was indeed very powerful. However, Lin Feng was only slightly surprised. A sword formation of this level was not a threat to him. Kill! A cold shout was heard. Whoosh! 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 Cold light shot in all directions. Many swords were flying towards Lin Feng in an attempt to kill him. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he waved his right hand. Suddenly, the swallowing heaven jar flew out. Whoosh! 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 A powerful devouring power surged out of the swallowing heaven jar. It directly enveloped the 14 divine swords. The 14 divine swords that were originally heading towards Lin Feng immediately flew towards the swallowing heaven jar. Seeing this scene, the faces of the Long family's experts changed drastically. Not good. That kid's treasure is very strange. Quickly take back the divine swords. The expert whose strength had reached the 7th heaven of the true God realm shouted in a deep voice. The group of experts from the Long family hurriedly summoned their divine swords, wanting to summon these divine swords back. But it was already too late. The swallowing heaven jar directly swallowed the 14 divine swords. Then, it forcefully wiped out the divine consciousness imprints left behind by the 14 Long family experts. Ah! The divine consciousness was wiped out. The 14 experts from the Long family suffered a backlash. Immediately, they let out painful screams. Little bastard! You actually dare to plunder our magic treasure. You're courting death. Attack together, cut this little bastard into 1,000 pieces and dismember his corpse into 1,000 pieces. The group of experts from the Long family all cursed with resentment. Boom! Boom! Immediately after, their bodies emitted terrifying waves like stormy waves. Everyone revolved their magic power to the extreme. The 14 experts unleashed their strongest battle power and rushed towards Lin Feng quickly. Everyone began to prepare a powerful supernatural power, wanting to kill Lin Feng directly. Dragon soaring to the 9th heaven. Dragon fighting in the wild. Dragon roar and tiger roar. Dragon proud heaven and earth. Dragon claw breaking the heavens. Divine dragon swings its tail. Heavenly dragon leaves the abyss. Twin dragons fetching water. The 14 experts of the Long family all shouted out coldly. Their sacred art was instantly formed and charged towards Lin Feng. Powerful dermic powers shook the void, emitting a power that could destroy the heavens. This power was enough to make one's heart palpitate. With such a group of people attacking together, even a cultivator at the 8th or 9th level of the true God realm would be facing a great enemy. But, these people's opponent was Lin Feng. The current Lin Feng had long been reborn. Even if an expert at the peak of the true God realm came, it would be difficult for them to be his match. Let alone these people in front of him, facing the attacks of the 14 experts, Lin Feng leaped up and directly activated the Sovereign Emperor body. The 5 devouring martial spirits fused into one. The confinement magnetic field was released by Lin Feng, enveloping a radius of a few thousand meters. Instantly, the 14 experts of the Long family who were charging towards Lin Feng all slowed down. And Lin Feng immediately used the Sovereign's judgment. The powerful Sovereign's power surged out and charged towards the 14 experts of the Long family. Bang bang bang, a series of violent collisions rang out. The sacred art condensed by the 14 experts of the Long family was broken one after another. Then, the Sovereign's power swept the 14 experts of the Long family away. Lin Feng fought against 14 alone. And he had the absolute upper hand. Wah, these 14 people all spat out large mouthfuls of blood, all of them injured. How is this possible? The 14 strong cultivators of the Long clan looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. All of them were scared out of their wits. With the 14 of them working together, what kind of powerful battle strength was that? Now, in front of Lin Feng. They were actually so weak. Only now did they know how terrifying Lin Feng was. Many people regretted agreeing to Long Wanhong's request to come out with him to kill Lin Feng. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. No matter how much he regretted it now, it was already too late. So, Lin Feng took a step forward, shrinking the ground into an inch, and instantly arrived in front of Long Wanhong. He looked coldly at Long Wanhong, his voice filled with killing intent. I spared your life last time, so you should be grateful instead of coming to find trouble with me. Since you're so reckless, I'll take your head today. As his voice fell, Lin Feng's Devil Emperor's 9 slashes slashed towards Long Wanhong. I'll fight you to the death. Long Wanhong's eyes flashed with madness. Long Wanhong also knew this. At this moment, he could only go all out. Otherwise, he would definitely die at the hands of Lin Feng. Long Wanhong's fist swept towards Lin Feng. His arms instantly swelled up, and his clothes were torn apart. Its thick arms were densely covered with dragon scales. Long Wanhong's strength had also increased substantially. But it was still useless. In Lin Feng's eyes, this Long Wanhong was still an ant. Bang! Lin Feng's fist collided with Long Wanhong's. Long Wanhong's body directly exploded. He died on the spot. 3 young masters, hurry up and leave. We'll stop this kid. The Long family's guard commander shouted loudly. The other 3 disciples of the Long family had long been scared to the point that their faces turned pale. Although the cultivation of these disciples of the large families was quite tyrannical. But in reality, they often had a very fatal weakness. And that was that their actual combat experience was very poor. Because they were born rich, they each had all kinds of cultivation resources. Unlike Lin Feng. In order to obtain cultivation resources, heaven and earth treasures that could increase their cultivation, they needed to desperately fight over them time and time again. Lin Feng was able to grow until now. To say it bluntly, he killed his way up. After experiencing too many life and death situations, Lin Feng could calmly face any dangerous situation. But these disciples of the large families were different. Now that they saw how powerful Lin Feng was, they were already scared out of their wits. And now that they heard the guard commander tell them to leave first, the 3 of them didn't even say a word and turned to flee into the distance. And the guard commander and the other 9 true God Realm guards pounced towards Lin Feng together. You guys are very sincere. But our standpoints are different. Today, I won't show mercy. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Swish, he charged towards the 10 true God Realm guards. An intense battle erupted. 15 minutes later, the 10 guards were all killed. Lin Feng stood in the forest, slightly frowning. He was not satisfied with this battle. Because 3 disciples of the Long family escaped. But then Lin Feng felt relieved. It was just 3 small characters, nothing to be afraid of. As for the experts of the Long family, Lin Feng was not worried about anything. No matter how many true God Realm cultivators came, he would kill them all. The heavenly God Realm cultivators came. Wanting to kill him was also almost an impossible thing. Because Lin Feng could not defeat a heavenly God Realm powerhouse, he could choose to escape. For a heavenly God Realm powerhouse to catch up to him, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Unless it was a giant God Realm powerhouse. But how could a powerhouse at the level of a giant god casually deal with a junior cultivator? In the eyes of a powerhouse of that level, this was a kind of humiliation to them. Lin Feng did not stay for long, riding the 4 sacred birds and continuing to fly in the direction of the Demon Mountain of Destruction. A month later, Lin Feng arrived at the place marked on the map. This place was located at the border of the Forest of Destruction and the Fallen Forest. After entering this place, Lin Feng let the 4 sacred birds return to the mountain river ring, while he carefully walked towards the depths. Along the way, he encountered many powerful fierce beasts, but Lin Feng avoided them one by one. He also encountered many terrifying restrictions. Relying on his powerful array formation attainments, he successfully passed through those powerful restrictions. On this day, he stopped beside a stream to rest. Suddenly, a figure quietly approached the place where Lin Feng was resting. That terrifying creature held a huge stone club in its hand. That creature directly swung the stone club at Lin Feng. That stone club carried a violent wind as it smashed fiercely towards Lin Feng. Feeling the killing intent enveloping his entire body, Lin Feng was shocked. He quickly opened his eyes and saw the stone club smashing towards him. It was a dangerous moment. He used the heaven patching technique to dodge this attack. Lin Feng appeared 100 meters away. At this time, he saw clearly what the fierce beast that attacked him was. It was a golden-colored stone golem. But it was not from the stone clan, but a golden gold demon. Roar! That golden gold demon let out a series of roars. Then the earth shook violently. One by one, the golden gold demons rushed over from all directions. Thousands of golden gold demons surrounded Lin Feng. The aura emitted by many of the golden gold demons made Lin Feng's heart palpitate. So many golden gold demons. Seeing these golden gold demons, Lin Feng could not help but feel his scalp go numb. Just as he was about to think of a way to break out, suddenly, a cold voice sounded. The boundary of the Demon Mountain of Destruction is a forbidden area. Only death awaits those who trespass. Kill yourself, this way you can die a little faster. After hearing this voice, Lin Feng looked over. He saw a girl standing on the shoulder of a 100 meters tall golden gold demon. The girl was tall and wore a beast skirt made of beast skin. Her pair of straight and slender legs were exposed. The clothes on her upper body were also made of beast skin. It wrapped around her peaks, and her flat waist was also exposed to the air. This girl's face was the size of a palm. It was exquisite and beautiful. Her hair was tied into dense braids. This was a beauty who exuded an exotic charm from head to toe. However, this beauty looked at Lin Feng at this moment as if she was looking at a dead man. What a pretty girl. Don't talk about fighting and killing. That's not good. We can sit down and chat, admire the flowers, drink some wine, sleep, and so on. That's how you should enjoy life. Lin Feng said. What did you say? The girl gnashed her teeth and glared at Lin Feng. This guy actually dared to say that he wanted to sleep with her. How could this guy be so shameless and shameless? Lin Feng said. I said that we can sit down and chat, admire the flowers, and drink some wine. The girl gritted her teeth. What about the last part? The last part? I don't think I said anything after that. You must have misheard, Lin Feng said. Shameless bastard. The girl glared fiercely at Lin Feng, then turned to the Golden Mountain demons and said, smash that kid into meat paste. Roar. Many of the Golden Mountain demons immediately let out a series of roars, causing the entire forest to tremble. Then, a large group of Golden Mountain demons pounced on Lin Feng. Lin Feng hurriedly said, I'm here to look for Senior Patriarch Destruction. Since you live on Demon Mountain of Destruction, you must have heard of him, right? Hearing Lin Feng mention Patriarch Destruction, the girl hurriedly ordered the Golden Mountain demons to stop attacking Lin Feng. She then looked coldly at Lin Feng and asked, Who are you? Why are you looking for my master? Lin Feng looked at the girl in surprise. He had not expected her to be Patriarch Destruction's disciple. Sister, I'm Lord Tortoise's disciple. I'm here with a token to look for Senior Patriarch Destruction. I have something very important to tell you, so please bring me to him. Lin Feng said. Humph. Who's your sister? The girl snorted. Alright, I can't call you sister. Can you tell me your name? You can't expect me to call you Hey, right? Lin Feng said. Wu Muqing. My name is Lin Feng. Who asked for your name? Wu Muqing coldly harumphed and said, Come with me, I'll take you to see my master. Thank you for leading the way, Muqing. Lin Feng cupped his fists. Wu Muqing no longer paid any attention to Lin Feng. She jumped down from the Golden Goblin's shoulder and rushed into the depths at an incredible speed. However, Lin Feng quickly caught up and said with a smile, Sister Muqing, your speed is not bad. Wu Muqing slightly frowned and increased her speed. However, she discovered that no matter how fast she increased her speed, she couldn't shake off Lin Feng. Wu Muqing was quite dissatisfied with the result. He wanted to increase his speed, but by this time, he had already arrived at the location of the Demon Destruction Mountain. The Demon Mountain of Annihilation was a continuous mountain range. This mountain range was extremely huge. It stretched out for more than 50 miles. The mountain range was densely covered with restrictions. If one were to barge in and trigger the restrictions, only death would await them. Lin Feng followed Wu Muqing into the depths of the mountain range. "Girl, why did you bring back a man after going out for a while? Could it be that you snatched him to be the husband of your fort?" A lazy voice came from the cave. Following that, a skinny old man walked out. When Lin Feng heard the old man's words, he nearly fell to the ground. This old man was most likely Patriarch Destruction. He was already so old. He actually used such words to tease Wu Muqing's disciple. What a perverted old man. It was no wonder that Patriarch Destruction and Lord Tortoise could become good friends. These two old and frivolous fellows were gathered together. They were probably birds of a feather, right? Wu Muqing seemed to be used to Patriarch Destruction's personality. She pursed her lips and said, "This is the disciple of Master's old friend." Patriarch Destruction said, "Master has so many friends all over the world. Which old friend's disciple are you talking about?" Wu Muqing was speechless. "Master, don't you only have one friend? It's that Lord Tortoise. Don't tell me you have a second friend?" Cough, cough. After his lie was exposed, even though Patriarch Destruction's skin was as thick as a city wall, he could not help but feel a little embarrassed. He coughed softly twice. Then, he said angrily, "You brat, can't you give Master some face?" Lin Feng muttered inwardly. Patriarch Destruction was truly a weirdo. He cupped his fists and bowed to Patriarch Destruction. "Junior Lin Feng greets Senior. This is a token that Master asked me to give you." After saying that, Lin Feng handed the white jade token to Patriarch Destruction. Patriarch Destruction took the token and narrowed his eyes. He took pleasure in Lin Feng's misfortune and said, "Kid, your talent is not bad. However, you have been screwed over by that old tortoise. For the sake of survival, cultivate properly. If you die too early, it will be a waste of your talent. Don't worry, Senior. Theoretically speaking, this Junior will definitely live much longer than Senior." Lin Feng knew that Patriarch Destruction was a weirdo. People like him usually had a good temper and could withstand jokes. Therefore, Lin Feng's courage grew, and he could not help but tease Patriarch Destruction. Pfft. Wu Muqing could not help but laugh. This girl usually looked fierce, but she was really beautiful when she laughed. "What are you looking at?" Patriarch Destruction saw Lin Feng looking at him. He immediately glared fiercely at Lin Feng. Patriarch Destruction smacked his lips and said, "Other than your master, that old tortoise, who dares to say that he can live longer than this old man, no one else in the world dares to say such a thing." "Kid, you actually dare to say such a thing? Are you little tortoise?" Lin Feng's face darkened. He had originally wanted to tease Patriarch Destruction. Instead, he had been made a fool of by Patriarch Destruction. That old saying was indeed true. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. When Patriarch Destruction saw Lin Feng's twitching mouth, he seemed to be quite happy. He grinned and continued, "You've just arrived at Demon Mountain, so you should rest for a day. Tomorrow, Muqing will bring you to a place to cultivate. Don't let down your master's good intentions. Cultivate well and don't slack off." "Understood," Lin Feng replied. "By the way, I heard from the old tortoise that your barbecue is the best in the world. You will prepare dinner tonight." "No problem." Lin Feng nodded. At this time, the sun was about to set. Lin Feng began to prepare dinner. He cooked his best barbecue for Patriarch Destruction and Wu Muqing. He also made a soup that he had been researching recently. He wondered if Patriarch Destruction and Wu Muqing were the reincarnation of hungry ghosts. In order to compete for the barbecue and soup, the master and disciple nearly fought each other. What a weirdo. Both master and disciple were weirdos. After eating his fill, Patriarch Destruction went into the cave to rest. As for Lin Feng, he lay down on a smooth rock to rest. At this time, black fog suddenly rolled in the depths of Demon Mountain. Waves of terrifying aura spread out. Lin Feng was alarmed. He jumped up from the ground. He looked at the depths of Demon Mountain. He saw that the forest was perfectly covered by the black fog. That place looked like hell on earth. What's that place? Lin Feng looked at Wu Muqing, who was sitting not far away, and asked. Wu Muqing said. That's a graveyard. A graveyard? Whose graveyard? Lin Feng asked. It's not a single person's graveyard. It's a group of graveyards. Countless amazing gods and demons from the immortal ancient era are buried there. Wu Muqing said faintly. Lin Feng was shocked that the burial grounds of the immortal ancient experts would be here. This was an era that had been buried by the river of time. The immortal ancient era's glory, strength, secrets, and everything about the immortal ancient era. It had long become a thing of the past, and there was no way to find out about it. Only from the broken Taoist scriptures that were occasionally found could one find some clues about the past. Now, the burial grounds of the immortal ancient era's gods and devils were too shocking. Have you ever been to the burial grounds? Lin Feng asked. Wu Muqing said, curiosity killed the cat. You can't go there. It's too dangerous. Especially at night, you can't enter the burial grounds. Why? Lin Feng was puzzled. Burial grounds, a place where the dead were buried. Could it be that there was some kind of danger? I'm not sure. I only know that's what my master told me. If you really want to know more about the burial grounds, you can at most take a look at the outer area. You can't get close. Wu Muqing said. Lin Feng nodded. Wu Muqing glanced at Lin Feng and said, Are you interested in going out and having a competition with me? What kind of competition? Lin Feng looked at Wu Muqing with a smile that was not a smile. Wu Muqing snorted, You can choose what you want. This girl was clearly upset that she was not as fast as him. Lin Feng said indifferently, Not interested. I want to rest. However, if you can give me a full-body massage, or let me give you a full-body massage, I can consider having a competition with you. As he said this, his eyes swept over Wu Muqing's hot and delicate body. Shameless. Wu Muqing glared at Lin Feng and sent a palm strike over. Lin Feng quickly jumped back 3 meters, dodging Wu Muqing's attack. A real man doesn't fight with a woman. Don't break my rules. Lin Feng said. Scum. Shameless. Wu Muqing was very disdainful of Lin Feng's self-praising behavior. She glared fiercely at Lin Feng and flew into the distance. He didn't know what she was going to do. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered with her. Night. It gradually deepened. The bright moon rose into the sky, and the stars dotted the sky. The roar of a beast came from the forest. Many powerful beasts began to appear one after another. In the depths of the mountains, the ghost chi was eerie. Even from far away, one could still feel the terrifying aura emanating from the tombs. Immortal Ancient, it was a great era that no one could avoid mentioning. Just how many stunning experts had appeared in Immortal Ancient Era? Moreover, in Immortal Ancient Era, there were even 2 Heavenly Masters who appeared. There had been a total of 36 Heavenly Masters in the Heavenly Master lineage. The last Heavenly Master came from the Primordial Age. The 34th and 35th generation Heavenly Masters were figures from the Immortal Ancient Era. But that was all Lin Feng knew. Everything that the 2 Heavenly Masters had experienced in the Immortal Ancient Era had long since become a thing of the past. Lin Feng walked towards the depths. He wanted to see the tombs of the experts of Immortal Ancient Era from afar. Finally, he arrived at that place. Black fog rolled, and ghost chi lingered. It was a dense forest. In the forest, tombs could be seen one after another. Who built these ancient tombs? Lin Feng was puzzled. He was extremely puzzled. But Lin Feng also knew. No one could explain this to him. If the Wu Liang Daoist comes here, will these ancient tombs still be intact? Asked the Wu Liang Daoist. Lin Feng muttered. He reckoned that if the immeasurable Daoist really knew about this tomb, that guy would use all his means. He would also think of ways to excavate the tombs, right? Since the creation of the world, there have been countless eras. The Immortal Ancient Era could definitely be considered one of the most dazzling eras. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He thought of a Taoist scripture's introduction to the Immortal Ancient Era. The origin of the Immortal Ancient Era was related to immortals. It was said that after the Great War between Xianxia lifeforms, Xiantian lifeforms fell one after another. Until the immortal ancient era. Some experts broke through the shackles of heaven and earth, breaking through from the emperor realm to an even higher realm. This realm was called the immortal realm. The immortal ancient era was named because of immortals. It was also the experts of this era who speculated that those Xiantian lifeforms, such as Pangu, Nuwa, the three sovereigns, 5 emperors, Gonggong, Quafu, and other Xiantian lifeforms, were also in the immortal realm. And before that, the later generations' understanding of Xiantian lifeforms was extremely limited, and they didn't know the division of their realms. Perhaps those Xiantian lifeforms didn't have a division of realms. Until the immortal ancient era, when the immortal realm was divided. Xiantian lifeforms were classified as this type of expert. Only then did the later generations have a certain understanding of Xiantian lifeforms. The immortal ancient era was such a dazzling era. Billions of years later, they had also experienced an unprecedented war in the dark. In the end, it was destroyed. Even the imprints were erased. Countless experts fell, including those immortals. All the important information about that era. It was also destroyed. It was as if someone was deliberately hiding the truth of the past. And now, Lin Feng was looking at the tombs, slightly lost in thought. Finally, he retracted his gaze. He turned around and was about to leave. Suddenly, a voice resounded in his mind. Almighty Master of Gods, even though countless years have passed, we are still loyal to you. When that voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind, his body paused slightly. His mind was in a state of chaos. His footsteps. He also paused. That war that spanned countless years didn't erase our fighting spirit. Even if we die, our will not be extinguished. We are waiting for the Master of Gods to awaken, lead us again to the 9 heavens, even if we are only left with a broken body, but we also want to use this broken body to protect the last pure land in this world. Boom, when those voices resounded in Lin Feng's mind. He felt as if his thoughts had entered an extremely chaotic state. His eyes became confused. It was as if there was a special power. It was calling out to him. Lin Feng, who had originally planned to leave. He actually turned around and walked towards the tombs. We are willing to follow the Master of Gods in the final battle to the death. If the mountains and rivers are destroyed, what is the use of my broken body? More and more voices poured into Lin Feng's mind. His consciousness was completely blank. He didn't know what he was doing and where he was going. In the end, Lin Feng entered the tombs. This was a maple forest. Blood-red maple leaves. It was as if they were stained with the blood of gods and demons from the immortal era. They emitted a demonic blood-red color. Lin Feng's eyes gradually became clear. He looked at the tombs around him in shock, extremely puzzled. Why did I appear in the tombs of the immortal era? Lin Feng muttered to himself. Looking at the densely packed tombs, an inexplicable feeling of sadness welled up in his heart. Within the immortal ancient cemetery, the ancient tombs emitted a cold and terrifying aura that made one's hair stand on end. Now that he had somehow entered the immortal ancient cemetery, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel uneasy. He turned to leave, but to his horror, he found that there was rolling black fog and ghostly qi everywhere, blocking the way out. I'm trapped in the immortal ancient cemetery? Lin Feng frowned. He took out the Bodhi seed and held it in his hand. The treasure emitted a dense light that wrapped around his body. Lin Feng was lost in thought. He had the feeling that something strange had happened in the celestial ancient graveyard, something strange was going on. He looked at the tombstone of an ancient tomb beside him. Firmament Sword Godly Mu's tomb. Then, Lin Feng looked at the brief introduction of the Firmament Sword God on the tombstone. The introduction said, the Firmament Sword God learned the sword at the age of 6. At the age of 16, he mastered the way of the sword. At the age of 21, he became a sword god. At the age of 31, he defeated the world's #1 sword demon. At the age of 46, he began to travel the outer realms. At the age of 60, he entered the wasteland. Wasteland. When Lin Feng saw the words wasteland, he was shocked. Back when he was traveling the outer realms, he saw Emperor Grimm's corpse. He also learned about Lord Grimm and the female giant goddess Xianxia's past. At the same time, he learned about the wasteland for the first time. The wasteland was connected to the heaven realm, also known as the immortal realm, the chaos Xianxia realm, the underworld, and the otherworld. It was a chaotic place. It was also a place of abandonment. It was also an ancient battlefield. In the past, Emperor Grimm was killed by several sovereigns of the otherworld in the wasteland. From this, it could be seen. The wasteland was a terrifying place. After the firmament sword god entered the wasteland, he stayed in the wasteland for 3,000 years. 3,000 years in the wasteland, the sword drank the blood of the otherworld. Firmament heaven-breaking sword, cycle of the sun and moon / When the firmament sword god appears, the winds and clouds move. Ignite my undying soul, fight the 9 heavens again. A poem was written on the back of the tombstone. The firmament sword god had slain countless beings in the 3,000 years he had spent in the wasteland. In the wasteland, the firmament sword god had made a name for himself. Did the gods and devils of the immortal era all have the strength of a great emperor? Lin Feng murmured. Immortal ancient era, this dazzling great era, experts were as common as clouds. In fact, many people didn't have the word emperor in their names or titles, but that didn't mean that they didn't have the strength of an emperor. Forget about the immortal ancient era. For example, the primordial thunder god of the primordial age. He was defeated by the Archean dragonesque elephant in one move. The primordial dragonesque elephant was an existence that was infinitely close to immortality. Therefore, from this, it could be seen that the primordial thunder god was actually not at the deity realm. Instead, it was the emperor realm. Furthermore, he was a very high-level great emperor expert. Why didn't the primordial thunder god change his name to the primordial thunder emperor? Perhaps it was because the ancient thunder god liked the original name, or perhaps he was used to using the original name. Of course, there could also be other reasons. However, no one knew about this. Lin Feng walked toward the second ancient tomb. Rosy Cloud's Fairy. The holy maiden of the 9 heavens Jade Cloud sect, the owner of the 7-colored holy immortal body. Lin Feng began to read the introduction of the expert in the second ancient tomb. This Rosy Cloud's Fairy was also a stunning figure. Her cultivation was enough to shock the heavens and make ghosts and gods weep. Fighting the demon ancestor, fighting the Yao Emperor, fighting the otherworldly sovereign. In the dazzling great era of the immortal era, Rosy Cloud's Fairy left behind her own glory. Lin Feng read the introductions of many tombstones on the ancient tombs. Every ancient tomb buried an expert of the immortal era. Gods, demons, Buddhas, human experts, and so on. There were experts of all races. This is. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes widened. He stared at the words on the tombstone in front of him in disbelief. Tomb of the otherworldly sovereign, the lawless sovereign. Lin Feng softly muttered the words on the tombstone. In his heart, it was as if a stormy sea had been set off. How could the corpse of the otherworldly sovereign be buried here? The otherworldly sovereign was a world of a different time and space. It was not in the same time and space as the 3 supreme realms and the 3,000 great worlds led by the celestial realm. From some of the secrets Lin Feng learned, he learned that the otherworldly sovereign had once invaded their world. The celestial realm, the chaos Xianxia realm, the underworld, the 9 states, the celestial realm, the Buddhist realm, the Yao realm, and the other 3,000 great worlds all participated in this war. And the place where the great battle took place. It was the wasteland of today. It was a tragic battle, and countless experts had fallen. In the end, it formed the famous wasteland of today. It could be said without reservation. The 3 supreme realms led by the celestial realm and the 3,000 great worlds. And the otherworldly sovereign. It was an irreconcilable relationship. Lin Feng once suspected that the immortal era and the primordial era had ended. They had an inseparable connection with the beings of the otherworldly sovereign. Perhaps the war led by the otherworldly sovereign led to the end of these 2 glorious eras. Moreover, those otherworldly sovereigns had always wanted to invade the 3 supreme realms and the 3,000 great worlds, turning this time and space into a subsidiary of their otherworldly sovereign. And then the otherworldly sovereign. They could enslave all the living beings in this time and space. In the war after war, the hatred between the 2 sides grew deeper and deeper. Such a deep hatred, why, in this immortal ancient mausoleum, were the corpses of the otherworldly sovereigns buried. This made Lin Feng He could not understand. If this immortal ancient mausoleum was built by the experts of the three supreme realms or the 3,000 great worlds, it should not be buried together with the corpses of the otherworldly sovereigns from the immortal ancient era. After all, the two sides had a blood feud. Could it be that this immortal ancient mausoleum was not built by the experts of the three supreme realms or the 3,000 great worlds? That was not right. If it was not built by the experts of the three supreme realms or the 3,000 great worlds, then it was built by the otherworldly sovereigns. But this was even more impossible. Because those otherworldly sovereigns were all high and mighty existences. They looked down on the cultivators of the three supreme realms and the 3,000 great worlds. They wanted to enslave the cultivators of the three supreme realms and the 3,000 great worlds. In the eyes of the otherworldly sovereigns, the cultivators of the three supreme realms and the 3,000 great worlds were nothing more than slaves. Lowly bloodlines. Thus, these otherworldly sovereigns would definitely not bury the corpses of the cultivators of the three supreme realms and the 3,000 great worlds together with the corpses of the otherworldly sovereigns. In the eyes of the otherworldly sovereigns, this was a form of humiliation. The corpses of the cultivators of the three supreme realms and the 3,000 great worlds did not have the right to be buried together with the corpses of the otherworldly sovereigns. This immortal ancient cemetery was filled with too many strange places, which made Lin Feng extremely puzzled. But now, there were many secrets hidden here, and it seemed that Lin Feng could not find out. It seems that the things that happened in the immortal ancient era are much more complicated than I imagined. Lin Feng could not help but say to himself. He looked at many ancient tombs one after another. These ancient tombs, the experts buried, were all extraordinary. In the immortal ancient era, they had left behind their own glory. But in the end, they could not escape death. Rumble. Suddenly, an ancient tomb shook violently. Lin Feng was shocked and walked towards the ancient tomb. Rumble. Rumble. The ancient tomb shook more and more violently. This made Lin Feng abnormally shocked. What was going on? Why was the ancient tomb shaking? It was really strange to the extreme. Kacha, not long after, an even more strange thing happened. The ancient tomb actually began to crack, and dense ghost qi surged out from the ancient tomb. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng could not help but feel his scalp go numb. Such a huge group of ancient tombs. Buried were experts from the immortal ancient era. Now, the ancient tomb cracked open. Could it be that some terrifying thing was going to crawl out from the ancient tomb? The corpse of an expert from the immortal ancient era? After falling, it turned into an evil corpse? Ghost corpse? Zombie? Lin Feng quickly retreated and stood in the distance to watch. Kacha, the ancient tomb was still cracking open, and the cracks were getting bigger and bigger. Roar. A low roar came out from the ancient tomb. This sudden roar gave Lin Feng a big fright. There was actually a terrifying creature in the ancient tomb. This was definitely an evil spirit. No matter how powerful it was when it was alive, no matter how kind it was when it was alive. Even if it was a Buddha, a saint, a great scholar, this kind of figure. A body of righteousness. But once it died. If he really did awaken another strand of divine sense, then, this corpse must have turned into an evil ghost. Suddenly, from the cracked tomb, a pair of bloody hands stretched out. The blood emitted a demonic blood-red luster. I want to break out of this cage, an eerie cry came from the ancient tomb. That voice was like the voice of a malicious spirit, shrill and hoarse. It made people's hair stand on end. Bang bang bang, the evil corpses in the ancient tomb began to bombard the ancient tomb again and again. It was as if it wanted to destroy the tomb. I can't stay here for long, Lin Feng's hair stood on end. He chose a direction and quickly rushed over. Rumble, it was at this moment that something terrible happened. The tombs began to shake violently. Kacha, next. The tombs began to crack open. Roar. An earth-shaking roar came from the ancient tomb. Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. He looked at an ancient tomb not far away and saw a demon god in the cracked ancient tomb. It was a demon god with 3 heads and 6 arms, but his heart had been dug out. Give me back my heart. Give me back my heart. give me back my heart." That demon god let out a series of roars. Black fog gushed out and enveloped Lin Feng. It seemed to want to pull him into the cracked ancient tomb. Lin Feng hurriedly patted with his palm, dispersing the black fog that enveloped his body. Then, he quickly retreated. The long years have not let down the glory. At this time, Lin Feng heard a beautiful voice coming from behind him. This made his hair stand on end. Lin Feng turned his head to look. He saw a woman standing in front of an ancient tomb with her back facing him. And she was less than 2 meters away from him. She was wearing a snow-white dress, which accentuated her figure. From the back, she should be a peerless fairy. Now, that woman slowly turned around. Lin Feng did not dare to look at what that woman looked like. He quickly rushed into the distance. Rumble, the ancient tombs were violently shaking. The tombs were constantly cracking open. One by one, the corpses of the dead experts wanted to rush out of the tombs. Some of the corpses even appeared, standing on top of the tombs, coldly looking at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was not able to escape from the immortal ancient cemetery. Because he had lost his way in the immortal ancient cemetery. "I'm afraid this is going to be troublesome." Lin Feng could not help but take a deep breath. His expression became incomparably solemn. This immortal ancient cemetery was really too strange. Now, he wanted to leave the immortal ancient cemetery. It did not seem to be an easy task. This made Lin Feng's mood become much heavier. Suddenly, a gloomy and cold aura spread out, enveloping him. Around him, darkness constantly surged. It swept towards Lin Feng. It seemed that some terrifying creature had appeared. The darkness was devouring the earth. The light between heaven and earth was instantly devoured. The darkness wanted to devour Lin Feng as well. Clatter, in the darkness, the sound of chains colliding could be heard. There must be something terrifying hidden in the darkness. Now, the terrifying thing in the darkness was moving towards Lin Feng at full speed. Lin Feng was terrified. He quickly fled in the opposite direction. Finally, he arrived in front of a huge tomb. This tomb was much larger than any of the other tombs. But unlike the other tombs, this tomb's tombstone was empty, nothing was written on it. This was a tombstone without words. At this time, Lin Feng discovered that the surrounding tombs were built with this huge tomb as the center. This ancient tomb seemed to be the core of the immortal ancient cemetery. Creak! Creak! The darkness quickly surged. In the endless darkness, in addition to the sound of chains colliding, there was also the sound of teeth grinding. Slash! Lin Feng coldly shouted and used the 9 slashes of the Demon Emperor to kill the darkness. But his attack was like a clay ox entering the sea, not causing the slightest ripple. Next, Lin Feng used more than a dozen kinds of powerful magical abilities. But no matter what kind of magical ability, it could not cause any movement at all. The darkness could devour all attacks. The darkness continued to attack Lin Feng. It was about to devour him. Lin Feng's face was very pale. Because it was difficult for him to fight against the darkness. Humph! At this time, a cold snort suddenly resounded in the immortal ancient cemetery. The darkness that was about to devour Lin Feng quickly retreated further and further until it disappeared. The countless evil corpses in the immortal ancient cemetery also quieted down. The originally cracked ancient tomb was automatically repaired by the formation patterns. The moonlight shone through the dense forest. The immortal ancient cemetery became incomparably quiet. It was as if nothing had happened before. In the distance, a withered old man walked over step by step. When Lin Feng saw Patriarch Destruction walking toward him, he was so excited that he almost jumped forward and gave Patriarch Destruction a big bear hug. Patriarch Destruction's arrival was too timely. Just a moment ago, he thought he was about to be swallowed by the endless darkness. This is the cemetery where the immortal ancient experts are buried. At the same time, it also buries a piece of history and a piece of memory. Patriarch Destruction stepped forward. You shouldn't have entered this place. This place will bury your life. In the past, one of your senior brothers entered this place by mistake and died inside. Lord Tortoise had accepted a few disciples before Lin Feng, but all of them had died. Lin Feng had heard from the disciples of the reincarnation immortal sect that Lord Tortoise's disciples had died miserably. It seemed like they had died while cultivating the 8-9 arcane art. He had once asked Lord Tortoise about his senior brothers. However, Lord Tortoise had not told him anything. When Lin Feng heard Patriarch Destruction mention his senior brother who had died here, he asked, "Senior, I heard that my senior brothers died while cultivating the 8-9 arcane art. Now that you said that one of my senior brothers died while cultivating the 8-9 arcane art, does that mean that not all of my senior brothers died because of the 8-9 arcane art?" The person who died here was called Su Xiaoyuan. He was truly a talented person, but in the end, he died in front of this grave. The old turtle was sad for a long time because of his disciple's death. After that, he did not accept another disciple for many years until he accepted you as his disciple. Patriarch Destruction's eyes flickered as he said, "As for your other senior brothers, they did not die because of the 8-9 arcane art. With their talent, they might encounter difficulties when cultivating the 8-9 arcane art, but they should be able to overcome them, so, as long as you cultivate diligently, you will also be able to cultivate the 8-9 arcane art." Lin Feng said. "It seems like my senior brothers must have been very powerful back then." Patriarch Destruction said, "Your senior brothers were not any weaker than you. Just like you, they all had the innate sacred blood flowing in their veins. Moreover, they had cultivated for thousands of years. Naturally, they were very powerful." The innate saint blood mentioned by Patriarch Destruction must be referring to his sovereign blood. This was because the ancestors of the sovereign clan were born in the same era as Pangu and Nuwa. Lin Feng had never thought that Lin Feng's fellow disciples would also have such a powerful blood in their veins. "May I know how you died?" Lin Feng asked. "I only know how Su Xiaoyuan died. I don't know how the others died, but since the old turtle didn't tell you, he must have his reasons. When it's time to tell you, the old turtle will definitely tell you." Patriarch Destruction said. "Why is the ruler of a foreign world buried in this immortal ancient cemetery?" asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng was puzzled. "This matter has become a secret," Patriarch Destruction said. "Future generations can only speculate. It's difficult to uncover the truth." "Who built this immortal ancient cemetery?" Lin Feng asked. "There's no way to know," Patriarch Destruction said. "Why is there no tombstone in this main tomb?" Lin Feng asked. "Because the existence buried here is too terrifying. Even the heavenly Tao is afraid of him. Therefore, after he died, he couldn't leave his name behind. Otherwise, his tomb would be sensed by the heavenly Tao and destroyed," Patriarch Destruction said. Lin Feng was shocked. How powerful was that existence? How could the heavenly Tao be afraid of him? "What was his name?" Lin Feng asked. In the immortal ancient era, he was known as the Master of Gods. It was said that he was the first person to break through the shackles of heaven and earth and become an immortal. It was said that he reclassified the immortal realm in detail above the Great Emperor realm. It was said that he classified the strength of Xianxia life forms into the immortal realm. It was said that he personally collected information and wrote the classic of mountains and seas. That's why we later generations know about Pangu, Nuwa, the 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, and other existences. However, many of the things recorded in the classic of mountains and seas were lost during the great calamities. Therefore, the classic of mountains and seas that was passed down today is no longer the classic of mountains and seas of the immortal ancient era. Many of the stories are true and false. Sometimes, it's hard to tell what's true and what's false. The Master of Gods created a new era, a new era. He allowed countless cultivators to see a new beginning, a new height, and new hope. That's why the 3 paramount realms were created. Countless beings in the 3,000 great realms elected him as their supreme leader. Lin Feng's heart was in turmoil. He hadn't expected the person buried in this ancient tomb to be so powerful. It was actually so extraordinary. It was truly shocking, moving, and hard to believe. This was a person who had created a new era. If he hadn't broken through the shackles of heaven and earth, reached a new realm, and established the immortal realm cultivation system, perhaps everyone thought that the great emperor realm was the end. If he hadn't written the mythological book, the classic of mountains and seas. Pangu, Nuwa, the 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, and other great figures. Perhaps no one knew about them, however, even such a powerful existence, he was still dead. Immortal. Isn't it eternal life? Lin Feng asked. Patriarch Destruction said. Eternal life doesn't mean immortality. Lin Feng fell silent. He could understand the meaning of Patriarch Destruction's words. Eternal life didn't mean immortality. If everything went smoothly, he might be able to continue living. But what if he was killed? He would still die. The Master of Gods. What's his background? Lin Feng asked. Patriarch Destruction looked meaningfully at Lin Feng and said, I heard that he's a descendant of an extremely ancient race. His lineage only had 4 or 5 people at its peak. Rumor has it that his ancestor awakened the slumbering Pangu. Even the appearance of all living things was suggested by the Master of God's ancestor to Nuwa, who then personally created all living things. This race is actually so powerful. Lin Feng clicked his tongue. He then asked, this race has been passed down for so long. Does it still have a descendant? I originally thought that this race had no more descendants. Only later did I discover that this race still has a descendant living in this world. Patriarch Destruction sighed. Lin Feng was shocked. To think that such a powerful race still had a descendant. This was truly inconceivable. Where's that descendant? He must be stunning, right? Lin Feng asked. That person should be somewhere in this world, right? Maybe he's chatting with some old man, just like you and me. Patriarch Destruction narrowed his eyes. He paused for a moment, then continued, the current him is still far from being able to reach stunning heights because his bloodline hasn't truly awakened. It's said that he needs to return to his race's ancestral land and undergo a bloodline baptism to awaken the memories in his bloodline. Only then can he awaken some heaven-defying abilities of his bloodline. Perhaps he'll have this opportunity in the future, but it's also possible that he'll never have the chance to awaken his slumbering bloodline. End of chapter 1824. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.